Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Amplifying Traumatize Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku POV. It all started when I was just 5 years old. I was still in preschool, and all my friends had started developing their quirks, but mine had yet to come. Then one night, everything changed. I was sitting with my mom, watching TV like we always did before bed. I remember laughing with her and smiling up at her. I saw orbs floating around her, each one a different color. "Mommy, what are those orbs?" I asked, reaching for a black orb that was closest to me. As I touched it, I heard my mother scream, and everything turned black. The next thing I knew, we were in my mother's room. How did we get here? I wondered, looking over to see my mom standing in the doorway, tears in her eyes. She was staring at my dad, who was lying in bed with another woman. "Inko, I thought you were with Mitsuki having a girls' weekend?" My dad just stared at my mom, and no words were exchanged as they looked at each other. Then I heard my mother say, "Get out." Those two words shattered my world, and everything went black again. I was back on the couch. What was that? I looked over at my mom, who was crying with her knees tucked up to her chin. "Mommy, is everything all right?" I reached out for her. Suddenly, I was on the floor, staring up at my mother, who was looking at me with tears in her eyes, her arm outstretched. This was the first time she had ever hit me. I sat there, confused. But what did I do wrong? Tears formed in my eyes as I struggled to understand. "Izuku, baby, I am so sorry." My mother reached down for me, but I quickly scurried to my room and locked the door behind me. "Why, Mom?" Tears flowed down my cheeks as thoughts raced through my mind. Why did she tell Dad to get out? Why did she hit me? What were those orbs? Was that a quirk? All I could do was cry myself to sleep. Izuku POV. It had been 10 years since that night, but I could still remember everything as if it were happening all over again. A lot had happened since then. A week after that incident, we went to see a doctor. I got tested, and it turned out my quirk was manifesting. What should have been a happy moment turned into one of pain. My quirk is called Traumatize. When activated, I can see orbs floating around a person, each color representing the severity of their memories. The order from least to most traumatic is yellow, blue, purple, red, and black. When I touch an orb, that person and anyone touching me are sent into that memory, forced to relive that experience. I can also alter how the experience is remembered, but only to make it worse. On the car ride home, I asked my mom who the other woman was with Dad and why she told him to get out. I learned that my dad was having an affair. He hadn't been gone for work, he was kicked out and never returned. My world was crushed a second time. I wished I had stayed quirkless. Over the next 7 years, Mom and I hardly spoke. Meals were quiet, and we mostly stayed in our rooms. During those years, I lived as if I were quirkless. Only a few people knew I had a quirk. Every day, I faced harassment and bullying, and every night, I was tormented by my thoughts as I cried myself to sleep. Nothing felt right. When I started middle school, things worsened. I was depressed, and the voices never stopped. One night, I couldn't sleep. All I could hear were voices telling me to give up, that I was nothing but a quirkless loser. I was so upset that I punched my mirror, shattering the glass and cutting my knuckles. As the blood dripped from my hand, I felt a strange sense of peace. The voices were silent. I quickly cleaned up the glass and bandaged my hand, finally finding some quiet. A few weeks later, my mom was sent to a mental hospital, deemed unstable from living in fear of reliving the worst parts of her life. Mitsuki Bakugo was appointed as my legal guardian after my mom left. Luckily, I was still able to stay in my mom's apartment. I spent the next year alone with my thoughts. The voices never stopped unless I resorted to self-harm or drinking. My life felt aimless. What kind of 12-year-old spends each night in such a way? Despite everything, I still wanted to be a hero who could help others avoid the same path I was on. As much as I didn't want to, I spent my first year of middle school learning about my quirk at home. I wanted to gain control over it so I never hurt anyone again. After a few weeks, I learned that I didn't just select a random memory when touching an orb. After I became familiar with a memory, the orb would display a description over it. After a few months, all my orbs had descriptions indicating what they were. Surprisingly, this brought me comfort. At school, I tried to tune everything out while putting on a happy face. I would put in my headphones and fade away into music. It calmed me. I could just listen to the beats, and the voices would be drowned out. Before I knew it, music became a key part of my life. I would go home and research for hours how to make beats and what type of equipment I would need. I hoped this would help turn things around. After 6 months of saving from my weekly allowance, I was able to get a soundboard with a keyboard attachment. I felt happy again for the first time in years. I spent weeks experimenting with it, trying to create beats, and soon I started to sleep less and less. Eventually, I could barely stay awake during class, and one day, I passed out due to lack of sleep. The next thing I knew, I was in the nurse's office, with Auntie Mitsuki looking at me. Despite her tone, she wasn't mad, she was sad and disappointed. I expected a lecture, but she just looked at me and apologized. I was confused until I saw her gaze at my arms. The nurse left to give us some time to talk. I knew she would inform my teacher and the principal, but they wouldn't care. As far as they knew, I was just a kid with no future. Auntie Mitsuki spent the next hour asking questions and trying to convince me to come stay with them. Most of my responses were silence. Eventually, we agreed that I could stay on my own, but she would check on me weekly, and I would have to go to therapy for the rest of the year. I begged Auntie Mitsuki not to tell Bakugo about this. She reluctantly agreed but said she would tell her husband because she needed someone to talk to about it. That night, she drove me home and inspected the house. It surprised her how clean it was. There were only a few dirty dishes, and the living room was organized. The only thing that stood out to her was that all the pictures were lying flat or turned around. She didn't press me about it. When she inspected my room, it was a mess. The bed wasn't made, and clothes were scattered everywhere. I knew I needed to clean it, but I felt it was pointless since it would just get dirty again. Before she left, she noticed the soundboard. I explained that music calmed me and helped me not feel alone in the house. As she was leaving, she said she'd be back sometime next week, wanting it to be a surprise inspection so I couldn't hide anything. The last half of the year dragged on. I went to therapy every other week, and Auntie Mitsuki would come to understand what was going on. The first week there, the therapist gave me a RBB band. I was confused until he explained that whenever the voices came and I couldn't use music to quiet them, I should snap the band. He said this was to reduce the chances of me harming myself. To me, it was just a placeholder until I got home. I had to be more strategic with my actions and do them in places that were less noticeable. Once in a while, I was forced to have dinner at the Bakugo's house. I would put on a fake smile and grit my teeth as I snapped the RBB band throughout the night. Luckily, the year ended, and I managed to get out of therapy by telling them what they wanted to hear and maintaining a facade. It was the first day of my second year in middle school. My day started the same as it always had. I got up, took a moment for myself, and prepared for school. I put my headphones in and sat down. The first day is always the worst. I hope he's not in this class. Unfortunately, as fate would have it, he walked in. "Hey, you still here?" I looked up, putting my hands under my desk while forcing a smile. "Well, hello, Kaken." Class dragged on after everyone introduced themselves and shared their quirks. I immediately felt like an outcast. Luckily, the teacher didn't care, so I put my headphones back in and drifted away. When lunch came, I didn't go to the cafeteria, I went up to the roof. It was quiet, and I didn't have to deal with anyone. The rest of the day dragged on. I just wanted it to be over so I could go home. I took out my notebook and jotted down ideas for some beats during the last half of the day. Finally, the bell rang and I could leave. "Hey Deku, the old hag said she wants you to come over for dinner tonight." "Great, just what I needed." "Oh, alright, what time?" I reached into my bag and put my notebook away. "I don't know, just be there by 6 or don't, I couldn't care less." Bakugo stormed out of the classroom, leaving me alone. I glanced at my phone, it was 3. I can't go home because I know I won't leave, and I don't want Auntie Mitsuki to come and drag me to dinner again. I guess I'll just wander. I got up and put on my headphones. As I walked out of the school, I could feel everyone's eyes on me. Even if I couldn't hear them, I knew what they were saying. "Is that the quirkless kid? I heard he still wants to be a hero. He's crazy to think that. What's wrong with him?" This thing doesn't really help at all, but at least it calms me a little. I looked down at my wrist and pulled my sleeve up slightly. I could see some scars and a bright red mark from all the snaps I did during the day. The RBB band was worn and starting to tear, with a few red splatters from the times I snapped so much it broke the skin. Looks like it's time for a new one when I get home. Before I knew it, I was walking through the park. This place was peaceful. I used to play here as a kid. There was a bench I would always sit at on top of a hill. As I approached it, I noticed someone sitting there. Great. I took a deep breath and walked to the tree next to it, leaning against it. I turned the volume up a little more and started to fade away into the music. POV. School was over for the day. There was never any work after the first day, so I was in no rush to get home. My parents wouldn't be home until later, giving me some free time. The sky may have been overcast, but I liked it. The aesthetic was great. I made my way to the park close to my house and sat on the bench that overlooked everything. I pulled out my notebook and watched the world go by. After a few minutes, I heard someone walking up. I didn't think much of it, a lot of people like this spot. I looked over and saw a kid about my age walking up with headphones in and his head down. He walked to the tree and leaned against it. That's a little odd. There's plenty of room on the bench. I know I was already here, but that doesn't mean he has to stay on the ground. I went back to my notebook, tapping on it, trying to figure out some lyrics. I felt inspired to write today, but nothing came to mind. After some time, I leaned my head back and sighed in frustration. I looked around and saw the kids still in the same spot, looking over the park with a blank expression. I returned to my notebook and started tapping my pen again. Suddenly, I heard a snap. I quickly looked up. I know I heard something. I scanned the park, but there was nothing. The only thing around was the kid, who hadn't moved. Another snap caught my attention. I looked over and saw him holding a broken RBB band. Was he just playing with a RBB band this whole time? This guy is a little strange. I didn't realize I was staring until he began digging through his bag, looking panicked. I decided to take a risk. Hey. No response. Hey. Nothing. Hey, is everything all right over there? He still wouldn't answer. Forget it. I stood up and walked over, tapping him on the shoulder. He looked up at me, his face almost scared. His eyes were a faded emerald green. Hey, is everything all right? He took out one of his headphones. I'm sorry, he said with a small smile. Is everything all right? You seemed a little panicked. I stepped back to give him some space. Yeah, I was just looking for something but I forgot it. He hung his head slightly. Why did he just stutter? Why does his smile look forced? I started to walk toward the bench and looked back. You know you can sit on the bench if you want, there's plenty of room. I sat on the far side, my bag leaning against me. He sat there for a few minutes, not moving. Eventually, he stood up and made his way to the bench, sitting on the opposite side with his bag in his lap. Thank you, he said quietly, giving another forced smile. I nodded and returned to my notebook, tapping my pen, trying to think of what to write about. Come on, Joe, this shouldn't be this hard to get an idea. I kept tapping when I noticed the kid scribbling notes next to me. I leaned in a little without realizing it. Can I help you? He asked, looking over at me with a confused expression. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was invading your space. I just saw you making a lot of quick notes, and my curiosity got the better of me. I gave a small smile, trying to hide my embarrassment. Great, now I look like a creep. He shrugged a little and went back to his notes. A minute later, he spoke up. I had an idea about a new beat I wanted to try, so I was making notes of what I heard in my head to better recreate it. He chuckled as he made a few more quick notes. You make music too, huh? I smiled and leaned back again. He looked at me, confused. You make music? Yeah, my family is big into it, so I picked it up. I started to tap my notebook again. What instrument do you play? I don't. He kept his head buried in his notes. I just make beats, but if I had to say one, it would be the piano. But if you put chords in front of me, I wouldn't know what to do. So you make EDM then? I stopped tapping and looked over at him. Not really. I could, but I personally prefer making lo-fi. He continued to look in his notebook. Really? Isn't that just chill music to study and relax to? I gave him a confused look. Yeah, but I find it calming and easy to fade away into. He unplugged his headphones and let his music play. I know it's not the greatest thing in the world, but I like it. I leaned back and listened to the music with him. I can respect that. He looked up at me. So what do you play? I sat up and took a deep breath. I can play guitar, bass, piano, and a little drums. I also sing and write. I quickly looked down into my notebook. Sadly, the songwriting hasn't been coming along much lately. Wow, you can do it all. He chuckled. Not really. My parents can play almost anything and pick things up quickly. I set my pen down. Can I ask you a question? I mean, you already did, but go ahead. He tried to tie a RBB band around his wrist again. Where do you find your inspiration? I sat up again. The whole time I've been here, I've been trying to think of something to write about, but I can't figure anything out. I don't know how it is for lyrics, but I try to capture moments. His RBB band fell off his wrist to the ground. That's why I take so many notes. I want to capture what I felt and heard in my head. As he reached for his RBB band, I noticed a red mark on his wrist. Oh, I guess that makes sense. What's with that mark? Was he just sitting weird and putting pressure on it? I opened my bag and found a purple and black striped RBB band. Here you go, I don't think that one will work anymore. He looked over at me and took it. Thanks. He quickly put it on his wrist that was red. Hey, are you? A phone started to ring. I'm sorry, I need to take this. He answered his phone. Hello. Wait, it's what time? No, Auntie Mitsuki. I'm fine, I was just at the park. No, I didn't go home. If I did, I probably would have gotten caught up in trying new music and been late. I know I'm still late. I'm sorry, I'm on my way now. Bye. Everything all right? I looked at him and laughed. Yeah, I was supposed to be at a friend's house for dinner at 6 o'clock, and well, it's 6:20, so she was worried. He put his notebook away and grabbed his headphones. I'm sorry, but I have to go. It's no problem, thanks for letting me pick your brain. I smiled at him. He stood up and plugged his headphones in. Thanks. He started to walk off. Hey. I spoke up, trying to get him to turn around. He stopped and looked at me. What's your name? He stood there for a moment and took a deep breath. Izuku Midoriya. I'm Kyokajiru. I waved at him. He waved back and smiled as he turned to walk away. As he walked away, I saw him pull the RBB band back and let it snap onto his wrist. Was that him the whole time? Why does his smile seem so forced? It was about a 20-minute walk from the park to Bakugo's house. Tonight will be rough. The entire walk I was just thinking about going home. I opened the gate and knocked on the door. The door flung open, and I was immediately pulled inside by Auntie Mitsuki. What took you so long? Katsuki said you'd be here at 6. She looked at me, confused. I'm sorry, I was at the park and lost track of time while talking with someone. I grabbed my arm. Then, why do I always upset people? The next thing I knew, Auntie Mitsuki threw her arms around me, hugging me. You know I was worried about you, kid. Her voice was calm and smooth. I'm sorry. Shortly after I arrived, we all sat down for dinner. If I could say one thing about the Bakugos, it's that they knew how to cook. They always made the best food. After the meal and what seemed like an hour of asking about how school was, Bakugo got up and left. Finally, I can leave. I stood up to go, but as I was standing, I felt a hand grab my wrist. I looked up, surprised to see Auntie Mitsuki pulling up my sleeve, revealing my wrist in a deep shade of red. So it was a hard day after all. She let go of my sleeve as it fell back down to cover my wrist. Yeah. I looked down, unable to meet her gaze. Have you still been? She placed a hand on my head. No. I quickly interrupted her. I'm sorry, I should go. I need to get some sleep. I turned and headed for the door. I didn't get home until 9. I opened the door to the apartment and set my things by the entrance. I survived the night. Maybe now I can fade away. I walked to the kitchen, poured a shot of whiskey and tossed it back. I poured another before putting the bottle away. In my room, I opened my computer and loaded my music program. I left my notebook at the door. After retrieving it, I sat back down and began experimenting with the soundboard. I searched for a mellow pad with a low tone. Once I found one I liked, I leaned back in my chair. Alright, that's good. I pulled out the keyboard attachment and spent a few minutes crafting the right melody. Hours passed and I sat back listening to the beat. It was mellow yet sad, with an acoustic guitar melody that resonated low, evoking a sense of longing but also a hint of hope. The bass thumped gently, and occasional background noise mimicked the sound of wind. I was pleased with it. That's good for tonight. I can work on the EQ tomorrow. As I went to save my work, I blanked on what to call it. What do I even name this? I stood up and took a moment to think, then glanced at my wrist and smiled. I returned to my computer and typed, alright, that will do for now. I saved the file, turned off my laptop, and lay in bed. I plugged in my phone and closed my eyes, reflecting, purple-haired girl, I like the sound of that. Weeks passed, and school was challenging. I faced bullying and ridicule for my dreams, but music remained my escape. One day, while walking home, I passed my usual music shop and decided to stop in. Stepping inside felt like returning home. I knew the staff well. They had helped me choose my soundboard and were familiar with my music. After catching up, I mentioned wanting to get a guitar to simplify my editing process. He smiled and pointed me to the right section. These are all so expensive. I knew I had enough for one but decided to wait a month to save more. I wasn't in a rush. As I reached for a guitar to try it out, I heard a familiar voice. Hey there. Chapter End. POV. Finally, it's Friday. I stopped to stretch as I walked through the streets. This week couldn't end fast enough. Now it's time for the weekly tradition. I made my way to a shop and spotted Kyoka. Hey, there you are. A man and woman approached me. Took you long enough. I smiled and laughed. Hey, don't be like that. You know how easy it is to get caught up in a song, sweetie, the woman teased. Yeah, you know how your mom gets when the beat picks up, the man added with a thumbs up. Gosh, why do my parents have to be so extra sometimes? I opened the door and stepped inside. Let's go, we're wasting time. Every Friday since I started middle school, my parents and I would visit this music store. My dad was friends with the owner, so we often got good deals, and my parents played a few songs during talent night. We usually picked up picks or strings, and occasionally a new instrument, though that was rare. Time spent here felt fleeting. As I browsed the aisles, I noticed someone looking at guitars. He looks familiar. Where do I know him from? I approached him slowly, trying to recall where I'd seen him. He reached for a guitar, and I spotted a familiar purple and black RBB band. It's him. Hey there, I called, raising my hand. He froze for a moment before turning toward me. I'm sorry, am I not supposed to pick them up if I wasn't going to buy it? No, you're fine. I smiled. Does he not remember me? Why is he shaking like he did something wrong? Hey, do you remember me? Midoriya looked at me, thinking. It's you. You're from the park. It was Jiru, right? Yep. I walked over, picked up the guitar, and sat down with it. I thought you said you couldn't play, so why are you looking at them? I gave him a playful smile as I began to strum a little. Well, you see. I'm sorry. He looked down and started to turn around. I stopped strumming to stop him. Hey, I was just joking, you don't have to get so down. What's going on with this guy? He's so timid. I'm sorry. He paused and gave me a smile. I'm not the best around people. He put his hand behind his head and chuckled a little. Why does that laugh sound so painful? No, it's my fault. I shouldn't have been like that. I began to strum again. So why are you looking at guitars? He stood there frozen for a second. I'm tired of having to manually edit each note while I make songs. If I had an actual guitar, it would be so much more efficient. That makes sense. I looked down at the frets as I changed chords. So you've never actually tried to play a guitar? He kept looking down. No. I stopped playing. Want to change that? I looked up at him. He raised his head and our eyes met. Sure. I slid over some and motioned for him to sit next to me. After he sat down, I handed him the guitar. He held it so awkwardly that I couldn't help but laugh a little. After a minute, he got the hang of it. Alright, let's start with something simple. Take your middle finger and press down on the 3rd fret. Now put your index finger on the string above that on the 2nd fret, and put your ring finger on the highest string and press on the 3rd fret. I helped guide his hand to make sure everything was right. His hands are so cold and rough. Alright, now strum. He dragged the pick across all 6 strings. The sound came out muted, with a few strings ringing true. I couldn't help but laugh again. He put his head down. Come on, look up. It was your first time, it takes practice, but hey, now you can say you've played a guitar. I gave him a smile. He looked up and smiled. Is it alright if I just mess around to hear the sounds? Yeah, music is about expression, and if you're having fun, who cares? I sat back and just watched as he fumbled around each string, hearing the sounds they made at each fret. A few minutes passed, and he was still experimenting, trying to string together individual notes. He would hit a note and wait a second before hitting another. Most of the time, the next note would be completely wrong and it would sound off. You're really focused on this, aren't you? He didn't look up. Yeah, it's a bad habit. Once something intrigues me, I can sometimes go overboard. I continued to sit there and watch him fumble around when suddenly his eyes lit up a little, and a grin spread across his face. That's different. This one sounds genuine. He began to play single notes in a melody. It was simple, but for his first time ever playing, I was impressed. Wow, that was amazing, me. And what exactly do you think you're doing? My dad walked up and stood over us. Midoriya froze, looking down, unable to move. I was. You were what? Trying to serenade my daughter with a guitar? My dad leaned in, glaring at him. Dad, stop it. It's not like that at all. I stood up to confront him. I looked back at Midoriya. He had set the guitar down and was clutching his bag. My dad and I both fell silent watching him. He was frozen. Sorry. His voice cracked. Hey, it's all right. I turned towards him. My dad likes to. I'm sorry. He practically yelled this time. Everything was quiet as he walked toward the exit. Midoriya, wait. I reached out for him but stopped when I saw tears in his eyes. He paused at the exit and turned back, hearing my voice. I'm sorry. His voice was filled with pain. He ran out of the store, making his way home. Dad, what were you thinking? I turned towards my dad, angry. Calm down. I didn't think he would react like that. You know I like to put on an act when people try to put the moves on you. My dad got defensive, trying to justify his actions. He wasn't doing that at all. It was his first time ever playing guitar, and it was the first time I've seen him have a genuine smile. Don't you ever think before you do anything? I left the store, making my way to the park. I needed a place to think and calm down. As I made my way to the bench where I met him, my mind was flooded with questions. Why did I get so mad? Will he hate music now? Should I have gone after him? Does he hate me? Why do I even care? I barely even know him. Is he going to be alright? Will I ever see him again? Hey, Shoni, do you know who that kid was? I walked up to the counter. Sort of. He comes in here every now and then. The first time he came in, he was so lost. He was looking for soundboards. He bought one and now he comes in once a month or so and looks around. I've heard some of the stuff he's made. It's pretty good. The man at the counter just stared outside. Will you keep an eye out for him and call me the next time you see him in here? I rested my arms on the counter. I really messed up. I ran all the way to my house and locked the door. I dropped everything at the door and made my way to my room. I'm such an idiot, why did I panic? I buried my face in my pillow. They probably all think I'm a freak now. You are a freak. Shut up. They all hate you. Shut up. Why were you trying to flirt with that girl you barely know? Shut up, I wasn't. She thinks you're a creep. Shut up. Her dad is going to report you. Shut up. What kind of hero would force themselves onto a girl? Shut up. You'll never be a hero. I said shut up. I went to my desk and grabbed my knife. I took my shirt off and pressed the cold steel to my wrist. 7 cuts later, I cleaned the blood off my knife and put it away. The blood ran down my arm while I sat in the shower. The water washed it and my tears away. The voices were once again silent. All I could hear was the water bouncing off the tile and a single thought in my head. Why? The rest of the weekend, I stayed locked in my room. I only left to eat and grab more liquor. Time seemed to stand still as my thoughts kept harassing me about the day before. My head felt like it was going to explode with all the noise filling it. Why won't they just shut up? I took a big swig from the bottle of whiskey. Looking at the clock, it was already late, and I had school tomorrow. Not that place again. I took the bottle back with me to my room, taking another swig along the way. My room was a mess of clothes and papers scattered everywhere. I set the bottle on the nightstand before pulling my knife out of the drawer. The blade was getting dull, and you could see faint stains on it. DMN. Looks like I'll have to get a new one tomorrow. Sitting back on the bed, I took another swig before I pressed the blade to my wrist. With each slice, the voices grew quiet. My head was silent. I took one last swig from the bottle before I passed out on the bed. The world seemed to stay still in the last moments before I fell asleep, and I heard a voice I'd never heard before. Why? The voice was calm. It wasn't aggressive or condescending, it was worried. It wanted to help. As I drifted into sleep, I could only wonder where this lone voice came from. 2 months had passed since the music store incident. I had saved up plenty for that guitar, but I couldn't bring myself to go back. I didn't want to risk running into them. How could I? I'm such a mess that brings bad fortune. The school day went by surprisingly fast. No one talked to me. Most people would say that's a bad thing, but for me, it meant a day without being bullied. Packing up for the day, I grabbed my bag and threw in my headphones. I made my way through the front gate when an idea popped into my head. Today's been good. That one thought was all I needed to stop by the music store. Before I knew it, I was standing outside of the shop. I just stared at the door and clenched my fist for what seemed like forever. I slowly reached for the door. Before I could grab the handle, the door swung open. Midoriya, man, it's been a while. Shoni, the owner of the shop, pulled me in, and before I knew it, we were standing at the counter talking. Where have you been hiding this whole time? Oh, I've just been really busy with school. Has the shop been busy lately? I gave him a fake smile, trying to change the topic. It's been steady, but I've got a talent night tomorrow, he said, pointing towards a poster. I wanted to try something new. It will give people a chance to show off their skills, plus it may inspire people to pick up something new. Look at you trying something new. I chuckled lightly. Yeah, if it goes well, I may do these once a month. He looked down at the counter. So what brought you in here today? Are you looking for a new board? Not exactly. I was wanting to get a guitar. Oh, look at you branching out finally. He chuckled lightly. Actually, the opposite. It will make the process for my music smoother and less time-consuming in the long run. I began to relax a bit as the conversation went on. Actually, there was one I liked the last time I was here. Hey there. I froze. I knew that voice. Not now. Why, of all days, did it have to be today? Can't I have one good day? I need a break, if only just for a day, and I'll start again tomorrow. Next thing I knew, I was walking by the music store. Out of habit, I looked through the window to see if there was anything new in stock. To my surprise, a certain green-haired boy was standing at the counter. I stopped and had to compose myself. Then it dawned on me. It's been 2 months, and I didn't think of what I was going to say. How could I forget that? I started to panic, my ear jacks acting up. Calm down, you can do this. Just walk up and say hi, and I'm sure we can figure it out from there. I grabbed my jacks to calm them and myself down before walking into the store. Hey there. Hey. He didn't even turn around, and his body instantly tensed up. Is it all right if we talk for a minute? I stood at the door waiting for a response. Please say yes, this is my best chance. I guess so. He kept his head down, staring at the floor. Hey Midoriya, she's got quite the eye for instruments. I'm sure she could help you out. Besides, I need to make a call right quick. Shoni turned around and grabbed the phone. Still wanting a guitar? I'm glad to hear that. Let's go back to our spot again. I started making my way to the guitars when I noticed he wasn't following me. You coming? He didn't say a word, just kept his head down as he slowly made his way to me, holding his wrist the whole time. Once we made it to the spot, I grabbed a guitar and started to play softly as he stood in front of me. Please sit down, it would make this less awkward. Midoriya sat down on the stool across from me and kept his eyes glued to the floor. Why? You want a DT talk? He could barely get his words out. I looked up at him and stopped playing. I wanted to apologize. My dad is really protective of me because I'm daddy's little girl. He also likes to put on a tough guy act. I'm sorry. He kept his eyes on the ground. Why is he apologizing? He did nothing wrong. I started playing again. It's not your fault at all, so don't apologize, please. If it makes you feel any better, my mom and I chewed him out, and he had to sleep on the couch for a week. I gave a small chuckle, hoping for any kind of reaction from him. I'm sorry. Again with this? What's going on in his head? His voice is so empty. I stopped playing again. No need to apologize, he deserved worse. I mean, why would he just come up and start interrogating you like that? Midoriya began to mess with his wrist. Is everything okay? I leaned in a little bit. Why? Yeah. He tensed up more. Hey, look at me please. He slowly raised his head, and our eyes met for the first time that day. Is everything alright? Why? Yeah, I'm fine. He's obviously lying, but I can't blame him. The last time he was with me, he got yelled at. He's probably just nervous. I handed the guitar to him. Play. It's been a while since you last played, I assume. Yes. He reluctantly took the guitar and held it in his hands, staring at it. Come on, it won't bite, I swear. Let's see what you remember. I gave him a smile, hoping to lighten the mood. He slowly started to mess around with single notes again, but it was painfully obvious he hadn't played since then. He definitely hasn't played anymore. What has he been up to this whole time? I just sat there watching him play. He's definitely relaxed more. That's good, I'm glad. His playing slowly got better, and eventually he was playing how he was 2 months ago. Look at you, the fast learner. He jumped a little as I spoke. Yeah, I guess so. He totally forgot I was here. For a moment, it was just him and the guitar. Well, he seems relaxed. This may be my best chance. I straightened up on the stool and squeezed my fists. It seems like you haven't played since we last talked. What have you been doing this whole time, hiding from me? He suddenly stopped playing and looked down again. This probably sounds creepy, but every day for the past 2 months, I either came here or to the park to try and find you. Warehouse, why? Because I wanted to apologize for everything. I know we barely know each other, but that whole encounter was wrong. I started to twirl my finger in my jack as I looked down. What do you mean? I know it may sound weird and I may just be reading into things, but it feels like you're trying to hide something. I don't know, it's probably nothing. I looked up and noticed he had stopped playing. His body was shaking slightly as he stared at the ground. Hey, I'm sorry I dug too deep. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. I'm sorry. Hey, can I ask you a question? His voice was soft and cold. Of course. I shifted my eyes back to the ground. Oh God, I messed this up so bad. He probably hates me now. Do you think I'm a freak? This was the question just asked to me by a guy I barely knew. For a moment, time seemed to stand still as I stared into his faded green eyes. I knew what my answer was, but I was so caught off guard that I couldn't bring myself to respond. Where did that come from? I asked. It's all right if you do. I'm not exactly what you would call normal. He chuckled softly, trying to hide his pain. I stared at him, trying to gather my thoughts. I mean, it's been 2 months since I ran out of here with no explanation. It would only make sense for you. Shut up. The room fell silent, time seeming to stand still. I'm sorry, Jur. I said shut up, damn it. I stood up, grabbing him by his shirt and looking into his eyes, which seemed faded, almost lifeless. Why would I think you're a freak? Midoriya sat there, staring into my onyx eyes, unable to speak. I don't care about your normal. Nothing is normal in this world. Sure, you may have run away for almost no reason 2 months ago, but that doesn't mean I think you're a freak. For God's sake, I spent every day of those 2 months looking for you to apologize. Now you tell me, would I do that if I thought you were a freak? Midoriya hung his head after my rant and shook it sadly. I let go of his shirt and sat back down across from him. Now I'm going to ask you a question, and I want to know the truth. But if you're not comfortable answering, you don't have to. He slowly nodded but kept his head down. Why did you run that day? I know my dad was yelling, but I think there was more to it than that. Midoriya took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself. He didn't want to lie to me, but he couldn't tell me everything. Just as he took his last deep breath, a voice interrupted. Is it all right if I talk? Midoriya instantly tensed up again. Dad, what are you doing here? I turned towards my dad in shock but quickly shifted my focus back to Midoriya. Oh God, how is he going to react? He's already tense again. If he runs, I'm chasing after him. I'm not going to let him get away again. Midoriya sat there frozen, gripping his wrist tightly as my dad began to speak. Look, I wanted to apologize for what happened. I know it was uncalled for and I didn't give you a chance to explain, but Kyoka is my world, and I'll do whatever to protect her. That being said, I shouldn't make assumptions about one of my daughter's friends. I understand I messed up, but don't hold that against my daughter. My dad sat down at another stool. I don't know if you're interested, but there's an event here tomorrow night. You should come. It will be fun. Our family will be here, so you'll know at least one person. Shoni told me you make music. I think you'd enjoy it. He stood up, placed his hand on my head and walked out. Hey, I'm so sorry about that. I didn't know he was going to be here. I sat there, still not moving. Can I ask you another question? His voice came out soft and shaky. Yeah. Did you mean all that you said earlier? Of course I did. Why would I lie to you? I leaned forward a little, noticing him start to relax. Did your dad mean everything he said? His voice began to shake more. Yeah, he wears his heart on his sleeve. He means well and is a great guy, just a bit of a dumbass. But yeah, he meant it all. I leaned back again, starting to relax. He took another deep breath, still holding his wrist tightly, and gave a slight smile. I stood up and reached for the guitar. Come on, let's go somewhere else. The vibe here has been killed. He handed me the guitar and started to stand up. Don't you have to head home? Nah. I put the guitar up. When my dad put his hand on my head, that was his way of saying have fun and don't stay out too late. Oh, okay. Hey, you don't have to if you don't want to. But I think we should at least have one time we see each other end on a good note. I gave a small giggle to lighten the mood. Why? Yeah, I have time before I need to get home. Well, let's get going. We don't have all night. I began to walk towards the door, with Midoriya following behind me. Izuku POV. How did I end up here? We were back at the park where we first met, sitting on the same bench. No words were exchanged as we looked over the park, watching people go by. Why did she bring me out here? It's funny how we're back here again. She leaned back and stretched against the bench. How so? I asked, still staring out over the park. She shrugged a little. I don't know, it just is to me. We've run into each other 3 times now, and it's always been in the same places. I think it's more coincidence than funny. Maybe, but still, it is to me. Whatever you say. I leaned back and took a deep breath. What is she even talking about? That makes no sense to me. So, I know this is odd, but you never answered my question earlier before my dad interrupted us. Again. She turned towards me and sat cross-legged so she could see me. I hoped she forgot that. I took a deep breath and scooted off the bench to sit on the ground. Do you really want to know? Of course. She shifted to lean her back against the armrest. Well, it's pretty obvious I'm socially awkward. More often than not, I'm a stuttering mess. Plus, I'm not good with confrontation. I panicked and ran. It's as simple as that. I brought my knees to my chest and wrapped my arms around them tightly. Hopefully that's good enough for her. Is that it? Yeah. I'm not buying it. What? Why not? I turned to her in shock. Am I that easy to read? Call it a sixth sense or just part of my quirk. She raised her hands in the air and pointed to them. I've seen you look at them from time to time, and I'm guessing you're curious about them. I gave a slight nod as I turned away from her. Well, for better or worse, my quirk heightens my hearing. Because of that, I've become extremely perceptive and can pick up on things most wouldn't. It's honestly annoying sometimes because I can always tell when people are lying. As you can imagine, people don't like that, and it causes a moral dilemma of whether to call them out or pretend like I don't know. She shifted and sat on the ground next to me. Honestly, I've been trying to get a read on you each time we saw each other because I had this feeling that something was wrong. But I could never get a read on you. I could feel my breathing getting faster. Of course, the one person that doesn't write me off instantly can read people like a book. Just my luck. I felt a hand placed on my shoulder. Dude, calm down. It's okay, I'm not gonna ask for all your secrets. That's not who I am. I just wanted to be honest with you, and I want you to be honest with yourself. Honest with myself? That's a laugh. There's no way I wouldn't be sent back to therapy or worse if I was honest with myself. I turned my head towards her. Not to sound rude, but why do you even care? She laughed to herself for a moment. You know, I've been asking myself that for a while now. Ever since you ran, I kept asking myself why I care if this guy that's not even a friend is alright. But that turned out to be the answer. I guess I did consider you a friend even though we didn't know each other. We do share an interest in music. Plus, you let me pick your brain on how you find inspiration. By the way, that was really helpful and has been working for me too. She gave me a smile as her hands perked up a little. Also, I don't think I'd go around giving guitar lessons to a guy I just met, so yeah, I do consider you a friend. I couldn't help but let out a small smile after hearing that. It may have been the first real smile in a long time. I could live in this moment forever. I guess today was a good day. As if on cue, my phone began to ring. I looked at it and saw it was Aunt Mitsuki. Sorry, I have to take this. It's all good, don't worry. She gave me a nod. Hello? I'm at the park. I'm just hanging out with a friend. I didn't know you were coming over today. No, it's not like that at all. Yeah, I'll be safe and let you know later. Well, no, I can't do that tomorrow. I have plans already, sorry. Yeah. I guess you could say that. No, it's actually been alright lately. Yeah, I understand and I will. Alright, bye. Things were quiet after I hung up the phone. No words were said. We just sat there listening to the breeze. So, was that your parents wondering where you were? She turned towards me again. No, a family friend. I brought my knees back into my chest. Do you need to head back to meet them? Can I ask you a question? I relaxed a little as I took a deep breath. I'm all ears. She gave a small giggle and motioned to her hands again. Yeah, about that, did you hear any of that conversation? The air grew tense as the question left my lips. Not really. It sounded like they were worried as if something had happened, though. I thought so. Could you do me a favor and forget all that? If I get another call around you again, could you please do your best to not listen to it? I understand that it could be hard, but please try. Yeah, I can do that. But can I ask you something? Go ahead. What did you mean when you said you had plans tomorrow? Don't take this the wrong way, but you don't seem to be the type to go out on the weekends. What are you talking about? You were there when your dad invited me to the event tomorrow. I gave her a confused look as I stood up and stretched. Besides, it would be rude to say no after he apologized. She looked up at me and smiled, noticing I still had on the purple and black RBB band. Still have that old thing, I see. Yeah, I guess I still do. I put my arms down and gave a small smile. I hope she didn't see that. So what's with the RBB band, anyway? She looked at me and stared into my eyes. It's nothing, don't worry about it. I forced a smile, but she narrowed her eyes at me. Did you forget what I just told you? I know you're lying. I balled my fists and turned away. It's nothing. I'm fine. It doesn't sound like you're fine. She stood up and placed a hand on my shoulder. I said it's nothing. I shouted, and she quickly withdrew her hand. Midoriya. I'm sorry. Please drop it. I'll see you tomorrow, Jiru. I walked away before she could respond. Friday morning started like any other. I dragged myself out of bed and faced my reflection in the mirror. I opened my desk drawer and pulled out a half-empty bottle of whiskey, taking a swig. The burn reminded me I was still alive. Next was the shower. I always hate this part of the day. It wasn't the shower itself, it was the reminder of my scars. No one was around to see them, but the thought alone made me anxious. Halfway through, I took another swig. By the time I finished, my phone rang. Auntie Mitsuki called every morning to make sure I was up for school. After the call, I took one last swig before getting dressed. I hope today goes by fast. The school day was routine. I kept my head down with headphones on, only looking up to take notes. No one seemed to care if I was paying attention. The only time I got noticed was when something was thrown at me. Lunch was the same as always. I sat on the roof, legs hanging over the edge, enjoying the peace despite the occasional taunt from passing students. Halfway through the day, the last few PRDS were easy, but that meant more teasing. Even the teacher joined in, as if it were part of the lesson. I didn't care what they thought. They didn't know me, and the one thing they did know was a lie I created. Finally, the school day ended, and I could go home and prepare for tonight. At least the worst part of the day is over. As I stood up, a hand slammed onto my desk, sending sparks flying. Hey Kaken. See, can I do anything for you? I managed a small smile. What do you think you're doing, Deku? What do you mean? He grabbed my collar and pulled me up. Don't play dumb. I heard the old hag say you had plans tonight. What kind of plans? I started to tremble in his grip. It's nothing really. There's an event at a music store. I wanted to check it out. He threw me back into my chair. Is that so? And where exactly is this store? His friends laughed behind him. It's not too far from my house. The store's name is... Shut up already. He let off more explosions onto my desk, leaving a slight char. I know where you're talking about, so stop trying to explain. Why don't you do us all a favor and leave already? I'm tired of looking at your quirkless face. Before they left, they kicked me and my chair over, laughing. Tonight needs to come faster. Finally, it was time to head out. Tonight's gonna be a good night. I dressed casually in jeans and a blue hoodie. After making sure I had everything I needed, I took a swig of whiskey to calm my nerves. I was a couple of blocks away from the store when I heard a familiar voice. Hey Deku, who would have thought you'd actually go out? I thought you were lying to avoid us. He laughed mockingly. But it turns out you did have plans. He grabbed my shoulder and pulled me into an alley. Stop, Kaken. It's starting soon and I don't want to be late. I tried to pull away, but he tightened his grip. Oh come on, Nadette. This will only take a second. It's not like anyone will notice if you're not there. He threw me against the wall, and I fell to the ground. That's not true. I'm meeting a friend here. I tried to stand, but he punched me in the gut. Who would want to be friends with a quirkless loser like you? Even your own parents wanted nothing to do with you. Another punch landed. In that moment, something snapped inside me, and for once, it wasn't just my resolve. I was furious with Kanchan for what he was saying and doing, but I was also angry at myself because I knew he wasn't completely wrong. Still, I wasn't going to just sit there and take it. I stood up and glared at him, and in the heat of the moment, I activated my quirk, my eyes turning completely black. I raised my arm and punched Kanchan in the stomach. Shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. My punch didn't do anything but infuriate him. The next thing I knew, I was slammed back against the wall, a burning sensation spreading across my chest and the taste of blood in my mouth. Everything was starting to go black, but he sent another blast into my chest, intensifying the pain. Who do you think you are, trying to take a shot at me? You don't even deserve to touch me. He hit me again, and by this point, my shirt and hoodie had holes in them, exposing my skin to the burning blasts. Why don't you do us all a favor and jump off the roof? With that, he sent one final blast into my chest before walking away. I don't know how long I sat there in the alley, everything blurry and fading. All I could think about was how they would react to my absence. Would they even notice? Would they look for me? Would they go home? These thoughts rushed through my mind as darkness closed in. The last thing I remember is a man's voice calling out, "Hey kid, are you okay?" POV. I was excited that it was Friday evening. The weekend had officially started, and there was no better way to kick it off than with a concert. Well, it wasn't a real concert, more of a showcase, but it didn't matter. It was an opportunity to get out of the house and enjoy some music. Plus, I got to see my new friend again. He might be a little odd, but that kept things interesting. I left my house before my parents to secure a decent spot. We didn't know how many people would show up, so it was better to be safe than sorry. I wonder if he's actually going to show up? The store was just a few blocks away, and I could see people starting to gather outside. I guess they closed up early to set up. It doesn't look like there are too many people, so that's good. As I approached the store, I passed an alleyway and heard strange noises coming from it. You know, it gets annoying hearing everything sometimes, especially when something is going down. A chill ran down my spine as I recalled something traumatic from my childhood. That's why I made them soundproof the entire house. "Hey kid, are you okay?" I was startled to realize there was a kid in the alley. I don't want to see what's going on, but someone needs to stop this. I looked around and noticed no one was nearby. I'm going to need a strong drink after this. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the alley. "Hey kid, you need to wake up." I moved closer to the sounds, readying my jacks just in case. This is bad. He's not waking up. I stopped when I saw a figure crouching over someone on the ground. "Hey, I don't know what you're doing to that kid, but you better stop. I've already called the police and I'm sure some heroes are on the way." The figure stood up, looking confused. "Oh no, please believe my bluff and just leave." "Did you really call the police?" "Yeah, so you better get out of here quickly before they catch you." The figure turned around, revealing himself as a man in a black jumpsuit with a long scarf. "Why would I leave? I'll have to give them a report and explain the condition of the kid." I returned his confused look. "Wait, so you're not the one who put him in this situation?" "No, why would you think that? Just look at you. Tall and skinny, crazy hair. Oh, you're a hero, aren't you?" "Yeah, I am." "What did you think I was?" "That's not important now. We should probably call someone because I may have lied about calling people." My jacks clicked nervously together. "Of course." He pulled out a phone and started making a call. "Do me a favor and watch him until I come back. I don't want to drag him out to the street and cause a crowd until absolutely necessary." As he stepped away, my heart sank when I recognized the kid. Midoriya. I rushed to his side and knelt down next to him. "What happened to him?" "I don't know, I just got here when you showed up. But it sounds like you know him." He moved toward the street. "If that's the case, you may want to ride along once they get here." "But why did it have to be him?" Tears began to form in my eyes as I looked at Midoriya. His chest was covered in burns. Who would do this to him? I could hear his faint breathing, which brought me some comfort. "They'll be here soon, so I need you to tell me how you know him." He returned to me after putting his phone away. "I honestly don't know him that well. We've only met a few times. All I really know is his name and that he likes music." He let out a sigh. "Well, I guess that's better than nothing." We could hear the sirens approaching. He walked over, picked up Midoriya, and started carrying him out of the alley. "If you want to ride along, you better hurry up." Without hesitation, I followed him and hopped in the ambulance, riding off to the hospital. Izuku POV. I woke up, my entire body aching. I didn't remember what had happened. All I knew was that everything hurt. The room was so bright that I couldn't see clearly at first. Just as things started to become clear, I heard a voice. "Oh, looks like you finally woke up." I looked over to see a man sitting in the corner. Sir, who are you and where am I?" He sighed. I'm Eraserhead, and I brought you to the hospital. I found you passed out in an alley. I looked around, taking in my surroundings. Well, why did you bother bringing me here? He looked up, giving me a confused look. Kid, you could have died if you stayed there. You were in bad shape. Your chest had third-degree burns, and some of your ribs are broken. You're lucky I got to you when I did. I looked down, placing a hand on my chest. I could feel the burn at the touch and a sharp pain shooting through me. How long have I been here? It's been about 3 hours. He glanced towards the door. The doctor will be back soon, and you should be discharged tomorrow once they make sure your chest isn't infected. Alright. Thank you. I relaxed a little before feeling a breeze run up my arm. Dread filled my heart. Not again. I quickly shot my head up to see Eraserhead leaning forward, locking eyes with me. So tell me, what's with all the scars, kid? His eyes looked tired but still sharp. It's a long story. Don't dodge the question. I have a good idea of what's going on, but you need to tell me. I haven't had what you call a normal childhood. I was born quirkless. Because of that, I was bullied. People treated me like a punching bag. He sat back a little. So you became depressed because of this? Yeah, I mean, imagine being a child who wants to be a hero but has your dreams crushed because of something you can't control. I rested my back on the bed and stared at the ceiling. Do your parents know about all this? I let out a small chuckle. Well, I guess that doesn't matter. They'll find out when they get here, and if you don't tell them, I will. Guess you'll be waiting a while then. I started to laugh a little louder. And what's that supposed to mean? I don't even know where they are. I doubt the doctors could find them. I heard him stand up and walk towards the door. Where are you going? I thought you were going to wait for my parents. I'll be back. I need to make a call. After he walked out, I let out a deep breath. Could this day get any worse? I looked up at the clock, and my heart dropped again. I was supposed to meet them at the music store. I threw a pillow over my face and sighed. She's going to be so upset. I heard the door start to open again and pulled the pillow off my face. Alright kid, we need to have a talk and the doctor will be in shortly. He returned to his chair. What is it? That depends on what the doctor says. He sat back, putting his head down. We sat in silence for a few minutes before the doctor walked in. Ah, Midoriya, glad to see you're up. You were in pretty bad shape, but you'll be fine in just a few weeks. He stood at the foot of the bed. We contacted your emergency contact, and they said they would be here shortly. Hearing this, I tensed up and put my head down. That being said, you'll be released tomorrow. But I do have to ask what happened. I kept my head down as I answered. I was on my way to meet a friend at a music store when I got mugged. After he threw me in the alley, I was beaten until I was knocked out. Any reason as to why they may have targeted you? I looked up and chuckled at the doctor. Seriously, look at me. Do I look like someone who could put up much of a fight? That may be true, but he didn't know your quirk, so for all he knew, it could have been something that gives you incredible speed or strength. I doubt that. I glanced over at Eraserhead. This person knew they could get what they wanted. They picked me because they knew I didn't have a quirk. The doctor looked over at Eraserhead, confused. What do you mean? According to the chart, Midoriya does have a quirk. I put my head down again, feeling Eraserhead's eyes on me. Anyways, I just wanted to let you know that everything is going to be fine, kid. Once we get the last couple of test results back, we'll get you back home. With that, the doctor left the room, leaving the two of us in silence. So how much of what you told me was a lie? He leaned forward in his chair. Not much. I have a quirk, but I wish I was never born with it. What is your quirk? It's called Traumatize. When I use it, I see orbs around people. When I touch them, I make them relive a traumatic experience. I took a deep breath and started to shake. I see the memory as well. I can also increase the level of trauma in the memory. He just sat there, staring at me, dumbstruck for a moment. How do you know you can do all that? I had to use it on myself to gain control of it. That way I wouldn't lose control and hurt someone else. What do you mean by that? Because of my quirk, I drove my mother insane. She lived with me for 6 years after my quirk manifested. She was then sent to a mental rehabilitation center at the beginning of last year. I haven't seen her since. And what about your dad? I never met him. I found out my mom kicked him out because he was cheating on her. I kept my head down, but I could hear him stand up and begin to walk. The next thing I knew, I felt a hand placed on my head. It will be alright, kid. I know I said I would stay until they got here, but there is something I need to take care of. I'll be back tomorrow before they let you go, alright? I didn't look up but just nodded. Also, I was supposed to give you this before I left. He set a note on my lap. Your friend was worried about you. Her dad had to practically drag her out of here. He made his way to the door. Get some rest, kid, you need it. With that, he left and I looked down at the note. My heart began to race as I opened it. Hey kid, sorry we couldn't stay till you got up. The doctor told us that we couldn't stay but that you would be alright. Call us when you get up. Kyoka probably won't stop staring at the phone until you do. Get well soon. Kyota. At the bottom was a phone number. I sighed as I looked around until I found my phone in a bag along with my clothes from earlier. I took a deep breath as I started to dial a number. Hey. Fridays are always the best. It's the end of the work week and I get to spend the weekend with my family. As chaotic as this family can be, we have our tradition of family meals on Friday. Each week the meal changes, but it never fails to put a smile on my face to see my family together. I look to the clock as I'm in the kitchen. It's almost 5. I go back to my cooking when I hear the doors start to open. I'm home. Ah, Katsuki, it's about time you got home. I thought you were going to be late. Yeah, whatever. When's the food gonna be ready? He starts making his way to the stairs. In a couple of hours, I just started. I turn back to the counter. Hey Katsuki, what do you think Izuku is doing tonight? I hear him come to a stop. Why the hell should I care what he does? Well, he is your friend? I turn to face him. Whatever. Also, he's going to some music night or something. Oh, music night. Sounds like he's gonna have fun on his date then. I give a little smirk and start to chuckle. What do you mean date? That dim nerd can barely talk to us. What makes you think he has a date? Well, when I called him yesterday, he said he was with a friend. And from the sounds of his reactions, I'm sure it was a girl. Like hell it is. Ah, is my little Katsuki jealous that Izuku is going to have a girlfriend before you? I could never be jealous of a quirkless loser like him. He started to make his way up the stairs. I sigh to myself as I go back to cutting vegetables. Why doesn't Izuku tell people about his quirk? Dinner was almost ready. It just needed a little longer to cook. I look to the living room and see Masaru watching the news. I love these little quiet moments. As I stood there taking in the moment, my phone started to go off. Then, why did it have to ruin the moment? Hello. Hi, is this Mitsuki Bakugo? Yes, who is this? My name is Chiho. I'm a receptionist at Dagoba General Hospital. In an instant, my happy Friday had turned into my worst nightmare. I'm calling because you're listed as Izuku Midoriya's emergency contact. What happened? I'm sorry, I don't know all the details, but he was brought in and is still unconscious. It seemed as if he was mugged, but he is stable and will be released tomorrow. Oh, thank God. Is it all right if I come? Of course, but if possible, could you bring a change of clothes? His aren't exactly able to be worn. Of course, thank you. I dropped my phone and nearly collapsed. As I was trying to regain my composure, I heard Masaru walking up to me. Is everything all right, Mitsuki? He grabbed me by the shoulders. Izuku's in the hospital. I have to go check on him. We'll all go. I'll go get Katsuki. He starts to make his way towards the stairs. No, you two stay here. I grab my phone and start to make my way to the door. Mitsuki, but why? You know why. He takes my hand and squeezes it. You really think he's still doing that again? I don't think he ever stopped, but I could never find any proof. I let go of his hand as I made my way out the door, driving toward Izuku's house, trying not to panic about what I would find when I arrived. Why did it have to be him? Speeding down the streets, I couldn't help but think back to the day I got a call from the school about how he passed out. I could still see him in that bed as if it were right in front of me. He looked peaceful, but his arms were covered in scars. I couldn't believe the nurse at the school acted as if it was nothing. After I found out that the school didn't care about him harming himself, I seriously debated having him switch schools. I knew I couldn't do that, though. It would likely be worse for him at a new school. At least Katsuki was able to keep an eye on him. The drive to his house was a short 15 minutes, but it felt like hours. I had just parked and was about to get out of the car when my phone went off again. Hello. Hey. Izuku, are you all right? Yeah. I'll be fine. Just sore. I'll be there shortly. I'm at your apartment. You don't have to come. I'm fine, I promise. Izuku, I'm coming. Besides, I know you'll need a change of clothes. Alright, could you grab my black hoodie at least and my charger too? Of course, I'll be there as soon as I can. Alright, thank you. It's no problem. I'm just glad you're okay. I heard the phone click. He had hung up. I took a deep breath and rested my head on the wheel. Thank you, God. Thank you for letting him be alright. I sat in the car for a few more minutes as I cried. Izuku POV. I leaned back and let out a long sigh. That went better than I expected. I stared at the note in my hand and unlocked my phone again. I took another deep breath as I hit call. Hello. I didn't recognize the voice. It was a woman, but her tone was calm. Hi, it's Midoriya. Midoriya? I don't know anyone by that name. Oh, I'm sorry. I must have been given the wrong number then. Oh no, you misunderstood. I don't know anyone by that name, but my daughter told me to watch the phone. She wouldn't tell me why. Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay, just give me a moment. I'll go get her. Oh, Thank you. Kyoka, your friend Midoriya is on the phone. Friend? Where did that come from? I stared at my phone in disbelief before speaking up. I'm not her friend. We barely know each other. Oh, I know that. I just enjoy teasing her. Plus, her father freaks out as well. Is everything alright? Yeah. I just remember learning that one the hard way. What do you mean by that? The woman's tone shifted to one filled with concern. Well, before I could answer, I heard muffled voices on the other side, alongside some commotion. Hey kid, sorry about my wife. We haven't fully explained the situation to her about what happened tonight. Oh no, it's alright Mr. Gyre. I was just confused. It's fine, also call me Kyotoku. By the way, you called probably at the worst time. We finally convinced Kyoka to go take a shower. Sorry. No need to apologize. I'm sure she'll be down in a minute. But how are you feeling, kid? I'm sore and I have some burns, but other than that, I'll be fine. I'll be released tomorrow. That's good to hear. Hey kid, why don't you come over tomorrow for dinner? I would like to, but tomorrow won't be good. I'm sure I'll be busy with questions from family. Okay, I understand. But Sunday would work if that's good for you guys. Yeah, that will work. I'll pick you up at the music store Sunday at 5. All right. Also, don't tell Kyoka, this will be a surprise for her. Yes, sir. Sounds like she's coming down the stairs now. I took a deep breath. Relax, kid, it will be all right. I'm trying. I could hear another muffled conversation over the phone. My heart raced as I didn't know what to expect. I had just talked to her mother and father. Any confidence I had was gone. I sat there quietly for what seemed like forever until I heard a voice come over the phone. Hey, is it really you, Midoriya? Her voice was soft, almost on the verge of tears. Yeah, it's really me. Oh, thank God, I was so worried. Yeah, sorry about that. What are you apologizing for? It's not like you did that on purpose. I'm sorry. It's kind of a habit. Gotta love that anxiety. I gave a small chuckle. Yeah. So how are you feeling? I'm sore, but I'll be out of here by tomorrow. That's great. I'm glad it's nothing too serious. You and me both. But I'm sure tomorrow is going to be tough. Huh, yeah, probably. Hey Gyru, can I ask you a question? Yeah. What all did you see while here? I could hear her breathing shake after the question as she took a few breaths. Well, I saw the burns on your chest. They looked really bad. Yeah. They're 3rd degree, so I'll have some scarring. Oh. Did you see anything else? I heard her gulp as she stayed quiet. Gyru, did you see anything else? Yeah. What was it? Your arms. I let out a sigh. I can't believe this. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. It's not like you inspected my body while I was sleeping. That's not why I'm sorry. What are you talking about? Midoriya. Are you really okay? Yeah. That's all in the past. Everything all right, Gyru? Gyru. Izuku, please. Please be all right. Whoa, Gyru, where did that come from? Answer the question. Please. I'm all right, Gyru. Promise me, Izuku. Promise me that you'll be all right. I promise. Thank you. Also, I'm sorry about using your first name. I just wanted you to know how serious I was. It's all right, don't worry about it. We stayed quiet for a few minutes, both unsure of what to say. Finally, she broke the silence, her voice quiet and shaky. Do you know what time you're gonna be let go tomorrow? They said sometime in the morning, but I'm not exactly sure. All right, could you call me and let me know when you get home tomorrow? Before I could finish, the door opened, and Auntie Mitsuki walked in. Izuku, how are you feeling? Why are you on the phone? Auntie Mitsuki, you got her faster than I expected. What do you expect when I get a call saying you're in the hospital? Now, who are you on the phone with? I'm sorry, it's my friend. I was calling to apologize for not being able to make it to the event tonight. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you and your girlfriend. I'll give you a minute. She left the room with a smile. She's not my girlfriend. I sighed and returned to the phone. Sorry about that. How much did you hear? Enough. Her voice picked back up. So I'm your girlfriend now. Thanks for letting me know about this. She giggled. Sorry, she gets overly excited and jumps to conclusions. Honestly, I haven't even told her that you're a girl. I've only referred to you as a friend. Wow, I feel so special to be known as friend. It's not like that. I know, I'm just teasing you. Oh, sorry. So your aunt came to visit, that's nice of her. Yeah. I should probably go. I don't want to keep her waiting. I'll call you when I get home tomorrow, Gyru. Alright, good night, Midoriya, and thank you. Good night. I hung up the phone and took a deep breath, preparing for the questions that were about to come. You can come in now, You don't have to keep your ear to the door anymore. The door opened as Mitsuki walked in and closed it behind her. So she's not your girlfriend, but you're gonna call her tomorrow. It's not like that. Honestly, how could you even say stuff like that when I didn't even tell you she was a girl? She sat on the edge of the bed. Call it woman's intuition. She smiled before looking me over. So how are you feeling, Izuku? I'm fine. I'll be sore for a couple of days, but I'll be fine. I smiled back at her. She looked down and saw the scars on my arms. What happened, Izuku? I spent the next 30 minutes explaining what had happened, leaving out that it was Kaken who did this to me. After I finished, we sat in silence until a nurse walked in. Hello, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I need to clean and change the dressing on the burns. I flinched as Auntie Mitsuki's eyes darted towards me. What is she talking about, Izuku? Oh, did I not mention that? Ha. No, you seem to leave that part out. I scooted to the edge of the bed next to Auntie Mitsuki as the nurse helped me out of the hospital gown. We both looked down to see my chest wrapped in layers of gauze. The nurse began to unwrap it, stopping before pulling the last pieces off. Alright, this might sting a little since the skin is still tender. I nodded and looked back down. If it makes you feel any better, this is going to be the first time I see what it looks like. I received a quick smack to the back of my head. No, it doesn't, dumbass. Ha. I know. I winced in pain as the last few layers were pulled off. I looked down to see the burn in the center of my chest. DMN. I felt Auntie Mitsuki wrap an arm around me, resting her head on mine. I could hear her sniffle into my hair. Even though I couldn't see it, I knew she was crying. The scar on my chest looked like an 8-pronged star, taking up most of my chest. The nurse grabbed new gauze and started to wrap me back up. It goes without saying, but this is going to scar. When it does, it will get a little smaller. That being said, if it was any worse, you would have needed a skin graft. I looked up and nodded at the nurse. Well, looks like I have another one to add to the collection. I looked back at her. Will the scar look roughly the same as it does now? She nodded before making her way out the door. After she left, I sighed. Well, at least this one looks cool. I started to laugh as Auntie Mitsuki tightened her grip on my neck, continuing to cry into my hair. The next morning, I woke up and looked around the room, confused. Right, I'm still in the hospital. I sat up on the bed and grabbed my phone. It's already hopefully, they let me go home soon. I stood up and went to grab my clothes. As I changed, pain shot through my chest with every movement. My shirt and hoodie were the hardest part of the day. After changing, I sat on the edge of the bed and thought back to everything that had happened yesterday. I got sent to a hospital because of Kaken. A hero saved me. That same hero now knows of my past. Jiru saw a glimpse of my past. She probably thinks I'm a freak now. I flopped back on the bed and stared at the ceiling, lost in my thoughts again. I haven't seen Auntie Mitsuki cry like that since Mom left. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. As I let out the breath, I opened my eyes and extended my finger to touch a red orb that had appeared. Instantly, I was standing in the doorway of my apartment. All the lights were off. The door began to open behind me. I didn't turn around, I had seen this memory enough to know what was coming next. Mom, I'm home. A younger version of myself walked through me as they continued into the house. Mom. I followed the younger version through the house. We checked every room and made our way back to the living room. I guess she got called in early today. I watched myself walk into the kitchen and grab a drink. I stayed in the living room, putting my hand up and counting down from 3 on my fingers. As I put my last one down, my younger self opened a letter and began to read, making their way back to the living room. I watched the light drain from my eyes. As I finished the letter, I fell to my knees. I watched myself stay motionless for 10 minutes before the door opened. Auntie Mitsuki stood in the doorway. Izuku, are you here? My younger self broke out of their trance and quickly hid the note in my pocket. Auntie Mitsuki walked in and saw me on my knees. She knelt down behind me, wrapped her arms around me, and cried. I'm sorry, Izuku. I sat up in bed, gasping for air as a single tear rolled down my cheek. Every time, it's a single tear. As I caught my breath, I heard a knock on the door. Come in. The door opened and the doctor walked in. How are you feeling this morning, Midoriya? I'm still sore and it's a pain to change. I expected that much, but you should be fine by Monday. He pulled up a chair and sat in front of me. So, do you want the good or bad news first? Does it really matter? He let out a sigh. Not really. Well, the results came back and there are no infections, so you're clear to go home. However, the hero that brought you in requested we don't discharge you until he gets here. I looked to the ground. Is there anything else? Just the discharge paperwork and home care instructions. He opened his chart and handed me some paperwork. This just outlines what you can and can't do. But because of your age, you can't legally do the majority of the list. Just avoid anything too active next week. There's a note to excuse you from gym class, and I recommend staying home Monday if the pain is still bothering you. There's also a note for that. As for home care for the next 2 weeks, you'll want to change the gauze daily, but don't change the wrapping we just put on until tomorrow. We'll give you some to take home on your way out. Yes, sir. Any questions? He stood up from his chair. No, sir. Alright, well, we called him earlier, so he should be here shortly. Try to get plenty of rest today. He made his way out the door and closed it behind him. After the doctor left, I gathered my stuff and sat on the bed, waiting for Eraserhead to show up. After 30 minutes, there was another knock on the door. Come in. I grabbed my bag. The door opened, and a man walked in wearing dark blue jeans and a long-sleeve black shirt. His long, jet-black hair was pulled back. How are you feeling today, kid? Sore. I stood up and threw my bag over my back. Are we good to go, Eraserhead? Yeah, do you have all your stuff? Yes, sir. I started walking towards the door. Alright, let's go. Also, when I'm in civilian clothes, call me Mr. Aizawa. I don't like people recognizing me. He held open the door as we made our way out. We walked through the hallway in silence. Once we reached the parking lot, I broke the silence. Mr. Aizawa, why did you tell them not to discharge me until you got here? I tightened my grip on the straps of my bag. I'm gonna make sure you get home safely. He pulled out the keys to his car. And besides, I have some questions to ask you. Oh, okay. We walked up to a small black car, and he clicked a button to unlock it. I sat in the front seat and set my bag at my feet. Alright kid, where do you live? I stay in an apartment complex in Mustafa. The first few minutes were quiet. It was hard to believe that I was being driven home by the man who took me to the hospital. We continued to drive in silence until we hit a light. So what did they say your recovery time would be? I asked. I can't do anything active for next week. They also advised me not to go to school Monday. Did they give you a doctor's note to excuse you? Yes, sir. Good. We sat in silence for another minute before he spoke up again. Do you still get pushed around at school? I let out a small laugh. That's if they even notice me. He looked over at me, confused for a moment before looking back to the road. What are you talking about? Each day I'm either ignored like I don't exist or I'm everyone's personal stress ball. Do the teachers stop them? That's a funny joke. I turned to look out the window. They don't care. They've all written me off as a lost cause. They don't even know I'm there half the time. What makes you say that? My first year of middle school, I passed out in gym class. The next day, I heard my class laughing about how the teacher didn't realize until after I had been out for 20 minutes. I could see his grip tightening on the wheel. I was in the nurse's office the rest of the day and missed my classes. When I went back to classes the next day, the teacher didn't even tell me what I missed. But it's not like it matters. Like hell it does. This was the first time he had an inflection in his voice. I guess you're right, but it's nothing new. I don't pay attention in class. I just listen to music and write the notes down. I've taught myself everything since middle school, and my grades have always been top of the class. He was at a loss for words. We sat in silence for a few more minutes before he let out a long breath. Why don't you tell them you have a quirk? Don't you think that would make all this stop? I let out another laugh. Yeah, I'll go from a quirkless freak to someone that sends people to their most traumatic moments. Honestly, out of the two, I'd rather be quirkless. At least then I have a chance to meet people who are understanding about my situation. And how well has that worked out for you? I couldn't answer him because I knew it hadn't worked out. The one person that considers me a friend doesn't even know I'm quirkless. Well, it seems like you have at least one friend. That girl wouldn't let go of your hand the entire ride to the hospital. She doesn't know anything about me. We've only met a few times. He let out a sigh. I figured you'd say that, but you really should tell her something. I'll think about it. We continued the rest of the drive in silence. The drive to my apartment was 30 minutes from the hospital. We pulled up to the rundown complex, and he parked the car. Is this really it? Yeah, this is where I live. He glanced towards me before looking at the complex again. Can I see your doctor's notes? I think it would be best for me to take them to your school. I'm sure. I opened my hand and pulled out a folder that held my notes and handed them to him. Thanks, I want to see exactly what goes on there. He took the notes and put them in his wallet. What school do you go to? Aldred Junior High. I zipped up my bag and reached for the door. Hey kid, I have one more question. He put a hand on my shoulder. Okay. What do you plan on doing for a career? I let out a sigh and looked towards the floor of the car. I really enjoy making music, so I'll probably do something with that. But honestly, a part of me still wants to be a hero and prove everyone wrong. He let out a small laugh as he took his hand off my shoulder. I'm glad to hear that. Don't give up on your dreams, kid. I'll see you around. Thank you, sir. I got out of the car and pulled out my phone as I made my way up the stairs. I looked down at it and called Auntie Mitsuki. Izuku, is everything all right? Yeah, I just got back to the apartment. Wait already? When did they let you go? About an hour ago. The hero that took me to the hospital drove me home to make sure I made it back safely. Oh, that's a relief. I'm glad you're back home safe. Yeah. Me too. Hey, do you want to come over for dinner tonight? Thanks for the offer, but I'd like to just stay home and rest for the day. I'm still pretty sore. Oh, that's fine. I'm sure you need it. Well, what about tomorrow then? I let out a sigh as I opened the door to my apartment. I can't, I already promised Jairu I'd do dinner with her tomorrow. I heard a snicker from the phone. Are you sure you're not dating? Yes. She actually doesn't know. Her dad invited me over. I'm sure they're both blaming themselves for what happened. Ah, well, I can't argue with that. But Izuku, just keep an open mind. I've never known you to talk to a girl that's not me or a teacher for this long. I know. Well, I would like to meet this girl someday. Sure, right after I tell her about my quirk. You don't plan for me to ever meet her. I can feel your glare over the phone, and no, how would I even explain that? That's easy, just tell them I'm your aunt. Yeah, I'll say, hi, this is my Auntie Mitsuki. She's not really family, just a family friend who raises me because my mom is in mental rehabilitation and I don't know my dad. I sighed, knowing that would be a tough conversation. Izuku, you know you'll have to let people in at some point, right? Yeah, I know. It's not like she's completely in the dark. Go on. Yesterday she saw my scars and she's seen the RBB band before. Are you going to tell her anything more? I don't know. I feel like I owe her some answers, but at the same time, I don't want to scare away a friend. Oh no, I still have to call her. Why are you still talking to me? Go call her now. Oh please, you and I both know you would have kicked down my door if I didn't call you first this morning. Shush, this is my first chance to tease you or Katsuki about a girl. I won't let it slip past me. Now don't keep her waiting. Fine. Hey Izuku. Yeah. I'm proud of you. Thanks. I hung up and walked to the kitchen. I opened one of the cabinets and pulled out a hidden bottle. I took a swig as I walked back to my room, setting the bottle on my nightstand before falling back onto my bed. Alright, let's get this over with. I took my phone out and dialed the number on the note they left for me. Hello. Hi Kyotoku, it's Midoriya. Is Jairu home? Yeah, she's in her room. Why? Oh. Well, she asked me to call her when I got out of the hospital last night. Haha, why am I not surprised by that? Could you let her know I'm out of the hospital now? Nope. Why not? Because that's your job. But why don't you just call her instead? I only have this number. I know kid. I gave you this one, remember? Now grab a pen. I'm only gonna tell you this once. I quickly found a pen and wrote down the number he told me. Thank you, sir. It's no problem, kid. And don't forget about tomorrow. I won't, sir. Thank you. Also, I heard you make music. I think I speak for everyone when I say we'd like to hear it. It's nothing special, honestly. It's more of a hobby. Maybe it is now, but every passion starts out as a hobby. Anyway, it's up to you, but you should probably call Kyoka now. You don't want to keep her waiting, trust me on that. With that, he hung up. I laid there, confused about what had just happened. I just got a girl's number. From her dad. What is my life? I sat up and looked towards the bottle, taking another swig. I think I earned that one. I chuckled as I added the new contact into my phone. POV. I woke up early Saturday morning and grabbed my phone. 8. Why did I wake up so early? I turned over and buried my face back into my pillow. Yawning, I closed my eyes. It's the weekend, I can sleep a little longer. It's not like I have anything planned for the day. As I started to drift back to sleep, I felt like I was forgetting something. I shook it off and sunk deeper into my bed. I wonder how Midoriya is feeling today? I quickly sat up. I can't believe I forgot I told him to call when he got home. Getting out of bed, I looked around my room. My desk had an open notebook on it. I sighed as I looked at my guitar. Why can't I find any inspiration? After changing into a tank top and running shorts, I made my way downstairs to find my mom in the kitchen. Good morning, Kyoka. You're up early. She didn't turn around. Morning. I yawned and grabbed a drink from the fridge. Yeah. I guess I just couldn't sleep any longer. I'm sure it is. Her voice had a hint of a smirk. And what exactly is that supposed to mean? I sat on the couch next to the phone. Did you forget you're not the only one that hears everything? She pointed to her jacks resting on her shoulders. I sighed and leaned back on the couch. No, I didn't. Is it that obvious? Yes, it is. How so? Well, first off, it's the weekend and you're up before second, you decided to stay downstairs instead of going right back to your room. She turned to face me and smiled. Also, I'm your mother, so I just knew. Well, looks like nothing gets past you. So, I'm guessing you're waiting for him to call you again? I shot up, feeling my face heat up. What? Where did that come from? She laughed softly. Well, why else would you be sitting in the same spot as you were last night? So what if I am? What exactly is that boy to you, Kyoka? It's not like you to act like this. I looked down, fidgeting with my jacks. I honestly don't know. I glanced back to the kitchen to see my mom smiling at me. What's that look for? Oh, nothing. She walked up to me and knelt in front of me, taking my hands. I know you're worried about him, but don't stress, okay? I'll be home today. I have quite a bit of prep work to do for tomorrow. Why don't you go up to your room and try to enjoy your day off? When he calls, I'll let you know so you can talk to him, alright? She stood back up and walked into the kitchen. Alright, thanks, Mum. I stood up and made my way toward the stairs, looking back at the kitchen before heading up. What are you prepping for? Did you forget that tomorrow night is our family night? Alright, sorry. I guess it slipped my mind with everything going on the past couple of days. I headed up the stairs to my room. I wonder if he could come over tomorrow night? Back in my room, I played guitar, letting my mind wander to everything that had happened recently. Saying it was a whirlwind of emotions was an understatement. Thursday I ran into him months after he left the music store. We had a heart-to-heart as things seemed to be turning around. Friday, he was going to go to talent night and hang out with us. I felt my heart skip a beat at the thought of us hanging out. I mean, it's not like it was a date, and besides, he was only going to be polite. I tightened my grip around the neck of my guitar. If he had just said no, he wouldn't have ended up in the hospital. He wouldn't have burns on his chest. I would have never seen those scars on his arm. Setting down my guitar, I moved to my desk, picked up my pen, and stared at the empty notebook. How could I not see it before? His faded eyes, the forced smile, his stuttering. I glanced at a cup filled with purple and black striped RBB bands. I gave him one. Even if I didn't mean to, I caused some of his pain. I set my pen down and buried my face in my hands, feeling hot tears fall onto my palms. No, I don't regret giving him one. I'll do it again gladly. I don't care if it doesn't help that much. But it's better than the alternative. Once again, my heart dropped. What is the alternative? I can assume he is, or at least has been struggling with self-harm. But is that the whole story? I don't know anything about him other than he likes music and suffers from some form of depression. I raised my head and wiped away the last of my tears. None of that matters now, I'll be there for him. I know I can't force my way in, but I'll be dead if I don't stand by the door and wait for my chance to help. I stood up and made my way back to my bed, falling face first into my pillows. Midoriya, what are you to me? With that last thought, I drifted off to sleep. I woke up, shocked to find myself lying on a couch. How did I get here? I looked around, noticing nothing familiar. Actually, where am I? Kyoka, are you up? I sat up to see Midoriya standing in the doorway. Midoriya, what are you doing here? He let out a small laugh. It's been a while since you called me that. He walked over, sat next to me, and took my hand. Is everything alright, Kyoka? I know this has been stressful, but I'm here and I love you. I was stunned, not knowing how to respond. You do? Yes, Kyoka, I will always love you. He began to lean in, our lips just inches apart. I could feel my heart flutter. I leaned into him, our lips about to connect when, ring. I shot up in my bed, taking deep breaths. What was that? I looked around my room and fell back onto my bed. What a weird dream. I closed my hand and brought it to my chest. I don't know if that dream answered or posed more questions. Ring. I looked to my desk and saw my phone going off. Well, at least that answers one of my questions. I laughed to myself a little as I sat at my desk and answered the phone. Hello. Hey Jairu. Midoriya? My heart jumped. Why is the universe doing this to me? Yeah, it's me. Huh. How did you get my number? I never gave it to you. Well, I called earlier, and your dad answered. He sort of gave it to me. Sorry. Are you serious? He gave you my number. Yeah, I was surprised too. I can delete it if you'd like. No, you don't have to. Actually, I was going to give it to you when you called today anyway. I let out a small laugh. Note to self, talk to Dad about giving out my number without permission. Oh, okay, I guess it worked out then. Yeah, it did. Hey Midoriya, how are you feeling today? I'm sore but doing better. I'll be back to my old self in about a week. I felt my chest tighten. What? That's great to hear. I started to twirl one of my jacks in my free hand. I shouldn't pry now. I should just be glad he's alright. Hey Jairu, is everything alright? Yeah, why? I don't know, you just seem off is all. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. I tugged on my jacket a little. How can he be worried about someone else right now when he just got out of the hospital? I let go of my jacket and stared at my notebook again. Hey, I don't know if you have plans or even want to, but would you like to come over for dinner tomorrow? My parents and I do a family night once a month. I just think we could all use a night of fun. I'm sorry. I can't. Oh. I let out a sigh. Why does the universe have to be like this? But maybe some other time. Someone already asked me about tomorrow. Yeah. Sounds great. I could feel my heart skip a beat. Hey Jiru. Yeah. Never mind. Oh hell no, I'm not letting you do that. What is it? Oh. I was wondering if you wanted to meet up at the music store after school next Friday. I still haven't gotten that guitar yet. I thought maybe you could help me pick one out. Jiru. What? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to overstep. No. I'm sorry, I was just caught off guard. My heart continued to flutter. Yeah, I'd like to do that. Guess I'll see you then. Yeah. Well, I should go. I need to get some rest. I'm pretty tired. Alright, I'll talk to you later then. Bye. Bye. I heard the phone beep, signaling that he hung up. I sat at my desk motionless. Did he just ask me out? No, he couldn't have meant it like that. Could he? Oh God, Kyoka, what is wrong with you? This is so not like you. I smacked my face with both hands to regain my senses and stood up to head downstairs. As I made it to the stairs, one last thought came to mind. Thank you, universe. I made my way downstairs and my mom was still in the kitchen. Hey sweetie, how are you doing? I'm good, Mom. Do you happen to know where Dad is? She turned around and pointed to the studio with one of her hands. Why do you ask? Oh, no reason. I gave her a smile as I raised my hands, ready to strike. I walked to the studio and opened the door. Oh hey Kyo, ah wow. Why would you give him my number without asking me first? I'm sorry Kyo, ah wow. Back in the kitchen, I could hear my mother laughing as I playfully tormented my dad. The next morning, I woke up to a sharp pain in my chest. I gently placed my hand on it, and a rush of memories came to me. I fell onto my back again, running a hand through my hair. Is this going to be a daily thing until it heals? I slowly sat up and grabbed my phone, looking through it for any news and putting on music as I made my way to the bathroom. I stared at the mirror. Looking back at me was the same person I always saw, except a few things were different. My chest was wrapped in bandages, and my hair still had a few spots caked with dried blood. But there was one thing that stood out as odd, even compared to what I had seen before. The face staring back at me had a slight smile on it. I stood there dumbfounded, trying to figure out what was going on. When did this happen? I can't even remember the last time I woke up with a smile on my face. The shower that morning seemed to last forever. Steam filled the room as I became lost in my thoughts. Recent events had made me start to think about what I had planned for the future. The world began to seem a little bigger compared to before. A few bright spots in the dark tend to shine the brightest. I let the water pour down on my head as I stared down at the floor. What do I want to do? The soft sound of water splashing was soothing. It made me feel safe. Looking up, the room had been completely filled with steam. Turning off the water immediately sent a cold shock through my body, bringing me back to reality. Making my way back to my room, I looked at my phone to see that it was already noon. Ding, I was in there for over an hour today. I guess that's fine, I deserved it. I sat down at my desk and started to work on my music. It had been a few days since I last had the chance to do this. As I was working, I heard my phone go off. Looking down, I saw a text from Auntie Mitsuki. Auntie Mitsuki, hey kid, hope you're feeling better today. Don't forget your plans tonight. I know how you lose track of time when it comes to music. Izuku, thank you. I'm feeling a little better. Auntie Mitsuki, good, have fun tonight. I love ya kid. I let out a small laugh as I set an alarm to remind me it was time to get ready. I put on my headphones and got to work. Thanks, Auntie Mitsuki. Time seemed to fly by. I found myself just staring at my screen when my alarm went off. Glancing down at it, I turned it off and looked back at the screen before sighing. I stood up as everything I worked on saved and began its backup to an external storage. Rewrapping my chest turned out to be more challenging than I anticipated. Almost half an hour later, I found myself ready to head out. I went to my dresser and took a quick swig of whiskey to calm my nerves as I made my way to the door. I grabbed my backpack and threw it over my shoulder, heading to the music store. Sunday morning always comes too fast. It's the last day to catch up on sleep, and it's usually busy with small tasks piling up. Sitting up in bed, the sun shone through the window, making it hard to see. Looking down at my phone, I realized it was already 10 a.m. Flopping back onto the bed, I covered my face with a pillow. I don't want to get up yet. After a few minutes, I eventually sat up and started to clean my room. There wasn't much to tidy up, but my lack of motivation made it take longer than usual. As I headed down the stairs, I could hear the sounds of my family bustling around. Approaching the final steps, I saw Mom and Dad cleaning and cooking. So what's going on down here? Oh Kyoka, good. I was just about to get you. Did you clean your room? Yeah, it's all done. I nodded at Mom while looking around the house, sensing something was off. What's with all the cleaning? Oh, the house just needed it, and since it's family day, we all pitch in. So go help your father, he could use it. I chuckled as I started getting orders from Dad. My mind, however, was still on what Mom had said. I know she's hiding something, but she won't tell me unless she wants to. Eventually, the cleaning was done. I found myself on the couch, staring at the ceiling, wondering what they had planned for the night. Hey Mom, what was all that cleaning for? It's not like we're throwing a party tonight. I glanced over to the kitchen, hoping for some insight. Oh Kyoka, don't you think it feels better to be in a clean house? She didn't hesitate in her response. Now why don't you go get all cleaned up for tonight? With that, I made my way to my room to shower and relax before family night began. A few hours later, I headed downstairs to see Dad standing at the front door. Where are you going, old man? I asked, noticing he was ready to leave. Oh, I have to pick something up before the night starts. He smiled. Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces pass and I quickly shoved him out the door and slammed it behind him. Now that's going to be stuck in my head all night long. Oh, don't worry, it will be out before you know it. I looked over to Mom, who was smiling. So that's what you're wearing for family night? Yeah, is there something wrong with it? I looked down and gave a little spin. Oh no, sweetie, nothing wrong at all. Now come give me a little help. She chuckled, motioning for me to come into the kitchen. Almost an hour later, I heard the door start to unlock. I walked out of the kitchen, ready to give Dad an earful. It's about time, old man. We thought you got lost. I stared at the door, waiting for him to walk in. Sorry about that. I told you I had to pick something up, right? He walked in, leaving the door open. Yeah. I gave him a confused look. Well, it actually was a surprise for you. He smiled and called out, come on in. I looked back to the doorway and was stunned to see Midoriya walk in with his head down. Without looking up, he let out a soft surprise. What are you doing here? I thought you said you couldn't come because you had plans? I walked up to him and stood right in front of him. He slowly looked up to meet my eyes before quickly looking away, mumbling, sorry. I looked at him, confused. He glanced between me and the wall multiple times, his face slightly flushed. He's blushing, how adorable. I mentally scolded myself. Get it together, Kyoka. I let out a nervous laugh and began to speak, looking down. What are you apologizing for? You did nothing. Oh no. I quickly dashed up the stairs and slammed the door to my room behind me. I completely forgot I was wearing this. Oh God, this is so embarrassing. Changing into a pair of jeans and a hoodie, I made my way back downstairs to see my parents sitting on the couch, talking to Midoriya. Hey, sorry about that. I approached the couch where Midoriya was sitting. It's okay. I didn't realize you weren't ready yet. He kept his eyes on the floor. No, I was ready, but apparently my parents decided not to mention a dress code. I glared at them, seeing Dad looking away and Mom trying to hide a laugh. My mom stood up and put her hands together. Well, why don't we go eat before the food gets cold? With that, we all stood up to enjoy our meal. Afterward, we made our way back to the living room and took seats across from each other. Well, Mom, you managed to outdo yourself once again. I sank into the couch with a smile. Why, thank you, sweetie. She returned my smile as she sat next to my dad. Seriously, you rocked it tonight. My dad threw his arm around Mom and looked to Midoriya. Did you enjoy the meal, kid? Midoriya nodded. Yeah. It's been a while since I had something that good. He lowered his eyes to the coffee table. So, Midoriya, how did you and Kyoka meet? She's never been the outgoing type before, my mom asked, eyeing us curiously. Well, it was kind of a fluke. After school one day, I went to the park. I was hoping to sit at my favorite spot, but when I got there, she was sitting in it. So, I sat against a tree instead. Eventually, she said I could sit on the bench as well. After that, everything just kind of happened. Midoriya shifted his gaze between my mom and the floor. I see. Mom looked at me before turning her attention back to Midoriya. Please don't think of me as rude, but how long have you known my daughter? I hadn't even heard of you until the day you called. It was the beginning of the school year when we first met, he replied, still looking down. So it's been about 3 months now. Is that so? 3 months, and she hasn't mentioned you to us at all. Mom smirked at me. How long were you planning on hiding him from us, Kyoka? It's not like that and you know it. I felt my face heat up. I didn't think it was necessary for you to know all my business. I sank further back into the couch, crossing my arms. You probably would have met him earlier if it wasn't for Dad. Mom raised an eyebrow, and Dad tensed up. Her voice turned serious. And what exactly does that mean? I glanced at Midoriya, noticing his heart rate pick up. Well, the second time we met was at the music store. I was teaching him how to play guitar, and Dad happened to stumble upon us. I shot a glare at Dad, who jumped slightly. You know how he can be. After that, I didn't see him again until last week, when Dad invited him to the music night on Friday. I see. Mom shot me a glance before glaring at Dad. This whole time, I thought the music store incident was just some random kid. So you're the reason I'm just hearing about our daughter's friend. Mika, I swear I didn't mean it. Please forgive me. I couldn't help but laugh a little as I watched my parents bicker. As they continued, I looked over at Midoriya. He was trembling slightly, staring at the coffee table. I hope he's enjoying his time here, I thought, observing him. Time seemed to slow as my parents' voices faded into the background. This guy I barely know is in my house. He's a complete mystery to all of. I guess we're just as big a mystery to him as well. Is everything alright? Midoriya's voice pulled me from my thoughts. Huh. Is everything alright? He looked towards me but kept his eyes down. Yeah, sorry, I got lost in my thoughts, I guess. Oh, okay. He shifted his head back, adjusting his grip on his wrist. I glanced at my parents, who were snickering at us. I shot them a quick glare before Dad spoke up. So, kid, I gotta know, did you bring that laptop of yours like I mentioned? I looked at Dad, confused, then back to Midoriya. What is he talking about? Midoriya reached down and pulled his bag onto his lap. When I called the other day, your dad said he wanted to hear some of the stuff I had been working on. He pulled out his laptop, and as he did, his sleeve snagged the bag, pulling it up slightly. My eyes darted to his wrist, but he quickly pulled it back down and set the laptop on the table. I know this may be a dumb question, but do you have any speakers we could plug it into? I didn't bring any. We couldn't help but hold back laughter. Dude, we're a family of musicians. We have speakers almost everywhere. Mom, Dad, can you two go grab one? Of course, sweetie. With that, Mom stood up and pulled Dad along with her. Once they were out of the room, I looked over at Midoriya, who was clicking away in a music program, trying to find something to play. Hey, are you enjoying your time here? Yeah. He didn't look up. Alright, if you don't feel comfortable, you don't have to do this. I don't want you to feel forced. He sighed and finally looked towards me, meeting my eyes for the first time that night. Thanks, but this is something that I need to do. He returned to searching on his laptop. Something that he needs to do? What does he mean by that? I wondered as I watched him. Just then, I heard my parents returning. This should do the trick. Dad set a speaker on the table next to Midoriya and handed him the cable. Whenever you're ready, kid. Midoriya plugged in the cord and took a deep breath as he stared at the screen. I could hear his heart rate start to accelerate. Even though he looked calm, I could tell he was panicking. Man, I hope this works. I gently nudged his shoulder. Everything all right? He looked over at me and nodded. Yeah. It's just that I don't really show people what I've made, so I'm kind of nervous. Mom let out a small giggle. Wow, you picked a tough crowd to show off to then. Midoriya instantly tensed up as his hand hovered over his laptop. I turned to my mom and glared at her. Seriously, you're not helping at all. Dad chuckled as he put his arm around her. Come on, Mika, we can't scare him off twice. Hearing my dad say that made my stomach drop. Oh God, what if this goes wrong and he disappears again? I looked between my parents and Midoriya. Will he be alright? Will I be able to find him again? Would I ever see him again? Why am I panicking this much? Get it together, Kyoka. After a moment, I looked back at Midoriya. Oddly enough, he had relaxed a little. Well, here goes nothing. Midoriya clicked play and sank deep into the couch as if trying to disappear. As the sound of music filled the room, everything seemed to go still. My parents were speechless as a feeling of peace settled in. The music had a somber tone but still held a tinge of hope, painting the scene of watching the sunset, the lights slowly dimming and turning to night, yet the moon faintly lit the world. I felt a wave of nostalgia wash over me. Why does this feel so familiar? I looked at Midoriya, who was fidgeting with his wrists. My eyes widened as I saw a purple and black RBB band still on his wrist. No way was this what he was thinking then? A smile crept onto my face as I relaxed into the couch and closed my eyes. The song brought me back to the day we met, the bench on the hill, a notebook in my hand, and Midoriya sitting against a tree. I returned to reality as the song ended, feeling a tear form in my eye. I quickly wiped it away before anyone could notice. Sitting back up, I couldn't help but smile. The room stayed quiet. I could hear Midoriya's heart race from nerves, but he had nothing to worry about. My parents being speechless meant it was amazing. So, how was it? He kept his head down as he waited for an answer. Kid. My dad stared him down. You have quite the talent. That was great. I may have to ask for your help on some future projects. My dad smiled. Really? Midoriya looked up and met my dad's eyes. Yeah, well, that's if you want to. My dad leaned back and crossed his legs. It's your choice. Midoriya was left speechless, unsure of what to say. All he could do was nod. That was what you were working on in the park that day, wasn't it? I turned on the couch to face Midoriya. A slight blush crept onto his face. Yeah, I figured it would be the best since you saw me work on it. I thought you might want to hear it. I felt my face heat up as I looked down. He wasn't wrong. I'm glad I got to hear it. Well, Midoriya, does it have a name? My mom spoke up and I looked up, curious as well. Midoriya tensed up again, but this time it was different. Well, you see. You know it's a funny story. As Midoriya stammered, I leaned over to look at the screen. With how he's sounding, it must be something odd like clickety-clacks. I searched for a potential name. Where is it? PNG 738? No, that's not it. Reverb? No, that's the effects. Per. My face turned bright red as I found the name. Oh, looks like she found it. What was it, Kyoka? Mom asked as I slowly looked away. Purple-haired girl. The room fell silent once again. Topic change. My dad exclaimed as he stood up and then sat back down. So, kid, are you planning on doing music for your career? That's what Kyoka is planning on doing. You two could make quite the team. Dad. I glared at him. It wasn't that I didn't like the idea, it was just so sudden and out of the blue. I'm joking, Kyoka, calm down. Well, little. Mom rolled her eyes. Ignore him for now. So, is music something you want to pursue? If so, we could always help and introduce you to some people. Honestly, at this point, I'm not sure. I never really put a lot of thought into my future, but I've been asked twice recently about what I plan on doing. He looked down at the floor, holding his hands. I guess I always just assumed it would be music, but ever since I was a kid, I wanted to be a hero, and a conversation I had recently has made me want to do that again. Everyone in the room looked at Midoriya. I never would have expected that from him. With how timid he is, I don't know if he could do it. That's pretty hardcore, kid. If that's what you want to do, you must have an awesome quirk. My dad leaned forward, waiting for an answer. I was now even more curious. In all our conversations, his quirk never came up. The only time was when I brought up mine. I sat up and looked at him. Well, you see. He took a deep breath as he stared at the floor. I don't have one. I was born quirkless. The room was silent. You could hear a pin drop. Time almost seemed to stand still. Those 4 words instantly connected all the dots in my head. All the past interactions made sense. Everything was adding up, and the story of Midoriya I knew fit together perfectly. There was only one piece that felt out of place. He was lying. Why would he lie about his quirk? Whatever, I'm not going to let this stand. I must have been making a face, or my mom just knew I was about to do something. She tapped me on the shoulder and shook her head no. She knew he was lying as well. There has to be some reason for it. I looked back at Midoriya, and I could feel my heart ache. I wonder what all he's been through? My dad looked straight at Midoriya. So even without a quirk, you want to be a hero? Yeah. You can't help what the heart wants. Midoriya kept his eyes glued to the floor. The next thing I knew, my dad had put his hand on Midoriya's shoulder and smiled. That's one rocking line, kid. Mind if I steal it for a song? The room was quiet, only a faint sniffle from Midoriya. I looked at him and back to my mom. She gave me a smile. Without it being said, we knew that was my dad's way of saying he believed Midoriya could do it. After that, the night carried on smoothly. We all watched a movie and shared more music. Midoriya seemed to be having a good time. It was hard to tell, but he had a slight smile for the rest of the night. Before we knew it, the night was over. Sorry it has to end here, kid, but tomorrow is a school day. My dad stood up and stretched. Man, I forgot about that. I sank deeper into the couch. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have stayed so late. Midoriya quickly gathered his things and put them back in his bag. Thanks for the night, it was a lot of fun. We're glad you enjoyed it. My mom stood up and picked up some glasses off the table. Next time your parents should come, we'd love to meet them. On the floor was Midoriya's bag. He had tensed up again. Is everything all right? I walked up to him. Yeah. Sorry, I must have moved too quickly. He gave a weak chuckle. He's lying again. I sighed. Don't scare us like that, man, but seriously, it would be fun to meet your parents. Maybe sometime, they are really busy with work. He slowly picked up his bag and walked toward the door. Thanks again for having me over, Kyotoku and Mrs. Jairu. Oh, that's not right at all. Why does he get to go by first name while I go by Mrs. Jairu? Mom raised an eyebrow at Dad. I told him he could call me that the other day. Would you like for him to call us all Jairu? That would be way too confusing. Well, in that case, Midoriya, you can call me Mika. Mom lowered her eyebrow and smiled at Midoriya. Okay. But would Mrs. Mika be all right? That's more than fine with me. Mom stood up as well. Well, thanks again, everyone. I guess I'll be heading out now. Midoriya turned toward the door. Hold up, let me give you a ride home. It's pretty late. Dad grabbed his keys. You want to come with Kyoka? Sure. I stood up and awkwardly made my way to the door. Not so fast. Someone needs to help me clean up. Mom was now in the kitchen. So she is staying with me. Dad let out a sigh. Alright, sorry sweetie, looks like you'll have to wait for next time. After waving goodbye, they left. I stood staring at the door for a minute, trying to process what had happened the entire night. I felt a hand placed on my shoulder. My mom was standing next to me with a straight face. Hey, why do you think he was lying to us? She took a deep breath before looking down at me. I don't know, but you can't press these things. I know you could tell how stressed and strung out he was the majority of the night. I'm surprised he lasted as long as he did. Yeah, I guess you're right. I sighed and looked toward the ground. Why don't you go upstairs and get ready for bed? Mom kissed my head and went back to the kitchen. Our purple-haired girl has school tomorrow, and I doubt you set your stuff out for tomorrow yet. I let out a small laugh as I made my way upstairs. Yeah, you're probably right. I walked into my room and closed the door. On my desk was my bag for tomorrow, fully packed, and hanging on the closet door was my school uniform. Well, I did say she was probably right. I changed back into my tank top and shorts, then got into bed. I used my jack to turn off the lights. So much had happened tonight, and I didn't know where to begin in processing it. Kyotoku POV. Alright kid, where are we heading to? We both got into the car and took off down the street. Muzutafu, sir. Ah, that's not too far at all. Just let me know what turns to make and we'll be there in no time. The drive to his house was quiet, not so much an awkward silence but one that formed because there was nothing to say. He mostly stared out the window into the night sky. Hey kid, how's the burn doing? Better. It still stings, but that will go away in time. He kept his eye on the window. I let out a sigh. You gonna be alright at school all day with that? I'll survive, but the doctor advised me not to go tomorrow. He also wrote a note stating that I was to sit out of physical activities for a week. I glanced between him and the road as we made our way down the streets, eventually reaching a rundown apartment complex. Is this the place? Yeah. Thanks again. Tonight was fun. He grabbed his bag and opened the door. Hey kid, if you ever need anything, just give us a call, alright? Yes, sir. With that, he made his way up the stairs into his apartment. The drive back home went quickly. The streets were clear for the most part. I arrived back home to see Mika sitting on the couch. I'm surprised to see you still out here. I had to wait for you. She walked over and kissed my cheek. So how was it? A little too far to the right. I started to laugh. Shut up, you know what I meant. She teasingly hit my shoulder. I know. I sat down on the couch and looked at my wife. Honestly, something doesn't sit right with me. They stay in a rundown apartment complex. Some things aren't adding up. So what do you plan on doing? She sat next to me. There's nothing we can do. I sunk into the couch, putting my hands over my eyes. Do you think he's hiding something? I moved my hands and looked at her. I'm not as oblivious as you two think I am. Even I could see he's hiding something. Jiru's POV. Upstairs, my parents didn't realize that I was still awake. I had plugged my jack into the floor and was listening for Dad to get home. I heard their entire conversation. I took my phone out and stared at Midoriya's contact page. Forget it. Jiru, hey, I know it's late, but I just wanted to say thanks for coming over. I hope it was a good time for you. Midoriya, it was fun. Sorry to surprise you like that. Your dad wanted it to be a surprise. Jiru, yeah, if I knew that someone was coming, I may have dressed more appropriately the first time. Midoriya, yeah, that was interesting to say the least. Jiru, well, I'll talk to you later. I'm gonna go to bed, I have to get up early. Midoriya, alright, good night. I set the alarm on my phone and placed it on the nightstand. Pulling the covers over me, I closed my eyes and drifted off to sleep. Universe, let me have normal dreams tonight. Jiru's POV. Alright universe, what's your game? I spoke to the sky as I made my way to school. I sighed and plugged a jack into my phone. I mean, technically it wasn't about Midoriya, it was just. I mean seriously, why would I have a dream about talking food? I looked down at my phone and pressed shuffle, a smirk coming to my face as the intro to Stevie Wonder's Superstition began to play. I looked up to the sky once more and flicked it off. You think you're funny, don't you? What are you, my mom? I looked back at my phone and sadly pressed skip. My eyes widened as I read the name of the next song, Mother Knows Best from Tangled. I quickly pressed pause and stopped in my tracks. I looked back at my phone, scrolled through my contacts, and called Mom. Hey sweetie, everything alright? Mom, do you believe that the universe likes to play tricks on us? Well, that's an odd question. Why do you ask? Is everything alright? I sighed and looked around to make sure no one was around. I'll explain more later, but I had a weird dream last night, and just a minute ago Oh, was it about Midoriya? What? No, not this time. It was about talking food. But I was talking out loud asking, wait, so you have had dreams about him before? I felt sweat start to form on my forehead as I gulped. Mom, that's not important right now. Oh fine, but we're talking when you get home about it. I could practically hear my mom's smirk through the phone. So as I was saying, after I called out the universe and asked what its game was, Superstition began to play. Good song. Mom, stay on topic here, okay? Fine, fine. So after that, I taunted it again, saying, what are you, my mom? I skipped to the next song, and it was one called Mother Knows Best. So I stopped and called you because I may be freaking out a little. Oh wow. I know it's creepy. Oh no, I was just thinking I bet Midoriya had a dream about you in that tank top and shorts last night. Not helping at all. Calm down, there is nothing to worry about. It's natural for kids your age to have dreams like that. Relax, I'm just teasing you. As far as the universe messing with you, I think you're just reading into things too much. Just take a few deep breaths and enjoy your day, alright? With that, she hung up. I stared at my phone, debating whether to start my music again. After clicking on and off the app multiple times, I finally decided, forget it. I hit shuffle, and Coldplay's Green Eyes started to play. Sighing, I began walking again. This is my life now, I thought as I made my way to school, listening to music that seemed to resonate with my recent experiences. Arriving at the gates, I pulled out my phone to check the time. It's 8:15, I still have some time. I continued walking toward class, sat down at my desk, and unplugged my headphones. I wonder how he's feeling today? I opened my messages and clicked on Midoriya's name. Morning. Are you feeling any better today? I sent. Moments later, I received a reply. Hey Jairu, how was your weekend? I looked up to see a friend approaching. Hey, to us. Interesting to say the least. I chuckled lightly as I glanced back at my phone, waiting for a response. Is that so? Tell me all about it, my friend said, sitting at the desk in front of me, resting her elbows on my desk. It was nothing really, I replied, looking back at my phone. Still nothing. Maybe he hasn't seen it yet, or his school is super strict about phones. My friend gave me an odd look. What's up? You first. Seriously, you're acting a bit off. I took a deep breath and relaxed in my chair. You're not going to drop this, are you? Nope. She smiled, trying to act cute. Fine. I returned my attention to my phone, seeing no reply. Have you ever talked to someone and sensed they were lying, not to cover something embarrassing, but to hide something painful? So, like they're trying to protect themselves? She asked, confused. That, or maybe they're trying to protect those around them. I bit my thumb, pondering my next words. I don't know why, but what they said just doesn't add up. Care to share what was said? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Absolutely not. First off, it's not my place to expose what they said, and secondly, everyone knows you're the biggest gossip in this school. She laughed. Well, you can't blame a girl for trying. You know, I wouldn't worry too much. I'm sure they have their reasons, so don't dwell on it. Ignorance is bliss, after all. With those words, a light bulb went off in my head. Tsubaki, you're a genius. I quickly pulled out my notebook and started jotting down ideas. I am, she asked, surprised. Well, not really, but you just inspired a great idea. I returned to my writing, feeling a rush of excitement. How could I have been so blind to this before? I can't wait for Friday now. Izuku POV. Why am I up so early? I turned over and checked my phone. I'm not even going to school today, so why did I wake up at 7? I rolled onto my back, covering my eyes with my arms. Well, I'm up now, so I might as well make the most of it. Sitting on the edge of my bed, I opened my nightstand and grabbed a bottle of water. I took a sip and set it down, surveying my room. I should probably clean up a little. Standing up, I felt a sharp pain in my chest. This is going to get old fast. I took another sip and started tidying up. As I formed small piles of trash and clothes, I glanced at my desk and chuckled to myself while walking out of the room with my clothes in hand. I can't believe I actually went through with that last night. A small grin formed on my face as I set the clothes in the washer and started it. Last night was interesting, to say the least. As I walked through the halls, I reflected on everything that had happened the night before. So this is how families interact. It's much different than Auntie Mitsuki, I thought, sitting back in a chair and watching them laugh and tease each other. It looks like they all have a lot of fun. Everything all right, Midoriya? Jairu leaned in closer. Yeah, I was just thinking about how much fun you all seem to have together. I gave a nervous laugh. Of course. We're a family, Kyotoku said, giving me an odd look. Don't you and your family get along like this? I reached for a RBB band, trying to think of a way to change the subject. Hey, why don't we go ahead and get that movie started before it gets too late? Jairu smiled and stood up. I brought the RBB band back to its resting point and stood up, relieved to shift the focus. That was close. We all made our way to what seemed to be a personal theater. Must be nice, I thought, feeling a mix of emotions as we settled in. Alright, guys, we've got a good one. one of my personal favorites, Kyotoku announced, his excitement palpable. I noticed Jairu trembling a little beside me and leaned in to whisper. Everything all right? Yeah. I'm just not the biggest fan of scary movies. But my dad loves them. Apparently when she said not the biggest fan, she meant absolutely terrified. We were barely 10 minutes into the movie, and Jairu had a tight grip on either my arm or the pillow she was holding. She couldn't sit still, either turning away or hiding in the pillow. I let out a small laugh as I threw on a hoodie that was halfway zipped up. Who would have thought little Miss Punk Rock would get scared so easily? That being said, it was really cute seeing her like that. I gathered the rest of the trash and a few empty bottles. As I walked toward the front door, I stopped. Did I just say she looked cute? I shook my head as I made my way downstairs to the trash bin. I mean, she definitely is cute, so I'm not wrong to think that. Not to mention those shorts were definitely working for her last night. I quickly shook my head and focused back up. Calm down, man, don't be like that. When I reached the bottom floor, I looked around before noticing a familiar car. I turned toward where the dumpster was stored and kept walking. They are really bad at spying. Did they think I wouldn't? Remember a silver car with jacked up, painted on the hood? I threw the trash in the dumpster and the bottles in the recycling bin. Why did they come here? It's not like there's anything to see. As I made my way up the stairs, I pulled out my phone. It's 8 right now, so school should be starting soon. I wonder if I should let Jairu know who I just saw. I looked over the railing as I reached my door and glanced at the car one last time. Nah, I'd hate to cause them more trouble. Even I know how Jairu gets when she's upset, and I barely know her. Back in my room, I sat down at my desk and decided to work on some new music. Everything was going great. A nice calm day, nothing could ruin this. Sir, you know you didn't have to come with me for this, right? I looked to the passenger seat as I drove down the road. Nonsense. Why wouldn't I come when one of my teachers says he needs the day off to talk to another school? He looked out the window with a calm smile. So what exactly are we doing anyway? I let out a sigh as I focused back on the road. Aldra Junior High, sir. I told you about the kid I found on patrol last week, right? Ah yes, the one who tells everyone he's quirkless but actually has one he wishes he didn't. He looked towards me. It's quite the predicament. Yeah, well, when I took him home the other day, I told him I'd turn in his doctor's notes. I wanted to see exactly what this school is like. I tightened my grip on the wheel. I see you want to make sure the school does right by him and doesn't think he's making the story up. It's a shame these things happen. But I must say, it's not like you to get so invested in someone who's not your student. Honestly, sir, the kid has been through more than anyone his age should, and based on what he told me and what I saw, it won't stop anytime soon. Interesting. I'm beginning to see the picture now. But I must ask, what is the boy's quirk? I scratched my head as I thought. Honestly, sir, I've seen nothing like it before. It's something he'll have to explain. Oh, so you plan on stopping by his house? He smirked. Yeah, I still have a few more questions to ask him. The rest of the drive to Aldra was peaceful. Pulling up to the school, one wouldn't think anything of it. It looked like your normal middle school, nothing that seemed to set it apart. We made our way inside and were immediately stopped. Excuse me, sir, but what business do you have here? Relax, we just came to turn in a doctor's note for a student. I waved him off as we walked into the school. Making our way through the halls, nothing stood out about the school. Everything seemed normal. Honestly, based on what the kid said, I figured this place would be a madhouse. What's wrong, Aizawa? Nothing, sir. I looked over to him as we continued through the halls. Just thinking is all. Eventually, we found the teacher's lounge. We knocked on the door and waited for an answer. After a few seconds, a woman opened the door. Hello, how may I help you? She looked at us, confused. Hello, we came to talk to one of your students' teachers. We came to deliver a doctor's note for them. I pulled out the notes to show her they were real. Oh my, of course. Do you know what class they are in? She motioned for us to enter. No ma'am. All I know is he's in his second year. His name is Izuku Midoriya. She went to her computer and searched. Izuku Midoriya. I don't know if I've heard that name before, but just give me a minute and I can figure it out. We could hear the clicking of the keys as she looked for a name. After a few minutes, she looked up. All right, he is in class 2C, which will be the next floor up, about halfway down on your right. Thank you very much. With that, we started to make our way out. You're welcome. Also, did they not mention that pets aren't allowed on campus? She looked at us, confused. I glanced down at my side. I'm not a pet. My name is Nizu. I just look a little odd because of my quirk. The woman jumped back and bowed. I'm so sorry for making assumptions, please forgive me. It's all right, but we should be going. We made our way through the halls and up the stairs. You know, sir, I never really figured out what you are, if I'm being honest. I looked down at him curiously. I don't see why that matters. At the end of the day, I'm still the principal, right? I nodded as we continued through the empty halls. Students should be arriving soon. We reached the room labeled 2C. Knocking on the door, we waited for an answer. Come in. We stepped inside. Sorry to disturb you, but there is something we needed to discuss about one of your students. Oh dear, I hope they haven't been causing trouble. But I'm sorry, what are your names? He motioned for us to sit. I'm Shota Aizawa, and this is Principal Nizu. We work at UA. Wait, you're from UA? Yes, more specifically the hero course, but that's not important at the moment. We came to discuss one of your students. Of course, please forgive me. It's just that we've never had a student from this school make it to UA. I'm a little taken aback at the moment. That's understandable. But I'm here to talk about Izuku Midoriya. Who? I began to squeeze my hands together to try and keep calm. Izuku Midoriya, messy green hair, diamond-shaped freckles on his face. I looked at him, and he still had a blank expression. I swear, if this man doesn't remember this kid. I let out a sigh. He's quirkless. Oh right, yes, I know him. The one who gets perfect scores on every test. Why would you be asking about him? I could feel my frustration rising. Just him. I'm sorry, sir, but what do you mean he gets perfect scores? Nizu interrupted. Well, every test he gets perfect scores, even when I throw in questions that I never went over in class. Why does that mean he's cheating? Maybe he studies more than the others. Nizu continued. I highly doubt he studies more than the others. He doesn't even pay attention in class. He just has headphones in as he writes in his notebook. I still don't see how this means he's cheating. Have you ever caught him in the act? Nizu was beginning to get irritated. Well, no, but it's nearly impossible to get perfect scores on everything without paying attention unless you have a quirk that enhances your IQ. But if I may, we can get back to the subject at hand. I have class starting soon. Of course, sir. I gritted my teeth. Well, you see, while I was on patrol Friday evening, I found Midoriya unconscious in an alley. Is that so? It's no surprise he's resorted to bad choices already. The kid never had a chance. He wasn't on drags. He was mugged and sent to the hospital with burns covering his chest. If I hadn't found him when I did, his wounds would have been infected. He's lucky to be alive right now. I see, well that's good to hear. There's no need for unnecessary tragedy. I'm sorry, but do you even care? I leaned forward in my chair. The teacher eyed me. Of course I care about my students, but I can't do anything to help a lost cause with no future. At this point I was close to losing it. I see. Well, we came to deliver his doctor's notes. He won't be here today, and he's been told to stay out of physical activity for a week. I highly suggest you ensure that happens. With that, we stood up and made our way to the door. Thank you for your time, sir. We quickly made our way back to the car. Once inside, I threw my head back. It's like he was trying to annoy me. Wouldn't say that, but it does seem as if they never gave him a chance to start. Nizu put a paw to his chin and began to think. So what do you plan to do now? I plan to make a quick stop to check up on him. I turned the car on and began to drive. I see. Nizu looked out the window. I've decided to go along with you. I'd like to meet him for myself. I looked at Nizu, confused. Sir, I don't think you had much of a choice at this point, unless you plan to walk back to the school. Nizu looked over at me and smiled. I said I decided to go with you. I looked back at the road. Whatever you say, sir. Izuku POV. Why is someone knocking on my door this early on a Monday? I got up from my desk and shuffled out of the room, grumbling to myself. This better be important. I was so close to finding what I needed. I took a deep breath and composed myself. Opening the door, I was immediately confused. Mr. Aizawa? Morning, Midoriya. Is it all right if we come in? I looked at him, confused for a second. Hello, my name is Nizu. A small creature stepped from behind Aizawa. Oh. I looked between the two. Sure, come in. I stepped to the side to let them in, closed the door behind them, and showed them to the living room. I could tell they were inspecting everything, even if they didn't say anything. So I don't want to sound rude, but why did you come by today? Mr. Aizawa sat down on the couch and looked at me. Well, we stopped by your school to turn in your doctor's note, and we had an interesting talk with your homeroom teacher. Is that so? I leaned back into my seat, glancing at the floor. What did he have to say? First off, I owe you an apology. I didn't really believe you when you told me that the teachers don't realize you're even in class. That was made abundantly clear by your teacher. I let out a small chuckle. Really? What did he say? He didn't even know who you were until I mentioned you were quirkless. I relaxed a little. Yeah, that sounds about right. He also said that you cheat on all your tests. Mr. Aizawa leaned in slightly. Of course he did. I'm sorry, but I have to ask, Nizu interjected, scooting to the edge of the couch. Do you cheat on the tests? No, but it's not like they'd believe me. In that case, would you mind taking this for me? It's just 10 questions. Nizu pulled out a piece of paper. Sure. I took the paper and looked over the questions. What's his game? These questions are all so vague. As I continued to read, it hit me. So that's it then. Very interesting. I began to answer the questions one after the other. I looked up to see a bored expression on Mr. Aizawa's face and a smile on Nizu's. I finished the last couple of questions and handed the paper to Nizu. Here you go. He took it from me and nodded. Thank you very much. After examining the paper for a moment, he folded it and put it in his pocket. So, Midoriya, what exactly is your quirk? Mr. Aizawa mentioned it but wouldn't explain. I took a deep breath. Does it really matter? I don't ever plan to use it, and I don't see why you should know what it does. I see. Well, maybe we should have introduced ourselves better. You already know Mr. Aizawa is the pro-hero eraserhead, but he is also a teacher at UA. I looked at him in disbelief. And as for me, I'm the principal of UA. Nizu leaned forward and locked eyes with me. So humor me. What exactly can your quirk do? I felt a chill go down my spine. I'm not sure if this is great or terrible luck, but what are the chances? I took another deep breath and composed myself. Yeah, sure. I can make people relive their most traumatic experiences. I can also alter them to make them worse than they actually were. I see. I can understand why you wouldn't want to use this. But would you be able to give us an example of how it works? Nizu looked at me with curiosity. Are you sure? I asked, confused. Of course. Mr. Aizawa is more than happy to let you use it on him. Nizu motioned to him. I looked to Mr. Aizawa, who just nodded. Okay, but how are you going to understand how it works? Everything happens in an instant. Well, why don't we do a little test and see if you can bring others into someone's memories? Alright, but just this once. I looked at Mr. Aizawa. I need you to tell me a memory that was traumatic for you. Preferably one that you still think about to this day. Mr. Aizawa nodded as he began to think, but Nizu spoke up. Why does he need to tell you a memory? Is that some kind of requirement? I shook my head. No, sir. When I activate my quirk, I see orbs float around everyone. They have different colors depending on how traumatic the experience was for the person. Like this, it's a random guess as to what I'm choosing. But if I'm familiar with the incident or it's something we both witnessed, the orb gets a title letting me know which one it is. Very interesting. Nizu put his paw to his chin. So with enough time, you could have a vast library of someone's worst moments to use against them. Not just that, they have no idea I know about it. To them, it's just a flashback, but to me, I'm watching it all happen as if I was there, though I can't interact with it physically. That's quite the quirk you have. And it's also a huge test of character. Nizu stood up and walked over to me. I'm very impressed with you, Midoriya. Thank you, sir. I looked down at him before turning back to Mr. Aizawa. Are you ready? Mr. Aizawa nodded. Alright, I hope this one works. Back when I was still in high school, I was sparring with a classmate. His quirk allows him to project his voice at extremely high frequencies. While we were sparring, I tried to capture him with my scarf. I misjudged my throw and ended up grabbing him by the throat. When I pulled on my scarf, it tightened and he went down. I quickly released it and ran to make sure he was okay. He wasn't speaking and was sent to the nurse's office. I thought I had crushed his throat, ruining his potential hero career. It turned out he was just being overdramatic, and I had only bruised his throat. That being said, I was shaken for a while and couldn't help but think that I could have ended his dream. Will that be enough for you to know which memory to choose? Nizu looked towards me. Only one way to find out. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. When I opened them, I looked towards Mr. Aizawa and saw the orbs floating around him. I focused on one with the title, Mic Dropped. I turned to Nizu and nodded. I can see it, so whenever you're ready, let me know, and we can try to bring you along with me. Alright, let's see if this will work. Nizu climbed onto the couch and then onto my head. Since you have to touch the orbs, maybe you can bring along anyone who is making contact with you as well? I guess that makes sense. But why are you on my head? I looked up at him, confused. Ah, well, it's quite comfy up here and provides a better view. He leaned forward and patted my head. Now, let's give this a try. Alright. I looked back towards the orb and started to reach for it. As I was about to touch it, I hesitated and shook my head before continuing my reach. I opened my eyes and looked around. I was standing in a gym. In the center of the room, two teens were fighting. I guess this is the fight. I walked a little closer and watched, waiting to see what was going to happen. As I approached, I felt something move on my head. Oh my, this is quite strange. Nizu scooted down my arm before jumping to the ground next to me. You're telling me? I honestly didn't expect you to make it in here. I looked down at Nizu before turning my attention back to the fight. Well, now you know it's possible. Nizu directed his attention to the fight as well. So you said you can alter a memory? Yeah. I see. Aizawa said that he only bruised Mick's throat during this. Can you change that? I'd like to see the effects it has. Nizu looked over to me. Sure. I closed my eyes and began to focus. Alright, let's see how he can handle this. I brought my hand up and snapped my fingers. Did it work? Nizu turned towards the fight again, watching intently. Just give it a minute. The two of us stood and watched the fight unfold before us. The two of them traded blows back and forth. Eventually, Aizawa jumped into the air to avoid a leg sweep. He saw an opportunity and took it. His scarf flew and wrapped around Mick's neck. When the scarf was pulled, it tightened, and Mike fell to the floor. Aizawa rushed over to him and turned him onto his back. What exactly did you do? Nizu asked as we began to walk closer to the scene unfolding in front of us. He crushed his windpipe, which caused paralysis in his vocal cords. He won't be able to talk very much or use his quirk. We reached the center of the room and saw Aizawa panicking and calling for help. So what exactly happens from here? Nizu looked up at me. Well, we'll be kicked out of the memory and back to sitting on the couch. The only big difference is that Mr. Aizawa will likely be panicking. I see. So what should we do? Break the false memory. Show him something that will prove that the memory was wrong. That will cause his knowledge of the true incident to return. In an instant, we were back in my apartment sitting on the couch. Everything was quiet until Mr. Aizawa spoke up. I ruined his dream. How can I call myself a hero when my friend can't even talk? He looked up with tears streaming down his face. Calm down, Aizawa, it's okay. Mike can still talk. Nizu got off my head and walked over to Mr. Aizawa, pulling out his phone. Listen to this message he left me this morning. Good morning, Principal Nizu. I just wanted to run an idea past you about a new subject. It's called the art of the DJ. I'd pretty much just have students help out with the radio show I do. Of course, I'd teach them how to do some stuff, but mainly it would help reduce the cost of everything. With that, Nizu closed his phone and sat next to Mr. Aizawa. See, he's perfectly fine. Yeah, I guess you're right. I don't know what came over me. He wiped away any remaining tears. It was my quirk. I changed what you remembered. I looked to the floor. Now do you understand why I wish I never had it? The two of them just looked at each other and nodded. Yeah, I completely understand. Mr. Aizawa looked over to me. So have you given any thought to what we talked about the other day? Kind of. I looked over to him. I opened up to that girl and her family some. I showed them some of my music and told them I was quirkless. I glanced at the wall where the pictures were turned around to face it. I also told them I wanted to try for a hero course. Well, it's baby steps. Mr. Aizawa gave a small smile. So I have something else for you to think about. I looked towards him, confused. What's that? Based on what I saw at your school, I was going to offer you the chance to leave here and come stay with me. He narrowed his gaze at me. That is, if you're serious about going for a hero course. I gave him a slight smile back. I'll think about it. Well, thank you for allowing us to take up your time, but we should be getting back to the school. Nizu and Mr. Aizawa stood up and started making their way to the door. It's fine. Honestly, it went better than I expected. I followed behind them. Here, kid, take this. Mr. Aizawa pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to me. Give me a call when you come to a decision, all right? With that, the two of them made their way outside. I closed the door behind them and couldn't help but laugh. It's been a crazy couple of days. I lay down on my bed and pulled out my phone to see a message from Jairu. Morning. Are you feeling any better today? Yeah, a little bit. Sorry for not responding. It's been a crazy morning. I stood up, grabbed my keys, and made my way to the park to think. The park was quiet for the middle of the day. I walked through it, heading to my spot. The sound of music flooded my mind as I took in the scenery. It was oddly peaceful. It was comical how contradictory it felt, an average middle schooler walking through a park as if they didn't have a care in the world. But inside, I was a chaotic whirlwind of confusion. I chuckled to myself as I reached my favorite spot, stopping to stare at the bench before shaking my head and sitting against a tree. I leaned my head back and sighed. Life shouldn't be this stressful. Looking down the hill, I saw a family enjoying a picnic. A small smile crept onto my face before turning to a frown. Life shouldn't be this unfair either. I wasn't even given a chance to have a normal life. I watched them for a few minutes as they laughed and enjoyed their time. Their child started to run around, and the parents just watched and smiled. I shook my head and looked up at the sky. I guess no one ever said life was fair. I checked my phone for a notification. Is everything all right? Jair asked. I smiled a little. Well, it's not like everything is completely unfair. Yeah, I just have a lot on my mind at the moment. I closed my eyes, letting the music fill my head as I thought about everything that had happened recently. Honestly, things are starting to look up. I actually have choices in life. I opened my eyes and saw the family starting to pack up and leave. I may have missed out on my real family, but that doesn't mean I can't have another in the future. Oh. Well, I'm here if you ever need someone to talk to. You know I'm all ears. I laughed while shaking my head. Is that the best you can do? I mean, you've already used that one. Oh. But in all seriousness, thanks. It means a lot. I set my phone down and stared into the sky, contemplating what to do. I reached into my pocket and grabbed the paper Mr. Aizawa had left me. If I did this, I'd have a year and a half to prepare. I'm sure he would help train me, so I'm physically ready. I looked back at my phone to see another notification. Would I have to give up what I have now? I don't want to lose the first real friend I've had. I leaned my head back against the tree with a small thud. I had a feeling you'd be here. I turned to see Auntie Mitsuki walking up to me. What are you doing here? She sat next to me against the tree and put a hand on my head. You seriously didn't think I wouldn't check up on you? I haven't seen you since you got out of the hospital. I looked down. I guess I meant, how did you know I was here? Izuku, I've known you your whole life. I know your tendencies better than you do. I looked over at her before looking back down. Whatever you say. I put my thumb to my teeth, and Auntie Mitsuki let out a sigh. What's on your mind, kid? Nothing. Don't try to hide it from me. She gave me a gentle slap on the head. I looked up at her, annoyed, but she smiled back. I glanced down the hill where the family had been. A lot has happened recently, and I don't know what to do. Does it have anything to do with last night? She shifted to get more comfortable. Sort of. I looked back down. I told them that I was quirkless. Without looking up, I could sense Auntie Mitsuki's disappointment. But they still accepted me and told me to follow my dream. Is that so? So why are you confused? I'm not sure what my dream is anymore. When I was younger, I wanted to be a hero, but I can't really do that with what I have. I wrapped my arms around my knees. I also love music, and I think I'm really good at it. Well, you still have plenty of time to decide. There's no need to rush. Not exactly. Auntie Mitsuki looked down at me, confused. What does that mean? Do you remember the hero I told you about who drove me home the other day? Yeah. Well, this morning he and one of his friends came over to check on me. As they were leaving, he mentioned that if I was serious about the hero course, I could stay with him. I glanced at Auntie Mitsuki, who was narrowing her gaze at me, and then looked back down. But the family I was with last night has a lot of connections in music. They said they could introduce me to people if I wanted. Auntie Mitsuki was quiet for a moment, then placed her hand on my head. You know I love you, right, Izuku? I nodded. I know life hasn't been easy for you. You've dealt with more than anyone your age should. I don't want to rob you of your dreams, but I think of you as my own child. If you want to leave, I'll support you, and if you want to pursue music, I'll support you in that too. She pulled me into a hug. I'm scared though. I know. It's a big decision, but life is scary. That's not it. I'm scared because I don't want to lose the first friend I've had in a long time. Auntie Mitsuki tilted my head up so our eyes met. Who said you had to lose them? You can still be friends even if you go your separate ways. She leaned back against the tree. That being said, if you choose to leave, I want to meet the man you'll be staying with. I leaned back against the tree as well and pulled out the paper Mr. Aizawa gave me. Here's his number, you can give him a call if you'd like. She took the note from me. Look at you being smart and not making me pry it out of you. I let out a small chuckle as I pulled out my phone. Yeah, it only took 13 years. I opened my phone to see a message from Jairu. Jairu, anytime, well my lunch break is about to end, so I have to get back to class. I'll talk to you later. Midoriya, alright, try and have fun. Midoriya, hey, are we still on for Friday after school? I looked down over the park again. It was filling up a bit more. It was still peaceful but not as quiet. Just as I was staring at it all, Auntie Mitsuki broke the silence. Oh, does someone have another date this Friday? She smirked at me. It's not like that. We're just going to the music store to look at guitars. I waved my hands back and forth. She chuckled and ruffled my hair. Oh man, I can't wait to see Katsuki's reaction when I tell him you have another date. Don't tell him. I looked back down with a serious expression. Auntie Mitsuki's gaze sharpened. And why is that? Just don't. Please. I put my hands into my jacket pocket, feeling them tremble. She looked at me, confused, and stood up, extending her hand. Come on, kid, let's go get some lunch. I took her hand and stood up. Okay. It's been a while since it was just you and I having a meal. I also want to hear more about this girl you're meeting Friday. She started walking but then stopped. I wonder if I'll end up having grandchildren after all? I told you it's not like that. Yeah, whatever you say, kid. Now come on, we don't have all day. With that, we made our way out of the park. Finally. I leaned back in my desk, stretching. It's about time for class to end. I started packing up my books. I know, right? Today just seemed to drag on. Tsubaki turned to face me. Totally. I pulled out my phone and saw a notification, a smile forming on my face. Midoriya, alright, try and have fun. Midoriya, hey, are we still on for Friday after school? Jairu, hell yeah. Earth to Jairu. Tsubaki tapped my head. Wah. I shot up, accidentally throwing my phone at her. Whoa, calm down. She picked up my phone, smirking as she looked at the screen. Oh my, Jairu, it looks like you have a date on Friday. Oh no. I smacked my head onto my desk and extended my hand. Give it back. Not until you tell me all about this boy. Now spill, how long were you planning on hiding this from me? It's not like that. I raised my head but kept my chin on the desk. I met him by chance at the beginning of the school year and then ran into him again later. There's seriously nothing going on between us. If that's the case, then why are you so excited to meet up with him Friday? She placed my phone back in my hand. That's a complicated story. I looked to the side before standing up and grabbing my bag. Anyways, we should get going. Fine. She stood up, grabbing her bag as well. So what's your plan for Friday? We're just going to the music store. I plugged in my jack to the phone and started listening to music. I'm helping him pick out a guitar. As we walked out of the room, it dawned on me what I had just said. Forget I just said that. Tsubaki looked at me and smiled. Now why would I do that? You're never going to stop bugging me about this, are you? Me? I would never do something like that. She laughed as she turned away to head a different way. Anyways, I'll see you tomorrow, Jairu. With that, she waved and made her way home. The rest of the walk was peaceful. Nothing unusual happened, and the music was actually calming. Everything felt right, marking a great start to the week. Music flowed through my mind as I walked down the street, creating a personal soundtrack for my journey. Before I knew it, I was standing at my front door. As I reached to open it, a chill ran down my spine. Something's wrong. I glanced around for a moment before stepping inside. I found my mom sitting on the couch with her tea. Oh good, it's only you. She turned and looked at me, a hint of confusion on her face. What's that supposed to mean? It's nothing. I took off my shoes and set my bag by the door. I just had a weird feeling as if something was off when I was about to walk in. I sat on the couch across from her. Seems like you've been having quite a few strange feelings lately. She took a sip of her tea. What makes you say that? I asked, curious. Did you forget our chat this morning? She raised an eyebrow. What are you talking? I paused as another chill ran down my spine. Oh no. Oh yes. She leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees. So tell me. A smirk formed on her face as she looked over her glasses. What was this dream you had? What are you talking about? I told you it was about talking food. I tried to sound convincing, feeling sweat form on my forehead. Nice try, but wrong dream. Now tell me, Kyoka, what about the dream with Midoriya? Her eyes seemed to pierce right through me. There's no way out of this. Unless. I looked around the room before returning my gaze to her. Is Dad here? I'm sure he wouldn't want to hear about a boy I dreamed about. I raised my voice slightly, hoping he would come in and change the subject. The room was quiet for a moment before Mom started to snicker. Nice try, but I made sure he wouldn't come home until I told him to. So until I call him, it's just you and me. Now spill. Really thought of everything, didn't you? I leaned back and stared at the ceiling. Of course. This is the first time you've shown any serious interest in anyone. So when did it start? Saturday. Mom interlocked her fingers, looking at me intently. And what exactly happened? Well, after you told me to relax, I started playing some music and doing some thinking. I fiddled with my jacks, mumbling, then I fell asleep and had a dream. Mom's eyebrows raised as she watched me. And what was this dream about? I continued to twirl my jacks, avoiding her gaze. I was sitting on a couch and Midoriya was standing in the doorway. He walked in and asked if everything was all right. Then he was going to kiss me. I covered my face, looking down. Is that it? I quickly shook my head. Well, that's obviously a lie. She leaned forward, placing a hand on my head. Now what all happened? I peeked up at her through my hands. Fine. I assume we were married because he mentioned my PRGN and CY being hard. That's when we almost kissed. Oh my, how juicy. My mom giggled to herself. I never would have expected that from you. I know, but I don't know what to do. I threw my head back in frustration. Well, that's not too hard to figure out at all. Mom stood up and moved closer to me. Tell me, what does Midoriya mean to you? That's the issue, I honestly don't know. I looked over as she sat next to me. She wrapped her arms around me in a comforting hug. Well, that's something you'll have to find out on your own. She tilted my head up so our eyes could meet. But trust me, once you figure that out, everything else will start to make sense. Thanks, Mom. I hugged her back and then stood up to head upstairs. I just hope I can figure this out by Friday. Oh, and what's so special about Friday? She glanced over her shoulder at me. I'm meeting him at the music store to look at guitars. I nervously twisted my jack around my finger. My little girl has a date. Mom stood up excitedly. Who has a date? Dad barged in, looking between us. What the heck, Mom? I thought you said he wouldn't be back unless you called him? Oh yeah, I lied about that. Mom stuck her tongue out at me. Why would you risk that knowing what we talked about? I looked at her, feeling betrayed. Because I knew you wouldn't talk if I told you the truth. She smiled at me. Is anyone going to tell me what's going on here? Dad waited for an answer, looking between us. Still, Mom, what if he came home earlier than he did? You know exactly what he would have done. Calm down, sweetie. Everything worked out in the end. Now go get started on your homework. Dinner will be done soon. Dad called out, eager for a response. Will someone please tell me what this talk of a date is about? He added, his voice tinged with frustration. Fine. I replied, feeling the weight of the conversation. Thank you. Finally someone answered me. I decided to retreat to my room. I'll be in my room until then. Call when it's ready. I have some thinking to do. As I headed up the stairs, I heard Dad sigh in confusion, sitting on the couch with his head hung low. Izuku POV. It was Thursday afternoon, and class had just ended. I was making my way back to my apartment, headphones on, letting the music carry me as I focused on the sidewalk. Today was the day Auntie Mitsuki and I were supposed to meet with Mr. Aizawa. The world around me seemed to slow down as I walked through the streets. I chuckled to myself, thinking, who would have ever guessed that this Deku's life would turn out like this? But that small smile quickly faded as doubts crept in. Do you really think you're good enough? The thought stopped me in my tracks. I pulled out a headphone, looking around, confused. A tightness formed in my chest as I resumed walking. That's weird. I tried to shake the voice from my mind. You'll never make it, you're just wasting your time. My pace quickened as I navigated through the crowd, desperate to get home. You've never been anything besides a failure. My breathing accelerated with each negative thought. You're nothing but a worthless nobody. Now in a full sprint, I pushed through the crowd, seeking the safety of my apartment. Give it up, you'll never amount to anything. I slowed down, searching for a place to hide. Shut up, why now of all times? I turned a corner and spotted an alley. Quickly ducking in, I sat down and pulled out my flask, taking a few swigs before staring up at the sky. It's been a while since I last heard them like that. I wrapped my arms around my legs, feeling myself start to shake. But why? Why now? I buried my face in my knees, trying to calm down. Taking deep breaths, I slowly raised my head to the wall in front of me. Clenching my fist, I took another deep breath. Just one step at a time. As I started to stand, my phone buzzed. I pulled it out and saw a message from Auntie Mitsuki. Hey Izuku, just wanted to remind you that we're having that meeting at your apartment today. I'll be over soon, okay? I slid back down to the ground, pulling my knees to my chest, thinking about what the evening would bring. They're going to hate each other, and you won't even have a chance. My breathing quickened again. Shut up. They both think you're nothing but a burden. A knot formed in my stomach as I buried my face in my knees. That's not true. They only pretend to care out of pity. They do care about me. I clenched my hands on my knees, shaking. No one has ever cared about you. Stop it. It's not true. Tears began to fall down my face. You're nothing but a cursed child meant to be alone. I stood up and walked to the wall, placing my head against it. I pulled my arm back and punched it as hard as I could. Just shut up already. I punched the wall again. Why are you trying to escape the truth? No one wants anything to do with you. Especially her. I punched the wall again, shutting my eyes to block out the voices. I said shut up, it's not true. As my fist was about to connect with the wall again, my phone buzzed and I stopped short. Looking at my hand, I saw blood running down. Sheet. I carefully rolled up my sleeve to keep my shirt clean, then poured some of the flask's contents over the wound to clean it. The sting was sharp but oddly calming. I pulled out some gauze and wrapped my hand slowly. Once finished, I turned to the side and felt nausea wash over me. I made my way back to the wall and slid down to the ground, the world around me slowly stopping its spin. Resting my head against the wall, I felt the sting of my wounds. Shaking my head, I stood up, grabbed my bag, wiped my mouth, and headed back to the street. What seemed like an eternity later, I finally reached my apartment. I threw my bag to the floor and made my way to my room. I turned on some music and grabbed a change of clothes before heading to the shower. I unwrapped the gauze from my hand and chest and looked at my reflection in the mirror. Man, I look rough today. I chuckled to myself. What's wrong, cat got your tongue? I looked around the room, waiting for a response before turning on the shower. I guess that means you used up everything earlier. As I hopped in the shower, the hot water stung my wounds. The sensation walked a fine line between relaxing and painful. I closed my eyes, letting the water cascade over me as I calmed myself and mentally prepared for the night. The sounds of music and water splashing echoed in the room. I opened my eyes and stared at the scar on my chest, a small smile forming as I placed my hand on it. There was still a faint sting, but it was nothing compared to the first day. It's just my luck, I thought, glancing at my hand and recalling the damage I had done earlier. The second one heals, and I make another. I chuckled softly as I turned off the water. Stepping out of the shower, my phone buzzed. I grabbed my towel and started to dry off while checking the message. Auntie Mitsuki, hey kid, I'm on my way over. I'll see you in a little. I sighed and looked back at the mirror. I guess I better get ready then. I quickly replied, alright, sounds good. I finished drying off and began to wrap my hand again. As I covered the last of the exposed cuts, I noticed another message notification. I guess that was from earlier. I opened it and hung my head. Sheet. Jiru, hey, I'm bored. Want to meet up at the park? I hope she isn't waiting for me. I shook my head and stared back at the mirror. Midoriya, hey, sorry, but something came up and I just saw this. I completed the wrapping of my hand and looked back at my chest. You know, this one actually looks kind of cool. I set the wrap down and made sure my chest was dry. Jiru, don't worry, I understand, but is everything alright? Midoriya, yeah, everything will be fine. I just had to get back to change the wrapping on my chest. Jiru, oh okay. Hey, I hope you don't mind me asking, but how bad is it? You know, your burn. I paused for a moment, considering her question. I guess it wouldn't hurt to let her see it. I took a picture of the burn and sent it. Midoriya, it's going to leave a scar, but I kind of think it looks cool. I started to redo the wrap for my chest as I waited for a reply. Luckily, I had full range of motion without any pain, making the process quicker. Once I was ready, I returned to my room and sat at my desk. I reached down to one of my drawers and pulled out a notebook, flipping through the pages as a rush of old memories flooded back. Each page told a story of dreams that were starting to rekindle. I couldn't help but smile a little as I turned through it, seeing all the old hero names and costume designs I had come up with. I can't believe I actually thought these were good. Man, I was such a fanboy back then. As I continued flipping through the pages, I stopped at a spot where a page was torn out. Leaning back in my chair, I stared at the ceiling for a minute. My smile faded as I closed my eyes. When I opened them, I saw a library of orbs floating around me. I looked between them, trying to find a certain one. I raised my hand toward a purple orb but stopped just before touching it, letting out a sigh. I closed my eyes again, and when I opened them, the orbs were gone. I sat in silence for a while before my phone buzzed again. I leaned forward and picked it up. Jiru, dude, what the heck? Why are you in a towel? Midoriya, well, I had just gotten out of the show DR. Midoriya, oh no. I slammed my head on the desk, my face turning bright red. Am I an idiot? I hit my head on the desk again before hearing my phone buzz once more. Jiru, oh no is right. For multiple reasons. Seriously, dude, what were you thinking? Midoriya, well, obviously I wasn't thinking. I swear I didn't mean anything by it. Jiru, look, I know you didn't. I just wasn't expecting to see a half-naked guy on my phone. Midoriya, right, I'll warn you next time. Jiru, what did you just say? I must be going crazy because I believe you just inferred that you'd send stuff like this again. I slammed my head on the desk again. Yeah, I am an idiot. Midoriya, so can we pretend that I didn't say any of that? Please. Sure, no. Midoriya, DMN. Jiru, hey, I need something to tease you about since you saw how I react to scary movies. Midoriya, fair enough. I stood up and made my way to the living room, straightening everything up a bit before everyone arrived. Once everything looked presentable, I sat on the couch and put on some music. I pulled out my phone again. Jiru, so will the scar be that big? Midoriya, they said it will be a little smaller, but it will be noticeable. Jiru, okay. But what happened to your hand? Midoriya, it's nothing. I sat there, typing out another message before stopping. I looked at it for a few moments. Should I just tell her? I shook my head and quickly erased what I had typed. Sinking into the couch, I tossed my phone on the coffee table. A minute later, I heard my phone buzz a few times. I sat up to reach for it just as the door opened. Izuku, you better have some breathes on. Auntie Mitsuki walked in and took her shoes off at the door. I opened my phone as I answered her. Yeah, I have some on, but you wouldn't have to worry about that if you just knocked first. I looked down at my phone. Jiru, are you sure? Midoriya, hey, I have to go. I'll talk to you later. I put my phone away as I felt a hand on my head. Are you talking to your girlfriend? Auntie Mitsuki ruffled my hair a little. You know she's not my girlfriend. I stood up and walked into the kitchen. She turned around and leaned against the back of the couch. I know, but you like her, don't you? I paused and looked down for a moment. And what makes you think that? The fact that you actually opened up to someone is more than enough for me to be suspicious. She walked over to the counter in front of me. And what if I do? I began to tense up a little. Well, that's easy. You tell her. She leaned on the counter, not breaking her gaze. I'll think about it. I looked up and met her eyes. Don't wait too long, or you may miss your chance. Now let's get ready for tonight. With that, she pushed herself off the counter and made her way into the living room. An hour later, everything was ready for the night. I walked out of my room and locked the door behind me. As I made my way into the living room, there was a knock on the door. I returned to the door and opened it. Standing in front of me were Mr. Aizawa and Nizu. Good evening, Midoriya. I stepped aside to let them in. Sorry for having you come over so late. It's no trouble at all, Nizu said, riding on Aizawa's shoulder. We're actually quite glad that you called. As we entered the living room, Auntie Mitsuki was sitting down, waiting. Hi, Mr. Aizawa. I'm Mitsuki Bakugo, Izuku's guardian. It's nice to meet you. This is Principal Nizu. He came with me the other day and insisted he come again. I hope that's not an issue. We all sat down on our respective couches. Of course that's fine. But I have to ask, where exactly are you a principal? Auntie Mitsuki sat up a little. Well, I'm actually the principal at UA, and Mr. Aizawa is one of our teachers. Nizu got off Aizawa's shoulder and sat on the couch next to him. Oh, I see. Wait, did you say UA as in the national school known around the world? Auntie Mitsuki's jaw dropped in disbelief. That is the exact school I am talking about, Nizu smiled. I honestly don't know what to say. Auntie Mitsuki was in shock. If I may, we can get to the topic at hand. I'd hate to waste everyone's time, Mr. Aizawa spoke up. Of course, sorry. Auntie Mitsuki cleared her throat. So, Izuku told me that you said if he wanted to pursue the hero course, he could move in with you. She locked eyes with Mr. Aizawa. That is correct. Mr. Aizawa matched her gaze. I understand that you're a pro-hero yourself, but I don't know anything about you, let alone have even heard of you. Until the other day. I understand that you work with UA, but I still don't feel comfortable about this. She maintained her gaze. I understand where you're coming from, but it's not logical for you to fully trust us after one meeting. He kept his eyes on hers, unwavering. However, I would like for us to come to some form of understanding tonight. Auntie Mitsuki raised an eyebrow. Is that so, and what exactly do you mean by that? Mr. Aizawa leaned forward, keeping his focus. Midoriya needs to get out of that school after this semester. Auntie Mitsuki looked at him, confused. And why do you think that? I've been a teacher for quite a while now, and there are some things that go without saying. 1, they should know all of their students, and 2, they shouldn't give up on a student. Just from the short time I was there, it was clear that they considered him nothing but a lost cause. He shifted his gaze toward me. I'm sure Midoriya could tell you the same thing. Auntie Mitsuki looked toward me with suspicious eyes. Is that true? I shifted my eyes away from her and nodded. She let out a sigh and looked back to Mr. Aizawa. Aizawa spoke. I've considered him transferring to other schools, but I believe he would face similar challenges there. The reason I want him to stay is that he has known most of the kids for a few years, including my own son. That's a fair point, but it might be for the best. It could give him a chance to start over, Nizu replied. Aizawa continued. That said, there is a possibility that things could be just as difficult as before. Auntie Mitsuki turned to me and then back to Aizawa and Nizu. What is your interest in Izuku? He mentioned you would take him in if he wanted to pursue a hero course. Midoriya has a good heart. In the short time I've known him, it's clear he hasn't had a fair chance to pursue his dream. If he wants to go for a hero course, I can help him. He has a little over a year and a half until high school, and during that time, I can train him to give him a fighting chance. I would also take responsibility for his studies, Aizawa explained, maintaining eye contact with Auntie Mitsuki. Nizu added, of course, the responsibility won't fall solely on Mr. Aizawa. We have plenty of staff willing to support young Midoriya. I would be happy to teach him myself. Auntie Mitsuki narrowed her eyes. Hypothetically, if he chooses the hero course and things go as planned, what if he doesn't get accepted? I'm assuming he would apply to UA since that's where you both work. There are many other hero courses he could apply for. If not, he could enroll in UA's general course and pursue whatever he chooses. Even if it's not the hero course, UA is a top school, and graduating from there is an achievement regardless of his path, Aizawa replied, keeping his gaze steady. And how do you expect him to compete with others who have quirks? Izuku was born quirkless. Do you really think you can bring him to the same level? Auntie Mitsuki asked. If I may be blunt, I know Midoriya has a quirk, I've seen its potential firsthand, Aizawa said, looking at me. Many heroes have quirks that aren't about raw power. It's about how you use them. He is intelligent, and with training he can outmaneuver most. The fact that others think he's quirkless could actually become his greatest advantage. Auntie Mitsuki looked back at them. I should have guessed you were aware of that. It's true he has a powerful quirk, and we can help him refine it to be something he can use to help others. We want to support him in becoming the best version of himself, Nizu added, tapping his paws on the couch. Auntie Mitsuki turned to me. Why aren't you interested in caring for him if he doesn't pursue the hero course? To be honest, there's nothing we could offer him that you can't already provide. It's not that I wouldn't want to, I just don't see the point in taking him away from his support system, Aizawa explained. Are you saying he's not worth the effort unless you can turn him into something? Auntie Mitsuki scowled. That's not the case at all. I believe Midoriya will grow into a remarkable person regardless. He already has people who care for him here. It would be counterproductive to remove him from that environment. However, if he wants to train as a hero, it makes sense to place him where he can receive guidance, Aizawa said calmly. Auntie Mitsuki lowered her eyes, resting her chin on her hand. I understand your perspective and trust that you can help him achieve his dreams, but I can't trust Izuku to you. But Auntie Mitsuki, I exclaimed, shocked. Listen Izuku, I think of you as my own child. I was there when you were born and watched you grow up. To me, this feels like they're asking to take away my son. No mother could easily trust someone else with their child, she said, tears welling in her eyes. I was terrified when I got the call that you were in the hospital. I thought the worst. When you called to say you were all right, I was so relieved. I don't think I could handle that fear again. She wrapped her arm around me, pulling me close. But I promised to support him, no matter what choice he makes, even if it means he has to leave. I struggled to respond, tears forming in my eyes as Auntie Mitsuki held me tightly. Mr. Aizawa stood up and bowed before picking up Nizu and sitting him on his shoulders. Thank you for your time and honesty, but it's getting late and we'd hate to overstay our welcome. Both Auntie Mitsuki and I stood up and bowed back to them. We appreciate you coming all this way. We'll talk about everything and let you know when we come to a decision. Auntie Mitsuki smiled as we walked toward the door. I don't want to rush your decision, but keep in mind that the semester ends next month. Mr. Aizawa turned around as they stepped outside. If possible, it would be better to start at the beginning of a semester instead of the middle. If it helps put your mind at rest, I have already thought up some great lesson plans. Nizu smiled widely. Thanks, we'll be in contact soon. I gave them a small smile. All right, stay safe out there, kid. Mr. Aizawa nodded as they walked away. We closed the door behind us and made our way back to the living room, sitting down again. So how do you think it went? I asked her, resting my head down. I like them. They weren't intimidated by my question and didn't back down from my stare. She gave a small laugh. Yeah, that's impressive in its own right. I looked up at some of the pictures that were still turned around. Hey, can I ask you a question? What's up? She put her arm around me again. Did you really mean all of what you said? I stared off at the wall. Of course I did. She pulled me back into her side. But I may have exaggerated some parts of it. Really? Like what? I shifted my eyes to the ground. The part where I think of you as my own child. She placed a hand on my head. Oh, I see. I started to stand up before she pulled me back down to her. I don't just think of you as another son of mine. You are another son of mine. Even if I didn't give BRH to you, you're part of my family. She rested her head on top of mine. Nothing will change that, do you understand? Yes, ma'am. I could feel tears starting to run down my face. I had been conflicted with so many emotions that flooded my head, emotions I hadn't experienced in years. It's all right, kiddo, let it all out. She put my head into her shoulder. We sat there as she let me cry into her shoulder. After a few minutes, she raised my head up. So let's talk about this girl again. What? Where did that come from? I looked at her, completely confused. I felt like we needed something to lighten the mood. She smiled and laughed a little. Since you refused to let me meet her, why don't you tell me about her? Her name is Kyokajiru, and we're the same age. I looked away from her. Ooh, tell me about her. Things you find interesting. Auntie Mitsuki started to mess up my hair as she spoke. Come on, I won't stop till you spill. No wonder Kanchan is so violent, I mumbled under my breath. What was that? She stopped and looked at me suspiciously. I said her hair is violet. I gave her my best fake smile. Is that so? She kept eyeing me before letting out a sigh. Well, what else? She's really caring. I couldn't help but smile a little. Even the first time we met, she was like that. Apparently, when I was in the hospital, her dad had to drag her out. Then when I called to let them know I was all right, her mom said that she had been sitting by the phone waiting for me to call. Auntie Mitsuki looked at me oddly. Did I say something wrong? No, I just can't believe you can be so oblivious. She smacked the back of my head. And what's that supposed to mean? I looked at her, confused. Well, it's pretty obvious that she cares for you. She smiled. Well, yeah, I told you she is really caring. I looked at her, even more confused now. That's not what I mean. It sounds like she cares about you personally more than a normal friend. She smirked. Well, why would she care about me more than normal friends? I was completely lost at this point. Izuku, what's wrong with you? She smacked my head again and glared at me. Abandonment issues, anxiety, socially awkward, and depression. Do you want me to keep going? I looked at her with a straight face. Auntie Mitsuki just looked at me and shook her head. No, I get the picture, but what would you think if you saw this situation happening between two other people? Well, it would seem like one of them has feelings for the other. I looked at her as if it was a completely obvious answer. Exactly, so let's pretend these two people are you and Jairu. So what does that mean? She locked eyes with me and stared into my soul. That she thinks of me as a good friend. I raised an eyebrow, waiting for her response. Darn it, Izuku. She quickly smacked my head again. I'm saying that she has feelings for you. What? No, that's crazy, she just thinks of me as a good friend. I looked at her in confusion. You're hopeless, kid. She hung her head and shook it. Hey, aren't you two hanging out tomorrow? As far as I know, we are. I looked away from her. Well, why don't you give her a call and make sure? She gave me a sly smirk. I pulled out my phone and stared at it for a minute before looking back to Auntie Mitsuki. Why can't I just text her like I normally do? She quickly smacked the back of my head. Because I told you to call her. Oh wow. I rubbed the back of my head before taking a deep breath. Fine. I opened my phone, found Jairu's contact, and called her, putting it on speaker. You're not going to say anything, are you? I'll be quiet this time. She gave me a soft smile. I nodded as we listened to the phone ring. The silence in the room grew tense as we waited for an answer. Hello. Hey Jairu. Dude, what the hell was that all about? Sorry about that. Something came up and I had to go. Is everything alright? Yeah, some people came over so I was busy. Seriously? Yes. Dude, why didn't you just say that instead of being vague? I thought something was wrong. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize it. Huh, oh my god, dude, you're such a dumbass. Yeah. I've heard that one before. I looked over to Auntie Mitsuki, who was trying to hold in a laugh. Well, what's up? It's not like you to just call out of the blue. Oh, well, you see. I looked back to Auntie Mitsuki, who was furiously nodding. I was wondering if we were still on for after class tomorrow? What are you talking about? We were supposed to go to the music store tomorrow. You were gonna help me pick out a guitar. I don't remember anything about that at all. Oh. I looked down before feeling Auntie Mitsuki put her hand on my shoulder. I looked at her and saw her with a sad expression as she tried to force a smile. Well, never mind what I just said. It must have been some kind of fever dream. Yeah. I guess so. Sorry to bother you, Jairu. Ah man, you are way too easy to trick. I'm just messing with you, dude. Of course, we're still on for tomorrow. You'd think I'd really forget about that? Well, don't think about it too much. I should probably apologize for leading you on like that, but I had to get you back somehow, right? Yeah, I guess so. But seriously, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. It will be a lot of fun. Yeah, it will be. I lifted my head as Auntie Mitsuki rubbed my head a little. Well, I'm gonna go to sleep. I'll see you tomorrow at the store. Don't be late, alright? I won't. Good. It's a date then. Good night. And night. After she hung up, we sat there for a second before Auntie Mitsuki brought me in for a hug. So you officially have a date tomorrow. It's not like that. It's just a saying. I tried to pull away from her. Keep telling yourself that, and you'll miss your chance. She let me go before leaning back into the couch. But in all seriousness, why don't you think it would be a date? She even said it herself. I looked back to the ground as I pondered my thoughts. I guess I never really expected this to happen. Auntie Mitsuki stood up and started making her way to the door. Well, I'm gonna head home. Don't stay up too late. You have a big day tomorrow. Yeah, I guess I do. I stood up and walked toward the door as well. So the music store. It wouldn't happen to be the one downtown, would it? She gave a slight smirk. I looked back at her and rolled my eyes. Is that so you can come see what she looks like? And what if it is? She gave an innocent smile. Good night, Auntie Mitsuki. I opened the door for her. You know you can't hide this forever. I will meet her one day. She stepped out the door and turned back to face me. Yeah, but it will be on my terms. I gave her a half-hearted smile. I was about to start closing the door when I pulled her into another hug. I'm really proud of you, Izuku. You've grown so much recently, I sometimes don't even recognize you. See, come on. I haven't grown that much. I leaned into her as she rested her head on top of mine. You idiot. She squeezed me tight before letting me go. Yeah, I know I've gotten that a lot lately. I stepped back and gave a faint smile. She ruffled my hair one last time before turning toward the stairs. I'll be waiting to hear how it went. Stay safe out there, okay? I'll try. With that, she made her way down the stairs, and I locked the door behind her. I made my way back to my room and flopped on my bed to see an unopened message. Jairu, hey, I know I said I was going to bed, but I wanted to say sorry for messing with you like that. I totally took it too far. I've actually been looking forward to it all week. I also thought maybe we could go to the park after and hang out a little. That's if you don't have plans already. If not, it's cool. Well, I've rambled long enough. Good night, see you tomorrow. I set my phone down on my chest and laughed to myself a little. Maybe Auntie Mitsuki was right. I picked up my phone and smirked at what I typed out. Midoriya, sounds good, it's a date then. I plugged my phone in and stared at the ceiling. Letting out a deep breath, I closed my eyes, hoping for the school day to go by quickly. Well, only one way to find out. Oh God, what was I thinking when he called? I buried my face in my knees, twirling my jacks in my hands. Why did I have to say it's a date? I mean, it's not like he took me seriously or anything, but then what did he mean when he said it's a date? Kyoka. Does he think of this as a date? Wait, is this a date? Oh God, do I need to wear something cute? No, that's silly, we're meeting after school, so we'd both be in our uniforms. Kyoka. Why am I thinking like this? I don't even know if he likes me, and it's not as if I like him. At least I don't think I do. I mean, sure, he's kind, and his hair looks soft enough to use as a pillow. He genuinely cares for people and makes great music. Not to mention he looks good without a shirt, and that scar is kind of intriguing. Oh God, what am I even thinking now? Then that idiot. Kyoka. What am I saying? He's not an idiot, he's just socially awkward, and he didn't mean anything by it. Unless he's secretly some kind of XHBTNST. No, that's impossible, there's no way he could be like that, he's too innocent. I bit down on the inside of my lip. Oh, maybe he isn't. I don't really know much about his personal life. All I really know is skin deep. I closed my eyes and could see him clearly. All the scars on his arms and the one on his chest. I shook my head and closed my eyes tighter. I could see his green eyes. Those eyes sometimes shine like emeralds and other times are clouded, drained of all life. They just add to the mystery that is Midoriya. Hey Kyoka. I was suddenly jolted back to reality by my mom's jacks tapping my head. I'm awake. I sat up quickly and looked around the living room to see her standing in front of me. Is everything all right? She kneeled down so we were level and unwrapped my jacks from my fingers. I should be asking you that. I've been calling you for the past minute, but you were so caught up in your own mind, weren't you? Yes. Sorry, I was just thinking. Is that so? What could possibly be on your mind this early? She gave me a small smirk. Or should I say who's on your mind? What are you getting at? I gave her a cold stare. Kyoka, I know you better than you know yourself. She closed her eyes while smiling. If that's the case, what am I thinking right now? I rolled my eyes slightly. She pouted at me before standing up. You're thinking about that Midoriya boy again. Lucky guess. I groaned under my breath. Gosh, you really like this boy if you're thinking about him this early. She sat next to me and leaned in a little. So what's the issue this time? Meeting up. After school. To look at guitars. Then maybe going to the park. I buried my face in my knees again. Oh, is this a date? She practically squealed in excitement. No. Maybe. I don't know. I tossed my head back and stared at the ceiling. We talked last night to make sure we were still good to meet up, and as I was about to hang up, I said, it's a date then. A little later, we texted, and he said the same thing. Now I don't know what to think. Mom just stared at me blankly before taking a deep breath. Why are you so worried? It seems pretty clear to me that it's a date. But what if I don't want it to be a date? I looked at her, upset. Well, that's your own fault for saying it was a date in the first place. But try not to stress, I'm sure he's panicking just as much as you are. She smiled. A small chuckle escaped my lips as I relaxed a little. Yeah, you're probably right. I stood up and made my way to the door, putting on my shoes. Well, I better get going, I don't want to be late for school. All right, sweetie, be safe and have fun. She waved as she walked back into the kitchen. I made my way down the streets with a jack plugged into my phone. The music playing was a poor attempt at background music for my inner monologue. Didn't that Midoriya? Why did he have to be so mysterious? It's not fun being left in the dark. I pulled out my phone and scrolled through all our messages. A small smile crept onto my face as I played with my free jack in my other hand. Well, I guess the mystery is part of the package. Speaking of which, I quickly scrolled back to the picture he had sent the night before. He may not have much muscle mass, but that scar is intriguing. I wonder if he'd let me touch it? Maybe I should send something playful to get him back. It could also serve as a nice apology for acting like we had never talked about going back to the store. Stop it, Kyoka, he's not like that. He didn't mean it like that. You're not like that. Stop panicking and overthinking this. Hey Jairu. I was brought out of my thoughts and dropped my phone after being hit by a surprise attack from behind. Holy cow, Tsubaki, what was that for? My bad, didn't mean to scare you. She gave a small laugh as she reached for my phone. It's fine, I just wasn't expecting it. I took a deep breath and looked around for my phone, spotting her reaching for it. Oh no, is the picture still open? Okay, don't panic. If I jump to grab it, she'll know something is up. The phone is face down, so she can't see what's open. Hopefully she keeps it. Would you look at that, lucky you, no cracks on the... Her voice shifted from happy to confused. Why were you looking at a picture of a guy in just a towel? It's not like that, I swear. I quickly took the phone away from her and exited out of it. Oh my, you have a boy toy. I would have never guessed you to be like that. She smiled at me. Okay, hold up. He's not a boy toy, he's a friend who just got out of the hospital after being attacked. I asked how everything was healing, and he sent me that out of the blue. Also, don't think I missed that comment about you not believing I could land a guy. I raised my hands in mock defense. Alright, whatever you say. She turned and started walking down the street. So does this guy have anything to do with what we talked about the other day? And what if he does? I followed her. It's nothing, just sheer curiosity. I could almost hear the grin on her face. So, do you like the guy? Maybe I do and maybe I don't. Does it really matter? I plugged a jack back into my phone. Of course it does. Who doesn't love some romance? She threw her hands into the air. Yeah, I guess you're right. Right, now tell me all about this guy. She turned to face me, walking backward. He's a guy, and he has a scar on his chest. I closed my eyes and kept walking. Come on, tell me at least a little about him. If not, I'll just go back to assuming he's your secret boy toy. She matched my pace. I ignored her for a moment, trying to gather my thoughts before speaking. Fine, but this is all you get, and you forget you saw that picture, alright? Deal. She beamed at me. He's our age, goes to a different school, loves music, and wants to be a hero. That's all I can comfortably tell you. Other than that, he's a complete mystery to me. I opened my eyes and looked back at my phone, noticing a notification. Midoriya, morning. So, are you still wanting to go to the park afterwards? Jairu, hell yeah, let's do it. Smile crept onto my face, but I also felt a sudden sense of foreboding. This can't be good. Oh my god, you have a date today? I turned to see Tsubaki leaning over to read my messages. Tsubaki, what are you doing? Haven't you ever heard of personal space? I pushed her away a little, feeling a blush start to form as I quickened my pace. So, what are you two gonna do? She quickly caught up to me. Come on, tell me. Just drop it, alright? It's none of your business. I hurried into the school, trying to make my way to class. Why did it have to be her of all people to see it? Once I made it to my class, I quickly sat down, resting my head on my bag to avoid any conversations. I wonder how he's handling all this? Izuku POV. Sheet, I have a date today, and I have no clue what to do. I sat in class with my headphones, silently tapping my pen on my notebook, trying to maintain a facade of indifference. Do I need to think of conversation topics? No, that's stupid, we're just going to look at guitars. I can ask questions if there's an awkward silence. I don't even remember which one I wanted to get. I flipped through my notebook, searching for any notes I may have made about what I wanted. After going through half of the small notes, I found something helpful. Emerald Martin. I looked out the window, trying to figure out what I meant by that. Why do I have to be so cryptic with notes sometimes? I glanced at the clock and felt a chill run down my spine. I better hurry up and figure it out since the day is almost over. Maybe I should just ask her. She might have some idea about what it could mean. I spent the last hour of the day staring out the window and occasionally jotting down notes for what I needed to cover before next week. Finally, the bell rang, and everyone started to pack up. I sat at my desk for a moment before starting to gather my things. Luckily, everyone ignored me, so I wasn't stopped on my way out. I pulled out my phone as I walked out of the school and opened my messages. Midoriya, I'm on my way, I'll be there shortly. Jairu, sounds good, I'm almost there. Let's just meet at the guitar section. Midoriya, alright, works for me. I put my phone back in my pocket as I continued down the street. This is actually happening. Okay, calm down Izuku, there's nothing to worry about. You like her and you're certain. Fairly certain. Alright, you have no clue if she likes you back, so just be yourself. I took a deep breath and continued my walk, trying to figure out what I could have meant by Emerald Martin. 15 minutes later, I found myself standing outside the music store. I took my headphones out and looked around to see if she was still outside. While scanning the area, something caught my eye. Does that? No, it couldn't be. I shook my head one last time before making my way in. Hey Midoriya, it's been a while. Shoni was behind the counter, waving at me. Yeah, sorry about that. Life's been pretty chaotic lately. I gave him a nervous smile. I heard that. Well, just give me a holler if you need anything. He sat back down on his stool. Will do. I nodded at him and made my way through the store. As I walked deeper into it, I could hear the faint sound of an acoustic guitar being played. I made my way into the guitar section and stopped when I saw where the sound was coming from. There she was, sitting on a stool, guitar in hand, her violet hair covering part of her face as she played with her eyes closed. The soft sound of her fingerpicking was captivating as her fingers danced across the fretboard. DMN. I could get used to that. Take a picture, it would last longer. She spoke up without even looking up or opening her eyes. How did you know it was me? I sat on the stool across from her. She opened her eyes and looked up at me as she continued to play. I heard you walk in and talk to Shoni. She gestured to the other. Right, you hear everything. How could I forget that? I chuckled to myself as I set my bag next to me. Were you waiting long? Nah, I just got here a few minutes ago. She gave a small smile as she went back to her picking. Did you write that? I rested my elbows on my knees and leaned in a little. She gave me a small smirk. Maybe I did and maybe I didn't. Wow, what a tease. I leaned back a little and stared off at the ceiling. That's rich coming from you. She kept her focus on the strings. And what exactly is that supposed to mean? I looked at her, confused. Oh, nothing. She stopped playing and looked back at me. So let's get you a guitar. She stood up and put the guitar back. Do you have any ideas about what you want? So, it's about that. I gave her a nervous laugh. She turned around and peered at me intently. You have no clue what you want, do you? Something like that. I found some notes I made about what I was looking at, but I have no clue what they mean. I started to rub the back of my head. She continued to look at me before starting to laugh a little. How could you forget what your own notes mean? They were pretty vague. All I wrote was, Emerald Martin. I gave a small shrug. She just stared at me before letting out a sigh. Seriously, you couldn't figure that out? I shook my head no. Honestly, a quick search would have told you everything you need to know. Oh, and what did I need to know? I put my head down and stared at the ground. Then, I really messed this up. I'm such an idiot. She let out a small laugh and took my hand. Come on, I'm just messing with you. Sure. I stood up and grabbed my bag, following her. We walked a little deeper into the store before coming to a stop. Take a seat and give me a second. She let go of my hand and turned around to look through the wall of guitars. As I sat down, I stared at my hand, still feeling the warmth of her hand lingering on mine. That's new. I closed and opened my hand a few more times before I heard her walk back. You all right, Midoriya? I looked up to see a confused look on her face. I quickly nodded and put down my hand. All right, well I think I found what you were looking for. She pulled a Martin guitar from behind her and handed it to me. Thanks. I held onto the guitar and looked it over. What makes you think this was the one I was talking about? A small smile crept onto her face as she came and sat next to me. Well, based on what you said, there weren't many choices. Martin is a brand of guitar, so that was pretty straightforward. The part that was odd was emerald. That could mean a lot of different things, but I think I got it right. By now, her smile had turned into a cocky grin. Care to explain? I asked, looking at her, confused again. Oh come on, Midoriya, just look at it and tell me what you think. I looked back at the guitar, examining it. I traced it with my fingers before stopping on the neck and smiling. I guess it was pretty obvious. A Martin guitar with emerald green fret markers. She leaned back a little as I smiled at the guitar. You know, for someone who's never played seriously before, you have good taste. Thanks. I'm just glad you were able to help figure it out. I started to try and go through the few chords I knew to see how it felt. I looked to my side to see her sitting with her eyes closed, just enjoying the moment. You know, it's still pretty rough, but there's something about the sound of an acoustic guitar. It's a simple sound yet can set so many different moods depending on the dynamics used. She opened her eyes and smiled at me. I felt a blush creep onto my face as I continued to practice my chord changes. Yeah, I guess you're right, but this is something different. She watched my hands fumble while suching chords. Listening to someone learn is special. You can hear the excitement when the chord is played cleanly, the disappointment when the sound is muted from too much pressure, and the struggle when they first start to develop calluses. Is that so? I paused and looked back at her. She had a small pout on her face. I started to strum again, and it quickly turned into a smile. That was cute. I focused back on the strings. So, are you going to get this one? She stood up, bending down to meet my gaze. That depends. How did it sound to you? I looked into her eyes. It sounded like you. She smiled and I felt confused. And what does that sound like? Broken and rough. She placed a hand on the neck of the guitar, muting the sound. It's faint but begging to be heard. It hides behind a cracked facade. She let go of the neck and placed her hand on mine. But it has the potential to be so much more. I can't believe you heard all that. I looked down. Are you sure that's what you heard? She took my chin in her hand, lifting my gaze to meet hers. Yeah, remember I'm all ears. Why yeah, that you are. I managed a small smile. I guess I'll get this one then. Oh my god, that was so cute. Ugh. I quickly looked down again. Tsubaki, what are you doing here? Jar jumped back. I followed you. I wanted to see this guy you were meeting up with, but I never expected this. She walked a little closer. It's been a while. She crouched down next to me. Midoriya. Hey Tsubaki, how have you been? I felt myself trying to curl up. Wait, you two know each other? Jair looked between us. Oh yeah, we went to elementary school together. Tsubaki sat down beside me. So we go way back. Isn't that right, Midoriya? Yeah. Hey Midoriya, is everything alright? Jairu reached out a hand toward me. It seems you still haven't gotten over that stuttering just yet. What a shame. She scooted a little closer. Please stop. My breathing picked up. Hey Midoriya, is everything alright? Jairu squatted in front of me, taking the guitar from my hands. Answer me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I felt Jairu's arms on my shoulders as my heart raced. It's alright, Midoriya. I'm here. Jairu held on to me, trying to calm me down. Tsubaki, do you know what's happening? Don't worry, this used to happen nearly every day. He'll snap out of it shortly. She stood up and started to walk out. You know you could do so much better, Jairu, but you two are pretty cute together. I'm happy for you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please stop, I'm sorry. I continued to shake as I slid onto the ground. Sure, it's okay, Midoriya. I'm here. Everything will be alright. She knelt beside me, sat me up, and hugged me, placing a hand in my hair. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. She slowly rocked back and forth, whispering in my ear. It's okay, Midoriya. It's not your fault, you did nothing wrong. We sat like that for a few minutes as I started to calm down. Eventually, my breathing steadied, and my heart rate normalized. Jajin. I'm sorry. My voice was shaky and quiet. It's okay, Midoriya. You don't have to apologize for anything. She held me tighter and I could feel her tears. Why did I have to put her through this? Today was supposed to be a good day. I took one of my hands and grabbed her shoulder. I'm sorry. I ruined today. Stop it, Midoriya. You didn't ruin anything. We sat in silence for a few more minutes. Hey Jairu. I let go of her shoulder. Yeah. She kept her head buried in my neck. Can I go? I looked toward the door. Not without me. I'm not leaving you alone. She held on to me tighter, as if I might disappear. Alright, let's go then. She nodded against my neck and wiped her tears. Alright. She slowly stood up, smiling as she extended her hand toward me. I took her hand and she helped me up. We grabbed the guitar off the ground and made our way to the registers. After paying for it and a case, we stepped onto the streets. I looked up at the sky and noticed the clouds turning a deep gray. Looks like it's going to rain. She took my hand in hers as she stared down the street. You should probably head on home. I'm sure your parents are worried. I looked over to her, but she didn't respond. All she did was squeeze my hand tighter. You don't care, do you? I let out a nervous laugh. She kept staring down the street. Do you want to go somewhere else? I asked as I stopped walking. She took another step before pulling me to follow. She turned to face me and gave me a small smile. We continued down the street until we came to a stop at a corner. I stood next to her and looked around. So, is this where you wanted to go? I asked, confused. She didn't answer as she pulled me down the stairs and onto the sand. We crossed the sand to the dock and sat under the gazebo, letting our legs hang off the edge. You know, when I was a little girl, this used to be my favorite place. This beach was so appealing, but now it's a mess. I looked around at the piles of garbage stretched across the shoreline. Is that why you started going to the park? Yeah, that, and it was a little closer, so I was able to enjoy it longer. She leaned back, resting her arms behind her. I'd love to see this beach clean again at some point, but I don't see it happening anytime soon. I nodded as we stared out into the ocean. The sound of the waves crashing filled the air. I took a deep breath before leaning over the edge a little. Hey, Midoriya. Yeah. I stared down at the water, watching it crash into the beams. About Tsubaki. What did she mean when she said that used to happen almost every day? She looked over at me with concern in her eyes. I grabbed my wrist and tightened my grip. Can we not talk about that right now? Please. She stared off into the distance as it started to rain. I'm sorry. I don't want to pry, but I just want to understand you better. Don't. I'm not worth the time. I looked up to the sky and watched the rain come down. Why? She looked at me, concerned. Why would you say that? Because it's the truth. I looked at her and forced a smile. I mean, ever since the first time we met, I've caused trouble for you. Suddenly, I felt a sting on my cheek. Jiru had just slapped me. Shut up. Who said you've only caused trouble for me since we met? Because I sure as hell didn't. Jiru, it's the truth. I looked to the ground. I said to shut up, Midoriya. She grabbed my shoulder and shook me slightly. If that was true, then why am I still here? Why would I spend every day looking for you after school for 2 months? Why would I rush off to the hospital with you? Why would I wait by the phone all day and night waiting for you to call? Why would I agree to help you pick out a guitar? Tell me why, Midoriya? I looked up at her to see tears rolling down her face. I looked back to the ground, feeling a tightness in my chest. The same reason as everyone else. I took a deep breath and tightened my fists. You pity me. You think I need to be protected because I can't protect myself. Midoriya, is that what you really think? I could hear the pain in her voice. I couldn't look at her, so I just kept quiet. I heard her start to move a little and tensed up, expecting another slap. Midoriya, look at me. I didn't answer her. I just kept my eyes closed and my head down. Izuku, look at me. I flinched at her tone and slowly raised my head to meet her eyes. They were a mix of emotions, anger, sadness, pain, confusion, and betrayal all mixed into one look. You really are an idiot, you know that, right? I flinched a little at her words. She reached out and pulled me into her arms, burying her face into my chest. You always put yourself down, never giving yourself any credit. You cut yourself off from the world and don't let anyone get close. Then when someone actually wants to know who you really are, you try to push them away. You're so frustrating. I'm sorry. I sat there, shocked and unsure of what to do. Stop, I'm not done yet. She held onto me tighter. I know you're hiding a lot, and I'll never understand what you've been through. But I don't care. You don't have to do this alone, and you're not alone anymore. You have me, Izuku. Let me in, please don't push me away. I won't let you go through this by yourself anymore. I was speechless. I had never heard these words before. My eyes widened in shock. Jiru, You idiot, I said, shut up. She looked up at me and locked eyes with me. I wasn't done yet. I felt her jacks wrap around my arms as if she was trying to keep me from running away. I'm not asking you to tell me everything now. I'm sure there are things you'd rather not revisit. She placed a hand on my chest. I don't know what made you the person you are today, and I hate that you had to go through it. But at the same time, I'm almost glad it happened. Because it let me meet you, and that's something I'd never wish to change. I was stunned, unsure of what was happening and what to make of it. I sat there wrapped in her embrace, trying to process all these new emotions. We listened to the rain fall around us in silence. After a moment, I swallowed my pride and broke the quiet. I'm scared. I know. I'm scared too. She held me tight, refusing to let go. I slowly raised my arms to return her embrace. I don't know what to do. I felt her relax slightly as I wrapped my arms around her and she rested her head on my chest. Neither do I, but for now, we're here together. Time seemed to stop as we held each other. The rain continued to fall, but we didn't care. We were both scared, but that didn't matter. We had each other and that was enough. I rested my head on her shoulder, feeling her silky violet hair brush against my face. The faint smell of lavender brought me a sense of peace. Jiru. Yeah. I replied as she rested her head onto mine. I don't know when. But one day I'll tell you everything. I tightened my grip and pulled back slightly so our eyes met. Do you promise, Izuku? She met my gaze, her eyes intense as she held onto my arms. Yeah. My voice was faint, uncertain if I truly believed it, but I wanted to. She slowly uncoiled her arms from mine and pressed her forehead to mine. Good. She smiled and closed her eyes. I followed suit, enjoying the silence. Thank you. Kyoka. I heard her jump at the sound of her name. Should I have not said that? Did I offend her? I should apologize. My thoughts were interrupted as I felt something press against my lips. What tastes like blackberries? I opened my eyes to see her lips against mine. I quickly backed away and fell to the ground. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Jiru. I didn't mean to. You idiot. She had a small blush on her face, her jacks tapping against each other. You didn't do anything wrong. But how did we kiss? It had to be my fault. I looked at her, still confused. I kissed you, idiot. She pulled her knees to her chest, holding them close. I should apologize. After you said my name, I just couldn't help myself. So I didn't do anything wrong? Yeah. You did. She peeked at me from behind her knees. Oh. I lay back down and stared at the roof. I heard her move and lay next to me, resting her head on my shoulder. You pulled away from me and you didn't say my name. I looked over to see a small smirk on her face. Why do you always do that to me? Because it's fun. She let out a small laugh. We laid there, enjoying each other's presence as the rain picked up. We should probably get home before it gets too bad. Yeah. She held onto my arm. Do you want to go back home? I asked. She shook her head. No. I chuckled softly. All right, we can stay a little longer. We continued to listen to the rain. Everything felt perfect, but something wasn't right. I pulled out my phone and saw a notification. Oh, what am I going to do now? What's wrong, Izuku? She looked over at me, concerned. It's nothing. I quickly put my phone away. I felt a jab in my side. Kyoka had just poked me with her jack. Don't start this now. I know you're lying. This is going to get old real quick. I took a deep breath. Well, you remember that family friend I told you about? She nodded. She found out about today and started questioning me last night. She wanted to know how it went. She laughed. Well, how do you think it went? I smiled back at her. It was pretty rough. She looked shocked, then pouted when I smirked. But now it's great. You're in butt. She uncoiled her jack from my arm and stood up. I should probably get going. I don't feel like dealing with my dad's questions about why I'm back late. I stood up and grabbed my guitar. Yeah, I should probably head back soon too. I'd hate to ruin this on the first day I got it. We can't have that. You need to practice. She turned around and smiled at me. Well, I'll see you. I watched her start to walk away. As she was about to step into the rain, I moved toward her. Hey, Kyoka. She stopped and turned back around. What's up? I caught up to her, trying to gather my thoughts. Hey, I was wondering if we could take a picture together? I scratched the back of my head, feeling awkward. She stared at me with a blank expression before suddenly shouting in the air. Dude, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you just ask that? I don't know. I mean, I'm glad that happened. I just wasn't sure how you felt about pictures. I started to panic a little. She let out a small sigh. Come on, Izuku, let's get this over with. She walked to my side and pulled out her phone. Now let's see that smile. She leaned her head into me and I leaned back into her. She clicked her phone, and we looked at the picture. I'll send it to you when I get home, okay? Is there anything else you want to ask? She started to walk off again. I like blackberries, I said, nervously rubbing the back of my head. She stopped and looked over her shoulder, confused. Yeah, me too. They're really sweet. Her face instantly turned red as if what I said had finally clicked. She turned back around and put her head down, her hands fidgeting a little. Shut up, idiot. I'm going now. I'll see you around, Izuku. With that, she ran off into the rain. I stayed on the dock, sat down on one of the benches, and pulled out my phone. Hey, I forgot to mention this last night, but I'd like a copy of your transcripts so Nizu has a good idea of where to start potential lesson plans. Yes, sir. I'll try and get them as soon as possible. Where should I have them sent? Have them sent to UA directly. The shipping access code for Monday is 3792. Yes, sir. I put my phone away and grabbed my guitar as I made my way out into the rain. The walk back was only 15 minutes, but the rain made it seem longer. When I got back, I set my guitar in my room and made my way to the shower. The warm water was refreshing. The day had been a roller coaster of emotions, and I wasn't sure what to make of it. The peace I felt around her was a new feeling, and it honestly scared me. It wasn't the peace I was scared of, but I was scared of losing that peace. I made my way back to my room and saw my phone going off. I threw on my black hoodie and grabbed it. A small smile crept on my face as I saw the photo that was sent to me. I don't think it came out too bad. Yeah, it's good. I saved the photo and laid down on my bed, looking at it. I pressed my tongue to my lips, the faint taste of blackberries still lingered on them. I laughed to myself a little as my phone went off again. I opened it up and dropped my phone in shock. What the heck is that? I picked up my phone and opened it back up, dumbfounded. She had sent a picture of herself sitting on her bed, looking relaxed. Nothing beats a shower after walking through the rain. Why would you send that? Because I could, and consider it payback for the other night, winky face. I stared at my phone in disbelief. What have I gotten myself into? Please don't do that again. You don't have to worry about that. Hey, do you have any plans tomorrow? Not that I know of. Want to come over tomorrow? You could bring your guitar, and I could teach you some more. Sure, sounds fun. Great. I'll text you later when I figure out a good time. I got up and went to my desk, starting up my computer. I opened up my workstation and scrolled through different sounds. As I worked on a new beat, my phone began to flash again. Opening it up, I sighed. So, how did it go? It was fine. We went to the music store and then to the beach for a little. Oh, sounds romantic. Hopefully, the rain didn't ruin your day. We stayed undercover, so it didn't do much. Well, I'm glad you had fun. Have a good night, Izuku. Thanks. You too. I set my phone back down before I bit the inside of my mouth. I opened my phone back up and looked at the picture of Kyoka before letting out a sigh. I know this will make her happy. I owe her that much. Here you go. I sent the picture to my aunt. I closed my computer and grabbed my bottle of water before going back to my bed. My phone started to go off as I reached the bed. Taking a sip, I opened it up, already knowing what I had gotten myself into. I set the bottle down and laid in bed, letting out another sigh. I wonder how long until she lets this one go? I chuckled a little as I opened up my phone, seeing how excited she was. I could picture her celebrating, startling her family. The whole situation was funny to think about. Despite what had happened at the music store, the day was a good one. Did I forget anything? I made my way down the street heading to Kyoka's house. I had my backpack on and my guitar in hand. I woke up to a message from her saying I could come over whenever. Her parents were going to be out for the day, and her mom said it was all right. The walk from her house to mine was nearly an hour by foot, but luckily the train made it a short 15 minutes. As I slowly made my way up her driveway, I looked around, realizing how big her house was compared to my last visit. I was too focused on trying to remember to breathe. As I approached the door, I took a deep breath before knocking. I stood there for a minute before she opened the door. "Took you long enough," she said with a smile, motioning for me to come inside. I took my shoes off as I walked in. "Yeah, sorry about that." "It's all good, I'm just messing with you." She took my hand and led me upstairs. "Come on, let's get started." I found myself speechless as I looked around her room. There are so many instruments in here. I glanced along the walls before looking at her. Kyoka, how many of these can you play?" She sat on her bed and crossed her legs, thinking. "More or less, but I prefer guitar and bass." "Wow, you're amazing." I looked at her in awe. "Thanks." A small blush came across her face as she tapped her fingers together. "Well, let's get started." She quickly grabbed a guitar before sitting back down on her bed. I nodded as I grabbed my guitar and sat on a stool. "So, where should we start?" "First, you should do some finger warm-ups. It will help with your finger flexibility and make suching chords easier. It's confusing at first, but doing this daily will be a big help. First, take your index finger and place it on the first fret on the first string and strum down. Then place your middle finger on the second fret of the same string and strum up. Then your ring finger on the third fret and strum down. Finally, put your pinky on the fourth fret and strum down. Once you do those 4, move to the next string and repeat. After you do all 6 strings, slide each finger down a fret and do it until you run out of frets." She demonstrated the exercise as she explained it, her fingers dancing across the strings as if it was second nature to her. "It's alright to take your time, don't rush. Just focus on making each note clean." I nodded at her, staring at the strings and slowly trying to copy what she did. I was much slower than her, and my notes weren't as clean. I looked up to see her watching my fingers. After a minute, I reached the end and stopped. I let out a sigh and looked at her. "So how was that?" She continued to look at my hand before looking back at me. "Not too bad for your first time. But now you're going to do it again, but start from the 6th string." Seriously?" I looked at her, confused. "Does it look like I'm joking?" She looked at me with a serious expression. I gulped and looked back to the neck of the guitar before starting the next part of the exercise. When I finished, I started to stretch my fingers. Man, why are my fingers so stiff? Wow, if they're already stiff, we have a lot of work to do. That was just the first set of the warm-up. She set her guitar down and stood up. I looked at her, confused. What do you mean the first set of the warm-up?" She leaned forward so we were face to face, giving me a playful grin. "Well, you still have 2 more sets of each for the first exercise, then we'll move on to the next." "Why do I feel like you're torturing me?" I put my head down. "Oh come on, it's not that bad. How long did it take you to get good at making beats?" She placed a hand on my head. "A couple of months," I mumbled. She tilted my head up. "The same goes for instruments, but the feeling of progress is addicting. One day, the thing you practiced for weeks becomes easy, and you get an adrenaline rush. Then you just want to move on to the next and push your limits." By now, she had a full-blown smile on her face. I couldn't help but smile back. "Yeah, I guess that makes sense." I looked back at the guitar and started on the finger exercises again. Each time, they started to feel a little easier. The notes were sounding cleaner, which made me happy. I was able to move a little faster, but the notes became muffled again. I heard a small snicker from Kyoka. "What's so funny?" "It's nothing, it's just that your tongue hangs out a little when you focus too hard." She laughed softly. "Oh." I looked away, rubbing the back of my head. I finished up the exercise and let out a breath as I relaxed a little. "Alright, good job." She stood up and stretched. "I'll be back in a minute, you just keep working on your chord changes." I gave her a small nod as I went back to focusing on the neck of the guitar. After a minute, I set the guitar down and took a deep breath before grabbing my bag. I opened it up and pulled out my flask while looking over at the door. Just something to take the edge off. As I took a swig, the door swung open. And why has the sound of music stopped? Kyoko was standing in the doorway, staring at me. Izuku, what's that you have there? My throat seemed to lose any moisture as I struggled to find the words. My backpack. She raised an eyebrow at me. I meant in your hand. She stepped in, closing the door behind her, and set a tray on her desk. Ha, I said with a shaky smile, quickly taking another swig. She walked up to me and grabbed the flask from my hand, pointing a jack at my neck. So, what's this all about? Oh, that. It's nothing to worry about. I stood up, trying to reach for it, but she pressed the jack into my throat, glaring at me with cold eyes. I don't know what I should be mad about, the fact that you're lying to me or that you thought I'd be dumb enough not to realize it. Seriously, Izuku, we covered this how many times now? I slowly sat back down onto the stool and reached for my guitar. Sorry. She let out a sigh. Put the guitar down, you're not leaving. She sat on her bed and took a whiff of what was in the flask, scrunching her face at the smell. So what's this about? It just takes the edge off stressful situations, I said, looking away. Uh-huh, and how long have you been doing this? She stood up and walked over to me. A couple of years. I turned my head to the ground as she approached. She squatted down so we were eye level and tilted my head up with a jack. I'm not mad that you have this, you know? We all have our ways of getting through the days. Just be smart, okay? She smiled and put the flask back in my hand. Now, I believe it's time to go to the next exercise. Yeah. I put the flask away and grabbed my guitar. Let's do this. 2 hours later, I found myself lying on Kyoka's bed, staring at my hands. All of my fingers have a pulse. Why did you make me do that? Relax, you'll be fine. She was now sitting on the stool playing guitar. I looked over and watched her, her eyes closed, one of her bangs falling in her face. She looked completely at peace. So when's your next lesson going to be? There's more lessons? She stopped playing and glared at me. I'm just joking. She smiled before starting to play again. I turned and stared at the ceiling. How about next Friday in the park? Our spot on the hill. She didn't stop playing, just focused on her music. I'll bring my guitar this time, all right? All right. We sat in silence for a while, the sound of her finger-picking filling the room. Hey Kyoka, what are you planning to do for high school? She stopped for a moment, looked up, then continued to play. Isn't it obvious? I'm going to a music program. Music has always been my life, so I might as well make a living off of it. She played for a while before stopping. We could always go to the same school. I'm sure we could find one that has a great production as well as a technical course. She smiled at me. That could be fun, but I'm not sure. Why not? She stood up and sat on the edge of the bed. I just haven't made a decision yet. I put my arm over my eyes. Going for a hero course was my dream, so it's hard to give it up. She sighed and slid off the edge of the bed, sitting on the floor. Izuku, what do you think it would take for someone to give up on a dream? She brought her knees to her chest and wrapped her arms around them. I don't know, everyone's different. Some people are too stubborn to give up on the things they want, while others stop at the first obstacle. I turned on my side to look at her. She stayed quiet for a minute before resting her head on the bed. What would it take for you to give up on your dreams? Her jacks nervously tapped together. I looked at her before turning onto my back again. I don't know, I guess I'm just one of those stubborn people who can't accept that their dream is next to impossible. I glanced over and saw that she had rested her head on her knees. I put a hand on her head, causing her to jump. What would it take for you to give up on your dream? She turned to face me, resting her chin on the bed. I don't know, maybe if I found a new dream or something. I raised an eyebrow at her. That's a terrible answer. Could you just give up and find new dreams that easily? Maybe, if it involved people I care for. I don't think it's that crazy to find new dreams. She looked back into my eyes, pouting a little. And who said I couldn't have multiple dreams? I gave her a small smile before sitting up. I guess you're right. I glanced at her desk and saw the time. I should probably get going soon. What? Why? She hopped onto the bed next to me. It's not even late. Yeah, but I thought you wanted me to come over to teach you guitar, and we've already done that. I looked at her, confused. She was glaring at me. Are you really that clueless? Yes. I slowly moved away from her, but her jack wrapped around my arm, stopping me in my tracks. She sighed and pulled me back to sit next to her. I just wanted to hang out more. Teaching you guitar was just an excuse to get you to say yes. I stared at her, blankly. Seriously? She nervously unwrapped the jack from my arm and tapped them together. Then why did you have to be so intense with the lesson? I may have gotten a little too into it. She looked away, a light blush on her cheeks. I told you I really like music and it was fun. Besides, it's not like it won't be helpful. I fell back onto the bed, covering my face with my hands. Are you going to torture me Friday as well? She fell back beside me. Maybe. She smiled. That depends on how well you do. I sighed again. Do I get a reward if I do well? What would you want? She looked at me with curiosity. Blackberries. I mumbled, turning to face the ceiling. I felt a soft touch against my cheek and turned to see Kyoka's onyx eyes. She smiled before leaning in and pressing her lips against mine. Time slowed as we fell into bliss in each other's embrace. She reluctantly pulled away, resting her head on my shoulder. What was that for? I smiled at her. She shrugged. I felt like you earned that much for today. She nestled closer, happily humming to herself. Well, I guess I should say this. I really like you, Izuku. I looked away, trying to hide my blush. I really like you too. Kyoka. Good. She wrapped a jack around my arm tightly. I guess that means you're my boyfriend now. I guess so. I looked back at her, closing my eyes and resting my head on her forehead. We lay in comfortable silence for a few minutes before Kyoka spoke up. So when am I going to meet your parents? I tensed at the question, and I knew she could tell. Her jack coiled tighter around my arm, as if reassuring me that I wasn't alone. I looked away, feeling her gaze on me. Is everything all right, Izuku? Yeah. It's nothing to worry about. I managed a small smile. Are you sure? Yeah. They're just really busy, so I barely get to see them. I looked up at the ceiling, rolling my neck to stretch. Kyoka had uncoiled her jack and sat up, staring at me. Izuku. Why? She was cut off by my phone ringing. I pulled it out, glanced at the number, then closed my eyes before looking back at her. She sighed and nodded. Go ahead. I sat up and pressed the phone to my ear. Hello. Izuku, where are you? I've been knocking on your door for 20 minutes. I quickly pulled the phone away, shocked by the volume. I looked at Kyoka, who had jumped at the sudden shout. I'm at Kyoka's house. She was giving me a guitar lesson. So that's what the kids are calling it these days. It's not like that. I yelled, quickly glancing at Kyoka, who had jumped again. I silently apologized as she stared at me, wrapping her jacks in the blanket. Whatever you say, kid. Just know I'm not ready to be a grandmother. But there's something I needed to talk to you about, and I'm sure it would have been easier in person, but looks like that's not gonna happen. I raised an eyebrow, curious. What happened? Well, this morning I was talking to Masaru about you and your girlfriend. Alright, well, what's the issue? When I showed him the picture, we may or may not have mentioned to Katsuki that you had found yourself a girlfriend before him. He didn't react besides his usual uninterested grunts. Oh. I hung up, stood up and walked over to my backpack, unzipping it. I pulled out my flask and shook it to gauge how much was left. Is everything all right, Izuku? Kyoka looked over, confused. I didn't answer, I just opened the flask and downed the rest before putting it back. What's going on? I quickly gathered my things. I'm sorry, Kyoka, but I have to go. What's wrong? She stood in front of me, concern in her eyes. I stopped and looked at the floor. It's nothing. I just have. Will you stop lying to me? I looked up to see her staring at the ground. Her hands were shaking. Do you really not trust me at all? She looked at me with tears in her eyes. Why are you still trying to hide everything? I swallowed the lump in my throat and stepped towards her. Kyoka. I'm sorry. I walked past her and made my way down the stairs. As I exited her house, I could hear a faint sound of sniffling. The rest of the weekend went by in a blur, thanks to the copious amount of alcohol I had consumed. As if Mondays didn't CK enough, now my head's killing me. The morning walk to school felt long, each step sending waves of pain to my head. The school seemed busier than usual for a Monday morning. The halls felt tighter, and everything felt off. The only thing that felt right were the grades I received as I walked into my class. Luckily, Ken-chan wasn't there yet, sparing me from his usual belittling remarks. I rested my head on my desk and sighed, staring out the window. Thanks for everything, Auntie Mitsuki. It wasn't long before Ken-chan arrived, and the energy in the room shifted. I kept quiet and continued to look out the window, closing my eyes and waiting for the inevitable. I heard footsteps pass by and faint murmurs from other conversations. After taking a few deep breaths, I looked away from the window. He wasn't there, he had completely ignored me. A faint smile crept onto my face. Maybe today won't be so bad? The rest of the school day passed as smoothly as possible, given my hangover. To my surprise, Ken-chan didn't bother me at all. As the final bell rang, I packed my things and noticed a message from Kyoka. Kyoka, hey! Is everything alright? I sighed, putting my phone away. I probably should tell her what happened. Just as I was about to leave, I felt a hand on my shoulder. Hey Midoriya, a little bird told me they saw you on a date the other day. My classmate Yubi stood behind me with a few of his friends, laughing lightly. What are you talking about, Yubi? I kept my eyes glued to my desk. You know, that's what I said to Tsubaki when she texted me out of the blue on Saturday. So what's the story there? He let go of my shoulder and sat in the chair in front of me. I don't know. She's just a friend. I hugged my bag tightly. Is that so? He pulled out his phone and set it down on the desk. It sure doesn't look like that to me. I looked up, my eyes widening at a picture of Kyoka and me at the music store. Her hand was on my face, and we were looking into each other's eyes, both smiling. You know, I've never seen you smile like that before. She must be something special to get a smile out of you. By now, a few others from the class had gathered around, looking at the picture. I felt my breathing quicken. It's not like that. Whispers circulated among the onlookers, some commenting on how something must be wrong with her, others surprised I could play guitar, while a few thought it was kind of cute. Suddenly, I was the talk of the class. It felt strange, but not all of it was negative, so I started to relax a little. Maybe it won't be as bad as I thought. Maybe this could be a new start. My budding optimism was abruptly halted when Yubi leaned forward. Well, if there really is nothing between you two, maybe I'll just ask Tsubaki for her number then. She looks like she could use a real man, not half of one. I wonder, does she know you're quirkless? The room fell silent. Just like that, the wind was taken out of my sails, and I was stuck where I started. I couldn't find the words, so I simply nodded. Is that so? Well, how much did you have to pay her for the day? He wore a twisted smile. If it's not too much, I'm sure some of these guys wouldn't mind. He gestured behind him, and some of the guys laughed with him. Yubi. I looked up and glared. I don't care what you say about me, but you don't ever talk about her like that. If I find out you ever talk about her like that again, I swear you'll regret it. Is that so? Hey Bakugo, you heard what Midoriya just said? Yubi turned to see Bakugo leaning against the wall. Yeah, what of it? Bakugo stared at me for a moment before shifting his gaze to Yubi. Why the hell are you trying to drag me into your issue? Or are you scared of Deku? The class began to murmur among themselves, and Yubi grew defensive. Like hell I'm scared of him. I just wondered what you thought about someone like him getting a girl before you did. Yubi smirked, but it was a bad idea to provoke Kanchan. He immediately conjured a few small explosions in his hand. What did you just say? He demanded, standing over Yubi. I'm only going to say this once, so listen up. I don't care if Deku has a girlfriend or not. If he does, good for him. At least he has one thing going for him. Honestly, Yubi, you should be embarrassed he got one before you. Last I checked, every girl you asked out rejected you. With that, Kanchan stormed out of the classroom. As he turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of a smirk on his face as if to say, see you around. After that, I stood up and made my way out of the classroom. The little confidence I had gained kept me composed despite the stares from my classmates. Before leaving campus, I stopped by the advising office to request a copy of my transcripts to be sent to UA. The conversation ended with a lecture about aiming for attainable goals, and the advisor's jaw dropped when I provided the priority sender access code. The halls were mostly empty now, with only a few students remaining for club activities. As I approached the front gate, I looked around and pulled out my flask from my bag. I took a swig but spat it out when I felt someone's hand on my shoulder. Izuku POV. So you seriously made this decision without consulting us first? Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru sat across from me, looking shocked. Yes. I'm sorry, but I have to do this. I met each of their eyes, trying to appear confident. Auntie Mitsuki sighed. Well, I said I'd support your choice. So when do you leave? I shifted my gaze to the side. Saturday. The room fell silent for a moment, before Uncle Masaru got up and went to the kitchen. He returned with 2 glasses and a bottle of whiskey, pouring one for himself and Auntie Mitsuki. They both drank before he poured them another. I'm sorry, but did you just say Saturday, Izuku? He asked, sipping his second glass. Yes, sir. He's coming to get me Saturday morning. Do you have everything you need? We need time to figure things out. We have to explain this to the school. There's so much we still need to do to get ready. Auntie Mitsuki was starting to ramble, her hands shaking. Uncle Masaru placed a hand on her shoulder. Calm down. I'm sure they've planned for this. Don't you dare tell me to calm down. She smacked his hand off her. I woke up this morning and found out that one of my children is moving away to God knows where in less than 5 days. Tears began to run down her face. Do you know how difficult this is for me? Uncle Masaru looked at her, his kind eyes now hollow. You don't think this is difficult for me as well? But acting this way will only make it harder for Izuku. He wiped away some of her tears. We said we'd support him, so that's what we're going to do. He turned back to me. All right, Izuku, what can we do to support you and make this as easy as possible? I swallowed the lump in my throat, realizing how hard this was for them. Taking a deep breath, I said, it would be easiest for everyone if you forgot all about me. I'm going to start over. The old Izuku Midoriya is gone. Out of the question. Auntie Mitsuki yelled, standing up. There's no way we're doing that. Uncle Masaru grabbed her hand and pulled her back down. Let him finish, I'm sure there's more to it. He gestured for me to continue. I nodded slightly and looked at the floor. I know it's a lot to ask and I know it's not easy, but it's the easiest explanation. I doubt anyone would ask what happened to me. They would just assume I ended it all because I was quirkless. It's a common assumption and no one would ask questions. I could see concern in their eyes. Given my past, I knew they worried about that possibility. Auntie Mitsuki gripped the edge of the couch. How do you think your friends at school will take this? Did you even think about how this would emotionally affect them? I let out a small chuckle. And what exactly is so funny about what I just said? What friends at school? I looked back down at the floor. Come on, it really shouldn't be that big of a surprise. Auntie Mitsuki paused, considering my words. She sighed. Well, what about Katsuki? Do you expect us to tell him that his childhood friend? I don't think it will bother him. I placed a hand on my chest, feeling my scars start to burn. I mean, he did give me this. Uncle Masaru's eyes widened in shock, while Auntie Mitsuki just closed her eyes and looked away. Do you mean it? I hoped it wasn't that. Katsuki, why? She opened her eyes and looked back at me. How long? How long has this been going on for? I let go of my chest. Ever since I found out about my quirk and decided that I was going to be quirkless. The room fell silent until Uncle Masaru broke his glass in his hand, shaking with anger. I'm going to drag Katsuki back here, and he's going to explain everything. As he stood up, Auntie Mitsuki grabbed his arm, stopping him. They locked eyes, and he sighed before sitting back down. You know, I often blamed myself for it. I wonder what it would have been like if I had told him I did have one. I often wanted to, but I was scared that they'd be scared of me. I looked back at them. Ever since I got out of the hospital, he's been a lot nicer. He even stood up for me the other day. So please don't be too hard on him. I gave them a small smile, and they looked at each other and nodded. So what is your girlfriend thinking about all of this? Auntie Mitsuki asked. She's not very happy, but she understands. I let out a nervous laugh as I scratched the back of my head. She stared at me skeptically. Well, what's going to happen with the two of you? I don't know. I looked back to the ground. I should probably get going. I need to start getting my stuff together. I'm not taking everything, so I have to figure out what to do with what I'm not taking. Leave that to us. Uncle Masaru took Auntie Mitsuki's hand. We'll swing by the apartment Saturday afternoon and go through what's left. So don't worry about it, all right? Thank you. It had been 3 days since I had last seen or heard from Izuku. I had sent him a few texts and even tried calling, but I never heard back. Did he really not trust me, or did I hurt him by trying to force an answer? I just hope he's okay. I sat at my desk, thinking back to what had happened the previous days. I rested my head on my bag, wondering what I could have done differently when I felt a tap on my head. Hey, why are you so down? Tsubaki sat down in front of me, looking confused. I just gave her a sideways glance before looking away. Oh, you're still mad about the whole Midoriya thing on Friday. I raised an eyebrow as I turned to face her. It wasn't that, but thanks for reminding me. We locked eyes, and I was tempted to shoot a retort at her. So tell me, what the hell was all that about Friday? What, do you mean his little panic attack? It's nothing serious, like I said, it used to happen a lot back then. She pulled out her phone and started scrolling through it. How often did it happen? I grabbed onto the straps of my bag. A couple of times a week, sometimes more if he's put into a stressful or uncomfortable situation. She looked away from her phone. What kind of relationship would you say you had with him? I looked back down at my bag. Does that matter? Just answer the question, Tsubaki. I tightened my grip on the straps. She paused for a minute to think about it. I wouldn't say we had a good one, but it wasn't exactly bad. I never paid much attention to him. He was just kind of there. Most people used to mess with him because he was quirkless. I tended to stay out of it. I'd laugh, of course, but I never started anything. If that's the case, why did you start something on Friday? I looked back up at her. I don't know, I guess old habits die hard. She continued to scroll through her phone. So what exactly are you? It seemed like you were more than just friends. I don't know. I pulled out my phone and looked at the picture we took at the beach. I haven't talked to him since Saturday. I guess we kind of had a fight. Oh really? She looked away from her phone again. What happened? We were hanging out and he got a call. After that, he got up and said he had to go. I asked if everything was all right, and he said it was nothing. Then I called him out for lying to me. I asked why he didn't trust me. After that, he just left and said he was sorry. I haven't heard from him since then. I looked back at the photo, and my heart started to hurt. Honestly, it's not that surprising knowing him. He's not really an open book. He keeps everything under lock and key so that nothing gets out. I wouldn't take it personally, it's just how he is. Knowing him, he's probably blaming himself and thinking you're upset with him. You know, if it doesn't work out, I know some guys that are interested in you. I looked at her with suspicious eyes. And how exactly do you know there are people interested in me that I don't know? Relax, I sent that picture of you two at the music store to an old friend who also knew. Midoriya. He said you were cute and that there were a few other guys who thought the same thing. She smirked as she looked back at me. I could give them your number if you'd like? Tsubaki, if you ever think of doing something like that again, I promise I will make sure you can't hear anything ever again. I raised my hand to emphasize my point. Alright, message received. She nervously put her phone away. But honestly, no offense, what do you even see in him? You know, maybe if you took a minute to get to know him instead of judging him on something he couldn't control, you'd understand. I set my bag down and pulled out my supplies for the day. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black, I know a little bit about him myself. Yeah, I guess you're right. She turned around in her seat to face the front of the room. I rested my head in my hand as class started. Damn it, Izuku, you better be alright. The weeks seemed to drag on, each day taking longer than the last. It had been 6 days since I had last heard from him. I found myself sitting at the park in our spot with my guitar, waiting, hoping he would show up. I pulled out my phone, expecting a message, but there was nothing. It's alright, he's only an hour late, he'll definitely be here soon. I sat there clutching my guitar, watching the clouds go by. Why is he doing this again? A few stray tears rolled down my cheek as I stared into the sky. Suddenly, I heard the sound of leaves crunching under someone's feet. Wiping away my tears, I turned around excitedly, but my smile quickly faded. What do you want, Mom? Kyoka, it's getting late, you should come home now. She sat on the opposite side of the bench. But what if he shows up and thinks I forgot about him? I looked at my phone again, still waiting for a message. My mother sighed and pulled me into her side. Kyoka, you've been here 3 hours now, I don't think he's coming. I stood up, grabbing my guitar as I made my way down the hill, wiping away the last of my tears. That better have a good explanation for this the next time I see him. The next morning I sat in my room, looking at the picture of us at the beach. We looked so happy then. How could things change so fast in a week? I continued to stare at my phone, wondering where he could be, until I smacked my head on my desk. How did I seriously overlook something so simple? Hey, Tsubaki, I need to ask a favor. What's up, girl? You said you knew some people who know Midoriya, right? Yeah. Do they go to the same school as him? Yeah. Why are you asking such a weird question? It's been a week, and I haven't heard from him. I'm worried and don't know what else to do. Could you ask them if he's doing all right? Of course, just give me a few minutes. I sighed and fell back onto my bed. I hope this calms me down a little. If worst comes to worst, I could always ask Dad to drive me to his house. It might be awkward, but at least I could get to the bottom of this. They said he hasn't been in class since Monday. Just like that, everything seemed to slow down. The one answer I hoped I wouldn't get sat in front of me. I swallowed hard and started to get ready. Thanks, Tsubaki. Are you alright, Jairu? I don't know, but I'll talk to you later. I made my way downstairs to find my parents in the living room. Dad, I need you to take me to Izuku's house. My dad looked shocked that I had just called him by his first name, while my mom smiled. What's with the sudden request? I can't really explain it, but I just have a bad feeling. I gripped the hem of my shirt. Please, I need this. My dad was about to speak when my mom placed her hand on his shoulder. Of course, sweetie. I'd like to give him a piece of my mind for yesterday as well. A small smile spread across my face at her response. A few minutes later, we were on the road to Izuku's house. The drive was quiet except for the music playing. I looked at my parents, they seemed a bit on edge. Is there something you guys aren't telling me? They stayed quiet for a moment before my mom let out a soft sigh. Just keep an open mind when we get there, okay? I looked at her, confused. Have you been there before? I thought Dad was the only one who had been to his house. Not exactly, Kyoka. My dad tightened his grip on the wheel. Your mother and I stopped by once to see if he was alright, but he wasn't home. Oh. I looked out the window as we passed by houses that seemed to get lower in quality. My heart sank as their words started to make more sense. Not long after, we arrived at a rundown apartment complex. As we parked, my dad took a deep breath. Well, here we are. He turned to me. He's on the 4th floor, last door on the right. I nodded and quickly made my way to the stairs. A small spark of happiness jumped inside me when I saw a couple of people heading toward his door. Normally, running up 4 flights of stairs would leave anyone breathless, but my goal was in sight, and I didn't want to waste another moment. Please be here, Izuku. I reached the door and hesitated before knocking. Come on, Kyoka, you came this far, just knock already. Taking a deep breath, I knocked and waited. Time felt like it had stopped. My heart raced as I stood motionless until the door opened. A man stood before me, average height with glasses and brown hair. "I'm sorry, can I help you?" he asked, looking confused. "I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm looking for Izuku Midoriya." My hands trembled. This man looked nothing like him. I was told this was where he lived. The man's expression shifted to shock. "I'm sorry, but who exactly are you?" I was interrupted by a voice from inside. That voice sounds familiar. A woman with blonde hair appeared behind him, her eyes red as if she had been crying. "Hey, you look familiar." "I'm sorry to bother you, but my name is Kyokajiru. I'm Izuku's girlfriend. I haven't seen or heard from him all week. I wanted to make sure he was okay." I looked at them, hoping for answers, but their eyes widened in shock and horror. The woman slid down the wall, crying again. The man glanced between us. "I'm sorry, but this would be easier to explain inside." He helped her up and motioned for us to come in. As we walked through the hallway, a feeling of unrest settled over me. The place felt empty, there were barely any pictures, and those that were there had been turned over. My heart sank further as I peered into what I assumed was his room. The bed was unmade, a sheet covered the window, the dresser mirror was broken, and there was a hole in the wall near the closet. His guitar leaned against the wall, and an olive green jacket hung on a chair. I walked in and noticed his desk. I picked up the jacket and saw 2 envelopes, one addressed to me, the other to Kaken. I looked back at the others, showing them the letter with my name. It slowly dawned on me. No, it's impossible, right? This is just a bad dream, I'm still asleep, right? Tears streamed down my face as I looked at the floor, where traces of dried blood marked the ground. I fell to my knees, clutching his jacket. "Please, someone tell me this isn't real." No one answered, they all looked away. "This is just some sick joke. He's just getting back at me for prying into his life too much. Oh God, I'll give it to him later, but it's alright because I know he's okay." I quickly opened the letter, hoping for something reassuring. Instead, everything crumbled around me as I read the words, "I'm sorry. Goodbye." 3 words. Sent my world spiraling. I didn't know what to do or think. All I could do was cry into his jacket. After that, everything became a blur. We learned that the couple were family friends taking care of Izuku because his parents weren't around. They never explained why, but I sensed something bad had happened. They also told my dad we could have the guitar he left since neither of them played it. As nice as it was, I didn't want it. On the drive home, I stared out the window, still clinging to his jacket. I didn't know if they let me take it or if I took it without asking. It didn't matter, it was the only thing that brought me comfort, reminding me that I still had a part of him with me. I didn't know how I would handle this tomorrow, next month, or even next year. I didn't know if I would ever be my old self again, but I knew one thing. I want to be a hero. I buried my face in his jacket and closed my eyes. I'll never let anyone else go through what you did again if I can help it. Izuku. Bakugo POV. So, did you find out why he hasn't been at school all week? I was sitting on the couch flipping through channels when I heard my parents walk in. "Yeah. Katsuki, there's something we need to talk about." I heard them walk into the living room. "What is it?" "I'm trying to enjoy my..." I turned around and stopped as I saw them standing at the entryway holding a letter. "What the hell is that?" "It's Izuku." They sat on the couch next to me and set the letter on the table in front of me. "He's gone. He left this for you." I looked at the letter, which had that nickname he called me since we were kids. I picked it up and looked at them, confused. "So what, did he run off with that girl he's with?" I never took him as the type to do that. I let out a small laugh as I set the letter on the couch next to me. "So how long do you think it will be until he comes back?" He's not coming back." Mom stumbled over her words. She never did that unless it was something big. "So what, did he move in with them or something?" I looked up at them with a raised eyebrow. They better hope it works out, or else things will be awkward for them. I let out another laugh but stopped when neither of them laughed as well. "What the hell's going on? You're both acting like he's dead or something. Shouldn't you be happy he's gone so now you don't have to worry about him anymore?" The room stayed quiet for a minute before my mom started to cry. Dad put a hand on her shoulder before looking at me. He didn't run away and he didn't move out. He brought Mom into his arms and held her. "You know, we never once thought of him as a burden. He was like a second son to us. Why would you think we wouldn't worry about him?" I looked back to the letter and opened it up. This nerd better have a good explanation for all this. My eyes scanned across it and went wide. "It's not your fault, Kaken, so don't blame yourself. Also, thanks for standing up for me on Monday." I stood up and made my way to my room, the sound of footsteps trying to drown out my mother's crying. I set the note on my desk and sat against the wall on the floor. "Damn it, Deku. Why did you have to say that?" "All right, kid, welcome to your new home." Mr. Aizawa opened the door and helped carry a bag inside. I know it may not look like much, but I prefer functionality over looks. I walked in and saw a living room that was fairly empty. It had 2 couches, a glass coffee table, and a TV. The kitchen was connected directly with the marble island. The entire house seemed to use an open concept, making it hard to tell where one room ended and the other began. If you say so, but it all looks pretty high-end to me. Everything seemed spotless and matched. I didn't know what I was expecting, but I wouldn't have guessed something like this. The more I thought about it, the more it made sense. Set your bags down and follow me. I'll give you the tour. I nodded and set my bag down but kept my backpack with me. As we walked around the house, I slowly started to realize how organized this man was. Just based on his appearance, one would have never guessed it. Everything had its place, and each room served its own function. The only thing that seemed out of place was a scratching post. Sorry to interrupt, but what's that for? I asked. He glanced over at it before continuing. That's for Licorice. I looked at him, confused. Licorice? Yeah, he's my cat. The little guy should be around somewhere. He's pretty shy around people at first, so just give him some time. Once he's used to you, he won't leave your side. He motioned for me to keep following him. Alright, but why call him Licorice? I didn't name him, a friend did. They thought it would be funny since licorice, the candy, can be bitter, but he was sweet. We continued down the hall. Anyways, this will be your room. I walked in and was shocked. The room was fully furnished, with a bed set bigger than my previous one, a desk with a computer and 2 monitors, and a walk-in closet that had some clothes in it already. Whose clothes are those? I asked, setting my backpack on the chair in front of the desk. I looked on the desk and saw an envelope addressed to me. I got you some things. I wasn't sure what all you had, and I figured we'd go through quite a bit during training. It never hurts to be over-prepared for these things. You have your own shower and bathroom on this side of the house. My room's on the other side, so you don't have to worry about anything. He stood in the doorway, watching me take in the room. Come on, there's a few more things to show you. I followed him back to the living room, where he opened a set of double doors revealing an open training area. There was a punching bag, some weights, and the floor was completely padded. I'm guessing we'll be spending a lot of time here? A smirk appeared on his face. Yeah, just try not to die. We returned to the living room. Alright, let's talk about some house rules. Honestly, I'll leave you to your own devices most of the time when we're not training. Everyone deserves their privacy. As for the kitchen, if you cook something, you clean your own dishes. I nodded in understanding. If there's anything specific you need in the fridge, just let me know, but keep it reasonable. Since you're staying here, I expect you to help keep the house clean and assist with anything that needs to be done. As for a curfew, I doubt you'll have enough energy to go out after training, but if you do, just keep me updated. Also, please keep the noise levels down. I enjoy the peace, and so does Licorice. Other than that, make yourself at home. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll let you get settled in and call you when dinner's ready. Yes, sir. I grabbed my bags and made my way to my new room. It felt strange being in a new place with all new things. I set my bags on the bed and began to unpack. I hadn't brought much from home, just my clothes, a bottle of whiskey I had bought recently, my laptop, and a few other items. I placed an old photo of myself as a child on one of the desk shelves. As I looked around, I searched for a good spot to hide the whiskey. It's going to be a lot harder to get away with this now, I guess. I set the bottle on the closet shelf and hid it behind my empty bags in the corner. As I surveyed my new room, I realized something was missing. I rummaged through my closet and dresser, hoping I had just misplaced it. How could I forget my favorite jacket? I pulled out a black hoodie and threw it on. Oh well, it's not like I don't have others, but that one was super comfy. I sat at the desk and looked around again. Maybe I should have brought it with me. I did just buy it. I glanced at an empty corner of the room, picturing my guitar sitting there, just waiting to be played. I turned back to the desk and shook my head. No, I left that behind and I can't go back. I picked up an envelope and opened it. Hello, Mr. Midoriya. I'm so happy you decided to give the hero course a shot. I know Mr. Aizawa will keep you busy with training, but that doesn't mean we can let that mind of yours slip. I will be stopping by Monday afternoon to discuss lesson plans and how we can best work out a plan of education. One of our teachers will accompany me. I'm sure they will be a great help in furthering your education. Until then, best of luck. Sincerely, Principal Nizu. I set the letter down and began to set up my workstation, letting out a sigh. Why do I have a feeling that his lessons are going to be worse than the training sessions? Shaking the thought away, I focused back on my work and started adjusting the EQ of the newest beat I had been working on. Maybe I was having an off day, or perhaps it was the new environment, but nothing I did sounded right. I took off my headphones and leaned back in my chair, contemplating my next move. Getting lost in your thoughts can really dull your senses. I jumped in my chair, startled to see Mr. Aizawa standing in the doorway. Dinner is almost ready. Mind giving me a hand? Sure. I glanced at the clock and noticed it was almost 6. I didn't realize that much time had passed. I followed him into the kitchen. What do you need help with? Could you set the table? Everything is up there. He pointed to a cabinet and continued with his cooking. As I approached the cabinets, several knocks echoed through the house. I looked over at him, confused. Just ignore it, they'll leave in a minute. But the knocks grew louder, sounding more insistent. Damn it, Shota, I know you're in there. I can smell your cooking. You better have a good reason for canceling our date last minute. I glanced at the door before looking back at him. You had a date tonight? Yeah, I told her something came up. He turned his attention back to the door. I should have known she would come here looking for an answer. You didn't tell her why you canceled? I looked at him even more confused, then quickly glanced back at the door. Like I'm one to talk about telling someone why I'm leaving. I apologize in advance for this. He made his way to the door. She is energetic, to say the least. He sighed as he started to open the door. Suddenly, the door swung wide open, revealing a very angry woman. She had dark green eyes and seafoam green hair. What the hell, Shota? Why would you cancel? You know how hard it is for both of our schedules too. She looked past him and saw me standing in the kitchen. Her expression shifted from anger to confusion. Why is there a child in your house? Mr. Aizawa sighed and stepped aside. Come on in, Emmy. I was hoping to have some time to figure out how to explain this, but it looks like that plan's out the window. As she entered, her eyes remained locked on me, assessing me. I thought you said you didn't have any kids? I don't, well, not at least biological ones. He closed the door behind her and returned to the kitchen. Emmy, this is Izuku Midoriya. I guess you could say I adopted him. Midoriya, this is Emmy Fukukado, and she's my girlfriend. Hi, nice to meet you. I bowed before reaching for the plates. We got a stutter box over here. No need to be nervous, I won't bite. She smiled and laughed lightly. That's not true and you know it. Mr. Aizawa glared at her. She laughed more. Oh come on, Shota, you know that was funny. She leaned on the counter, turning her attention back to me. So, tell me, how did you get scooped up by Mr. Grinch over here? I took a deep breath and shifted my gaze to the ground. It's kind of a long story. Mr. Aizawa placed a hand on my shoulder, cutting me off. He wants to be a hero, so I decided to take him in. He looked at her, and she matched his gaze before letting out a sigh. Is that so? She turned back to me, then back to him. Well, since I'm already here, I hope you made enough for me. I didn't. Mr. Aizawa returned to his cooking, finishing it off. Emmy suddenly burst out laughing, catching me off guard. You're hilarious, Shota. I watched them banter for a moment before speaking up. Were you the one that named Licorice? She looked back at me and smiled. Yep, it's a pretty funny name, right? Don't you think it fits him perfectly? An audible shudder came from Mr. Aizawa as I looked away from her. I don't know. I haven't seen him yet. She put a hand to her chin, thinking. That's odd, he usually only takes a day or so to warm up to people. But I only just got here this afternoon. I gripped one of my wrists with my other hand. Her eyes widened in shock. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. I'll see you later, Shota. She started to head for the door when Mr. Aizawa spoke up. It's fine, Emmy. This might be for the best. I don't mind you staying if Midoriya doesn't. She looked over at me and I took a deep breath. I don't mind. I just don't want to be in the way of you two. He's so considerate. She walked up and pulled me into a hug. You must be quite the lady killer. I bet all the boys hate you for that. I tightened up, feeling my arms shake a little, not just from the sudden contact, but also from the poor choice of words. I lowered my head, my voice quiet. You don't know the half of it. She looked down at me, confused. What was that? Emmy, cut it out. You've barely known him for 5 minutes, you can't do that. He leaned on the counter. She quickly let go of me and pouted at him. Oh come on, what man wouldn't want to be embraced by a pretty young woman like myself? Anyone that wants to keep the last bit of sanity left in them. He returned to the stove, grumbling to himself. All right, everything's ready, let's eat. As we ate, conversations began to die down. I didn't talk unless a question was directed at me, unsure how I fit into this dynamic. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. So, Midoriya, Shota said you wanted to be a hero. You must have quite the impressive quirk. She smiled at me. Well, AC actually, I struggled to get the words out. I had never had an issue with it before, but this time was different. What if she thinks he's crazy for wanting to train someone who's quirkless? This could put unnecessary strain on their relationship. I can't be causing problems on my first day here. I felt my breathing quicken, my vision starting to tunnel and go fuzzy. Not now. As my breathing continued to quicken, I felt myself enveloped in an embrace. The smell of mint brought me back as my breathing started to slow. Sure, it's alright. Just calm down. Take nice, slow breaths. Ms. Fukukato rubbed my back in slow circles, trying to help me regain my composure. As my vision returned, I could only see green and take in the scent of mint. I began to feel at peace, and a tear escaped my eye. This feeling reminded me of when I was a little kid, dreaming that my quirk would be a strong one. I would play all day with my mom, and when she called for help, I would save her. She would hold me tight, her hair always smelling like mint. I slowly wrapped my arms around her. Mom, please don't leave me. She held me tighter and continued to calm me. It's okay, I'm not going anywhere. Once I had calmed down, Miss Fukukato returned to her seat but kept looking at me with concern. No one spoke until Mr. Aizawa set 2 glasses on the table and poured a drink into them. He placed one in front of her and took the other with him. You may need this by the end. She nodded and took the glass in her hand. The next hour was spent explaining my story to her. I shared about my quirk, my home life, and everything that led to Mr. Aizawa taking me in, leaving out irrelevant details. After I finished, we sat in silence as she stared into her empty glass. That's one hell of a hand you've been dealt, she said, setting her glass down and resting her elbows on the table. You could say that again. I kept my eyes glued to the table. Sorry to drop this all on you at once, Emmy, but I do have a favor to ask. Mr. Aizawa looked between us. She met his gaze before looking back at me, a small laugh escaping her lips. Of course I'll help out. I mean, that's what heroes do, right? She smiled and stood up. I raised my head, confused. You're a hero too? That's right, you're looking at the one and only Ms. Joke. She sat back down and looked at Mr. Aizawa. I'm guessing that's what you wanted to ask me. He sighed as he finished his drink. Yeah, I know you're busy with your own students and your own patrols, but any help would be appreciated. There's no way I'm not helping out, she said, a small smirk appearing on her face. Especially since he's already called me Mom. Yes, sorry about that, Ms. Fukukato. I don't know what came over me. I looked back down at the table. Oh, hell no, we've already crossed that line. I better never hear you call me that again. She shot a glance at me before smiling. I'll accept Ms. Emmy at the very least. I nodded. All right, well now that's settled, how about we exchange numbers? I can't do that. I shifted my gaze to my lap. Oh come on, it's not like I'm going to message you every other hour. She gave a sly smile to Mr. Aizawa. It's not that. I just don't have a phone. I put my hands into my jacket pocket. What are you talking about? You literally had one this morning. Mr. Aizawa looked at me skeptically. I got rid of it. I let out a nervous laugh. Mr. Aizawa sighed. Why would you do that? Well, Auntie Mitsuki always paid the bill. I didn't want her to keep paying it after I left. I looked back at the table. Well, that makes sense. We can go pick one up tomorrow. He rested his elbows on the table. I have some savings, but I don't know how long I can pay the service fee. I started twiddling my thumbs in my jacket. Don't worry about that, I'll take care of it. He took a deep breath. It will have to be later, though. I have a meeting in the afternoon. I can take him, Ms. Emmy spoke up, smiling. I have the day off and it sounds like fun. Mr. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at her. Are you sure? I don't want you to go out of your way. It's no problem at all, plus it gives me a chance to get to know Midoriya more. She beamed a smile at me. Thank you, Ms. Emmy. I looked back up and tried to smile. She let out a little laugh as she stood up. Well, I should get going. She made her way to the door, and Mr. Aizawa followed. Thanks for dinner, Shota. It was nice meeting you, Midoriya. I'll see you tomorrow. She hugged him and kissed his cheek as she left. As the door closed, I let out a deep breath and stood up. She seems nice. I took the leftover dishes to the kitchen. Yeah, she is, he said, joining me. But she can sometimes have an issue with boundaries. Yeah. But I feel like she means well. I started to wash the dishes from dinner. She does. He began putting the leftovers in the fridge. Tomorrow will be an interesting day for you, that's for sure. He chuckled softly. Try not to get overwhelmed, all right? Yes, sir. I finished washing the dishes and made my way back to my room, staring at my computer still open to the song I was working on. Sitting down in the chair, I let out a sigh as I put my headphones on. Let's see if I can figure it out this time. Time continued to fly by, but something was still missing. The mix was right, but it just sounded empty. I rested my head on my desk and glanced at the clock. Maybe tomorrow I'll have better luck. Closing down my computer, I walked into the closet and took a swig of whiskey before climbing into bed. A small smile crept onto my face as I buried it into a pillow. Did this man buy clouds? The next morning, I woke up feeling great. It's amazing the difference a good bed and pillow can make. As I stretched, I felt a weight on my chest. I opened my eyes and was surprised to see a pair of bright yellow ones staring back at me. I blinked a few times in confusion. So I'm guessing you're licorice, or maybe I'm still asleep. The black cat let out a meow as it stared at me. Well, I guess he did say we couldn't leave your side once he got used to you, but I didn't expect this. Licorice meowed again and shook his bed, ringing the bell around his neck. I reached out my hand to pet him, but he jumped off and ran out of the room, the bell jingling with every step. If he has a bell on, how did I not hear him yesterday? Getting out of bed, I made my way to the kitchen. There was a note on the counter with a key next to it. I had a few errands to run. I'll be back later. There's some breakfast in the fridge, just remember to clean up when you're done. Also, here's a spare house key. Please, for the love of God, don't let Emmy get it. Opening the fridge, I saw some food on a plate that was wrapped. I took it out and started heating it up. As it cooked, I looked around the living room. Where did that cat go? Once it was done, I set the plate on the counter and started to eat. The man certainly can cook. I took another bite and scanned the room, finding a familiar pair of yellow eyes looking at me. I laughed a little. I can see you, Licorice. The cat didn't move, just kept staring. I'm not gonna hurt you, I'm a good guy. He continued to watch me but slowly started to walk closer. I raised an eyebrow as I observed him. What happened to his bell? I know I heard it earlier. Eventually, Licorice jumped onto the counter and looked at me again. I cut off a small piece of my food and offered it to him. Want some? He walked up, sniffed it, and then took the food, dropping his bell in the process. I blinked in confusion. Stealth cat. Licorice meowed again before hopping off the counter and rubbing against my leg. Oh, you like me once I feed you. I see how it is. He meowed again and walked back into the living room, his bell jingling with each step. Clever little guy. I finished eating and washed the dishes before returning to my room. After showering and changing, I found myself back at my desk, stuck exactly where I was last night. I planned to work until Ms. Emmy showed up, but that was quickly interrupted by a knock on the front door. I sighed as I made my way to see who it was. Opening the door, I saw Ms. Emmy standing there, smiling. Hey kiddo, you ready to head out? Yeah, I just didn't expect you this early. I glanced at the clock, it wasn't even noon yet. Yeah, I figured, but hey, it's more time for us. She laughed. Let's get going, we have a long day ahead of us. Day? I looked at her, confused. I thought we were just going to get me a phone. A smirk formed on her face. Oh no, we're spending the day together. I have quite a few things planned. I swallowed hard as I locked the door and followed her out. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? As we drove through town, the car was silent. Neither of us seemed to know how to interact, especially after what happened last night. I sensed that this was weirder for her than it was for me. So, I met Licorice today, I said, breaking the silence. She glanced over, surprised I started the conversation. Oh really? Yeah. I woke up and he was sleeping on me. I stared down at my feet. She chuckled before sighing. That sounds about right. He's a cute little guy. He's sneaky. I looked out the window. He hid his bell and snuck around? She raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Until I offered him some food. I crossed my arms. Suddenly, Ms. Emmy burst out in laughter, catching me off guard and causing me to jump. Oh God, I'm sorry, she said, still chuckling. But that is funny. I still don't even know how he learned to do that. I looked over at her and chuckled a little. Yeah, I guess it is. As we drove around, we continued to make small talk. Slowly, everything started to become easier, and before long, my stutter began to fade when I talked to her. Even though I was growing comfortable around her, I was still confused about a few things. The first being how she had the information to add me onto Mr. Aizawa's account, and the second being why she had a gas mask in her car with smiling faces on the filters. Shaking the latter question out of my head, we finished getting a new phone for me. Back in the car, I set everything up as we continued to drive. So how about we get some lunch? I know a good place around here. Sure. I put my phone into my pocket and watched as we drove past buildings. We eventually stopped at a small building. I know it doesn't look like much, but trust me, the food is great. Plus, I'm good friends with the owner. She smiled as we got out and made our way to the door. She was right, the place didn't look special, just your run-of-the-mill mom-and-pop spot. As we walked in, a man greeted us. Welcome. It's good to see you again, Ms. Emmy. Would you like your usual spot today? I looked over at her, skeptical, and she just nodded. Of course, you know me. She let out a little laugh. He smiled back and motioned for us to follow him. Looking around, I had to revise my earlier thought. The place was actually nicer upon closer inspection. We walked across the room until the man opened a door leading to a private room in the back. Inside was a table with 4 chairs set around it. We took our seats as he made his way back into the main room. I looked around the room with a blank expression. So why exactly are we back here? Well, I'm sure you've noticed, but I can tend to be loud and apparently other people don't like that when they eat. She started to laugh a little. So when I go to certain places, they have special rooms just for me so I don't annoy the other customers. Are you serious? I looked at her, dumbfounded. Nah, I'm just messing with you. Well, it may be a little true. But at this place, I just know the owners, so they consider me worthy to sit back here. She let out another laugh. I looked down at the menu and was surprised at its simplicity. I know it looks simple, but trust me, it's great. Even Shota approves of it. She laughed again. It's hard to get him to say he likes anything. I looked back up at her before glancing around the room again. How exactly did you two get together? Honestly, you two seem like complete opposites. She put her elbows on the table and rested her chin in her hands. You know, most people think that, but we're actually pretty similar when you take a closer look. Sure, I'm definitely a lively person, and he's more of a quiet type, but we work well together. She closed her eyes and sighed. I can still remember the first time we met. Strong, tall, and confident. The light shined down on him perfectly. He was the ideal package, and standing next to him was Shota. She sat back up as the waiter brought us some drinks. Honestly, he couldn't stand me at first, and I couldn't stand him either. We butted heads constantly, but we had to work together because the agencies we worked with were located next to each other. Then one day, I just stopped seeing him. He had switched to an overnight patrol because it suited his style better. She took a sip of her drink. I actually had practically forgotten about him, but one night, some friends and I went out. As we were leaving, some guy tried to stop us. He definitely wasn't looking for anything good. He kept getting closer, and next thing I knew, Shota was there, taking the guy in. She stared off at some older pictures on the wall as she twirled her straw in her drink. Honestly, we didn't need the help, but it was just such a cliché scenario that I couldn't help but laugh. After that, we reconnected, and once we actually got to know each other, things just fell into place. Are you sure that's what really happened? I looked at her skeptically. I've heard better relationship stories on cable network originals. Yeah, that's true, but still, sometimes things just happen for a reason. She took a sip of her drink. So tell me, is there a special girl in your life? She gave me a small smirk. I started to nervously tap my foot on the ground. Yeah. I spun my straw around in my drink. There is. Oh my, tell me about her. She leaned in intrigued. She's great. A grin spread across my face. She's really sweet and cares about me. Anytime I think about her, I feel better. She's by far the best thing that has ever happened to me. My smile faded as I fiddled with my straw. We met in the park one day after school, and it was a total coincidence. I let out a nervous laugh. "Ah, love at first sight," she teased, pretending to swoon. Not even close," I replied, leaning back in my chair. Honestly, the first time I saw her, I was kind of upset because she was in my favorite spot. "So did you say anything to her?" she asked, taking another sip of her drink. "Nope." I sat on the ground against a tree. I nervously rubbed the back of my head. Ms. Emmy burst out laughing. "Seriously, you chose to sit on the ground?" "Yeah. Obviously, people skills aren't my strong suit." I let out a nervous laugh. Her eyes lit up. "Oh, don't worry, I'll make sure I change that." A slightly mischievous grin spread across her face before she returned to a normal smile. "So what happened after that?" We both sat in silence as if the other wasn't there. At some point, she said I could sit on the bench because there was plenty of room. I sat down, and then we started talking about music. Not too long after that, I left. I stared off at some of the pictures on the wall. She looked at me with a blank stare. "Seriously, is that it? You didn't even try to get her number?" I didn't think much of it then. I thought she was just another face in the ocean of people I passed by every day. I took a sip of my drink. But apparently, fate had something else planned because a few weeks later, I ran into her again at a music store. We started talking and she was teaching me to play guitar. It was a lot of fun until her dad showed up and started yelling at me. I looked up from my drink and saw Ms. Emmy glaring. "Oh, that guy is going to pay." I leaned back a little as I felt her intensity. "Oh no, it's fine." Apparently his wife and daughter gave him a hard time. I let out a nervous chuckle. "He's actually a really nice guy. He's just super overprotective of his only daughter." She sighed and grumbled to herself. "I guess I can let it slide this once." She sat back up in her chair. So what happened next? A couple of months passed and we ran into each other at the music store again. She had to stop me from wanting to leave right away. I laughed, remembering how nervous I was that day. "Why would you want to leave?" she asked, looking confused. "You remember what we talked about last night?" Mix all of that together, and add in my head telling me that she was mad at me for 2 months, and you'll think anything is your fault. I took another sip of my drink. Plus, I was probably a little off that day. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized what I just let slip. Ms. Emmy stared me down with an eyebrow raised. "I'm sorry, what was that about being off?" "And in nothing. I said nothing about that." I tried to give her a confident smile, but it wasn't working. We'll come back to that, but for now, I want to hear the rest of this story. She started to relax a little. Continue. I gulped down my nerves as I continued. Well, she apologized for everything that had happened and started reteaching me guitar. Her dad then popped up out of the blue and apologized as well, inviting me to a music night that Friday. I took another sip of my drink. We left after that and went to the park to talk some more. In all honesty, she didn't leave me with much of a choice. I let out another laugh as I looked at Ms. Emmy. A few days later, I was on my way to the music store when I got attacked and ended up in the hospital, but you knew that part already. She nodded. Yeah, but you didn't mention that it happened on the way to a date. It wasn't a date. Or at least, I don't think it was. I scratched my head. But that's besides the point. Apparently, she found Mr. Izawa with me in the alley and rode to the hospital with me. When her dad picked her up, he left me a note telling me to call them when I got up. After a few long talks, I was discharged. I called them again to let them know I made it home safe, and her dad gave me her number as well as inviting me over for dinner. I sat back in my chair. That was an interesting night. I chuckled. I told them more about me than I ever thought I would. But they didn't treat me any differently. They accepted me. I wiped away a tear that formed in my eye. After that, we hung out a couple of times, and she helped me pick out a guitar, and now I'm here. I think you would have liked her. She would always make the same joke about being all ears when I would ask her something. I looked up and saw her confused. Her quirk made her hearing extremely sensitive. She started to laugh after hearing that. "Ah man, that's a good one. So when am I going to meet this little minx?" She leaned in intently. "You're not going to." I looked down towards the floor. "We ended whatever we had when I left." "But why?" She looked at me, confused. "I thought you said she was the best thing to happen to you?" She was. She still is, but it's not fair to her if I leave to focus on my dream knowing I wouldn't have time for her. I squeezed my hand into a fist in my pocket, trying to stay calm. Needless to say, she didn't like it. "I see. But still, wouldn't it be worth a shot?" She leaned back in her chair. "Maybe." I unclenched my fist in my jacket. But hindsight is 20/20ths. She looked at me for a moment and took a deep breath. "Well, how about we change topics then? You play music that's pretty cool." As I explained the situation of not bringing the guitar I had bought, the waiter came and took our order. She then proceeded to lecture me about how fiscally irresponsible it was. But after I told her that every time I looked at it I thought of her, she understood why I left it. It was similar to someone throwing out gifts from an ex to help get over them quicker. The rest of the lunch conversation was uneventful, just talking about music and potential plans for the future. As we finished eating, Ms. Emmy pulled out her phone and looked at the time. She let out a small sigh as she put it away. "Well, that took longer than I thought it would, but I think it was well worth it." "Yeah. It was really good. Thank you." I finished off what was left of my drink. "Well, let's get going. I'm sure Shota must be worried that I'm trying to corrupt you." She let out a small laugh. "Corrupting me?" I looked at her, confused. "Yep, he likes things more peaceful, and I'm sure he's worried I'm going to turn you into someone like me." She stood up and we made our way out the door. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I followed her out to the car. "I mean, you seem like a really nice person, and you care about people. Sure, you can be a little over the top sometimes, but I don't think that is inherently bad." As we got in the car, she wiped away a fake tear. "Gosh, you're gonna make me feel like a proud mother when you say things like that." I let out a nervous chuckle. "Is that a bad thing?" "Nope, not at all." She smiled as she drove us back to Mr. Izawa's house. "So, speaking of proud moms, can I ask why exactly you called me that last night?" "Oh, it's about that." I looked out the window to avoid seeing her reaction. "Well, it was just in the moment you reminded me of her back when I was little. Your hair smelled like hers and it felt safe. I guess I just got caught up in the moment." We sat in silence for a moment before I heard a soft sniffle from the other side of the car. "Now you're making me all emotional, but that was just so sweet. Sorry about that." I nervously rubbed the back of my head. "I'll try not to make a habit of it." "Oh no, from now on a mama joke." She stared at me, letting me know she was serious. "So no more Ms. Emmy. Unless the situation calls for it." I looked back at her, confused. "What do you mean by that?" "Well, I am a pro hero as well as a teacher. Obviously, if I'm on duty, it's Ms. Joke, but if we were around my students, it's Ms. Fukakato." She let out a sigh. "It is a shame though, Mama Joke has a nice ring to it and it's a great setup for jokes." I let out a small smile. "What if I called you Mrs. Izawa?" The car came to a sudden stop as she turned her head to stare at me. "Izuku, I think we're going to get along perfectly." As we started to drive, I felt my heart start to beat again. That scared me. I rested my head on the window. I wonder how Mr. Izawa would react to that. "Oh, Shota is gonna hate it, but I think it's worth it." A playful smile crossed her face. "Speaking of Shota, I have a plan." The rest of the drive back was spent with Mama Joke explaining the plan she had come up with. I'd be lying if I said it didn't sound funny, but I was also worried about how this would all turn out. Before I knew it, we were standing at the front door. I felt a hand placed on my shoulder and saw Mama Joke giving me one of her trademark smiles. Taking a deep breath, I opened the door and saw Mr. Aizawa sitting on the couch with Licorice. "Hey, Pops, how was the meeting?" He slowly turned his head towards me, his eyes wide. I could hear Mama Joke trying to hold back her laughter, but it wasn't working. "Emmy, what did you do to him?" Monday morning started out eerily similar to Sunday. I woke up to find Licorice asleep on my chest. Mr. Aizawa had already left for work, and there was breakfast in the fridge for me. After eating, I decided to look around the training. It was amazing how much room there was. With each step I took, I felt myself get more and more excited about what the future could hold for me. I made my way back to the living room and sat on the couch next to Licorice. The little guy curled up in a ball against my leg. I gently rubbed behind his ear as he purred. "Are you sure you're not a dog in disguise?" Licorice didn't reply. He just continued to purr until he fell asleep. I laughed to myself a little as I got up and went back to my room. Lying down on my bed, I looked towards the clock and saw it was almost noon. I wonder what time he's going to get here? I rested my head on my pillow. I just hope whoever comes with them is somewhat normal. Why did he bring someone who looks so out of place here? All three of us were sitting on the couches in the living room. Across from me was the cheerful Principal Nizu, and next to him was a striking woman in navy blue skinny jeans and a black turtleneck. "It's nice to meet you. Kiyama Namuri, but you can call me Midnight." She gave a playful wink. I glanced at Nizu, then back to her. "Is that a stage name?" Principal Nizu looked shocked, but she just smirked. "I'm sorry, I spent the entire day with Ms. Joke yesterday, so I think she started to rub off on me." She laughed at my response. "Well, I guess your question isn't too far off from the truth." At this point I was completely lost. I looked towards Nizu, hoping for some answers, and he smiled. "She's one of our esteemed teachers at UA and has graciously offered to help with your education for the next year." I looked at him, even more confused. "Next year? I still have a year and a half to go." "Ah yes, well it seems that you're quite advanced for your age and really know what you're doing. So we were able to help you skip a semester." She smiled at me, and I felt a chill run down my spine. "I can't wait to see what you're made of." "Oh, I guess that makes sense." I scratched the back of my head nervously. Why does she make everything sound so suggestive? Now, Ms. Namuri, no need to pressure the poor boy. I'm sure you'll have plenty of time for that later. Now, let's get to the matter at hand. An unnerving grin spread across his face. "I have created a curriculum that I believe will be a challenge for you. That is, if you think you can handle it. If not, I could always come up with an easier one, but I must say I am extremely proud of the one I devised. It doesn't just cover standard education but also practical usage of strategy and critical thinking needed for everyday life." I looked towards the coffee table, pondering for a moment. "It doesn't matter what my choice is. You are going to give me the same curriculum either way." The small creature started to laugh as Ms. Namuri looked at me, shocked. "You were right, sir." She liked her lips. "I like this one. We'll have a lot of fun. If everything goes according to plan, I'm certain you'll be able to pass the entrance exam with ease." He kept his gaze focused on me. "Do you have any questions?" I matched his gaze. "When do we start?" "Ready to dive in, I see." Ms. Namuri's grin widened. "I really like this one." "Ah, an excellent question indeed. Well, due to previous commitments, we won't be able to start your studies until next week." His grin faded to a neutral expression. "Any other questions?" "No, sir." I started to relax a little more. "All right, well now I think it's time we discussed a more pressing matter." He looked at me with a serious expression. Even Ms. Namuri's demeanor changed. "What is it?" I asked, confused. "There's not really a good way to put this lightly, but we're worried about your mental state." He locked his eyes with mine. I felt an itch in the back of my throat and tried to swallow it. "Is that so? Why are you worried about something like that?" Ms. Namuri cleared her throat. "To be frank, being a hero is not easy. It takes dedication and extreme mental fortitude, and based on what I heard, you are severely lacking in one of those." "What do you mean?" It felt like my throat was tightening, making it harder for my words to come out. "Sure, I had a rough time in the past, but I'm better now." "If that's the case, why did you start stuttering the moment we brought this up?" Her eyes turned cold and locked onto mine. I felt as if I had just been caught in a web she had been weaving since the moment she walked in. "You're a smart kid, so I'm sure you've probably already thought up a few counterpoints to what I just said, but that doesn't change the fact that you started to panic the other night when your quirk was brought up." She kept her unfaltering gaze locked on me. "How did you know about that?" My eyes went wide. "How I know that isn't important. What is important is that we help you. I've seen plenty of would-be heroes who are stronger than you withdraw from the hero course because of the mental turmoil it puts you through." She leaned in, keeping her eyes locked on mine. Now tell me, how do you think someone who can't even accept their own quirk can handle all the additional stress that comes from being a hero? I lowered my eyes to the ground, trying to regain my composure. Everything she had said came from her own personal experience. I could tell that much from the conviction in her voice. But something didn't sit right with me. Who are you to say I don't accept my quirk? I looked back up to meet her eyes. She raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Is that so? Her voice was calm. If that's the case, then why do you claim to be quirkless? Why not be proud of it? Because all it can do is cause people more pain. I clenched my fists. And is that a good reason to pretend it doesn't exist? She looked at me skeptically. I don't pretend it doesn't exist. I shifted my gaze back down to the ground. Really? Well then, how many people know you have a quirk? She leaned in further. I don't know. Maybe 7 people. I felt like sinking into the couch. I had never realized that so few people knew about it. She whistled after hearing that. Wow, those are some impressive numbers. Now tell me, how many of those did you willingly tell? I couldn't answer her, my mouth had gone completely dry. I just stared at the ground motionless. I thought so. She leaned back onto the couch and crossed her legs. Trust me, if you don't accept it as a part of you, you'll never make it. I knew she was right. She had figured me out from the beginning. How can I accept it? Own it. Her eyes stayed locked on me. What is your quirk? I told Nizu not to give me any details about it. All I know is that you have one and that you hate it. I raised my head to try and meet her gaze. It's called Traumatize. She leaned forward, intrigued. Really? Well, what can you do with it? It makes people relive their most traumatic experiences, and those memories can be altered to make them worse. I gulped nervously as I felt my hand shake a little. Wrong. Her eyes felt like daggers piercing through me. I asked what you can do with it. I lowered my head, my voice soft. I make people relive their worst memories. And I can alter the memories, making them worse. She leaned further forward. I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear that. Would you mind speaking up a little? I glanced up at her and saw a grin on her face. I took a few deep breaths to gather what little confidence I had left. I make people relive their worst memories and I can make them worse. She looked at me, biting her lip and smiling. Oh my, now that's more like it. I love a person who can take control. She stood up and moved to sit next to me. I love being someone's first, it's so exhilarating. I tensed up when I felt her put her hand on my head as a pink mist formed around me. So what are you doing? Just relax, you'll enjoy this. She rolled up her sleeve a little. You did a lot better than I expected today, so I think it's fair to say that your first session was productive. I felt my eyes starting to get heavy as she brought my head down into her lap. Now get some rest. I don't think you realize just how much this has taken out of you. A few hours later, I woke up in my bed. I looked down and saw Licorice asleep on my chest again. Am I just a pillow to you? Licorice looked at me and meowed. I let my head fall back onto the pillow. Of course, why would I expect anything else? I laid there staring at the ceiling when I heard a strange voice. Did you expect me to talk? I raised my head and stared at Licorice with a blank expression. Holy cow, you can talk? Why, of course, I'm no ordinary cat, you know. Licorice tilted his head a little at me. I'm the all-knowing cat sage, and I have come to give you a mission. I stared at him blankly before looking to the door and seeing a tuft of green hair in the doorway. Really? I rolled my eyes. And what does the great all-knowing cat sage want with me? You shall save the world. Licorice yawned as he started to fall asleep. Do you accept this mission? I let out a sigh. Come on, Licorice, you can cut it out. God, I can't believe this. I could hear a few muffled footsteps from the other side. Stupid cat, I waited out there for almost an hour for that bit. I raised an eyebrow at her. Seriously? Hey, if that bit had worked, it would have been comedy gold. She walked in and sat on the edge of the bed. So why exactly are you here? I thought Mr. Aizawa banned you for a week. She looked at me confused. Who? I let out a small groan. I thought Pops banned you for a week? A grin spread across her face. He did, but when he told me what happened today, I decided it was worth the risk. Well, surprise, surprise, he let me in. I fell back onto the bed and put the pillow over my face. Does everyone know about that now? That depends if you count 4 people as everyone. She put a finger to her chin. More or less. I begrudgingly sat up. So what now? She shrugged her shoulders. The hell if I know, but I do know it's time to start your training. Her smile grew wider. Yep, Shota is already down there, so go ahead and get ready. We'll be waiting. 20 minutes later, I found myself running on a self-propelled treadmill. I really should have done more cardio. I had been on it for 10 minutes now, and I already felt like my legs were about to give out. Alright kid, you're almost done with the warm-up. Mr. Izawa looked down at the clock in his hand. What do you mean? I thought this was. I continued to run while I heard Mama joke laughing at my response. Not at all, Pops said, keeping his eyes on the clock in his hand. We're going to increase your endurance before we even think about anything else. Are you trying to kill me, Pops? I looked at him, trying not to stumble over my own feet. He glared at me momentarily, activating his quirk. Yes. I quickly shifted my gaze back in front of me. A few more minutes passed, and it felt like my sides were being repeatedly stabbed. Alright, time to stop. Oh, thank God. I slowed my pace before carefully stepping off the treadmill and lying on the floor, trying to catch my breath. And you said that was the warm-up? Yeah. Next time we go for distance instead of time. He tossed a water bottle at me. Yay. I caught the bottle and took a few sips. Looking over, I saw Mama joke still holding in her laughter. What's so funny? I didn't realize you'd be this bad. She couldn't help but let a few laughs escape. I'm so glad I was able to see this. Not every encounter with a villain can be decided quickly. Some turn into a test of endurance. Then there are times after a large-scale attack where you will have to do search and recovery for hours on end. He looked back at his watch. It doesn't matter how tired we are, we have to keep going because people are counting on us. Yes, sir. I took another sip of water before standing back up and making my way back on the treadmill to walk at a slow pace. Mr. Izawa looked at me, confused. What are you doing? I didn't tell you to start. You said it doesn't matter how tired we are, we have to keep going. So I'm going to keep moving until we're done. I continued to walk, working on keeping my breathing under control. He let out a sigh before shaking his head. You know if you push yourself too hard, you'll collapse, right? Yeah, but if I do, I have you and Mama joke to make sure I'm alright. I'd rather push to my limit here than have it happen during something important where someone could get hurt. I rested my arms on the rails of the treadmill, focusing on the floor. If that's what you want, then let's pick up the pace to a nice easy jog. He walked in front of the treadmill. Keep your eyes on me. I raised my head as I picked up the pace. Got it, Pops. He let out a small sigh. Alright kid, would you say you're smart? Yes, sir. I kept my eyes on him. Good. So you know that a person's ability to process information slows down as they get tired. He kept his eyes fixed on me. Obviously. Why are you asking? I looked at him, confused. A smirk came across his face. Well, it seems you're already being affected by your lack of endurance. Starting now, every minute I'm going to ask you a question, and you have to answer it immediately. A nervous smile formed on my face. So what exactly is the point of this? What's going to happen if you get put in a situation where a split-second decision is needed to turn the tables? If you've never been in that situation before, you may freeze up and miss your chance. This is just the beginning of training your processing skills while under physical stress. He looked over at Mama joke. Also, Emmy thought it would be funny. I let out a sigh as I nodded. Alright, so quick answers are required, but the real issue is understanding the questions while tired. Alright, we'll start off easy. Why are you still calling me Pops after I told you not to? His eyes kept a cold glare. Because Mama joke honestly terrifies me when she gives that cold stare of hers, and I really don't want to see it again. I glanced over at her, and she smiled and waved at me. He looked over, saw the wave and smiled. He shook his head as he looked back at me. Alright, fair enough. I let out an internal sigh as I kept my pace. Alright, I can do this. What's Newton's first law of motion? How did we get from a person's name to physics? I shook my head. An object will stay in its current state unless an unbalanced force acts upon it. He looked up from his phone. Good enough. He kept his eyes locked on me before taking a deep breath. What was your first impression of Midnight? I thought she was a performer. I quickly covered my mouth. Why did I say that? Mama joke burst out laughing as Pops shook his head. Just don't let her hear that. Hopefully, you didn't say anything stupid. I may have asked if Midnight was her stage name. Mama joke was now on the floor laughing, and even Pops let out a small snicker. This isn't going how I thought it would, I said, shaking my head to help me focus more. The questions continued for another 5 minutes, varying from the colors of the rainbow to questions about quantum physics theories. At this point, it was taking all I had to keep focused on standing. Alright kid, last question. Once you answer it, we're taking a break. Did you bring any alcohol into my house? Yes, sir. I slowed my pace until I stepped off the treadmill and collapsed. Thank God that's over. This had been the first time I had pushed myself so hard in a long time. The physical exhaustion made it hard for me to fully comprehend the question he had asked. As I lay on the ground, I saw Mr. Izawa standing over me, his eyes glowing red and his hair floating. Everything alright? He asked. I don't think you understand what you just said, he continued, crouching down to be closer. I looked up at him, confused. You asked if I The realization of what he had asked and my answer finally clicked. Damn it. Jiru's POV. I spent the rest of the weekend locked in my room, leaving only a couple of times. Tsubaki sent countless texts and even called a few times to check on me, but I ignored them. I didn't want to see or talk to anyone. All I wanted was Izuku back. His olive green hoodie became my source of comfort. I wore it all weekend, and when I wasn't wearing it, it was either in my arms or within reach. I didn't want to go to school today, but I had to. I couldn't wear his hoodie to school or hold on to it during class, so I kept it in my bag all day. Stupid rules. The only time I took it out was during lunch when I sat on the roof, hoping to be alone, but the universe had other plans. What do you want, Tsubaki? I asked as she approached. What do you think? You text me out of the blue Saturday about Midoriya, then you ghost me all weekend. You show up to school half dead, not paying attention to any lessons, and now I find you up here holding on to some random jacket. What's going on? She stood over me, hands on her hips. He's gone. I clutched the jacket tighter as tears began to fall again. A moment later, Tsubaki wrapped her arms around me. I didn't think I could still cry after everything I had done over the weekend, but my tears wouldn't stop. She didn't say anything, she just held me, trying to comfort me. We ended up missing the next PRD because we stayed on the roof. I told her everything that had happened, and she texted some of her old friends to see if they had heard anything. Apparently, everyone found out when a girl asked a guy if he was alright, and his answer caused her to collapse. I couldn't blame her, I nearly did myself when I found out. Some of the class was shaken, some unaffected, but a few said it was about time. I really wanted to confront them, but the guy who knew him best got suspended for standing up to them in class. Tsubaki told her friends to thank him for me. Once school ended and I was outside the gates, I put on his jacket and made my way home. Even though I had been holding it all weekend, it still held the faint scent of him. I dreaded the day that smell would disappear forever. I wanted to hold on to it for as long as I could. As I walked home, my mind wandered. Is this how you felt? Even with all these people around, did you still feel alone? These questions swirled in my head until I reached home. Back in my room, I curled up in bed and pulled out my phone. I couldn't believe he was really gone. I looked at the picture we had taken at the beach. We looked so happy together. Not even a week ago, we were talking about dreams and enjoying each other's presence. I held my phone tightly against my chest as I cried myself to sleep. The rest of the week went about as well as Monday. Tsubaki continued to check up on me to make sure I was alright. At least she cares. Every day, I came straight home from school and stayed locked in my room until dinner, then it was right back to sleep. Saturday looked like it would be another day like the rest until Mom kicked me out of the house because I needed fresh air. I found myself wandering around town aimlessly until I stood on the sand at the beach. It was a shame how much people had ruined this place. I made my way to the gazebo and sat at the edge, letting my feet hang off the side. The sound of the waves crashing against the sand echoed in my head. I loved this place, it felt so freeing. Laying on my back, I looked over at the sand and saw piles of garbage. I shook my head and sighed as I stood up. Making my way across the sand, I was shocked at what people had left behind. Tires, scrap metal, old toys, and even a car. How did someone get away with that? I stopped when I found a pair of garbage cans that were still intact. After pulling them out, I started sifting through the piles for anything small enough to fit in the bins. It might not be much, but every little bit helps. The next hour was spent filling the bins I found while also looking for more. I found a few more that weren't in great shape, but they could still hold what I had collected. I took a step back and looked at the 10 bins I had filled. I felt a bit of pride knowing that I had done something productive for the first time in a week. A smile formed on my face as I took a deep breath. Alright Izuku, I don't know how, but we're gonna clean this place up. It was a surreal moment looking at the little area I had cleared out. For a moment, I could almost hear his voice telling me I was crazy for doing this. Laughing to myself, I wiped away a stray tear that had formed. Alright, what's next? Whitley was looking through the piles, trying to make a plan when I felt a breeze hit my stomach. A look of confusion turned to panic when I saw a small tear in his jacket. Oh no, this can't be happening. I quickly started to run back home, hoping that Mom could fix it. Bursting through the door, my mom looked up at me, surprised. Whoa Kyoko, what's wrong? I pointed down to the rip in the jacket. Mom, can you fix this? She walked over and examined it for a moment. Yeah, I can fix this easily, but you need to go take a shower, you smell like you've been at the dump all day. She backed away, holding her nose. Thanks, Mom. I ran upstairs and threw off my clothes before hopping in the shower. After my shower, I went to my desk and started to plan out what else I could do to clean the beach. Everything was going great until a thought crossed my mind. How am I going to get all of this stuff off the beach? Sure, sorting everything into groups will help, but that doesn't mean it actually cleans it. I buried my face in my hands and sighed. This is going to be a lot harder than I thought. Leaning back in my chair, I stared up at the ceiling. Do I even have time for this? I still need to train to get into a hero course. What would you do now, Izuku? Getting out of the chair, I grabbed Izuku's guitar before sitting on my bed. I don't know how or when, but it somehow ended up in my room. Softly strumming a few chords, I started to hum to myself. I lost track of time as I played. It had been the longest I had gone without thinking of him, and I felt happy just being my old self for a little while. While I continued to hum, I heard a knock on my door. Kyoka, can I come in? Sure. I kept my eyes on the guitar as I heard Mom open the door. What's up? Well, I wanted to give you back your jacket. She came and sat on the edge of the bed. My eyes jolted over to her, and I saw the jacket folded in her lap. I set the guitar down and quickly put it on. Thanks, Mom. I picked up the guitar again and started to play. It's so warm, did she wash it? I could still faintly smell his scent on the jacket, and a small smile formed on my face. So, how did you rip it? It's not like you to do something reckless with something so important. She turned to face me on the bed. I jumped a little at hearing her voice. Once I had put the jacket back on, I had completely forgotten she was in my room. I went to the beach I used to go to all the time and started to go through the trash to try and clean it up a little. She looked at me, confused. Why would you do something like that? I threw the hood over my head as I held onto my knees. The place is special to me. Mom gave me a skeptical look. Are you sure that's the only reason? I rested my forehead on my knees. I told Izuku that I wanted to see it clean when we went there, and I figured I could clean it so he could see it too. I felt my mom pull me into her side. You know that's not something you can do by yourself. I nodded. Yeah, but every little bit helps. That's right. She rubbed my head over the hood. You know your dad and I could help as well. Really? I looked up and saw her smiling at me. Of course. She wiped a stray tear from my eye. Now why don't you get ready? We're going out for dinner tonight. An hour later, we were all sitting at a family-run restaurant that my dad had heard great things about. As we sat at the booth, I noticed the place had a strange mix of customers. They had the average folks as well as some people who looked like they belonged at a 5-star resort. It was mind-boggling to see such a mix of people in the same place. I was brought out of my thoughts when I heard someone running up to the booth. It's you. I knew it wasn't true. I looked over to see a girl about my age standing at the edge of the table. She had long blonde hair with a streak of crimson red pulled back into a ponytail and golden eyes that shone. She had a bright smile that slowly faded. I'm sorry, but have we met before? Her lip quivered for a moment before she took a deep breath and regained her composure. I'm sorry, I must have confused you for someone else. She pulled out a pen and notepad, but was cut off when a man came up and put his hand on her head. Hey Simi, your mom needs a little help in the kitchen. Go and give her a hand. I can handle the front for a while. A man with golden eyes and crimson hair stood next to her. She nodded and made her way to the kitchen. Sorry about that. My daughter has been a little off lately. I'm Soma Yukihira, the owner and head chef of this fine establishment. Is there anything I can get you to start? Just some drinks if you don't mind, my mom replied with a smile. Then her maternal instincts kicked in. Is everything all right with your daughter? He let out a sigh as he rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, she's just a little shaken. One of her friends recently moved far away. It was pretty sudden, so no one was expecting it. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I guess our Kyoka here must have looked like her. My parents chuckled, while I pulled my hood up to cover my face. I don't know about that. She seemed to recognize her as you came in the door. The girl has a keen sense of smell. I don't think I've ever seen her mess that up. He laughed. If it wasn't for that streak of red hair in her eyes, I would have sworn my wife cheated on me with one of our friends. Well, is there anything else I can get you besides the drinks? My parents exchanged glances and noticed I was starting to hang my head. There was no way to know for certain if this was just a coincidence without making things awkward. I knew for sure, though, that he was lying about them moving far away. This isn't fair. I just want to go home. As if he could read my mind, my dad shook his head. Actually, just forget about the drinks. I think we're just going to head out. What? You all just sat down, he said, confused. Well, it seems your daughter is going through a rough time right now. I'd hate for us to cause her any more pain. Dad rubbed the back of his head. I know I wouldn't want my baby girl to go through more than she had to. He reached over the table and placed a hand on my head. The man gave a small smile. Yeah, I guess you're right. Well, at least let me grab you a snack until you figure out what you're doing next. Before we could respond, he headed toward the kitchen. My parents chuckled since he didn't give us a choice. Looking through the window, I could see him having a conversation with someone. My curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to plug in a jack to the floor. I couldn't make out the entire conversation due to the noise, but when I heard a familiar voice say her nose is never wrong, I felt a pit form in my stomach. I must have made a face because the next thing I knew, Mom was kicking my shin and placing a pen and piece of paper in front of me. She didn't say anything, she just nodded as we made eye contact. While waiting for him to return, I wrote a simple note, hoping I was right but praying I was wrong. I miss him too. I didn't know why I felt compelled to write those words, but they seemed right. Maybe it was because I felt bad for her or because I knew how she felt and hoped she would find comfort in knowing she wasn't alone. Before I could sort through my thoughts, the man returned with a couple of boxes and set them down on the table. Sorry about the wait. My lovely wife was upset with how I made the bento boxes for you. He smiled. Is there anything else I can do for you before you head out? Oh no, you've been great, but how much do we owe you for this? My dad started to pull out his wallet. Don't worry about it, it's on the house. He pulled off his headband and wrapped it around his arm. Besides, I'm sure my wife would kill me if I accepted anything. Sounds like she runs a tight ship, my mom smirked. You don't know the half of it, he replied with a big smile. She can be a pain sometimes, but she loves harder than anyone I know. She sounds lovely, my mom said, returning the smile. I hope to meet her the next time we're here. Next time? You haven't even tried the food yet. For all you know, it could be disgusting. A small smirk appeared on his face. Maybe it is, but it's the least we could do to repay you for this. Mom leaned into Dad, prompting him to nod in agreement. Well, when you put it like that, how could I refuse? He smiled and turned to head to another table. I quickly jumped up and tapped his shoulder. I'm sorry, could you give this to your daughter for me? I handed him my folded slip of paper as my hands nervously tapped together. Of course, he said with a smile before turning to check on more tables. With that, the three of us went back to the car and started to drive home. While on the road, I had to know if my gut feeling was right. Hey Tsubaki, I need to ask you for another favor. What's up, girl? I wanted to know if you knew the name of the girl who collapsed in Izuku's class. I'm not sure, give me a minute. It took a while for Tsubaki to respond again. We had already gotten home and eaten the food they sent us with. I was in my room curled up on my bed when my phone went off again. Tsubaki, so her name is Simi Yukihira. But why did you want to know her name? Jairu, I'll explain Monday, I promise, but for now, I just want to go to bed. I set my phone down on my nightstand and closed my eyes, hoping for a better dream or even no dreams at all. Izuku POV. 2 months have passed since I moved in with Pops, and quite a bit has changed. Ms. Midnight comes over twice a month to help me deal with my past. She even tags along when I'm introduced to a new teacher since all of them can be over the top. It's strange having a therapist who genuinely cares and pushes me to better myself. She mentioned that finding the root of my issues will take time, but she wasn't going to stop until she found it. Honestly, her answer was as comforting as it was terrifying. I guess I'm stuck with her for a while. Principal Nise's education plan is complex, and all his questions are open-ended. I'm not sure if he enjoys watching people struggle or if he just writes whatever comes to mind first. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't helpful. He's shown me how to look at the bigger picture in situations. It would be nice if his questions didn't have so many hidden possibilities. I mean, how am I supposed to assume that a room with no windows and no way out is actually the safe room of a warehouse with a gas leak? Recently, I even started a part-time job, so to speak. I don't actually go anywhere, but I've been asked to help out with a teacher's radio show. It's been fun learning more about mixing and mastering from someone who gets paid to do it. He even got me to start playing guitar again. That was a rough session having to explain to Ms. Midnight why I started having an episode when he handed me the guitar. It feels good to play again, I missed it a lot. It's funny, whenever I play, I can sometimes hear Kyoka telling me to relax or to do my warm-up exercises. Once, I could have sworn I saw her sitting next to me, smiling as I played a song. DMN. I miss you, Kyoka. I hope you're doing well. The biggest change of all has to be with me physically. Pop's training has started to put some muscle on me, and I'm beginning to enjoy the training more, even though he can be tough sometimes. After the first session, when he tricked me into confessing that I brought alcohol into his house, he decided to run me until he felt like I had expelled any alcohol left in my system. Then he poured himself and Mama Joke a glass, put the bottle in his liquor cabinet, and lectured me on why drinking at a young age is bad while drinking my whiskey. That's just adding insult to injury. But sometimes he will pour me a glass for special occasions. His thought process is that if he's with me, it's alright since he makes sure I won't drink too much. So far, it's only happened once since I started living here, but I'm trying to stay hopeful. I've really enjoyed my time here altogether, and it was about to get better because today Pops was going to start hand-to-hand combat training. I finished changing into my training gear and made my way into the training room. Inside, Pops and Mama Joke were waiting for me. A small smile spread across their faces as I walked in. Is everything alright? Yeah, Emmy's just excited for today, and I'm ready to see how far you've come in this short time. He crossed his arms as he faced me. But before we start, we have some things to go over. You got it, Pops. I gave him a slight smile as I stood in front of him. He let out a small sigh. Alright, true or false? All quirks have a tell. I raised an eyebrow at him. That's false because not all quirks work similarly. Principal Nizu's quirk has to do with his intelligence, and it has no signs when he uses it. Good. So let's say you're fighting against an opponent whose quirk you don't know. What would you do? I took a moment to think before I saw a smirk on his face. I'd play it safe and wait for him to give me an opening. If it's me he's fighting, I'm assuming he knows I'm quirkless. With that knowledge, he's sure to try and take advantage of it. So I'd stay defensive until I figured out what I was going against. Once I know what they can do, I counterattack. Mama Joke looked surprised that I had thought of that so quickly, but Pops just scoffed. What if your bigger counterattack doesn't work? I matched his gaze and answered immediately. It will work. He won't be expecting to be sent to a memory he wished he could forget. A small smirk formed on my face. It's simple but effective since I'm the only person who knows when the memory will end. The moment it ends, I'll be ready to finish them. Pops narrowed his gaze. Do you think you can do that? I wouldn't be here if I didn't think I could. He gave me a sly smile. Good, now let's get to the main reason I asked the question. He turned around and took a few steps back. Does your quirk have a tell? Yeah. My eyes turn black whenever I activate it. I looked at him, a bit confused. Don't you think that may be an issue for a quirkless hero? He turned to face me. I don't necessarily like the idea of you being known as the quirkless hero, but it would give you one hell of an ace in the hole. As of now, you're in an interesting situation. I put my hand to my chin, starting to think. He has a point. It would be hard to explain that. Also, if word got out that the quirkless hero actually had a quirk, that would cause issues as well. I looked back up at him. I could use something to cover my eyes. Though the use wouldn't be for the same reason as yours, and I doubt anyone would question it from a stylistic standpoint. That may be true, but this is something you need to seriously think about. He turned to Mama Joke. Now let's start with your training for the day. He got into a fighting stance. Come at me with everything you've got. A smile spread across my face. Let's do it. 2 hours later, I found myself on the floor, drenched in sweat. As I tried to catch my breath, I stared at Pops, who was standing over me. That Sikidi. He turned and started to walk away. Then get better. I taught you the basics, so now you need to refine them. He took a seat in a chair. Now it's your turn, Emmy. Have fun. I sat up and saw Mama Joke walk over with an unnerving grin. Is she gonna kick my butt as well? Nope, not today. She squatted down in front of me. Today we're gonna talk about fixing your hair. I looked at her with a blank expression. I'm sorry, what? You heard me. She stood up. Now go shower, you smell. After showering, I found myself sitting in front of my dresser mirror. I wasn't sure what was about to happen, but the smile on Mama Joke's face was unsettling. So what exactly are we doing? We're going to do something with this rat nest that you call hair. She started to run her hand through my hair. I didn't think it was that bad. I tilted my head down. She quickly grabbed my hair and pulled my head back up. It's not, I just wanted to mess with you. I let out a sigh. So why are we doing this? Well, as far as I understand, your quirk is visual-based. She continued to mess with my hair. I personally like the longer hair you have going for you right now, but it can get in the way during a fight. You might want to consider either cutting it or putting it up. I watched her in the mirror as she debated different looks. Well, what about Pops? His hair is in his face, and it doesn't stop him. True, but when he activates his quirk, his hair rises out of his face. Also, Shota's is a benefit in the field because it helps hide where exactly he's looking. She started to pull my hair back. I don't want to cut it. I'm not a fan of short hair. I winced as she pulled on my hair. Hey, it's your hair, do what you want. She put a hair tie in her mouth as she started to comb my hair. Izuku, when was the last time you actually combed your hair? I let out a nervous laugh. Maybe a week or so? I felt her grip on my hair get tighter. I better not hear you say that again, am I understood? Why yes, Mama Joke. I tried to stay still so she wouldn't pull out my hair. After 45 minutes of combing and trying different styles, we finally found one that we both liked, and that wasn't hard for me to do myself. Alright, Izuku, you're looking pretty spiffy now. She rested her hands on my shoulders. So you like it? I looked in the mirror at my hair from a few different angles. It was weird seeing it up in a bun, but I liked the change. Yeah, I like it. I guess it's officially a fresh start since I changed my hair. I guess so. She leaned on the dresser looking at my hair. Alright, so you know how to do yours, and you have everything you need, so my work is done. I guess so. I smiled at my new look. I liked it a lot, but something felt like it was missing. Looking around my room, I found what I was looking for. On my desk was the RBB band Kyoka had given me. Hey, Mama Joke, could I maybe get something with these colors to tie my hair back with? She looked at the band in my hand with a confused expression. Why would you want that? Would you accept sentimental reasons? I gave her a nervous smile as I felt my cheeks warm. She smiled and laughed a little before pulling me into a hug. Of course, kiddo. The last 2 months have been a whirlwind of emotions. It was clear looking back now that the 5 stages of grief were a necessary process when we lose someone. Denial only lasted through the first weekend, but most of that was spent convincing myself that the reason he wasn't responding to texts and calls was because he broke his phone. Anger didn't start until after the night we went out to dinner. After I discovered my suspicions about that girl, I couldn't hold back my feelings. I was upset with her for being so close to Izuku but not doing anything to help him. She could have made a difference if she had just spoken up or even just been a friend to him. That thought made me even more frustrated because I worried she might be trying to steal him away from me. Speaking of Izuku, I was angry with him for leaving me and for not trusting me. What the hell? I was there for you ever since we first met. How could you not trust me? I felt hurt not only for myself but also for my parents and the others close to him. Most of all, I was angry with myself. How could I think those things about a girl I didn't even know? How could I be so foolish to wear his jacket around, knowing someone might recognize it? Even though I knew it wasn't their fault and I shouldn't be mad at them, I couldn't help it, which only made me more upset. Bargaining was an interesting phase, and it honestly didn't come fast enough. One day, while I was cleaning the beach in a fit of rage, I thought that maybe if I cleaned it well enough, he would come back. That weekend felt long, and explaining to my mom that I had spent all of Saturday and part of Sunday cleaning in the hope of his return led to a quick shutdown. She offered me some tips on using my quirk, but only if I took a break from cleaning. I agreed, hoping the advice would be useful in the future. It wasn't the deal I wanted, but it was something. Depression weighed heavily on me. After my mom's offer, I felt a flicker of excitement that helped me forget about Izuku for a while, but that didn't last long. One day, inspired to write a song, I put on my favorite hoodie and comfy breathes, brewed a cup of tea, and started flipping through my lyric journal. It was all fun until I came across the song I had wanted to sing for Izuku. I never got the chance and it hurt. The plan had been to sing it on our date, but everything changed when he broke down in the store. As I read through the chorus, my lips quivered. You say that ignorance is bliss when it comes to the scars on your wrists. So you'll put on a fake smile and tough it out for a while, 'cause the less they know, the better it is. Those lyrics felt like a knife to my heart, reminding me of the depths of his struggles that I never got to understand. Maybe it would have been better not to know about his pain, but it was too late for that. Tears streamed down my cheeks as I crawled back into bed and cried myself to sleep. For the next 3 weeks, I left my room as little as possible. Everything felt pointless without him. Acceptance eventually opened the door to my future. Somehow, my mom managed to drag me out of the house and to the park. We sat on a bench, and she told me that Izuku wouldn't want me to be sad, he'd want me to be happy and live my life. I didn't want to believe her. How could she know him better than I did? She had only met him once for a couple of hours. I didn't respond, but she could tell what I was thinking. It's scary how she can read my mind. She asked if I would want him to be sad if the roles were reversed. Of course not. Why would I want him to be depressed? I sighed in frustration. She pulled me into a hug, allowing me to cry as I finally realized why I couldn't get over him. I loved him. No, I still love him, even though he's gone. We sat there watching the sunset in the spot where I had met him. After 2 months of grieving, I was ready to put everything I had into my training. Mom and I went to the beach to clean, and although only a small portion was done, it made me happy to see our progress. We decided to take a break, and then it happened. Hey Kyoka, I think it's time I teach you a thing or two about our quirk. She stood up and stretched. Yeah. I jumped up and brushed the sand off me. So what do you have for me? Let's start with the basics. She raised her jacks and pointed to them. We have significantly better hearing than the average person. It's helpful in most situations but has its fair share of negatives. No kidding, it's a pain always knowing when people are hiding things from you. I crossed my arms and sighed. It's SCKS not being able to call everyone out on it because then they just ignore you and act like you don't exist. Mom lowered her jacks and walked over to me. That is true, but I was talking about physical drawbacks. For instance, she picked up a small piece of metal and threw it against an old fridge. The two objects rang as they hit each other. That right there left a small ring in your ears, didn't it? I nodded, surprised. Yeah, but isn't that normal? For us, yes, but for others, no. We hear everything louder than everyone else and we're more sensitive to it. But we can also increase the range and area of hearing by focusing on them. She pointed to 2 people standing at the dock. This whole time we could hear their murmurs but couldn't make out what they were saying. Now that we focused our attention on them, it's clear as day as if they were next to us. I was surprised I hadn't realized this before. I always thought I was smart, but apparently not since I missed something so obvious. So how can I not blow out my ears every day? I'm sure I'll be dealing with more annoying sounds than feedback. There's no way to fully cancel it out since it's something we can't control, but we can help reduce the effect if we know it's coming. She picked up another piece of scrap. Try focusing on anything that's not this or the fridge, but keep your eyes on the fridge. I kept my eyes locked on the fridge but tried to focus on how annoying the sand stuck. Inside my shirt was. I can't wait for a shower. I watched as the metal collided with the fridge, but it wasn't nearly as loud. Whoa, that's cool. I know, right? But remember, it only works if you're expecting something or know it's coming. Even then, if it's loud enough, it can still cause us to lose focus. Got it? I looked at the pile of garbage we still had to go through. So what else do you have for me? She smiled as she walked over to a large piece of scrap metal. As I'm sure you already know, our jacks can be used to transmit our heartbeat, causing vibrations. Obviously. I looked at her slightly annoyed. Well then that means that the faster the heart rate, the stronger the vibration we can emit, right? She raised one of her jacks in the air. Yeah, I guess that would make sense. I shrugged, wiping the annoyed look off my face. Well, as nice as that would be, that's not how it actually works. She stuck her jack into the sheet of metal and took a deep breath. A moment later, a crack formed in the sheet, splitting it in half. Now you tell me, what does my heart rate sound like to you? I closed my eyes and focused on Mom. When I opened my eyes, she had a smirk on her face. It's slower than normal. Confusion crossed my face. But how? She smiled as she handed me a piece of the metal she just broke. It's honestly pretty simple. Our heart rate doesn't change the power of vibration we put out. All it does is change the frequency. We're channeling the sound waves of our heart, so the faster the heart, the higher the frequency. The slower the heart, the lower the frequency. We made our way to the dumpster Dad had managed to rent and threw the scrap into it. So then how did you crack the metal? If our heart rate doesn't change the power, shouldn't you have hurt Dad by now? She laughed. Well, that's also obvious. We use our jacks to determine how much power we output. Our quirks are just extensions of our bodies, just like arms and legs. We determine how much strength we put into them. Most of the time, it's done subconsciously so we don't hurt others or ourselves, but that doesn't mean we can't put more into it if we want to. I looked at my jacks, thinking about what Mom had said. It made sense, but it felt strange to think that I could have potentially harmed someone when I sent vibrations through their body. So how do I control how much power I put out? That will take some time to fine-tune, but think of it like you're turning up the volume on an amp. Sadly, it's not as easy as that, but it will help you get an idea of what level you're outputting at. She put her jack into another piece of metal and cracked it again. But for now, let's focus on cleaning, and when we get home, I'll teach you some breathing exercises that will slow down or increase your heartbeat. Alright, but why would I need that if my heart rate doesn't change the power of it? I started to grab some more trash. Just because it's not increasing power doesn't mean it can't be helpful. She glared at me from the corner of her eye. Besides, a person's breathing can tell a lot. Being able to control that can help refocus you in stressful situations. You could even use it while comforting someone after an incident. If they panic and their heart rate increases, you would be able to tell them to match your breathing and bring their heart rate back to normal. She smiled and continued to walk down the beach. It's way more helpful than you're giving it credit for. Yeah, I guess you're right. It does sound pretty cool. I started down the beach behind her. She looked back and gave me a smirk. Also, it never hurts to have some good vibrations in your personal life. She winked at me before laughing. I stopped in my tracks, feeling my face heat up. Please tell me it's just teen hormones making me think she said that. I shook my head and continued behind her. Whatever you say, Mom. She laughed again as she threw her scrap in the dumpster. It's not just me who thinks that. Mom, I really don't need to know what you and Dad do. I dropped the metal and covered my ears, hoping to erase the words I had just heard. Mom started to laugh harder. I have no clue how you got to that. I thought it would be funny to make a Beach Boys pun while we clean the beach. I let go of my ears and sighed. Oh, well, this is awkward. I threw my scrap in the dumpster and started to head back onto the beach. Teenage hormones make everything sound weird. That being said, you're not completely wrong about another use. She walked next to me and put a hand on my head. Just be careful and don't worry, we soundproofed the house when we built it, so no need to worry. I covered my face as I fell to the ground, wishing I hadn't just had the most awkward conversation of my life. Izuku POV. Alright kid, the UA entrance exam is 6 months away. As you are now, you still won't be able to pass it, so we can't afford to stop working. Pops was looking at his timer as I ran on the treadmill. That's not to say that you haven't come a long way from where we started. It was true, the past year had been a journey. The scrawny kid who could hardly handle a conversation was gone, replaced by a strong, confident young man. For the most part. While I had physically changed quite a lot, I still wasn't the best around people at first, but my stuttering had stopped, so hey, silver lining. My mental state was much better. However, Ms. Midnight did find out I have trust issues to an extreme level. It was hard to believe that a single year in a healthy environment could make such a change and turn me into someone I never truly thought I could be. Got it, Pops? I'm not stopping anytime soon. I picked up the pace of my running. Good. Without looking up, we walked to the other end of the room and started to throw tennis ball at me. As each ball came closer, I raised my hands to knock away the ones I couldn't dodge. You won't get me this time. The first few were easy to duck under or smack out of the way. We had done this drill a couple of times a week for the past few months. It wasn't a necessarily hard drill. The issue was that I was confined to a single spot. As the next wave of ball approached, I slowed my pace and jumped over the ones aimed at my legs. Landing on a moving treadmill wasn't easy, but I had done this enough times now to avoid injury. Good, your reaction time has improved. He picked up a few more and threw them at me with a smirk. This time, something seemed off. The ball he threw were moving slower than the others. That smirk he has during training has always annoyed me. He does it whenever he thinks he has me trapped. Just once, I wanted to wipe that smirk off his face. Ducking under the first ball, I saw another coming straight toward my face. It was moving slow enough to not be a threat, so I decided to try and catch it to throw it right back at him. Hopefully, that would surprise him enough to get rid of that smirk. Everything was going exactly as I hoped. I snatched the tennis ball out of the air and brought my arm back, ready to throw it back at him. Perfect, now get a load of this, old man. As I started to bring my arm forward, I noticed his smirk hadn't faltered at all. I could also see another tennis ball mere inches away from my face. Oh no! Even though they weren't thrown extremely hard, getting hit in the face while on a moving treadmill was still painful. As I sat there rubbing my face, waiting for the sting to go away, I heard him walk over to me. But, thought I wasn't going to get you this time? Lucky shot, I guess. I sat up and started to drink some water. Whatever you say. He grabbed himself a bottle as well. But you're still improving, which is good. I wasn't expecting you to try and throw one back at me. I was hoping it would wipe that smirk off your face. It seriously annoys me. I stood up and started to stretch. Good, it's supposed to. He made his way over to a table and grabbed a practice knife. Alright, it's time to work on close combat with a weapon. Most pros don't have to rely on things like these, but you'd be surprised how many times it comes in handy. He tossed the fake knife to me. Catching it, I looked at him, surprised. So what am I supposed to do, become some kind of emperor of the blade? No. Good enough to handle yourself against someone that knows what they're doing, yes. He picked up a fake knife as well. For someone who doesn't have a body-enhancing quirk and fights in close quarters, something like this will become your new best friend. Spinning the fake knife in my hand, a small laugh escaped my mouth. A year ago, I would have been shaking at the idea of using a knife, but now it felt kind of exciting. So I guess this will be my go-to in the field. It's not flashy, but neither am I, so I guess it will do. Pops raised an eyebrow at me, confused. What were you expecting to use, a broadsword? No. I spun my knife one more time before finding a comfortable grip. But that scarf of yours would have been pretty cool. He let out a laugh as he readied his knife with a smirk. How about this? If you ever beat me, I'll teach you how to use it. Now let's see how well you can do without any instructions on proper knife combat. Sounds good to me, but try not to be too upset when you're teaching me your trademark moves. I got into a comfortable stance, bracing myself for the challenge ahead. There was no question as to who would win. The question was how bad it would be and for how long. An hour and a half later, I found myself in my room, wondering how one man could pin a person to the ground with a knife in so many different ways. Seriously, some of those moves seemed to defy all laws of physics. When I asked him about it, he just shrugged as if he had no idea how he was doing it. I threw on a black tank top and fell onto my bed. I heard a small meow from Licorice, who was lounging on my pillows. Yes, I know he does it just to mess with me, but I can't help but get annoyed. Licorice let out another meow. No, I'm not going to throw anything at him. It wouldn't be as satisfying as getting back at him. Plus, it's also illegal. I flipped onto my stomach and looked at him. He meowed again, looking at me with confusion. No, I'm not going to use fire either. Can you please just drop the idea of burning his face? I buried my face into my bed, shaking my head. Licorice jumped off my bed and let out one last meow before walking out of my room. Oh haha, that's so funny, but joke's on you, I'm already in therapy. I sat back up and saw Midnight standing at my door with an amused look on her face. Still talking to the cat, I see. She leaned against the wall, shaking her head. Yeah. I leaned to try and look out the door while raising my voice. Too bad he's a stubborn guy that won't listen to anyone. She sighed, shaking her head. I guess it takes one to know one. Hey, don't talk about Licorice like that, I love the little guy. I pretended to wipe a fake tear from my eye. She continued to shake her head as she walked out the door. Come on, it's time for your session this week. Alright, I'm coming. I stood up and threw on my black hoodie before making my way to the living room. Midnight was already sitting on the couch with her legs crossed, waiting for me as I sat across from her. So, is Shota here or is he out? He's out with Mana joke, apparently. She said they haven't had enough personal time lately. I shivered a little, not wanting to think about what that implied. Wait, how did you even get in the house? He left a while ago. Oh, that's easy. He gave me a key so I could let myself in just in case he was gone and you were asleep. She smiled as she leaned into the couch. Wait, so you just came into my room not knowing what I was doing? Are you crazy? I looked at her shocked. Izuku, which one of us is the therapist and which of us is in therapy? She leaned forward a little. A soft meow could be heard from the room behind me. I turned my head to stare at the room. No one asked for your comments, Licorice. I sighed before facing her again. But still, for all you know, I could have been. You know. She started to laugh, apparently finding my embarrassment amusing. Well, as embarrassing as I'm sure that would be for you, it wouldn't have fazed me. But if you were, it would have been fine. It's completely natural for a boy your age to have urges. I felt my face heat up as I turned away from her. That's not the point. I took a deep breath to compose myself. So what are we doing today? More deep diving into the inner workings of my head? No, not this time. Today we're going to talk about something a little closer to what you just mentioned. She relaxed into the couch and pulled out a notepad from her purse. Now I was completely confused. I'm sorry, come again? We're going to talk about relationships, specifically any romantic ones you've had. She had a slight smile on her face. I continued to stare at her with a blank expression. I've already told you about what happened between me and Kyoka. Why do I have to tell you again? Yes, I know, but just humor me and answer a few questions. For instance, what would you do if you ran into her on the street? She clicked her pen as she prepared to write down some notes. It didn't matter how much confidence I had gained in the past year. When it came to questions about Kyoka, I might as well have been the nervous kid that could barely speak. I'd probably just pretend I didn't see her. She jotted down a few notes. And what if that wasn't an option and she confronted you? I guess I'd just be myself and be polite and ask her how she's been. I felt my foot nervously tap the floor a few times. Her eyes darted to my foot before returning to my gaze. What if she said she still loved you and wanted to get back together? That would never happen. I looked down slightly. We didn't end on good terms. Yes, I know, but a woman's heart can be a fickle thing. She jotted down a few more notes. Alright, Izuku, have you ever thought of yourself as someone who could be a family man? You know, having a wife, a child or two, and maybe even a pet if you'd like. No, not really. I never thought that far ahead. I leaned back into the couch and crossed my arms. No one ever paid any attention to me like that until I met Kyoka, and even then I didn't think anything of it. And why do you think that is? She leaned forward a little as she twirled her pen. I never really knew what it was like to have a family, so I never really saw the appeal of it. I scratched the back of my head nervously. Sure, I had dinner with the people that watched over me every now and then. But it's not the same. She interrupted, keeping eye contact with me. I understand that you don't get the full experience of a family from spending a few hours with them occasionally. Yeah. I started to relax on the couch a little. Well, how about now? She leaned forward again. You've spent the past year with Shota and Emi. I'd say they have become your family. I guess so. I honestly still don't know how I fit in or if they see me like that. I crossed my arms again. But it has been nice finally having a place I felt comfortable calling home. A smile spread across her face. That's great. She started to jot down a few more notes. So after experiencing what it feels like to have a family, what do you think? I took a minute to think as a smile started to form. Yeah, I think I'd like that someday. That's good, but you know the first step to starting something like that is trust, right? She set her notepad down and leaned back onto the couch. That's going to be a big hurdle for you. Do you think you're up for that? Definitely. I looked her in the eyes, trying to show confidence. Well, let's take another step towards that goal. She sat upright and grabbed her notepad again. Sure. I gave her a small nod. Alright, I'm going to ask you the first few questions again, but this time I want you to be honest. She clicked her pen as she leaned forward. I looked at her, confused. But I was honest? Not entirely. I know you're still hiding something and it has to do with her. Over this past year, your confidence has skyrocketed, and it's amazing. But every time she's brought up, you regress and try to brush over things as if they were no big deal. Her eyes locked onto mine, the intensity in her gaze reminding me of our first meeting. What do you want me to say? I tried to avert my gaze from her but couldn't. I want you to tell me what really happened between you two. She clicked her pen a few more times, keeping her eyes locked on me. I didn't tell her anything. I took a deep breath and looked down. I left without telling her a thing and left a note on my desk that said, I'm sorry, goodbye. I didn't even tell her I was alright. I just disappeared and let her imagination run wild. I see. And why didn't you just tell her that you were moving? Her eyes shifted from stern to curious. I didn't know what to tell her. I interlocked my fingers and squeezed my hands together. There was so much going through my head the night I made that decision, and I didn't know what to do. What was going through your head? She leaned in a little more, waiting for my answer. Anger, pain, confusion, loneliness, terror. I could feel my breathing quicken as I recalled those memories. I knew she could do better than me. A small laugh escaped me. Well, the people who said that were right. I mean, look at me. I'm 15 and in therapy, I've got scars from all the nights the voices wouldn't shut up, and I drove my own mother into a mental rehabilitation institute just because I could have used my quirk on her. I don't know who my father is, I don't have any friends my age, I've nearly died 3 times, and 2 of them were by my own hand. And to top it all off, the one person that genuinely cared for me, I didn't even have the courage to tell her I was leaving because I was too blind to realize that she didn't pity me. I really am messed up, aren't I? She deserved so much better. Midnight didn't say anything as she wrote down her notes. She stayed quiet until she finished and looked me in the eyes. Izuku, how much did that girl mean to you? I took a minute to regain my composure and wipe away the few stray tears that escaped during my rant. She was everything to me. She would always cheer me up somehow when things were bad. And what does she mean to you now? She relaxed into the couch a little. I don't know. She was my first real friend, so she's always going to be special to me. But every time I think of her, I hate myself a little more. I leaned forward, resting my arms on my knees. Have you ever thought about going to talk to her? She uncrossed her legs as she wrote a few more notes. Yeah, but by now she's probably already forgotten me, and if not, I don't want to open up any old wounds again. Maybe she has, and maybe she hasn't, but I highly doubt you'll be able to fully trust anyone until you get over this situation. She set her notepad down and made her way over to my couch, sitting next to me. But for now, get some rest and think about all we talked about today. Don't worry, as always, I won't tell Shota or Emi anything. She took my head and rested it on her lap as a comforting warmth enveloped me. I let out a content sigh. This is the best part of therapy. She ran her hand through my hair with a smirk on her face. What's that supposed to mean? Exactly what you think. It's like a heavenly pillow mixed with an intoxicating scent. What's not to love? I could feel my eyes getting heavier. She let out a small laugh. You cheeky boy. You know words can't begin to describe how proud I am of you and how far you've come since we met. Now get some rest. I'll see you in a couple of weeks. It wasn't easy, but it's finally done. I stood on the beach and looked down at the shoreline. There wasn't one piece of trash left. It was a long year, but it was well worth it. I hope you're enjoying the view as well, Izuku. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes and fell onto my back, enjoying the warm sun. Really, Jairu? I thought you came here to train or something, not to enjoy the sun. Who said I can't do both? I opened my eyes and saw a new friend I had made while cleaning the beach. Why are you here, Kaminari? Come on, don't be like that. He put his hands up in defense. It's a public place, so I can come here as often as I want. Besides, I helped clean it, so I might as well enjoy the view too. I wouldn't necessarily call what you did cleaning. I sat up and looked out over the water. You only started cleaning 2 months ago, and by that time, it was almost done, so you didn't do much. Hey, you said every little bit helps, so I technically did clean it up as well. He came and stood next to me. Besides, it turned out to be a lot of fun too. He wasn't wrong, it was fun. He may not have been the sharpest tool in the shed, but he was a good guy. Yeah, I guess you're right. I stood up and started to stretch. Well, if that's all you wanted, I'm going to get started on my training. With that, I took off down the sand before he could answer, laughing to myself. 2 months ago, I made my way to the beach to start cleaning and found him trying to pull some of the bigger pieces out of the piles. It was honestly funny watching him struggle, so I decided to watch him and enjoy a much-needed laugh. After 10 minutes, I decided he had struggled enough. After helping him, I started cleaning as well, but he kept trying to start conversations. I figured if I ignored him, he'd eventually stop trying. Eventually, he left, and I was able to clean in peace. However, the next morning, I came to start my day with a nice jog on the beach before cleaning. As I made my way down the stairs, he was moving more trash again. This happened every day for the next week, and eventually, I gave in to his constant pestering and need for conversation. I'd be lying if I said I didn't enjoy the talks we had. He always found a way to make me laugh. He was a nice guy and cared for his friends. Honestly, he'd be great if it wasn't for his tendency to flirt with anything that had a pulse. As I jogged down the beach, I heard footsteps in the sand coming closer. What do you want now? He caught up and matched my pace. Well, I actually wanted to ask you a question. You could have just texted me. I gave him an annoyed look. Yeah, I guess. But I felt like it would be better to do it here. He gave a cheesy smile. Well, make it quick, I'm kind of busy. I felt myself growing impatient. I hated being interrupted while trying to train. Well, since the beach is clean now, I was wondering if you wanted to go out sometime? He put his hands behind his head. My jog came to a stop, and I just looked at him with a bewildered expression. I'm sorry, I think I just had a slide. What did you just say? Oh no, that's just Milton. He opened up a toast stand last week. He pointed over to the area above the dunes to a stand that had an old man waving at us. He waved back and I let out a sigh. I have no idea why he opened up a toast stand, but apparently it's doing pretty well. I looked at him even more confused and shook my head. Well, that answers one question, but could you repeat what you said earlier? Oh, I wanted to know if you wanted to go out sometime? He gave me another smile. Oh, I see. No. I started my jog again. What? Why not? He jogged after me. Because I'm not looking for something like that right now, and even if I was, I wouldn't want to go out with someone who flirts with everyone. I don't do that. His jaw dropped, looking offended. Oh really? I glanced to my right. Oh, that girl is really attractive. He quickly turned to see where I was looking. Where is she? He looked around and then back at me. Oh, point taken. But I can change that. I sighed. Even if you could, I said I wasn't looking for something like that. What if we just go get dinner? No. Maybe we could go to the beach and train together? No. What about listening to some music? No. Come on, Jair, just one date. He stopped and put his hands together, pleading. I paused and sighed. If I tell you I'll think about it, will you stop bothering me? He quickly nodded. Fine, if you can go until the entrance exams without flirting with every girl you meet, I'll consider going out with you. That's a long time, but I can do it no problem. He gave a thumbs up. Just know if you lie to me about it, I'll know, and you won't ever get a chance. With that, I resumed my jog, leaving Kaminari to do his happy dance. The rest of my training was thrown off by everything that had happened. I couldn't focus and felt increasingly upset. Deciding to call it quits, I made my way back home. Much to my surprise, Dad wasn't there, so the house was quiet. Oh Kyoka, you're home early. Mom came around the corner. Is everything all right? Not really, I just have some things to sort out. I started to walk up the stairs. Is it boy troubles? She stood at the bottom of the stairs with her arms crossed. I sighed and turned around, heading to the couch. Have I ever told you how much I hate that you can do that? Yes. She sat down next to me. So what's going on now? You know that guy I told you about who helped clean the beach? I crossed my arms, annoyed at having to think about what had just happened. The idiot? She looked at me slightly confused. Yes, the idiot. She sighed. All right, well, what did he do? He asked me out on a date again. Oh no, that's so terrible. She rolled her eyes. Mom, I'm serious, he's really starting to annoy me. Alright, calm down. What did you tell him? She took off her glasses and started to wipe them. I told him no and that I wasn't looking for a relationship, and even if I was, it wouldn't be with someone who flirts with everyone. I gestured in the air. Wow, you really don't hold back at all, do you? She had an amused smile. So why are you still mad? You told him no, so that's the end of it. You'd think that, but he kept asking. The only way I could get him to stop was to say I'd consider it if he could go until the entrance exams without flirting with every girl he sees. I threw myself back into the couch, crossing my arms. Mom looked at me with a blank face. Well, you have no one to blame but yourself for that. I know. That's also why I'm so upset. Why would I say something like that when I don't mean it? I sat up. Teen hormones, such a wonderful yet confusing time of life. She looked up as if reminiscing. Mom, seriously, now is not the time for that. I'm having a crisis here. I wrapped my arms around her and shook her a little. Kyoka, sweetie, I don't know what to tell you besides this is just a part of life. Well, it is. I stood up and made my way upstairs to my room. In my room, I changed into a tank top and running shorts. I picked up Izuku's guitar and started to play. It had been a long year, but everything was more or less normal again. A smile spread across my face as I listened to my playing. Teen hormones may be tough, but I always feel like I'm playing better when I'm like this. I continued until I started to yawn. Looking at my clock, I shrugged. Nothing wrong with a nap in the middle of the day. Turning off the lights, I fell into bed and looked at the picture of Izuku and me on my nightstand. I couldn't help but smile at it. I don't think he'd be too upset if I took a nap instead of training today. A year and a half of hard work. Well, mainly sweat and determination, but none of that mattered anymore. I stood in front of UA, ready for the written and practical exams. Nothing was going to get in my way today. Hey Jairu, I'm in testing hall A. Which one are you in? Kaminari ran up to me, clearly excited for what was going to happen. I looked down at my letter. Not the best luck today. I sighed before turning to face him. Hall A. Sweet, we're hair buddies and now we're exam buddies as well. It's almost as if the universe is trying to put us together. He started to do his happy dance again. I couldn't help but laugh at his choice of words. Think what you want, but just so you know, the universe can be a real challenge. I pulled out my phone and went to my photos as I started to walk into the building. I know that much firsthand. Holy cow, that's a lot of people. The room I was in easily held 300 people comfortably, and to think there were 2 other rooms with just as many. It was hard to believe nearly 1,000 people apply for this course each year, and only 40 are accepted into the hero course. I was starting to feel nervous as the realization of how slim my chances were of getting in came to the front of my mind. My jacks started to move on their own, and that only made my mind start to go fuzzy. I'm in danger. I was brought back to reality by Kaminari's comment. I started to laugh a little and I felt better. Well, at least I know I won't have the lowest points on the written exam. I gently smacked my cheeks as I took a deep breath. Alright Kaminari, let's do this. 2 gut-wrenching hours later, the written exam was completed. Looking around the room, everyone more or less had the same expression on their face. Well, almost everyone. Some looked as if they already knew they failed, while a select few were actually smiling, and then there was Kaminari. Apparently, at some point during the exam, his brain overloaded itself, so he was currently in a dazed state. Normally, I'd burst out laughing at this, but after that mentally taxing test, I couldn't imagine it getting worse. Damn it, this is absolute nonsense. I was currently running away from a robot that was the size of a skyscraper. Honestly, where do they get the money to build all this? I mean, the test is happening simultaneously in 10 different zones. The practical exam consisted of us battling robot villains. Theory, it shouldn't have been that hard, but they told us how many points we needed to pass. It also didn't help that the only way to know how many points you had was to keep track of them yourself. That wasn't exactly difficult either, but sometimes 2 people went after the same robot, so there was no real way to know for sure if the points we counted were correct or not. But none of that seemed to matter now as everyone started to run for their lives. It was hard to believe that the school would approve of a test someone could actually get hurt in. Well, actually, I guess it wasn't so hard to believe. This school is the best of the best, so it makes sense that the test would be over the top. Well, as long as everyone just runs away, they should be fine. Don't worry everyone, I got this. God damn it. I quickly shot my jack back and wrapped it around Kaminari's arm. Come on, idiot, you're not going to fight that. But Gyro, I can. Nope. Come on, give. Nope. But. I raised my free jack and pressed it to his throat. I said you're not going to fight it. So that means you're not going to fight it. Am I understood? He gulped nervously as he started to run with me. Yes, ma'am. Good. I started to look around the alleys, hoping to see some robots. Now let's get out of here and try to get some more points before time runs. And that's the time, everyone. If you're injured, please go to the nurse's office, and as for everyone else, go change and leave the premises. Everyone will get a letter in the next few weeks stating whether you passed or not. Thanks for coming and have a great day. I let out a sigh of relief as I made my way to the front gate of the test area. Well, with that out of the way, I think it's time for a well-deserved nap. Hey Gyro, wait up. I stopped and turned around. What's up, Kaminari? Well, since we both survived the entrance exam, I was wondering if you wanted to go out and celebrate. He gave me one of his confident smiles. He really is an idiot. I took a deep breath. Kaminari, no. Alright, sweet, I'll meet you at the station at. Did you say no? Yes. Yes. He jumped in the air excited. No. No. He looked confused. Yes. Yes. This is going absolutely nowhere. I pinched the bridge of my nose and sighed. Look, Kaminari, you're a good guy, but I told you last time I'm not looking for a relationship, so my answer is no. Oh. Well, I guess I'll see you around then. He gave a wave as he walked through the entrance. As he walked away, I couldn't help but feel a little upset with myself for how I treated him. Real smooth, Kyoka. I shook my head and made my way to the locker room so I could change and head home. Izuku POV. Today was the day all my hard work pays off. I was sitting in the back corner of Hall C, resting my head on the table, trying to get the last bit of sleep I could. Pop's habit of sleeping whenever he hit the change had rubbed off on me. Luckily, no one bothered me. I guess they all assumed it was some sort of pre-test ritual. I was actually relieved no one bothered to talk to me, but I could have done without the constant mumbling about me not being in a school uniform. I mean, it's not like I had much of a choice. I haven't been enrolled in an actual school in a year and a half. Eventually, all the mumbling came to a stop when the proctor for the test entered the room. Alright everyone, the first part of your entrance exam will be the written test. It will be a 2-hour time test. Those who pass will be allowed to move on to the practical portion of the exam. Does anyone have any questions? The man stood with his arms behind his back. I have a question, sir. I heard the shuffling of a chair as someone stood up. Why is it one written test instead of multiple ones for each subject? Also, you in the back, you've been sleeping since you came here, and where is your school uniform? Do you have no respect for your school or the rules of this institution? The faint sound of chatter among the other students could be heard. Apparently, more than one had the same question about me. Looks like we have a stickler for the rules, I thought, letting out a quiet chuckle. I didn't answer him verbally. Instead, I raised both my hands and used one to imitate cranking a jack-in-the-box. As I turned the fake handle, I slowly raised my middle finger until it was fully extended. Once it was fully extended for a few seconds, I slowly turned my hand the opposite way while lowering my finger. How dare you? Are you sure you're in the right place? I raised my hands again and made a fist with one while moving my other hand up in front of it. When my hand passed the other, it revealed a middle finger raised towards him again. That should do the trick. Sir, I would like to ask you to remove him from the exam. It is clear that he does not deserve to be here. The kid turned and I assumed gestured towards me. All right, both of you calm down. I wasn't calm? The principal himself chose to structure the test this way to see how well you all are able to manage time while not knowing what will come next. The young man in the back is not violating any rules. While typically it's required to wear your school uniform to entrance exams, he has been granted permission from the principal himself due to certain circumstances. As for sleeping the entire time, that is his choice to make. We are treating you as adults, and you are free to pay attention or not. Just don't expect any sympathy if you end up missing something. Yes, sir. Pardon my interruption. I heard his chair scoot back into place and gave a thumbs up towards the front of the room. All right, if there are no more questions, we'll begin the test. And here it is, the test that the principal said would challenge me more than any other one he had given me before. I really should be thankful that I at least have an idea of what the questions are like. Nothing he can do will surprise me now. Hello, Mr. Midoriya, I bet you're wondering why your test is blank. Or maybe he can still surprise me. I flipped through the test, and each page was empty. I shook my head and went back to the first page to read the rest of the note. Well, if I'm being honest, I have no way to know if it's really you or not. Based on your habits, I predicted you'd sit in the back corner furthest away from attention. It scares me how smart he is. The reason your test is blank is that I know you would pass this test with flying colors. You see, all the previous tests I gave you, I compiled my favorite questions and toned them down so the masses would stand a better chance at them. So for now, just fill in your name and draw a picture or something. Please use this time wisely and don't distract others who are trying to focus. Sweet, someone just earned a 2-hour nap. A smile formed on my face. That being said, I will not permit you to sleep during this time. I know Mr. Aizawa has been raising you, so I'm sure you picked up a few of his habits. Damn it. Best of luck, Mr. Midoriya. I'm looking forward to seeing how you fare in the practical portion. I let out a sigh as I picked up my pencil. I wish Licorice was here. After an excruciating 2 hours of doodling and fighting the urge to sleep, I found myself standing outside, waiting for the exam to start. Looking around the crowd, most of the people looked as if they had impressive quirks. However, I got the feeling that the majority of them relied on sheer strength instead of logically knowing how to use their abilities. I continued to look through the crowd but stopped when I saw someone shaking in place as if they were too scared to move. Taking a deep breath, I made my way next to them. Just relax and take a deep breath, you're going to do fine. They jumped a little, not realizing I was standing next to them. I'm sorry, what did you say? Just relax and take a deep breath, you're going to do fine. I scratched the back of my neck. You really think so? The girl turned to me with a confused look. I looked at her and feigned ignorance. Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't talking to you. She became slightly flustered as she turned away from me. Oh, I'm sorry. I just assumed. No, it's fine. I was just messing with you. I was talking to myself just as much as I was talking to you. I looked up and focused on the gate. You should try to stay calm. If you're panicking, you won't be able to think clearly in a critical situation. Yeah, you're right. I'm just nervous is all. She tightened her fists. I can't afford to fail here. I glanced over and saw the determination in her eyes. Yeah. Me too. She looked at me and gave a small smile. Thanks for that. Now I'm ready to do this. By the way, I'm Ochako Uraraka. It's nice to meet you. She extended her hand, leaving her pinky up. That's odd. Her quirk must activate when all her fingers make contact with an object. Interesting. I turned to her and started to extend my hand as well. What do you think you are doing distracting someone right before an exam? A guy quickly approached us. Not this guy again. As I looked him over, everything made sense about his demeanor. He stopped in front of us and scrutinized us. I don't know why, but I feel like I've seen you before. I smirked slightly. God, he is just making this too easy. I took a deep breath and looked him in the eyes. 1/2 pound of tuppenny rice. 1/2 pound of treacle. That's the way the money goes. Both of them looked at me with confusion. He cleared his throat. I don't see what that has to do with the situation. Pop goes the weasel. I raised both my hands and flicked him off again. It's you from the written test. I should have known a delinquent like you would try to cause problems for someone right before another test. He pointed at me with a robotic motion. Calm down, that's not what I was doing. I was giving her some advice to help calm her nerves before the test. I glanced over to Uraraka, who was trying to hold in her laughter. Well, I guess I should thank you. It looks like she's no longer nervous at all. He looked at her skeptically. Is this true? She nodded, still trying to suppress her laughter. I'm very sorry for making assumptions, but still, your actions do not show how a hero should act. Yeah, maybe so, but jumping to conclusions could get you killed in the wrong situation. I turned around and started to head to the gate. But if it helps your mind at rest, I only did that because I thought it would be funny. Wait, you never told me your name, Uraraka called out. I stopped and looked back for a moment before throwing my hood over my head. As of now, I'm no one. I started to walk towards the gate again, giving her a small wave. If you want to know more, make it into UA. I made my way to the front of the gate and stood there, waiting for the test to start. Alright, what's the best approach to this? We're scored on a point system, but they didn't tell us how many we need to pass, so let's just assume the 40 highest points pass. They said we need to stop the robots to earn points. Most people will probably overlook that and just assume that means destroying them. I need to figure out how to disable them quickly. I put my hand on my lower back. This would have been so much simpler if they allowed me to bring my knife. I could just cut an exposed fuel line and call it a day. I looked up at the wall, hand to my chin. Something still doesn't feel right, though. There has to be more to this that they're not telling us. Before I could figure it out, a siren began to ring. Attention everyone, your 20-minute practical exam is underway. The gates opened to reveal a city. It was a mad dash into the test area as everyone quickly decided it was every man for themselves. I quickly turned down a side street to a less populated area. Alright, I just need to find one of each so I can know what will work for each one. As I came to an opening, the way in front of me was cut off by a one-point robot. It swung its right arm at me as it spun around. I jumped back and watched it spin before stopping with its back turned toward me. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw an oversized red button on the back that said, Power Down. God bless whoever designed these. I wiped a stray tear from my eye as I pressed the button. Alright, 1 point down and just. They never told us how many of each robot there were. I jumped on top of the now oversized paperweight and continued to run around, dodging and pressing the buttons on the backs of any robots I saw. 10 minutes passed, and I was at 24 points. I turned another corner and was face to face with a one-pointer charging right at me. Hey, you know what's funnier than 24? I slid under its swing and jumped to my feet to press the button, causing it to collapse in front of me. 25. I started to laugh to myself as I looked around. Not as funny as I hoped it would be. Oh well, can't let that keep me down. I just need to keep on trucking. Once I had finished clearing out the area I was in, I reached the center of the exam site. I stood in the shadows of one of the buildings and watched everyone fighting robots. Scrap metal was flying everywhere along with spurts of motor oil. I'm surprised this place doesn't have more of an arson issue. I continued to observe for another minute as I thought through my next plan of attack. Time should be running out soon. Did they expect us to finish off all the robots before time ends? If that's the case, they should end it once everything has been defeated. Why would they waste our time letting us sit around and do nothing? I looked around the area again and noticed everyone starting to clear out. It was strange how quiet everything had gotten. This is wrong, something doesn't seem right. I scanned the main road again. You know, it's odd that they would put so many high-value point robots in one area. It's almost as if they were trying to. Suddenly, the buildings began to shake as the ground in the main road cracked. A giant robotic hand sprang from the ground, causing rubble and scrap metal to fly everywhere. Everyone left on the main road began to run away. I'm not one to usually follow the crowd, but I think they have the right idea. As I made my way to a safe area, everything clicked as I watched the crowd interact with each other. Everyone was pushing each other out of the way, trying to get to safety. Of course, how could I be so stupid? It's so simple, anyone with half a brain could figure it out. They're giving points for saving others. I mean, it is a hero course after all. It's so obvious that everyone overlooked it. Well, let's hope 32 points is enough because this exam is going to end in a minute or two. I continued to run ahead of the robot, keeping an eye on the main road for anyone who might have fallen or needed help. I was nearing the end of the main road, and I was sure time was about to expire. Honestly, I was panicking slightly at the thought that I didn't have enough points. The robot was slowly catching up, and each step it took shook the ground. If it hadn't been for learning how to jump and land on a moving treadmill, I probably would have fallen multiple times. Unfortunately, someone wasn't as lucky as I was. In the group of people running to safety, I saw a girl trip from the impact of one of the robot's steps. She should be fine, the robot isn't close to them yet, and there's plenty of people around. One of them will help her up. I watched the crowd, waiting to see if someone would help her, but it never happened. It looked as if they didn't even notice she had fallen. I looked back and saw the robot getting closer. I hate people sometimes. Taking off in her direction, I hopped over debris and avoided as much of the motor oil as I could. The last thing I needed was to slip while trying to save someone. When I reached her, I recognized her from earlier. "Hey, are you alright?" I tapped her shoulder, hoping for a response. When no response came, I quickly checked her pulse, still there, so that was a good sign. While looking her over, I noticed an abnormal amount of scrapes and bruises on her arm and head. I really hate people sometimes. She had been trampled and knocked unconscious by the crowd fleeing. The fact that no one noticed meant they were either too oblivious to realize they weren't stepping on the road or that they didn't care. Both options frustrated me. I picked her up, throwing her over my shoulder while I continued toward the main gate. They say a person's true self comes out in situations where their life is threatened. I don't know if that's true, but if it is, then all those people only cared about themselves. I reached the main gate and started to head toward the exit when I was stopped. "What are you doing? The test isn't over yet." I looked over my shoulder and saw the guy from earlier. He was in that group as well. I sighed as I stared toward the exit again. This girl was knocked unconscious, so I'm taking her to the nurse's office. Besides, a horn went off over the speaker. And that's the time, everyone. If you're injured, please go to the nurse's office, and as for everyone else, go change and leave the premises. Everyone will get a letter in the next few weeks stating whether you passed or not. Thanks for coming and have a great day. The test is over, so it doesn't matter if I leave or not. 2 weeks have passed since the entrance exam, and the kid hasn't asked me once if he passed or not. It didn't really matter because I wouldn't tell him the answer until the official results came in. But that all would change today. The official results came in today, and all he has to do now is open it. When Emmy shows up. "Pops, how long till Mama Joke gets here?" "Emmy will get here whenever she feels like it." I let out a sigh as a long knock rang from the door. That being said, I don't think you'll have to wait much longer. As he opened the door, he was attacked by Emmy. "Did you pass? How well did you do? Do we need to schedule an exam at my school?" "I haven't opened it yet, so I don't know." He took her hands off his shoulder as he made his way to the table. "What? Why not?" She looked at him, confused. "Because you'd kill me if you weren't here to see my reaction." He returned her gaze, equally puzzled. "Fair enough." She shrugged and sat down at the table. "Well, since that's over." I pulled out his letter and slid it across the table to him. "Let's see the results." He picked it up and stared at the letter for a moment before opening it. A small metal disc fell onto the table. Both Emmy and Midoriya looked at it, confused, until a small projection of Principal Nizu appeared. "Good evening, Mr. Midoriya. I decided to personally give you the results of your entrance exam. While I don't technically have a number grade for the written portion of your exam, I felt it wasn't needed because you'd most certainly pass with ease. That being said, your artwork could definitely use some work. It was interesting to say the least. But enough of that, let's talk about the practical portion. You managed to score 32 villain points. It was a great showing for a potential hero. Sadly, that alone wasn't a high enough score, but I'm sure you figured out that wasn't the only way to score points." A clip of him pulling a girl out of the rubble and carrying her to safety started to play. "Ah, look at you being a true gentleman," Emmy teased, messing with his hair. "Not only did you save her from the threat at hand, but you went out of your way to take her to the nurse's office before the test was officially over. Because of your act of heroism, you were awarded 23 rescue points, bringing your total score up to 55 points. I'm proud to say that you are now a student of UA's hero course." I couldn't help but feel proud of all the hard work Midoriya had put in. The past year and a half had been tough, but he stuck through it and made his dream a reality. Emmy was over the moon with excitement, nearly squeezing him with her hug. She'd never admit it, but I was sure she was a little upset he didn't choose her school. Still, she was proud of him. Speaking of UA, starting this year, the entire student body will be living in dorms with the rest of their class. This is an idea I had for a while, but I just finally got the approval this year. In the next few weeks, expect a letter that will go over all the details regarding what you will need at UA. However, I do have one thing I'd like to add about your interactions with other students. You may want to work on your first impressions a little more. The projection of Principal Nizu disappeared. Emmy and I looked at Midoriya, confused by the last statement. "Albite, what was that last comment about?" He let out a nervous laugh. "I may or may not have given a kid the bird. 3 times. Why would you do that?" I was trying to sleep before the exam, and a stick in the mud decided to call me out about it. He kept going, so I flicked him off again. "Also, I thought it would be funny." He scratched his head nervously. I sighed. pinching the bridge of my nose. And what about the third time? I was helping someone calm their nerves before the test, and the same guy accused me of trying to distract them. So, I decided to sing Pop Goes the Weasel and flick him off at the end. Why would you sing that? Emmy asked, puzzled. The first time I flicked him off, I pretended I was cranking a handle to a jack-in-the-box. That's a good one, Emmy laughed. Well, while I know you didn't have any malicious intent behind it, I'm going to ask you not to do that again. I stood up and made my way to the cabinets. What are you doing, Shota? Tonight we celebrate. He pulled out a bottle and set it on the table. In moderation, of course. A month passed, and I continued to train Midoriya each day. I told him I would be his homeroom teacher for his first year. Nisa thought it would be a good idea for him to have a familiar face while he adjusted to being around people his age. It wouldn't hurt, plus I could keep an eye on him. Alright, tomorrow's the big day. I was sitting in my office, going over the last of the paperwork when I heard a knock on the door. Come in. Hey, Pops, I'm gonna go out for a little bit. I turned in my chair to look at him. Is everything alright? Yeah, I just needed some fresh air. I'm pretty nervous about tomorrow. I was hoping it would clear my head. Alright, just don't stay out too late. Tomorrow's going to be a big day. Yes, sir. He closed the door as he left. I turned back to my desk and pulled out the class roster. I wonder how he's going to react when he sees who's in his class. I chuckled to myself as I set down the roster sheet. On it was a picture of the girl I rode in the ambulance with the day I met him and a picture of the child of his old appointed guardians. Tomorrow's going to be a big day indeed. Izuku POV. It wasn't very late when I left the house. I made my way to the station to hop on a train. After a while, I found myself sitting on the bench at the park. Even though I hadn't been here in a long time, it still brought me peace. Sitting on the bench while enjoying the night sky was something I had missed. Well, Kyoka, I did it. I made it into UA. I put my hand on the bench and looked to the side. You know, I didn't know it then, but this is where my life changed for the better. I met you, and you taught me music. I got put in the hospital. That wasn't fun, but I met Pops because of it, and I got your number, so that's a plus. Then we had dinner. That was a lot of fun. I guess we started dating after that, but neither of us really knew it. You were so much fun to be with. I'm pretty sure you hate me now for leaving. I sat on the bench for another hour, thinking about all the different ways my life could have turned out if I hadn't come to the park that day. I laughed to myself as I made my way back to the station. It was nice taking a trip down memory lane, but now it was time to look towards the future. Me, Midoriya. Is it really you? Tomorrow was the first official day of my new life. I had all my bags packed and my clothes laid out for my first day of class. Even though I was exhausted, I couldn't sleep, so I decided to go for a walk. It's funny where your feet will take you when you have no destination in mind. Before I knew it, I was standing in the sand at the beach. I still couldn't believe it was back to the way I remembered it being when I was little. I couldn't help but smile. I walked to the gazebo and leaned over the edge to enjoy the stars. As I stood there, my phone began to go off. Kaminari, I'm so excited for tomorrow. Are you ready for it? Of course I was, but I was still confused about how he actually passed the written exam. Jairu, hell yeah. Kaminari, sweet. I still can't believe we went from hair and exam buddies to class and dorm buddies. It's crazy. Jairu, I know, right? Like, what are the chances? Well, I'm gonna go to bed. I'll see you tomorrow. Kaminari, all right, night. I let out a sigh as I put my phone away. I looked up at the stars one last time as I put my hood on and started to head home. Well, Izuku, I made it into UA, but I'm not going alone. I know you'll be there with me whether you want to or not. It was finally here, the first day of classes at UA. Walking through the halls almost felt like a dream, not only because of the giant doors. After wandering through the halls aimlessly for longer than I'd like to admit, I found the door for Class 1A. I took a deep breath as I opened the door. There were a few people already inside. A girl with pink horns was talking to a guy with red hair. There was a girl sitting in the front row who was invisible. Sitting in the back row was a guy with red and white hair, a scar on the left side of his face, and next to him was someone who was asleep. I made my way to my desk according to the letter we received. I was going to be in seat 12. I took my seat and set my bag next to my desk. Something felt familiar about whoever was sleeping in the back. Slowly but surely, more students started to come in, and as luck would have it, Kaminari was sitting right next to me. Universe, at this point, I don't know if you're torturing me or sending me a blessing. Before too long, everyone in the class was talking. Thanks to my jacks, I was able to hear all the conversations. One that piqued my interest was between a girl and the guy in the front row. Apparently, they recognized the guy sleeping in the back from the exam. The boy with blue hair wanted to wake him up while the girl with the brown bobbed hair was trying to convince him not to. It was obvious she wanted to see what would happen. The boy with blue hair decided to approach him. Excuse me, but you shouldn't be sleeping. Class is about to start. He wasn't technically wrong, but still, let the guy get some rest. The boy didn't answer verbally. He just raised an arm and flicked him off. I let out a small laugh. I was not expecting that response. I think he and I would get along great. The girl in the back broke out into laughter. Again, he did it to you again. Alright, apparently this has happened before. Please stop this. I know you think it's funny, but 4 times is too much. Apparently, this has happened 4 times now. The boy raised his other hand and flicked him off with it as well. Scratch that, make it 5 now. By this point, the majority of the class was watching the interaction, either laughing or making comments. Alright, that's enough, it's time for class to start. The class quickly quieted down and faced the front of the room, but no one was there. After a moment, a man in a yellow sleeping bag appeared from behind the podium. I have several questions. The biggest is, where did he come from? He stepped out of the sleeping bag and rolled it up. My name is Shota Aizawa. I'm going to be your homeroom teacher. Today is going to be a rather quick day. We're going to do introductions, then a quirk assessment test, and after that, we'll head to the dorms you'll be staying at. The rest of the day will be spent setting up your rooms and getting settled in. All of you received a letter inviting your parents to the dorms tonight. This will give you all an opportunity to get to know each other better and put your parents' minds at ease, since they will have an idea of who you will be living with for the next 3 years. Now let's get started. Seat 1 front and center. He pointed in front of the podium. We. The boy stood up and made his way to the front. I'm Yuga Aoyama and my quirk is called Naval Laser. It's quite dazzling. I don't think he's really French. The pink girl was next. I'm Mina Ishido and my quirk is Acid. I held onto my jacks. She's loud. I'm Tsuyu Ajui, but please call me Tsu. My quirk is Frog. She seems very nice. The boy with blue hair made his way to the front. I'm Tenya Ida and my quirk is Engine. Why does he move like a robot? I'm Ochako Uraraka and my quirk is Zero Gravity. She's really bubbly. I'm Mashireo Ojiro and my quirk is Tail. He flexed his tail. Why do I feel like we're going to get confused about who people are talking to? I'm Denki Kaminari and my quirk is Electrification. It's quite shocking. What an idiot. But hey, it's nice to have a familiar face. The kid with red hair was next. I'm Ijiro Kirishima and I strive to be a manly hero with my hardening quirk. I'm sure there's some kind of innuendo there. Manly hardening, your quirk makes you a walking hard-on. A kid slightly behind me spoke up. Ding ding ding, we have a winner. The next person was extremely quiet. In all honesty, I may have been the only one that heard him. I'm Koji Koda. And my quirk is an Ani voice. He's really shy, but he seems nice. I'm Rikido Sato and my quirk is called Sugar Rush. Those lips though. The name's Mizo Shoji and my quirk is called Dupli Arms. I wonder what's behind the mask. It was my turn next. As I stood in front of everyone, I noticed the guy in the back still seemed to be asleep. I'm Kyoka Jairu and my quirk is Earphone Jack. As I made my way back to my desk, I noticed that his hand tensed up for a moment. Hantasiro and my quirk is Tape. I wonder if it's hard for him to buy shirts? A boy with a bird-like head was next. I'm Fumikage Tokoyami and my quirk is Dark Shadow. A small shadow-like creature appeared from his stomach and waved before disappearing. That's awesome. Shoto Todoroki, half cold half hot. A man of few words, I see. My name's Toru Hagakure and my quirk is Invisibility, but I bet you never would have guessed that. She let out a small laugh. You don't say. Katsuki Bakugo, my quirk is called Explosion. Oh, that's gonna be an issue. But I wonder if he's related to the Bakugos that Izuku knew. I'm Minoru Mineta and my quirk is Pop Off. He's really short. My name is Momo Yayorozu and my quirk is Creation. Those are impressive. The room was quiet as she sat back down. The last person hadn't made their way to the front yet. Come on, we don't have all day. Mr. Aizawa sounded as if he was losing his patience. The sound of footsteps echoed through the room as he made his way to the front. I don't know why, but his presence felt familiar. I'm Izuku Aizawa. Izuku. My eyes went wide as I saw who was standing in front of the class. How is this possible? No. Mr. Aizawa was definitely annoyed now. He let out a small laugh as he smiled. Sorry pups. I just couldn't help myself. I'm Izuku Midoriya and I'm quirkless. Standing in front of my new class wasn't exactly what I thought it would be. The shocked reaction from saying I was quirkless was expected. What wasn't expected was 2 of them looking at me as if I had 2 heads. I took a deep breath and shrugged as I started to head back to my seat. I could feel the lingering sting of a smack across my face. The majority of the class gasped as Kyoka stood blocking my way. I could see tears starting to form in her eyes. Hey Kyo. Hey Jur. Alright, that's enough. Jur Midoriya, you 2 stay here. Everyone go change into your gym uniform and wait outside. Everyone quickly left the room, leaving Pops, Kyoka, and myself. Pops let out a sigh. Can one of you please explain what that was all about? The last time I saw you two together, you refused to leave his side and had to be dragged out of the hospital. How are you here, Izuku? I thought you were dead. She pulled her hand back, ready to hit me again, but I didn't flinch or respond. I was at a loss for words. Pops grabbed her wrist before she could strike. His glare shifted to me. Why would you think that? Because one day he just disappeared. The only thing he left was a note that said he was sorry and goodbye. His room was a mess. There were holes in the walls and the window was broken. There were dried blood stains all around the floor and desk. Tears streamed down her face. Pops released her wrist, letting her arm fall to her side. I'm sorry that he did something like that, but I'm going to have to ask you two to be civil during class. You can work out your issues later, but for now, keep the disruptions to a minimum. Yes, sir. She turned and headed for the door. After she left, Pops turned to me, his silence heavy as he seemed to look right through me. I can explain. SH. A twisted smile crossed his face. I can't even begin to explain how upset I am with you. So I'm going to give you some time to think about how to explain this to us. Confused, I asked, Us? This Friday after class, you, Emmy, and I are going to have a talk about what happened here today. I started to sweat. Oh God, anything but that. You have 5 days to think about how you're going to explain this. Make good use of the time you have left. I froze in fear, flashbacks of the last time I upset Mama joke flooding my mind. Pops sighed and reached into his bag, pulling out my old flask. I don't know if I should give you this anymore, but I'm sure you'll need it for tonight. He placed the flask in my hand, and I quickly took a swig before putting it in my bag. Thank you, sir. Good. Now go get changed, I'm sure everyone is waiting for us. I made my way through the halls to the locker room. Just as I was about to enter, the group that had left earlier was walking out. We made awkward eye contact. Hey, would it be alright if I talked to Yayorozu for a moment? They looked at me, confused, before she stepped forward. Sure, but please make it quick. We shouldn't keep the teacher waiting. The rest of the class started to move outside. Sorry, but I wanted to ask you a couple of questions. She looked at me skeptically. Alright, but what could be so important that it can't wait until later? It has to do with your quirk and the quirk assessment test. I rubbed the back of my head. I don't know if you can or are even willing to, but could you make something that would reduce the volume of sounds? They just need to cover her jacks, and they don't need to be big. A simple rap would do the job. She raised an eyebrow, clearly confused. And why would I do that? We just met, and you're already asking for favors. It's quite odd. You have no reason to. I just figured it wouldn't hurt to ask. I shrugged. She looked at me curiously. Why do you think she needs something like that? She has extremely sensitive hearing. Did you notice that every time someone yelled or raised their voice unexpectedly, she would jump a little? She narrowed her eyes. How would you know that? You kept your head down the entire time. Just because I wasn't looking around doesn't mean I wasn't paying attention. Call it a sixth sense if you want. She continued to scrutinize me. Well, what did you pick up on then? The guy with the navel laser is way too into himself. About a fifth of the guys would rather keep to themselves until they get to know everyone better. The one in front of you is obsessed with women, and just from our conversation, I think you believe that everyone who wants to associate with you is really just looking to benefit from your name. I met her gaze. I wouldn't say you're completely wrong about all of that, but still, based on what happened in there, I don't see why you would want to help her. She started to relax a little. Why not? We're going to spend the next 3 years together, so why wouldn't I try to make peace before it gets out of control? I turned to walk into the locker room. But it's your choice. I won't hold it against you if you say no. Honestly, I'd probably say no myself. I let the door close behind me before she could respond. In the end, it didn't matter if she helped her or not. I was sure Kyoko wouldn't accept anything that was my idea. After changing, I made my way outside to find everyone waiting for an explanation of what the assessment test would entail. I stood towards the back of the group, trying not to draw too much attention to myself, but I could feel a pair of eyes on me. I let out a sigh. I knew this would happen eventually. Hey, Midoriya, right? I turned around to see Uraraka standing behind me. Yeah, that's me. So I guess you're not going as no one anymore. She smiled. At least not for the moment. I glanced over and saw Pops starting to walk towards us. Is there something I can do for you? I just wanted to thank you for saving me during the exam. She looked down, her arms behind her back. I don't remember how it ended, but when I came to, I was told that a boy with green hair in a bun saved me and took me to the nurse's office. I had a feeling it was you, but when I got my acceptance letter, it had a clip of you picking me up. Thank you, you saved me back there. I couldn't help but smile. It's nothing, I was just doing what any decent person would do. Alright, everyone's here, so let's get this started. We're going to do 8 different events. Each one will be scored, And at the end, we will see how everyone stacks up. The usage of quirks is permitted, so use them to your advantage. Bakugo, you're up. He tossed him a softball. Throw that as far as you can. Bakugo stepped into the circle, bringing his arm back. Small explosions formed in his palm, and as he threw the ball, a large explosion erupted. Go to hell. Well, I guess some things never change. I looked around the group as the ball sailed through the air. Some flinched at the explosion, while others remained calm. The biggest surprise was Kyoka. She was unfazed and didn't even have ear protection. 307 meters. That's not bad. Pops pulled out his phone to show the class the score. Oh wow, this looks like fun. Ashido exclaimed, clearly excited. I shook my head with a small smirk. Now you've done it. Pops shot her a stern look. If this is so much fun, how about we make it into a little game? Here he goes again. Whoever scores the lowest will be expelled on the spot. UA isn't like other schools. I can run classes however I see fit. I don't have time to train those who are talentless. He's not lying entirely, but it's still an obvious bluff. The class fell silent until Uraraka spoke up. Can you really do that? Yeah, he can. All eyes turned to me. I'm sure it's not the first time he's expelled someone on the first day. He kept his gaze sharp as he looked at me. No, it's not, and it won't be the last time I do it either. He tossed another ball to me. All right, Midoriya, you're up. I stepped into the circle and tossed the ball in the air a few times before looking at Pops. What's your record? 62 meters. I smirked as I prepared to throw. Then let's go for 63. Throwing the ball as hard as I could wasn't as impressive as Bakugo's throw, but it got the job done. As the ball sailed through the air, I felt confident I had done better than Pops. 56 meters. Sheet. I put my hands in my pockets and turned back to the group. The test continued, and I placed average compared to those whose quirks didn't benefit them for the specific tests. I wasn't worried about my placement. I knew Pops' games. You seem rather relaxed for someone who may be on the brink of expulsion. I looked to my side and saw Yaoyorozu approaching me. And what makes you think I'm on the brink of expulsion? This is a quirk assessment test. Not having one puts you at a serious disadvantage. Normally I'd agree, but I think it's giving me a small advantage. She looked confused. And why is that exactly? Some quirks are naturally strong, but they have their limits. The true strength comes from how they use it. I gestured towards Shoji. Take him for example. On the surface, his quirk looks like just multiple limbs. Cool, yes, but how much do you think he could accomplish with just a few extra body parts? She thought for a moment. He could do quite well in reconnaissance if they amplify his hearing and sight. We watched him create a few extra arms to help him in the grip strength test. See, he's thinking about how to use his quirk to potentially get a better score. If everyone did that, I wouldn't stand a chance. However, I motioned towards Kaminari. People like him make me look better. He has a naturally strong quirk, but he's not thinking about how it can give him an edge. What do you think he could do to improve his chances? We watched him do the grip strength test, looking disappointed at his score. Yaoyorozu put a hand to her chin. The items they're using for these tests have electronic sensors to sense pressure. He could easily release a small amount of electricity to boost his score, but that would risk frying the circuits. So what if that happens? It shows he's trying to use his quirk in more than one way. I chuckled. You know, it's funny, everyone assumes their scores depend on how well they do in each event. She let out a small laugh as well. But he never told us how we'd be scored. Well, just between us, I highly doubt he's going to expel anyone. I'm glad someone came to the same conclusion as me. She looked at me, surprised. Well, it's good to know that I'll have one person I can have intelligent conversations with. I couldn't agree more. I took a deep breath as I looked around the room. I noticed Kyoka quickly looked away when I came to her. So, Yaoyorozu, why did you actually come talk to me? She looked at me before glancing back at the other students doing their tests. What gave it away? The fact that you started up a conversation out of the blue. Not once while we were in the classroom did you start a conversation. Everyone came to you. She let out a sigh. I wanted to tell you that she didn't need anything to reduce noise. Apparently, she learned a way to manage her enhanced hearing. She started to walk away. Well, I think it's my turn now. Best of luck, Midoriya. Kyoka POV. You want us to do what? Let's see who has the best room. Currently, the entire class was sitting in the common room. We were all surprised when Ishido suggested a contest for the best room. Why would we do that? Siro put his arms behind his head. I mean, we've been classmates for 2 years. I doubt anyone would be comfortable showing off their rooms. Exactly. Ishido jumped excitedly. This would be a great icebreaker. A soft murmur filled the room as everyone weighed the positives and negatives. After a few minutes of discussion, it was decided that the first battle of the dorms would take place. I was honestly surprised at how many people were excited once it was decided we would go room to room. We started on the second floor of the boys' dorms. The first room was Oyama's. He seemed a little too excited. When he opened the door, it was blinding. Well, isn't it magnifique? He posed in the center of the room. His room was covered in mirrors that all seemed to angle towards him. How can he sleep in here? It's way too bright, and all those mirrors are creepy. The class made a few small comments, most of which offered little input, but one stood out. Well, Midoriya, it seems you were right again. Yeah, but it's not really too big of a surprise. I looked over my shoulder and saw Midoriya standing with Yaoyorozu. He had a slight smile on his face and it annoyed me. Hey, Jiraiya, is everything alright? Kaminari tapped my shoulder, bringing me back to the moment. Yeah, everything is fine. He looked over at Midoriya and Yaoyorozu before looking back at me. You sure? Alright everyone, let's go to the next room. Ashido interjected, thankfully giving me an out from an unwanted conversation. Oh, Midoriya, it's your room now. Ashido was clearly excited. Ashido, please don't be disrespectful by giving a classmate a nickname like that, Ida interjected. She stopped and looked at him, confused. But he told Hagakure and me we could call him whatever we want, just don't call him late for dinner? All the eyes of the class turned to Midoriya as he walked to open his door. He let out a nervous laugh. Yeah, I may have said that, but I didn't expect something like that. Ashido was clearly embarrassed as she tried to hide behind the invisible girl. I'm so sorry, Midoriya, I didn't mean anything bad by it. It's fine, I was just surprised. He opened his door, revealing his room. The majority of the class was excited when they saw the music equipment on his desk and the guitar sitting in the corner. I already knew this, so I wasn't surprised. Hey, Jiraiya, it looks like you have some competition. I let out a sigh. What would give you that idea, Kaminari? You're into music and he is too, but I bet you're better than him by miles. He wasn't wrong. When it came to playing music, I was better than him. Compared to me, he was just an amateur. Even though he had gotten a lot better since I last saw him play, he still wasn't as good as me. But he had another form that I couldn't even begin to compare to. If everything was weighed together, we'd probably be equal. Midoriya, play something for us. Yeah, come on, let's hear what you can do. I guess I could, but... Whether they were saying it or not, everyone was curious about what he could do. The only person who knew was me, but it had been over a year, so there was no telling what he had created since then. I would be lying if I said I wasn't curious. I had only heard a few of the beats he made the night he came over. This was a great opportunity to see how much he had progressed. The only issue was he seemed more nervous. No, he seemed worried. For a moment, I felt like I was looking at the nervous guy I had fallen for. Go ahead and play it. I don't know what caused me to say that, but the moment the words left my mouth, our eyes met, and his confidence returned. He smiled as he started up his computer. Alright, so I made this a while ago. It's in no way my best, but it's still one of my favorites. The anticipation grew among the class. When the music started to play, I immediately regretted encouraging him. He was playing the song he had been working on when we first met. I gritted my teeth as a tear started to form in my eye. Just hearing the song sent me back to those days when I knew nothing about the pain he was going through. After all this time, this was still one of his favorites, and it frustrated me that it meant so much to him. I held on to his guitar and jacket the whole time, as if they were a security blanket. I was still wearing his jacket now, as if we were still together. Can you believe this guy? He thinks he's so cool because he can press a few buttons. I looked over at Kaminari, who seemed annoyed. I bet it bothers you that he thinks this makes him a real musician. I looked at Kaminari, confused. Why are you upset with him? I have my reasons, but you just met him. As the music came to an end, everyone clapped except for Kaminari and me. We were both being petty. Wow, Midoriya, that was great. Will you play something on guitar next? Uraraka chimed in while getting a little too close to him. Maybe later, we still have other rooms to check out. Incoming call from Yukihira. I'm sorry, I have to take this. I'll catch up. Everyone left his room as he closed the door. I wasn't sure what annoyed me more, the fact that he was answering her calls like it was no big deal or that the calls were bothering me at all. I shouldn't care what he does. We continued with the dorm competition. The next room was Ida's. His was nothing special, just a library and about 50 pairs of glasses. Completely normal for a high school guy. Then there was Tokoyami's room, which looked like it was straight out of a horror movie. I was not a fan. Ojiro's room was extremely boring. It looked as if he hadn't brought anything. Kirishima's room screamed, I'm a man, and it fit his personality perfectly. Kaminari's room was a chaotic mix of items that looked like they came from a reject bin. The last room on the floor belonged to Mineta, and I didn't have high hopes. However, his room wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it would be. Sure, there were a few posters of female heroes on the wall, but all guys are like that. He just owned it, though it still felt a bit creepy. So what did I miss? I jumped, caught off guard by the sudden voice. Looking to my side, I saw Midoriya next to me. When did you get here? Just a minute ago. Were there any interesting rooms? Tokoyami's room looked like it was from a horror movie. Other than that, they were pretty much what I expected. He let out a small chuckle. I would have loved to see your reaction if you were trapped in his room. That's never going to happen. Yeah, I know you and scary things go together as well as puppies and fire ants. I looked over at him, completely shocked. Well, I should get going. I'd hate to annoy someone else. He made his way back to Yaoyorozu and started up a conversation with her. I shook my head as we made our way to the next floor. I noticed Kaminari occasionally throwing glares at Midoriya. I guess that's who he was talking about. The next room we visited was Koda's. His room was plain except for his pet bunny, which all the girls instantly fell in love with. Next to him was Shoji. His room had a desk and a futon. Honestly, I wasn't expecting that from him, but if he likes it, he likes it. Bakugo's room was fairly plain as well, with the only notable item being the weights in the corner. I hoped he wouldn't scare Koda's bunny. On the top floor were the last 3 rooms for the guys. Siro's room was actually pretty cool. I was jealous of the hammock he had. Todoroki had completely redone the floors in his room. I should have been surprised, but Midoriya had time to soundproof his room. The last room for the guys was Sato's. His room was fairly plain but had an amazing smell. Sato, are you baking something? Hagakure peeked into his room curiously. Yeah, I was making a cake. It will be done shortly. I'll bring it to the common room when it's ready. I could make some tea to go with it if you'd like. Yeah, that would be great. Alright, not that all this isn't interesting, but it's time for the girls' rooms. Ashido spoke up, catching us all off guard. Everyone looked at her with blank expressions. Apparently, everyone had assumed we were only doing the guys' rooms. With a collective shrug, we started making our way to the girls' side of the dorm. This can't be too bad. My room isn't that embarrassing. I mean, all that's in there is a bunch of different instruments and a picture of Midoriya and me. Oh no. I quickly slowed my pace and tapped Midoriya with my jacket, motioning for him to come here. What's up? I need your help with something. He looked at me curiously. Alright, what do I need to do? I just need you to cause a scene to get everyone's attention when I open my door. He smirked a little. You have something embarrassing, don't you? I felt my face warm. Yeah, it would be bad for both of us if everyone saw it. He looked at me curiously for a moment before turning around. I'll figure something out. It felt wrong asking him for help after everything we had been through, but I knew he was the one person who wouldn't pry. Hopefully, he would come up with something that could give me enough time to hide the picture. We decided to start from the top and go down since we were already there. The first room was Yaoyorozu's. Her room was just her bed. Apparently, she didn't realize the rooms would be this small. After her was Tsu, whose room felt cozy. She even had a few stuffed animals. The next 2 rooms belonged to Ashido and Hagakure. There wasn't much of a difference between their rooms. One was bright neon pink while the other was a soft light pink. I didn't understand how either of them thought it looked good. As we got closer to my room, I felt my hands start to sweat. Luckily, we still had to check Uraraka's room before mine. Her room was empty compared to the rest of the girls, but she didn't seem fazed by it. Finally, we reached my room, and I could feel my hands shake a little as I opened the door. A thud echoed through the hall. Oh no, Mineta seems to have tripped. I smirked a little as everyone turned to see what happened. Really, that's the best you could come up with? I quickly used my jack to grab the picture and put it under my pillow. After everyone finished looking at Mineta, they turned back to my room. I expected a reaction similar to Midoriya's since we both centered our rooms around music. Jairu, you play too? Ashido was excited. You have to play something for us? I don't know. Maybe some other time. Come on, Jairu, show them how good you are, Kaminari encouraged. Everyone turned to him, surprised by his statement. Kaminari, have you heard her play before? Uraraka looked between the two. No, but I know she's great. How can you assume that if you've never heard her play before? It's not logical at all, Ida interjected. Logic doesn't matter, I just know she's good. Most of the class debated whether I should play or not. In the end, it was my choice, but I was confused about why Kaminari was so set on getting me to play. The past couple of days, he had been more annoying than usual. If she doesn't want to play, then she doesn't have to. Everyone quieted down and turned to Midoriya, who decided to speak up. I bet you're just saying that because you're scared she's better than you. Kaminari turned to him with unexpected confidence. I know she's better than me, but that doesn't matter. What matters is that you're trying to force someone to do something they obviously don't want to do. It's a pretty cruel thing to do. The crowd started to disperse as everyone returned to their rooms or went down to the common area. A few people apologized to me before leaving. It honestly wasn't a big deal, I was used to people asking me to play. What's that guy's problem? He thinks he's so cool just because he made it to the hero course because he's quirkless. They probably accepted him for a publicity stunt. I looked at Kaminari, whose disdain for Midoriya was getting old fast. What the hell's your problem? You're getting upset at a guy you don't even know. He looked at me, surprised. I know his type. Because of his circumstances, everyone told him he was so brave for wanting to be a quirkless hero, so he thinks he's better than everyone. Shut up. I had to bite my tongue before saying anything else. He looked at me, surprised. Jiru, is everything alright? You haven't seemed like yourself ever since that incident with Midoriya. He took a step toward me. Let's go out this weekend, it could. I shot a jack to his neck, stopping him. I already told you no, and besides, I have plans this weekend. He took a step back and put his hands up. Alright, maybe some other time then. He let out a nervous laugh as he turned around. I went back to my room and fell onto my bed. I pulled out the picture and looked at it for a minute before putting it in my nightstand. Even though it annoyed me, what Kaminari said got me thinking. How many people thought that way about Midoriya? We sure weren't on good terms, but that didn't mean I wanted people to dislike him. No matter what we had been through, I was the only person in the class who had an idea of who he actually was. Why do I have the feeling it's going to be a long 3 years? A few hours later, everyone was down in the common area trying to figure out what to do for dinner. In the chaos of the first 2 days of living together, we had never decided what to do for meals. Everyone stood around, confused about what to do next. The only person who didn't seem concerned was Midoriya, who was staring at his phone. Hey Kirishima, could you help me out for a minute? Midoriya asked without looking up. Sure, what's up? Kirishima replied. It's a surprise. I just need an extra hand. The two of them made their way outside. Most people brushed it off as nothing, but I was suspicious. I still couldn't wrap my head around the fact that Midoriya could talk to people so easily. After a few minutes, they returned with a box in each of their hands. Guess who's got food? Kirishima bellowed as he set his box on the table. No way you guys got us food? Uraraka leaned on the counter, smiling. Nah, it was all Midoriya. He just needed a hand bringing it all in. Everyone turned their attention to him, thanking him for his effort. I wasn't going to complain. Free food is free food. Midoriya, I can't help but be grateful that you looked after your classmates, Ida said, bowing stiffly. It's nothing really, Midoriya replied, raising his hands defensively. An old friend of mine has a family restaurant. When they found out we lived in dorms, they offered to make us dinner to congratulate us for getting into UA. All I did was get the approval from Mr. Aizawa. So that's what those calls were about earlier, I thought, smiling a little. Even though we weren't together anymore, I felt a twinge of jealousy at the thought of him talking to other girls. Our relationship was complicated, but I was sure we could keep it civil. The food was just as good as I remembered it. After we ate, we held a class meeting to decide on our plans for breakfast and dinner. We agreed that during the week, meals would be whenever we felt like it unless it was a special occasion. On weekends, we would have class meals, divided into groups responsible for cooking and cleaning. Once everything was decided, some people headed to their rooms while others stayed to enjoy conversation and get to know each other better. Hey Midoriya, I had a question? Uraraka asked. What's up? He replied. I was wondering if you could maybe play something for us? He looked around the room for a moment before standing up. Sure, just give me a minute. As he turned the corner, Uraraka and Hagakure squealed with excitement. I looked at them, slightly annoyed by their enthusiasm, but quickly shook it off. For all I knew, this could be their first time hearing someone play live, and I could understand their excitement. He shortly returned with his guitar in hand. I'm still learning, so don't be too rough on me, he said with a nervous laugh. Everyone encouraged him while Kaminari mumbled under his breath, hoping he would mess up. Taking a deep breath, he began to strum. Uraraka, Hagakure, Shiro, and Yaoyorozu had looks of wonder on their faces. It was amusing to see Ishido's happiness at hearing him play. Bakugo, Tokoyami, and Ojiro sat quietly listening while Kaminari continued to grumble. I closed my eyes and tapped my foot along to the rhythm, enjoying the music. Do I have nothing good left to say? Do I need whiskey to start fueling my complaints? People love to drink their troubles away. Sometimes I feel that I'd be better off that way, 'cause maybe then I could sleep at night. I wouldn't lie awake until the morning light. This is something that I'll never control. My nerves will be the death of me, I know. My eyes shot open as there was a collective gasp from most of the listeners. I never expected Midoriya to sing. He wasn't amazing, but he wasn't bad either. He could carry a tune reminiscent of street performers. Definitely not good enough for the big time, but enjoyable to listen to. I was completely drawn in by this moment. I couldn't help but take a picture of him playing. So here's to living life miserable, and here's to all the lonely stories that I've told. Maybe drinking wine will validate my sorrow. Every man needs a muse, and mine could be the bottle. Maybe then I could sleep at night. I wouldn't lie awake until the morning light. This is something that I'll never control. My nerves will be the death of me, I know. Everyone seemed captivated, truly paying attention to the words he sang. I felt a pain in my chest as I listened. This wasn't just a song to him, it was a part of him. I wondered how many times he had felt that way. Everyone enjoyed Midoriya's performance, except for Kaminari, who continued to grumble. Finally, I could hope for a better day, no longer holding on to all the things that cloud my mind. Maybe then the weight of the world wouldn't seem so heavy. But then again, I'll probably always. Setting the guitar down, he looked at everyone. So how was it? That was awesome. How long have you played for? Uraraka leaned in excitedly. I only seriously started playing a little over a year ago. I wanted to play earlier than that, but I lost motivation for a while. Leaning back into the couch, I shook my head. He wasn't technically lying, but it wasn't the full truth. Obviously, he couldn't just come out and say that he lost motivation after he left without telling anyone. Hey Midori, I have a question. Ashido sat on the arm of the couch. Really, Ashido, another nickname for him? Ojiro just shook his head. Yeah, because apparently some people thought Midoriya was inappropriate. She hung her head. Midoriya let out a small laugh. It's alright Ashido, what's your question? Her head jumped back up. Well, I was wondering what it was like growing up quirkless. That's if you don't mind telling us. I too was curious about that. Yaoyorozu set her tea down on the table. I felt a bead of sweat form on my forehead. No one noticed it, but I saw his hands tense up for a moment before they relaxed. They had asked one of the absolute questions, but I couldn't blame them. It was a perfectly normal question to have. It was interesting to say the least. Never a boring day. He let out a nervous laugh while scratching the back of his head. You don't have to tell these extras anything, Deku. For the first time since the meeting, Bakugo spoke, leaving everyone with mixed emotions. Some were confused, some annoyed that he interrupted, but the most unexpected reaction came from Midoriya. Don't you think I already know that much, Bakugo? He stood up, grabbing his guitar and leaving without saying another word. Everyone was confused at what had just happened. I was surprised at the venom he laced into his words. It was the first time I had seen him get upset since the time I pried too far. But this was different. He intentionally aimed that at Bakugo to hurt. What was that all about? Talk about being rude. All they asked was what life was like. There's no way he didn't have an easy life with everyone pitying him. It's going to be a real eye-opener when he finds out that he won't get any sympathy during training. Kaminari had officially annoyed me. It took every ounce of restraint I had not to snap and put him in his place. Closing my eyes, I started some breathing exercises that Mom had taught me to calm down. You know you shouldn't assume what someone's been through, especially when you don't have a shred of common sense. I opened my eyes to see Bakugo glaring at Kaminari. It sent a shiver down my spine. Everyone was caught off guard and didn't know what to say. Oh yeah, like you know any better. Kaminari shot a glare back at him. Bakugo stood up, sighing. Yeah, I do. Our parents were friends, so I knew him before any of you. He shot a glance at me before walking away. But think what you want, just know if you slip up, there will be hell to pay. After that, everyone decided to call it a night. Back in my room, I pulled out my phone and looked at the picture of Midoriya singing. He was so lost in the moment that he didn't notice it had happened. The first 2 nights at UA had been not just physically but also emotionally draining. I knew my night wasn't over yet, I still had one more matter to settle. I selected the picture and attached it to a message. Jairu, hey, we need to have a talk. Izuku POV. The first week of classes at UA was about to come to an end. Just one class left, and then it was the weekend. It was finally time for our first combative hero course class. I am here. Coming through the door casually. All Might appeared through the door in the least casual way possible. Everyone gasped in excitement. This was the first time we had a class with him. I was excited to see him too, but for a different reason. All right everyone. He pressed a button, and the wall opened up to reveal numbered cases. You all submitted hero costume forms, and here are the finished products. Get changed and meet me at Training Ground Gamma. Everyone jumped the second he was out of the room to grab their case. In the locker room, everyone started to change. I didn't ask for anything crazy, I just needed something functional. I had black combat briefs and a black high-collar jacket that covered the bottom half of my face. Underneath my jacket was my usual black long-sleeve shirt. A deep forest green combat belt had pouches to hold my supportive items. On the back of my combat belt was a sheath for my combat knife. The final piece of equipment I had was custom-made contact lenses that would keep my eyes their natural color. 20 minutes later, everyone was standing at Training Ground Gamma, waiting to hear what exactly we were going to do. Looking around the class, I inspected everyone's costumes. A few things caught my eye. Bakugo's gauntlets surprised me. He was never one to get unnecessary things, so they were definitely something to watch out for. Hagakure decided to make full use of her quirk by wearing nothing. It was a bold move since she had no protection from anything, but it was logical based on how her quirk worked. Yaoyorozu's costume left little to the imagination, but I guess it had to be based on how her quirk worked. Todoroki's appearance was certainly striking, with half of his body seemingly covered in fake ice. My attention was drawn to Kyoka's costume, which was as I expected. The speaker boots were a clever way to amplify her heartbeat, but the most surprising detail was the green choker around her neck. So what's up with the choker? I asked her in a hushed tone as I approached. Well, it was supposed to be a subtle tribute to you, but it can't be that anymore, she replied, crossing her arms and avoiding my gaze. I shoved my hands into my pockets and glanced around the classroom. So why are you wearing it then? Because I like the way it looks. She finally met my eyes. What's up with you? Don't you think that's enough black? It helps me not stand out, so I'm fine with it. She raised an eyebrow but looked away. Are you going to use it today? I shrugged. Depends on if I need it or not. Right now, I only think there are a few people who would push me to that. And please don't bring it up so casually in crowds. Relax, no one is paying attention to us. They're too busy gawking at each other. I laughed. Yeah, I guess you're right, but still. Be careful not to let it slip. Sure. So, is Kaminari your boyfriend? Where did you get that idea? Well, you two seem closer than anyone who just met should be. I stretched my arms. That, and he's been giving me dirty looks anytime I talk to you. Even now, he's staring us down. She sighed. That idiot. No, we're not dating, but that's not for his lack of trying to ask me out. Ah, so what's his issue with me then? He thinks you're a publicity stunt by the school. He also thinks you had an easy life because everyone pitied you. She clenched her fists. Well, I guess I better show everyone that I'm the real deal. I adjusted my collar as All Might approached the class. Well, don't all of you look cool? He let out his iconic laugh. Today we will be breaking into two-man teams for a combat simulation against another team. One team will be villains trying to protect a bomb hidden in the building, while the other team will be heroes trying to recover it. The team that successfully completes their mission or captures the opposing team with this capture tape wins. Do we have any questions? Ida raised his hand. Sir, how will we decide teams, and are there any rules we need to know about? Good questions, young Ida. When it comes to fighting villains, there is no such thing as a fair fight. While we heroes need to uphold our moral codes, villains have no codes, they only care about winning. So for this exercise, the only rule is to treat the situation as if it were real and not practice. As for how we'll choose groups, it's quite simple. He pulled out 2 boxes. I'm going to draw your names at random and then pull a ball to see what side you will be on. But sir, isn't there a better way to assign us than by chance? Another good question. While it would be ideal to team up with someone you work well with, that's not always the case. Sometimes in dire situations, you'll be thrown into scenarios where you know little about the people you're working with. Thank you, sir, for the wisdom. Ida bowed stiffly. It's no problem at all, that's what us teachers are for. So, are you newbies ready to start? Yes, sir. The class echoed in unison. All right. He reached into one of the boxes. First up, we have young Kaminari and young Mineta. He drew from the other box. The two of them will be playing the role of heroes. They high-fived each other, trying to pump themselves up. Now, let's find out which duo will take on the role of villains. He drew 2 balls from the first box. It seems they will be against Miss Yaoyorozu and young Midoriya. The villain team can make their way into the building now. The hero team must stay outside until they receive the signal. Use your time wisely to formulate a plan. Everyone else, come with me to the observation room. Yaoyorozu and I made our way into the building and located the bomb on the 4th floor. So, Midoriya, how do you want to approach this? Neither of them is a power type, so we could easily barricade the doors. I rested a hand on the fake bomb. Honestly, that's probably the best course of action for us to take to win, but I want to make this win a statement to everyone. She smiled. So what do you have in mind? That depends. How risky are you willing to play it? I smirked at her. She matched my gaze. Tell me what you're thinking and I'll let you know. 10 minutes later, we heard All Might's voice over the earpieces he had given us. All right, everyone, it's time to start. Your 20-minute timer begins now. Yaoyorozu and I exchanged nods as we got into our positions. I stood at the corner at the top of the stairs, watching her peek around the corner to the 2nd floor entrance. She had a slingshot in her hand with a couple of RBB pellets. She turned to me and gave me the signal that they were coming. I reached into my belt and pulled out one of my throwing knives. I could barely make out the conversation Mineta and Kaminari were having. So who do you think we should catch first? I would prefer Yaoyorozu myself. Man, it doesn't matter. This training was decided the second we got paired against Midoriya. 2-on-1 will be a piece of cake. I bit my lip to hold back a laugh. You're right, 2-on-1 is a piece of cake. Yaoyorozu looked up at me and I nodded, letting her know she was clear to fire when ready. I brought my knife back and waited for the right moment. She loaded a RBB pellet in the slingshot and pulled it back. There she is. Let's get. The sound of a body hitting the ground echoed as she turned to head up the stairs. "Don't worry, Kaminari, I'll get her." Mineta took off after her, not realizing the trap he was walking into. The moment he passed the threshold of the stairs, I threw my knife, cutting a rope we had set up to hold the door from shutting. He was so focused on Yaoyorozu running in front of him that he didn't realize he was trapped. As Yaoyorozu reached the top of the stairs, she gave me a smirk before starting to trip, landing in a vulnerable position. "You're mine now." Mineta threw some of the ball off the top of his head, hitting her arms and legs, causing her to stick to the ground. "Today is a great day, thank you, universe." Mineta was so focused on her that he didn't realize I had snuck up behind him. I put him in a sleeper hold. Surprisingly, he didn't struggle much. I decided to have a little fun and whispered so only he could hear me, getting choked while staring at an appealing girl in a compromising position. "It's pretty wild, but I think your fun time is up. Have sweet dreams." I let go of him, and he fell to the floor motionless. Looking over to Yaoyorozu, she had already started to create a few small objects from where he had hit her. Once they were completed, she was free to move again. "I hope I never have to do that again." She stood up, dusting herself off. I don't understand how someone could fall for such an obvious trap. I looked down at Mineta. "Well, he's infatuated with the female form, and your costume leaves little to the imagination. I'm sure this is the first time he's seen a girl so close up wearing so little. The poor guy just couldn't handle it." She looked at me for a second before standing over him as well. "I guess we should go ahead and wrap him with the tape." "Actually, let's wait on that. Can you create something simple to restrain him?" "Of course, but why don't we just use the tape? It's easier." "Well, they might not allow us to use our hostage if that's the case. As long as he's not captured in the tape, he's still allowed to participate." She thought for a moment before her hands started to glow. "These should do the trick." I looked at what she handed me, then back at her. "Why fuzzy pink HNDCFFS? Wouldn't just normal HNDCFFS be fine?" "Well, these are cute, won't cause any harm to his wrists, and can be used in a variety of situations." I raised a finger ready to give her a retort, but I couldn't think of anything. "Let's put a pin in this conversation because I have several questions." Putting his hands behind his back, I put the H's on before setting him in a tub of water we had filled earlier. "Are you sure this is going to work?" "Yeah." I pulled out my combat knife and tied a wire to the end of it. "Let's just hope the wire is long enough to sell it." I looked over at her. "If something goes wrong, use your plan and stall till time runs out. It's not the best win, but it's better than nothing." "Understood." I made my way out the back exit and waited for Kaminari to show up. The building wasn't that big, so it shouldn't take long for him to arrive. As I stood in the hallway, I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I quickly ducked back around the corner as a surge of electricity shot down the hallway. What's wrong?" "Scared of a little shock." I stepped back out into the hallway and faced him. "I wouldn't call that a little shock, but no, I wasn't scared of it," says the guy who just came out of hiding. He started to laugh. "Yeah, what idiot would willingly take an unnecessary hit from an opponent?" His laugh came to a quick stop. Besides, I don't really feel like having fried midget for dinner." He looked at me confused. "What are you talking about?" I brandished my knife, making sure to draw attention to the wire. "If I were you, I wouldn't use that quirk of yours again." He glared at me. "What the hell is wrong with you?" "Nothing, I'm just doing what it takes to get an edge on my opponent." I charged at him, knife in hand, taking a swing to get him off balance. He took a step back and started to stumble. I kicked his leg out from under him, causing him to fall. Once he landed on the ground, I planted my knee on his chest and pressed the serrated back of the blade to his throat, pinning him to the ground. "Do you really think this is a real win? Using a hostage and bending the rules to your advantage? Sounds to me like you don't have any confidence in what you can do." He tried to fight back but stopped when he felt the knife press into his neck more. "Oh yeah, because no villain would ever do that." I rolled my eyes at him. "Now go ahead and give up so we can start our weekend." He gritted his teeth before sighing. "Fine, I surrender." As soon as he finished talking, a voice came over our earpieces. "Young Mineta is unconscious and young Kaminari has surrendered. Both of the heroes are unable to continue, so that means the villain team wins. Please make your way to the observation room so we may continue." I stood up and untied the wire from my knife before putting it away. "Well, that was fun, but how about making it a challenge next time? What would you have done if I had electrocuted you?" He stood up and grabbed me by my collar. I looked at him with no expression. Nothing would have happened. That wire is coated with Teflon, so electricity doesn't travel through it. I knocked his hands off me. "You're insane." I readjusted my collar as I walked away from him. "Yeah, I am." Izuku POV. "So I heard you had your first combat exercise today. How did it go?" Mama Joke, Pops, and I were all sitting at a table enjoying our dinner. Pops had his usual expressionless demeanor. Apparently, he hadn't told Mama Joke the real reason for coming over tonight. I was trying to remain calm and nonchalant, while Mama Joke was just excited to spend time with her two favorite guys. It went all right. I know one of the guys isn't the biggest fan of me, and I'm sure today's training didn't help. I let out a nervous laugh. She looked at me, confused. What happened? I think I shattered his confidence because he lost to someone who identifies as quirkless. Pops let out a cough to interrupt. Maybe it's because you put a blade to his throat. You did what? Mama Joke slammed her hands on the table, catching me off guard. It was nothing serious. I tied a wire to the blade that was connected to his teammate lying unconscious in a tub of water. She looked at me with a serious expression. What was the kid's quirk? Electrification. Izuku, are you an idiot? You could have hurt one of your classmates. She turned her gaze to Pops. Shota, why didn't you stop this? He took a sip of his drink. I wasn't in charge of that class today, and besides, the kid wasn't in any danger. She looked at him, confused. How exactly do you know that? Because the wire was made with a Teflon coating, so it doesn't conduct electricity. It was all for show to give me the advantage. She looked back at me before letting out a sigh. Well, I guess that's fine, but it's scary how much you're thinking like Shota in combat situations. Well, someone has to think, so it might as well be me. Mama Joke let out a laugh at my statement. That's true. Still, don't you think you took it too far with the knife? What if he fought back and got seriously hurt? That wouldn't happen. He's not the type to fight back when things look bad, at least not yet. And besides, even if he did, I wouldn't let that happen. I know better than anyone how much pressure a blade needs to cut. The room seemed to become enveloped in a dark atmosphere after my last statement. It was obvious neither Mama Joke nor I knew what to say. Well, since we're already on that topic, isn't there something you'd like to tell us? Pops spoke up, causing an uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach. Mama Joke looked at Pops, confused, before a look of uneasiness spread across her face, causing her to enter mother mode. Izuku, what's going on? Is everything all right? Did something happen? Is there anything I can do? She leaned across the table, taking my hands into hers as she looked into my eyes. I could see the worry in her expression. It had been a while since I had seen her this deep in her mother mode. It was comforting but also made me feel a little uneasy. I shook my head and let out a sigh. Yeah, everything's fine. There's just something I need to tell you. She kept the same expression as she sat back in her chair, letting go of my hands. Of course, you can tell me anything. I shot a quick glance at Pops, and he just nodded. Taking a deep breath, I looked to the ground. Do you remember the girl I told you about when we first met? She raised an eyebrow at me. Yes. I let out a nervous laugh. Well, it turns out we're in the same class. A huge smile came over her face. Really? I can't wait to meet her. Shota, why didn't you tell me sooner? Calm down, Emmy, there's more. She looked at him with a smile. Don't tell me that you two are back together already. Not exactly, but I actually was invited to have dinner at her house tomorrow night. Both Pops and Mama Joke looked at me, surprised. Well, that's news to me. When were you two planning on asking permission to go off campus? I just assumed she had already asked for permission. Pops let out a sigh. No, she didn't, but it's fine. You can let her know that it's okay when you get back. Now can you continue? We keep getting off topic. Yes, sir. I took a deep breath. Mama Joke, do you remember how I told you about how her and I ended? Yeah, you said it was because you were leaving and that she didn't like it. Yeah. That wasn't exactly what happened. Her eyes narrowed as she stared at me. Go on. I kind of just left while only leaving her a note that said, I'm sorry, goodbye. Mama Joke took a sip of her drink, not breaking eye contact with me. After she finished her drink, she let out a sigh. Izuku. Yes. Why would you do something like that? I jumped a little at her sudden outburst. Look, I think it's obvious that I wasn't in a good mental state back then. I know it was a terrible thing to do, and I know it hurt a lot of people, but it was the best idea that came to mind at the time. Still, that's no excuse. She slammed her hands on the table as she stood up. Emmy, calm down. I know you're upset about this, but don't you remember what happened the night you met him? Pops shot a glare at her. She sat back down, taking a deep breath. Yeah, I remember. Pops looked over at me. You do realize how much of an issue this could be for not just you and her but for the entire class. Yeah, we've had a few talks already and both agreed to keep it professional while we're around others. Look at you being smart for once. Mama Joke huffed as she leaned back in her chair. I kept my eyes locked to the ground, unable to look at them. I'm sorry. Save it, kid. You're just wasting your breath. We both know there's no apologizing to her when she's like this. Pops placed a hand on my head. Is there anything else you need to tell us? Yeah. I could hear Mama Joke shift forward in her chair. Well, what is it? I told her the truth. I told her about my quirk. Both of them looked at me shocked. I know I hurt her, but I decided to put my trust in her. I'm not sure if it was my way of trying to apologize or if I thought she deserved to know, but she knows the truth. Oh, that's one thing I wasn't expecting to hear tonight. Mama Joke seemed to relax a bit after what I said. How did she take it? She kind of already knew I was lying about it since the first time I told her. I let out a nervous laugh. I probably should have realized that after she told me she knows when people are lying because of her quirk. So what made you want to tell someone about your quirk? Pops leaned back in his chair. Well, Ms. Midnight said I should try and find one person to tell about my quirk to help with my trust issues. At some point, I won't be able to hide my quirk anymore. Yeah, that's rational thinking. He took a sip of his drink. But I wasn't expecting you to tell someone in the first week of classes. She also knows that I was staying with you the entire time. Kid, we had so many talks about not letting anyone find out about that. I know, but I didn't have a choice. She said she wouldn't tell anyone about it. She understands the issues it would cause if that information got out before an appropriate time. Still, I'm going to have to talk to her about this as well. He let out a groan. So much extra work. If it makes you feel any better, I didn't tell her about Mama Joke. Mama Joke stood back up. Oh, why not? I looked at her, then back to Pops. I already knew you were going to be upset with me tonight. The last thing I wanted was to upset Pops as well. He shot a glance at me and nodded. Smart move. We continued discussing how classes went for the week. It wasn't anything major, but there was still tension in the air from earlier. After a couple of hours, Pops decided it was time for me to get back to the dorm. As I gathered a few things I had forgotten to bring from my room, I felt Mama Joke wrap her arms around me. Everything all right, Mama Joke? You know I want what's best for you, right? Yeah, I know. I looked up to see Licorice curled up on my bed. I'm sorry for getting so upset earlier. I know you've been through a lot. It's fine, I deserved it. Still, I shouldn't have exploded like that. Don't worry about it. I put my hand on her arm to assure her that it was all right. I know you're still haunted by that night, you just don't want me to go back to that. I'm glad that you care that much. She squeezed me a little tighter. You really are a good kid, you know? Yeah, I know. You're also a bit reckless. I let out a small chuckle. Yeah, I know. Are you going to be able to make it through the night? I should be fine. Midoriya and I were sitting on the train heading back to my house. Most of the walk to the station was in complete silence. Neither of us knew how to act around each other when we were alone. The small talk felt awkward and forced, and I had a bad feeling that tonight was going to be long. You know you could have told them no, he said, scratching the back of his head. I don't think that would have been a good idea, he replied. I paused to think about it. Yeah, you're probably right. Looking out the window, I noticed the faint reflection of us. I could see his hand tense and relax repeatedly. It may sound odd, but I was glad to see he still had some of his nervous tendencies, and I couldn't help but smile a little at that. Is everything all right? I asked. Yeah, why do you ask? Well, you wrapped your jack around my arm. What are you? I glanced over and felt my face heat up upon realizing my jack had securely wrapped itself around his arm. I quickly unraveled it. Please forget that happened. He let out a small laugh. But it's been a while since I've seen you blush like that. I shot my jack out to his throat, pressing it gently against him. Don't push your luck. All right, sorry. Consider it forgotten. Good. I withdrew my jack from his throat. So did Kaminari have anything to say after I left yesterday? I raised my eyes suspiciously. What makes you think he would say anything about you after you left? He gave me a slightly annoyed look. Seriously, this is the guy who gave me death glares just for talking to you. I sighed. Yeah, you have a point. Looking back out the window, I rested my face in my hand. It wasn't anything new really. He was more upset that he lost. He swore you cheated to win and that you violated the rules to give yourself an advantage because of your lack of skill. I looked back at him. Honestly, most of the class that was watching was impressed with how you handled the situation. Some even said they wished they had you on their team. That's not too surprising. I did think he'd have a few choice words for me, he said, leaning back in his chair. What did you think? I was glad to see him get his comeuppance. He was seriously annoying, so it was satisfying. I shot him a quick glare. Was it your idea to use Yaoyorozu as bait? Yeah. Oh, well that's good. I relaxed into the chair before sitting up straight. Wait, you seriously wanted to use her as bait? Yeah, she even agreed to it. Why? He looked at me, confused. Isn't it obvious? No, it's not. I was starting to get annoyed. Well, Mineta was the biggest threat for the test. So I told Yaoyorozu the plan I came up with and asked if she was comfortable with it. Surprisingly, she said yes. Wait, what do you mean Mineta was the biggest threat? Now it was my turn to be confused. Despite how he acts, his quirk is extremely strong. He can turn any landscape into a trap for enemies while increasing his mobility. Honestly, if he had a different build and more physical strength, he'd easily be at the top of the class. I still wasn't convinced, even though it made sense. Yeah, but it's Mineta. We all know he's a perv. Half the time he's just thinking about girls. He's a high school guy, we all think about girls half the time. He just doesn't try to hide it. And let's be honest, I know the majority of the girls like to fawn over Todoroki when they get the chance, so they're not much better. Besides, I bet if Mineta looked like him, all of you would think his behavior was cute and say he's just being bold. I shot my jack back to his throat. Shut up, I don't do that, and there's no way I'd think that. He raised his eyebrows. I never said you did, you're too busy blowing off Kaminari. You're an idiot. Yeah, I get that a lot. I sat back, crossing my arms while retracting my jack. You and Yaoyorozu sure have gotten close. I saw how you looked at her while you took Mineta out. Do you perhaps like her? It's not like that at all. She's just fun to talk to, and we clicked since the first day of class. She's quite interesting. I rolled my eyes. Yeah, has two really interesting things. A slight blush spread across his face. Don't get me wrong, just like any guy, I'd gladly enjoy a trip to the beach, but I am a man of culture. I looked over at him again and noticed his eyes quickly darting down before returning to mine. You like legs? Yes, but specifically thighs. I narrowed my eyes. Why? He nervously scratched the back of his head. I blame my therapist. What kind of therapist do you have? He chuckled. Honestly, at this point, I don't even know. We spent the rest of the train ride and walked to my house in an awkward silence. We had gotten used to it on the way to the station, but ever since our conversation on the train, things felt different. Standing in front of my house, I noticed his hands starting to tense and relax again. Taking a deep breath, I put a hand on his shoulder. Just relax, it can't be any worse than when we talked. All you have to do is tell them what you told me. I know my parents, they'll understand. He looked over at me and smiled. Thanks, Gyro. Why did that sting? I gave him a nod as I approached the door. Well, let's get this over with. I opened the door and was immediately met by my mom and dad waiting for us. What took you so long to get here? My dad shot a glare at Midoriya. I bet you decided to take your time just because you were scared to face us. I walked past them and took off my shoes. Intimidation won't work on him anymore, Dad. He's not the same as he was back then. My dad looked at me shocked. Come on, Kyoka, at least give me 1 minute to try. I rolled my eyes as I went into the living room. Don't waste your breath. Yesterday he took down 2 guys without breaking a sweat in full combat training. One of them was unconscious before he even knew what was happening. Dad looked over to him, completely shocked, while Midoriya just smiled. Mom decided to jump in because Dad no longer knew what to think. Come on in, Midoriya. I'd hate to make you stand the whole night. Midoriya bowed as he made his way in. Thank you, Mika and Kyotoku. Oh wow, so that wasn't just a one-time thing? Midoriya looked at her, confused. What wasn't just a one-time thing? You used to call me Mrs. Mika, but the other night it was just Mika. What happened to the boy who could barely get a sentence out? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. It's perfectly fine, I did tell you to call me that. Well, how about we take a seat and get the difficult part over with so we can enjoy the meal? Mom, Dad, and Midoriya all made their way over to the living room. We sat in the same order as the first time he came over. A sudden feeling of nostalgia came over me as we all got comfortable. So, Midoriya. My mom narrowed her eyes as she looked over her glasses. Why don't you tell us what exactly is going on here? I'm sure you realize we have a few questions. Midoriya took a deep breath before looking her in the eyes. Well, Gyru and I already talked about this, so she will already know most of this, but the truth is I left for my own reasons. Obviously, but we want to know why. Why did you fake your own death? Believe it or not, that wasn't my intention. I was hoping you'd all assume I just ran away. Midoriya scratched the back of his head nervously. I wasn't in the best mental state back then, and looking back on it, I see how it came across. Seriously, kid, you expect us to believe that? Dad leaned forward, clearly upset. Calm down. As unbelievable as it is, he's actually telling the truth. Mom put a hand on Dad's shoulder, calming him down. Are you serious, Mika? Dad looked at her, stunned. Yes, I am. Mom shifted her gaze back to Midoriya. However, I'm curious about what kind of mental state you were in. Kyotoku and I both had a feeling something was going on, but we didn't want to pry too deep after just meeting you. Midoriya looked at me for a moment, and I gave him a reassuring nod. He took a deep breath before starting to unzip his jacket. Both Mom and Dad looked at him, confused. I'm not sure how Gyru told you about my past or if she even told you anything about it, but it's something easier to show than to say. He finished taking off his jacket, revealing his forearms. My parents gasped at the scars covering his arms. Looking at his arms, I could tell they weren't as bad as the last time I saw them, and none looked fresh. However, there were definitely more than I remembered, which left an unsettling feeling in the pit of my stomach. I can honestly say I wasn't expecting that. Mom shifted her gaze towards me. Did you know about this, Kyoka? I knew about some of it. Is there any specific reason you didn't tell us any of this? Well, I didn't think it was my place to tell. I started to nervously tap my jacks together. Mom let out a sigh. Kyoka, there are some things that you should always tell someone when you see it. Yes, ma'am. Mom looked back at Midoriya. Well, I hope all of that is behind you now. Midoriya gave her a shrug. More or less. I've been in therapy ever since I left, so that's been a big help. Mom smiled at him. Well, that's good to hear. So, kid, where did you end up staying after you left? There's no way you were able to get by on your own for that long. Dad leaned forward with an intense look. I'm actually not supposed to talk about that. For safety reasons. Don't you think you owe us that much? We're just asking where you stayed. It was subtle, but I could hear Midoriya's heart rate elevate, even though he was keeping a calm expression. Dad, cut it out. If he can't talk about it, then he can't talk about it. Fine. My dad leaned back into the couch while my mom just gave me a smile. Midoriya, I don't know how hard this is going to be, but where exactly are your parents? The day we found out you left, we met the Bakugos, and they told us that your parents weren't around at the moment. Mom put her hands together, keeping her eyes locked on Midoriya. He let out a nervous laugh. I had a feeling this question would come up. This is one of the harder things to talk about, so please bear with me. Of course, there's no need to rush. Midoriya took a few deep breaths to calm himself. I honestly don't know where they are. Mom looked at him, surprised. Did they abandon you? That's one way to put it. I never knew my dad. He ran out on you and your mom? I looked at Midoriya, concerned. Kind of. My mom kicked him out because she caught him cheating. After that, she never heard from him again. That must have been hard on the two of you. Mom leaned back into the couch. Yeah, it was rough to see. I looked at Midoriya with a suspicious expression. Something about how he worded that didn't sit right with me. Did he actually see it? But he never met his dad. How could he have seen it? My eyes went wide as I remembered what his quirk could do. Did he use his quirk on his mom? Well, what about your mom? Where is she? She was sent to a mental rehabilitation center. I haven't seen or heard from her since my last year of primary school. I was speechless. Based on everything he told us, it was a miracle he turned out the way he did. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I finally spoke up. Midoriya, why did she get sent away? He let out a sigh. It was because of me. My parents looked confused while my heart dropped. I sent her there. My dad shook his head. What do you mean you sent her there? Did you personally make the call? No. Then it wasn't your fault. You didn't send her away. You're wrong. It's my fault. I'm the reason she's gone. I took her sanity away. Both mom and dad didn't know what to say. This was the first time they had experienced Midoriya snapping like that. I reached over and grabbed Midoriya's arm, trying to calm him down. Mom, Dad, Midoriya has a quirk. Dad was shocked to hear this while Mom looked unfazed. But why would he tell us he's quirkless? Dad still wasn't able to put two and two together. It's not that complicated. Midoriya had finally calmed his breathing. I was born with a quirk I wished I never had. I thought it was a curse, so I tried to pretend I was never born with it. Still, that doesn't explain how you caused your mother to leave. Mom put her hand to her chin. My quirk lets me make whoever I choose relive their most traumatic memories, and I can change their memory to make it worse. He took another deep breath before holding onto his arms. The first time I used my quirk, I made my mom relive the moment she caught my dad cheating on her. Ever since then, she was scared of me. She lived every day in fear of suddenly remembering something she had tried to forget. Mom raised an eyebrow at him. Wow, I can't even imagine what it would be like to live in a situation like that. But still, that doesn't seem like it would be enough to rob someone of their sanity. Maybe so, but in all honesty, I have a lot of gaps in my memory from those days. It wasn't until the first year of middle school that I realized I could edit memories. That in itself wasn't a bad thing. It was good to know what I could do. That way, I wouldn't accidentally hurt someone again. The issue was one day I just woke up and knew how to do it perfectly on my first try. That scares me the most. For all I know, I could have been changing both of our memories and not remembering it. He started to shake as he continued talking. Can you even imagine what it's like to have your memory changed and not know it? Even now, I don't know if half of my memories are what really happened. The room was quiet, and all eyes were on Midoriya again. Everything he said was a lot to take in. He had just opened up and showed us a piece of what his daily life was like. Tonight had shed new light on Midoriya for me, and I found a new respect for the strength he had to survive in a life like that. Midoriya, You don't have to keep going, we've heard enough. Midoriya looked up to see my mom wiping a tear away. You've been through too much, we don't want to bring up any more unpleasant memories for you. Thank you. My mom stood up and put her hands together. Why don't we go ahead and eat? I think it's time to lighten the mood. I'm sorry, but I'm not hungry, so I'll just head back to the dorms. Are you sure, Midoriya? I looked at him with a bit of concern. Yeah, it would be a crime not to enjoy your mom's cooking. He gave me a smile. Well, if you're sure. I stood up and bit my tongue. It had been a while since I last saw one of his fake smiles. Well, I guess I'll be heading out too. You too, Kyoka? Your mom put so much work into tonight. Dad tried to give me puppy dog eyes. Just shook my head. I'm sorry, Mom. It's okay, sweetie. You two get back safely, alright? Of course. We both grabbed our shoes and started out the door. Before the door finished closing, I turned back around and poked my head back in. I hope this goes without saying, but what was said here tonight stays between the four of us. I shot a glare at Dad. Why am I being singled out? You know why. I closed the door and made my way back to Midoriya. Alright, let's get going. The walk back to the station was quiet. I didn't know what to say. He had dropped 2 major revelations this week, and I could only imagine how emotionally exhausted he was. As we approached the station, he quickly ducked into an alley. What now? I turned down the alley after him. Midoriya, what are you doing? We have a train to catch. The sound of his dry heaving echoed before he stood up. Sorry, I had a feeling this would happen. I just wanted to get it out before we got on the train. Are you alright? Yeah, just nerves from tonight caught up all at once. He let out a small laugh before bending over again. I shook my head, trying to lighten the mood. At least this didn't happen after eating Mom's cooking. She would never let you live it down. He stood up and wiped his mouth. Just like you're not going to let me live this down? I paused to think. The jury's still out on that one. Now come on, let's get that taste out of your mouth. After stopping for him to clean up and buy some breath mints, we found ourselves sitting on the train. The ride was peaceful. The tension from our earlier conversations had faded. Though I was still upset with him for leaving, I now had a better understanding of what he went through and why he made those choices. I felt a smile spread across my face as I plugged my jack into my phone. As the music filled my head, I felt a weight on my shoulder. Looking to the side, I saw Midoriya fast asleep, using my shoulder as a pillow. I pulled out my phone, debating whether to take a picture, but decided against it. You really were pushing yourself, weren't you? I'll let you get away with it just this once. Izuku. Alright everyone, today we will be doing rescue training. Go get changed and be out front in 10 minutes. Everyone except the class representatives is dismissed. The class quickly jumped up, grabbing their costumes and heading to the locker room. The only ones left were Mr. Aizawa, Yaoyorozu, and me. Is everything alright, Mr. Aizawa? Yaoyorozu asked, standing in front of the class with her costume case. Since you two were elected president and vice president, I'm putting you in charge of keeping everyone in line while on the bus. Letting out a sigh, I grabbed my case. Is that it? I thought you had something big for us. This is big. Keeping everyone quiet so you can take a power nap isn't big. I turned to leave. But I guess I'll do my job as president. As I opened the door, I looked over my shoulder. Come on, Yaoyorozu, we have 8.5 minutes until we need to be in front of the bus. She quickly followed. Are you sure it was a good idea to talk to our teacher like that? I scratched my head. Maybe not, but it's too late now, so we might as well roll with it. She shook her head as we reached the locker rooms. Why did I vote for you instead of myself? Wait, you voted for me? Yeah, she looked away. I knew you were smart, but after seeing you in an actual combat situation, I realized you could lead. You came up with a plan that let us win. I stared at her before bursting into laughter. Oh God, that's hilarious. I voted for you for the same reasons. Wait, if we both voted for each other, then who else voted for us? I shrugged as I opened the door to the locker room. It doesn't really matter, let's just do our best. After a quick drive around the campus, we reached our destination, a giant domed building that looked more like a theme park than a training area. From atop the stairs, we could see various locations for rescue training. As everyone looked around in amazement, we were interrupted by an astronaut. Hello everyone, my name is 13, and welcome to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or the USJ. Today we will be doing rescue training. This is going to be so cool. The real hero's work starts here, Kirishima said excitedly, activating his quirk. Alright, calm down everyone. We have a lot to cover before we can begin. First, let's discuss your quirks. Thanks to Mr. Aizawa's assessment test and All Might's combat training, you should have a good understanding of what your quirks can do and how destructive they can be. While that may be good for fighting, it might not be the best approach for rescuing. Sometimes, it's better not to rely on your quirk for every situation. Kaminari quickly raised his hand, interrupting 13. That makes sense, but wouldn't you say it's better to have a quirk and not need it than not have one at all? He shot a quick glance at me with a smirk. I rolled my eyes and sighed. It's only been 2 weeks, and I'm already tired of his attitude. Why don't you shut up? You have no room to talk since you got your butt handed to you in combat training before you even knew what was happening. I raised my eyes at Bakugo. What is he doing? Alright, both of you cut it out. 13 opened a small black hole to get everyone's attention. While it can be considered a major handicap not having a quirk during rescues, that doesn't necessarily mean it is. It could actually be a major benefit. Excuse me, 13, what do you mean by that? Uraraka asked, slightly confused. Think of it this way. In a rescue situation, most heroes have to make hard choices in a split second. They must decide how their quirk can be useful, whether it will cause more issues, and where it can be best utilized. For someone without a quirk, or with a quirk not suited for rescue, they can focus on how to be the most helpful without the distractions of their abilities. It may not be flashy, but it's just as important. As 13 continued her speech, I moved closer to Bakugo. What do you think you're doing? I whispered to avoid drawing attention, telling that idiot to shut up. What's it to you, Deku? Cut the act, you know he was talking about me. Why did you speak up? Why don't you stop pretending to be something you're not? You're not a hero. I shook my head and walked away from Bakugo. Why now? As I returned to my spot, the lights in the US dimmed briefly before returning to normal. Everyone looked around, confused, as a portal opened in the middle of the building, allowing people to walk out. Something felt off. Pops had never mentioned anyone besides teachers being here. I instinctively reached for the knife on my back. Everyone stay where you are. Pops held out his hand to stop us from approaching as he pulled up his goggles. Oh no, this isn't part of the training. I quickly pulled out my phone to message Principal Nizu, but there was no service. Alright, stay calm and think quickly. What's the best course of action? Looking around the class, an idea came to mind. I put my knife away and ran up to Pops. What are you doing? I told you all to stay back. Calm down, I have a plan. Can you stall for 20, maybe 30 minutes at the most? He glanced at the group of villains. Whether I can or not doesn't matter. I'll do whatever it takes to keep you kids safe. Whatever you're planning, make it quick. He quickly made his way down the stairs to face the villains. You got it, Pops. I turned to my class, who looked shocked and worried. Ida, you need to get out of here and run to the school to let them know what's happening. We can't make any calls because something is blocking our communication. Understood. Ida turned and started to run to the exit. You are a quick thinker. That could prove troublesome in the future. However, no one will be leaving today. Everyone looked up to see the same purple and black mist from earlier forming above us. In the center, 2 yellow eyes appeared, looking down at us. The mist began to spread toward Ida. Izuku POV. As I started to come to, I felt a sense of familiarity. I feel like I've been here before? Hey, no, enjoying my thighs. My eyes shot open wide as I saw Ms. Midnight above me, a cheeky smile on her face. I shrugged and closed my eyes, returning to a place of comfort. So where exactly are we? You're in a hospital. I heard you had quite the day. She ran a hand through my hair. I'm getting really tired of waking up in hospitals, but I could get used to it if I woke up like this every time. Let's try not to make a habit of it. So why are you here? Oh, I was just in the neighborhood and thought you could use a lap pillow. She flicked my forehead. Why do you think I'm here? You came to check on my stability after everything that happened. Well, technically it was yesterday, but yes, that's why I'm here. That and I'm here to mediate. Mediate what? While you were out, I had a lovely chat with 2 of your classmates. You wouldn't believe the things they told me. I sighed and closed my eyes again. How long until they're here? Oh, they're here already. I opened my eyes and raised my head to see Kyoka and Yaoyorozu sitting in chairs at the foot of the bed. Resting my head back on Ms. Midnight's lap, I covered my face with my hands. God, this is frustrating. Well, it's good to see you as well, Midoriya, Yaoyorozu said, brushing a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Sitting up in the bed, I looked at both of them. So why are you 2 here? It's not that I don't appreciate it, I just wasn't expecting it. Is it wrong for us to want to check up on a friend in the hospital? She raised an eyebrow at me. Besides, we still need to have a talk. I scratched the back of my head, looking away. Right. So to clear things up about the training incident, Yaoyorozu and I were trying to test the limits of her creation quirk. Long story short, she may or may not have accidentally destroyed her gym clothes, leaving us in a tricky situation. I felt a light smack on the back of my head. As interesting as that story sounds, I don't think that's what they were inferring. I turned back to see an annoyed scowl on Kyoka's face while Yaoyorozu looked away, a faint blush on her cheeks. So, where do you want me to start, Yaoyorozu? I'm sure you have the most questions. She turned back to me and cleared her throat. Well, I think it would be helpful if you explained your relationship with Ms. Nimuri. I glanced at Ms. Midnight, who smiled at me. This is the pro-hero Midnight. She is an instructor at UA and also my therapist. Well, that explains a few things. I shot a glance at Kyoka, who still had a bit of a scowl on her face. Yaoyorozu cleared her throat again. Now that we have that out of the way, I think we should address the elephant in the room. Can you see that? I was met with another light smack to the back of my head. Not the time for jokes, Midoriya. Rubbing the back of my head, I gave her a slight glare. I was just trying to lighten the mood. Letting out a sigh, I looked back at Yaoyorozu. Yes, I have a quirk, and to keep a long story short, I wished I was never born with it, but Ms. Midnight has helped me accept it as a part of me. If that's the case, why did you tell everyone you were quirkless? She narrowed her gaze at me. You've seen what happened to the villain he used it on and how a certain someone talks about him now. You're smart, Yaoyorozu. I'm sure you can imagine what some people would say about someone who can torment another's mind at will. Kyoka looked at her before glancing back at me. You're not wrong. Yaoyorozu took a moment to think. Honestly, the most surprising thing about all of this is how none of this seems to be news to you, Jiru. That's because I told her the truth on the first day of class. Yaoyorozu's eyes softened as she sighed. I think it's safe to assume that the two of you have some sort of history. That would be putting it lightly. Kyoka crossed her arms and looked away. Ms. Midnight sighed, resting her head on her hand. The two of them dated for a short period of time. Yeah, that sounds about right. I looked at Yaoyorozu, surprised. That's it? I was expecting a bigger reaction. She shook her head, laughing. For someone who's so smart, you can be extremely oblivious. Yeah, I get that a lot. She smiled and relaxed in her chair. I mean, it was obvious something happened between the two of you when she slapped you the first day of class. She didn't just slap me. She slapped me 4 times. This caught Ms. Midnight's attention, and a smile escaped her lips. Don't complain. You know you deserved it. Yaoyorozu perked up at that statement. What exactly do you mean? It's nothing that concerns you. All eyes turned to Kyoka as she adjusted herself in her chair. An awkward tension filled the room as the 4 of us sat in silence. Kyoka seemed unaffected by it, while Ms. Midnight looked between us, waiting for someone to speak. Yaoyorozu retreated into her chair, feeling as if she had crossed a major boundary. I just wanted this to end so I could check on Pops and mentally prepare for the onslaught of lectures I was sure he had prepared. The worry must have shown on my face because Ms. Midnight placed a hand on my head and smiled. Don't worry, he's going to be fine. You can see him later. A small smile formed on my face. Thanks. A soft knock was heard on the door before a nurse opened it. It's good to see you up and about, Mr. Midoriya, but you know we have to stop meeting like this. Yaoyorozu looked confused while Kyoka and Ms. Midnight appeared indifferent. Shaking my head, I looked at Yaoyorozu. She was my nurse the last time I was in the hospital. The look of confusion faded from her as she accepted it. The nurse made her way over to me. That's right, and luckily I have some better news for you this time. This piqued my interest. What do you mean by that? She smiled as she reached for the bandage on my face. The wound you received was deeper this time, but luckily it won't scar nearly as badly. She slowly peeled off the bandage and cleaned the dried blood off. You know, you got pretty lucky. If this cut was just a few inches higher, you may have lost your eye. I stood up and made my way to the mirror in my room. My right cheek now bore a 3-inch scar running vertically down it. I raised my hand to touch the new mark. Am I going to have to keep this one bandaged like the last time? Not this time. The doctor's healing quirk works better on cuts, so you are good to go. She made her way to the door. I'm going to get your discharge paperwork ready, then you'll be all set. Once she left, the room fell silent and I could feel everyone's eyes on me. Letting out a sigh, I returned to the bed. I'm fine, all right? So can you all stop looking at me like I'm about to die? Midoriya, how are you holding up? Midnight's gaze pierced into me. I hated when she looked at me like that. She could always tell when something was off. I'm fine. You know this is nothing new for me. If you're so fine, why don't you explain that whole breakdown with the villain? Yaoyorozu turned to Kyoka, surprised. What are you talking about? That was all a bluff to get the upper hand on the situation. I know what I heard. Kyoka shot a glance at me, her hands tightening together. Midnight looked between the two of them. What exactly are you two talking about? Well, during the attack, all the students were scattered across the USJ. Luckily, the 3 of us were able to meet up. Yaoyorozu took a deep breath. While we were trying to regroup, a villain took Midoriya hostage. Midnight's eyes widened. I see. The villain threatened to kill Midoriya if we didn't tell him what he wanted to know. We couldn't give him the information, and I thought it was doomed. Yaoyorozu hung her head. It was the scariest situation I've ever been in. I froze up. She raised her head with a smile. But Midoriya was able to stay calm the entire time. He even managed to turn the tables on the villain and make it out safely. Midnight regarded me suspiciously. How exactly did he do that? He took him by surprise. Yaoyorozu's expression slowly turned dejected. Midoriya acted as if he was ready to die. He even told the villain how to do it to guarantee death. I was so surprised, he was so convincing. It was almost as if. Yaoyorozu looked at me, realization dawning on her. Her face paled as the severity of the situation hit her. I meant it. The room fell silent again. Yaoyorozu was speechless, and Kyoko was trying her best to remain calm. Midnight was staring me down, and I knew that meant I was in for a long talk in the coming days. Before anyone could speak again, the door slid open, revealing the nurse with my discharge paperwork. All right, Mr. Midoriya, we have your discharge paperwork here and a change of clothes that were dropped off yesterday. After handing me my things, she left. Midnight stood up and made her way to the door. Well, today has been very insightful. All three of you should get some rest. Classes will continue on Monday. The school has approved students to return home for the weekend if they wish. As she opened the door, she looked back at me. Midoriya, I'll see you tomorrow. I didn't answer, only giving her a thumbs up. After she left, I looked at the clothes that had been left for me. So what are you two going to do now? They exchanged glances. Well, my parents are out of the country on business again, so I'll be staying on campus. I really don't feel like dealing with my overbearing dad, so I'll be staying as well. Kyoko looked away, twirling her jacks. I fell back onto the bed and stared at the ceiling. Hey Yaoyorozu, can I trust you to keep all this a secret? Not just my quirk, but everything we talked about today. Of course, Midoriya. She stood up and headed to the door. Well, Jair, I think we should give Midoriya some privacy. We'll be waiting outside for you. They left the room, giving me a moment to think about everything that had happened. Standing up, I took off my shirt and looked in the mirror. I ran my finger across the scar on my face, then glanced at the one on my chest. I shook my head as I continued to change. Well, it looks like I have another scar that looks cool. After putting my hair back up and changing my contacts, I made my way into the hallway. Ready to go, Midoriya? Yaoyorozu turned as I opened the door. Yeah, but I need to make a stop first. I started down the hallway but stopped when I felt something wrap around my arm. I'm not going anywhere, Jairo. Shut up and let me have this. I looked back and shrugged. The three of us made our way to the front desk in the lobby. Apparently, Pop's room was on restricted visitation. Unless we were granted approval, we weren't allowed to see him. I decided to call someone I was sure could get at least me in. After a short call, we received permission and a room number. When we reached the room, I paused before knocking. Is everything all right, Midoriya? Yaoyorozu asked, concern etched on her face. Yeah. I took a deep breath and knocked. Just try to stay calm. We could hear a shuffle from inside the room and a voice. Both Kyoko and Yaoyorozu looked confused, while I braced myself for the storm that was coming. We asked not to be disturbed unless it was something important. The door quickly slid open to reveal a clearly sleep-deprived Mama Joke. I scratched the back of my head and turned away from her. Surprise! I was immediately enveloped in a hug, lost in an ocean of seafoam green hair. I could feel her tears land on my head as she held me tightly. Izuku, I'm so happy you're safe. When I got the call that both you and Shoto were sent to the hospital, I was crushed. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to worry you. I returned the hug, knowing she needed this just as much as I did. After a few minutes, she finally pulled away and looked me over. Her eyes were drawn to the scar now adorning my face. Taking one of her hands, she caressed my cheek. I'd hate to see what the other guy looks like. I let out a small laugh. Let's just say he won't be able to get a grip on his situation. We both started to laugh, but the sound of Kyoko clearing her throat brought us back to reality. Mama Joke looked over at them, confused. I'm sorry, but who are you two? They're my classmates. My name's Momo Yaoyorozu. I'm Kyoko Jairu. They both bowed, and Mama Joke's face lit up. She put her arm around me and pulled me close, whispering in my ear, Izuku, not one girl but two. Oh my, what am I going to do with you? She turned back to look at them again. I'm sorry, but you seem really familiar. She's the girl I told you about. Mama Joke looked at me before turning back to her. I'm so sorry for all the problems he caused. I promise I've been raising him much better. Kyoko and Yaoyorozu both looked confused. I'm sorry, but what exactly is your relationship with Midoriya? A smile spread across Mama Joke's face. To keep things simple, just think of me as his mom. I let out a sigh. That's enough. How's Pops doing? Mama Joke stepped aside, letting me into the room. He's doing fine, but he's getting some rest, so please don't wake him. I walked up to the bed and saw him completely wrapped in bandages. Sitting on the edge of the bed, I looked at Mama Joke. Hey, maybe I should call him Mummy instead of Pops for now. Mama Joke burst into laughter while Kyoka and Yaoyorozu just shook their heads. We could hear rustling from the bed, and everyone looked surprised to see Pops sitting up. Mama Joke quickly ran to his side. Shota, don't push yourself, you need to rest. He ignored her, locking eyes with me. A series of soft grumbles came from the bandages. Yeah, I'm okay. I do have another session with Ms. Midnight tomorrow. Another few grumbles came from him. Yeah, she knows most of everything now. As Pops and I continued our back and forth, I heard Yaoyorozu ask Kyoka a question. I'm sorry, can he actually understand him, or is he just messing with us? Kyoka sighed and shook her head. Knowing him, it could easily be both. The rest of the weekend seemed to drag on. Surprisingly, most of Class 1A decided to stay on campus. After we left the hospital, Izuku never returned. He went home to take care of his cat. Yaoyorozu suggested we could help him, but I had to shut that down since I knew whose house it really was. The walk back with Yaoyorozu was interesting. I answered as many questions as I could, but there was a lot she wanted to know that I couldn't answer. Thankfully, she didn't press too much. I couldn't blame her. If our roles had been reversed, I would have been asking the same questions. So much information had been moved upon her, and she just needed someone to talk to about it. The rest of the class seemed to have not been too affected by everything that had happened. Some were a little shaken, but they did their best to bounce back. If anything, Yaoyorozu and I were the worst off, but no one else had witnessed a friend attempt to take their own life. Yaoyorozu was doing a much better job of holding it together, likely due to her upbringing of putting on whatever face she needed to impress those around her. But once she was behind closed doors, the facade fell. She was definitely taking it harder than I was. I felt like I was managing fairly well. I had already known about his past and seen everything. To an outsider, it might have looked like I was becoming desensitized to his situation. Apparently, I wasn't as good at hiding it as I thought. Kaminari kept messaging me, trying to figure out what was wrong. It was nice to know he cared, but I didn't want to talk to him about it. Neither Yaoyorozu nor I heard anything from Midoriya for the rest of the weekend. It was unsettling until Ms. Midnight showed up at the dorms to offer counseling to anyone affected by the incident. Before she left, she assured Yaoyorozu and me that he was doing fine and that she had instructed him to stay offline until Monday. That put both of our minds at ease for now. When Monday finally came, there was still no sign of Izuku. When we got to class, we found Midoriya at his desk, resting his head just like on the first day. I made my way to my desk, choosing not to force a conversation. Yaoyorozu was lucky enough to sit in front of him, allowing for casual exchanges without drawing too much attention. The class started to fill up as we waited for the bell. Midoriya, it's good to see you. I'm glad you're doing well. I'm not sure if you've heard, but the school is offering counseling for anyone struggling after the attack, Ida said. I turned around to see Midoriya peek up at him, his eyes barely visible. Thanks, but I was already informed. My heart sank. His eyes were devoid of their usual brightness, and his voice sounded hollow, as if he didn't want to be there. He looked just like he did when I first met him 2 years ago. I see. Well, it's good to have you back, Ida said, robotically returning to his seat. I heard a snicker from Kaminari, who leaned back in his chair. Well, I guess some people weren't able to handle the pressure. Murmurs filled the room. Kaminari, what do you think you're doing? I shot back. I'm just telling the truth. Some can handle training, but when things turn real, they crack. If you've got something to say to me, at least say it to my face instead of making general statements. All heads turned to Izuku, who still had his head on the table. That's big talk from someone whose plan got themselves and 2 others sent to the hospital. Guys, stop it. This isn't the time for this, Uraraka interjected, looking worried. Kaminari, if it wasn't for Midoriya's plan, we all could have been killed, Yaoyorozu said, standing up and slamming her hands on her desk. Maybe we would have been fine, but the only thing we know for certain is that his plan didn't work, Kaminari replied, a cocky smile on his face. At least I had a plan. Mr. Aizawa was going to fight the villains before I said anything. As for 13, I tried to stop her, but we didn't realize he could use his quirk like that. They were willing to risk their lives to keep us safe. Can you say you were able to do that? Kaminari looked taken aback. The opportunity for something like that never came up. He shot a glare at Midoriya. I doubt you were able to do anything like that either. Actually, he did. All eyes turned to me. What are you talking about, Jairu? Kaminari asked, flabbergasted. It's true. Midoriya saved both Jairu and me, Yaoyorozu added. He kept a level head even in a dire situation. Out of anyone here, he went through the most, and after all that he still rushed in to save Mr. Aizawa. A few gasps echoed through the class. Kaminari looked as if the wind had been taken out of his sails, but he hadn't given up. I don't believe it. How could he have done all that if he was unconscious? Words alone aren't enough proof. Yaoyorozu and I locked eyes before turning to Midoriya. He sighed and raised his head, revealing his scar. Is this proof enough for you? Murmurs quickly filled the room. Kaminari was left speechless. The volume in the room rose until the bell rang, causing everyone to quiet down. All right everyone, the bell rang, so let's begin, Mr. Aizawa said as he walked in, still covered in bandages. As much as I'm sure you'd like to hear me say it's time to relax, that's not the case. The UA Sports Fest is coming up, which means you all are just getting started. Excitement began to build until Mr. Aizawa used his quirk to quiet us down. The rest of the school day passed quickly, though an aura of uncertainty lingered. When the final bell rang, everyone got up to head back to the dorms. Mina was the first to reach the door but stopped short when she saw a crowd of students outside. Why are you all here? Forget them, Bakugo said, pushing through the crowd. They just came to see what the heroes who survived a villain attack look like. That's some big talk from someone with a flashy quirk. What did you say? Bakugo's anger was palpable as he clenched his fists. Don't let him push your buttons, you're just helping prove his point, I said, glancing at Midoriya. Not that he was much of one to begin with. The boy with purple hair locked eyes with Midoriya. As if you would understand. The test to get into the hero course is skewed to favor those with strong and flashy quirks. Those of us in the general studies course don't have quirks suitable for destroying robots, which is why we ended up here. Don't give me your excuses, I said, narrowing my gaze. You all like the idea of being heroes but aren't willing to put in the work. You're just relying on the fact that you don't know how to utilize your quirks to your advantage. The boy with purple hair was starting to get aggravated. I placed my hand on Midoriya's shoulder. Calm down, let's not make a scene. You should listen to your friend. You don't want to say things you'll regret later, the purple-haired kid smirked at Midoriya. I've got plenty of regrets, so I don't mind adding another one to my list. Midoriya stepped closer, now face to face with him. You think I'm scared of someone who was blessed with a flashy quirk? You should be scared of your own ignorance. You think everyone in this class got into the hero course just because they could destroy robots. That was the goal of the exam, Midoriya laughed. You don't even deserve to be in general studies if you think that was the only way to score points. Look at those two, he gestured to Mineta and Hagakure. The rules said all we had to do was disable them, not destroy them. If you can't tell the difference, maybe you should get some help. Shut up. You have no idea what it's like to be treated differently because of your quirk, to be told you can't do certain things. Anger welled up in me. I couldn't stand this guy talking down to Izuku. I stepped up and smacked him across the face before Izuku pulled me back. The boy turned his glare on me, clearly enraged. You think you're tough? As he stepped toward me, Izuku held out his hand. Take another step and you'll regret it. There was a fire in Izuku's eyes that made me proud. The boy grumbled, just wait until the sports festival. I'll show you what someone who wasn't blessed can do. I look forward to it, but let's make it interesting. I'll put my spot in the hero course on the line. The boy raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I'm listening. If you or anyone in general studies places higher than me, you can have my place in the hero course. My heart dropped as I looked at Izuku. You can't do that. The boy locked eyes with Izuku. All right, and what if you place higher than all of us? If I place higher than you, you have to drop out of UA. He thought for a moment before a smirk crossed his face. All right, you have yourself a deal. He turned and chuckled to himself. I looked at Izuku, completely shocked by what I had just witnessed. Come on, Jayu, Mr. Aizawa wants to talk to us. He turned to Yaoyorozu. You too, Yamamo. She quickly caught up as we walked toward the teacher's lounge. As we made our way through the hall, I looked up at Midoriya. You're an idiot, you know that? He laughed. I wouldn't be me if I wasn't an idiot. I shook my head. As long as you know. You know, it was really impressive when you slapped him. My face flushed as I stood closer to him, letting my jack coil around his arm. You're an idiot. Ahem. I jumped away from Izuku and untangled my jack. You scared me. Yaoyorozu sighed as she stood beside Izuku. You both are ridiculous. It hasn't even been 2 minutes, and you forgot I was here. Also, since when did you start calling me Yamamo? Izuku looked up, thinking. For about 2 minutes now. I burst out laughing at his answer. Yaoyorozu shook her head, a faint blush on her face. Well, two can play that game. I laughed harder as Izuku turned bright red. That's hilarious. She looked at me with a playful smile. What makes you think that doesn't apply to you as well? Now it was my turn to blush as Izuku and Yaoyorozu laughed. Soon, all three of us were laughing as we walked down the halls. All right, can we at least agree to use the embarrassing ones when it's just the three of us? Midoriya scratched the back of his head. Sure, but a few of the girls have taken to calling you Midori, so I think I will too, Yaoyorozu smiled. But I actually like the sound of Yamamo, so use it whenever. All right, it's a deal. I smiled at her. Izuku sighed, shaking his head. I'm just making all the deals today. We burst into laughter again as we continued to the teacher's lounge. The sports festival was rapidly approaching. Everyone was spending their free time either studying or training. Kyoka and Yamamo decided to do some training on their own, which was fine by me. I needed to focus completely on my training to avoid embarrassing myself. The three of us had grown closer since the USJ attack. Kyoka had known my past, but recently she had been much friendlier towards me. Whenever we were alone, she would coil her jack around my arm. Whether it was intentional or not, I was just happy she didn't hate me. The time we spent together reminded me of before I left. Yamamo was a surprise to me. She seemed to have accepted everything as it was. Kyoka mentioned that she had been asking questions over the weekend. I wanted to answer her questions, but I wasn't sure how much I could trust her. We had only known each other for a short time, but we had formed a bond. Both of them now shared the secret of my quirk and that I was more or less adopted by our teacher. That was a long conversation, and somehow it was my fault they found out. After calming down, Pops was surprisingly alright with everything. Apparently, Mama Joke had talked him down and convinced him it was okay. If you asked me, I'd say she was just happy I was finding people I could trust. I told Pops about what had happened after class and the deal I made with a general studies student. His reaction was more or less what I expected. However, to my surprise, he refused to help train me. I guess it was his way of telling me I had to handle the situation myself. The first week was fairly productive. Every day after class, I'd go to my normal training space and spend a couple of hours training strength and endurance. I felt confident in my skills, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little worried. Every year, the challenges were different, so there was no way to predict what would happen. The only thing I could predict was that Pops would be of no help to me. The week before the sports festival, I received a form that would allow me to use any support equipment if it was approved. Taking the situation into account gave me an idea. It would be a risk, and I didn't have much time to get used to it, but something would be better than nothing. During the final week before the sports festival, I trained with Yamamo. I remembered she had mentioned being able to effectively use a bow staff. I figured having something that could give me a little extra reach would be helpful, especially since I doubted they'd let me use my combat knife. Our training went well, and I felt comfortable enough to make use of it. Yamamo was even nice enough to make me a special one made out of a mix of copper and aluminum. It was surprisingly durable for its weight. As our final training day came to an end, we made our way back to the dorms. "Thanks, Yamamo, you were a huge help this week," I said. "Don't mention it, it was fun and besides, I learned just as much from you," she replied with a smile as she fixed her hair. "I guess." I scratched the back of my head. "But you did make this awesome staff for me." "That I did." She ran a little ahead of me before stopping. "I guess that means you're in my debt." I let out a nervous laugh as I walked up to her. "I guess so." "Well, if that's the case, I have an idea of how you can make it up to me." She turned to me with an innocent smile. "And what exactly is that?" "After the sports festival, you tell me everything." Her eyes locked onto mine, serious and concerned. Letting out a sigh, I walked past her. "Sure." "Wait, really?" I looked back at her, confused. "Yeah, I was already planning to tell you eventually." "If that's the case, then let me ask for something else." I laughed as I started walking again. "Sorry about that, I don't offer any refunds." I looked back at her with a smirk. "Come on, it's your group's week to cook, so you don't want to be late, Momo." Her face turned flush as she ran to catch up with me. "You don't play fair, do you, Zuzu?" I felt my face heat up a little as we continued our walk to the dorms. It was finally here, the day of the sports festival. Everyone in the class was excited, and I wasn't excluded from the excitement. The UA Sports Fest was one of the biggest events of the year, not just for UA, but for the entire nation. Even with all the excitement in the dorm, there was still a feeling of uneasiness. Everyone remembered the bet that Izuku had made. To my surprise, it seemed most of the class was worried about him. Even though he didn't normally socialize much, they all thought of him as a key part of our class. "Hey Jairu, are you ready to kick some butt today?" I looked over to see Kaminari approaching. Ever since Izuku called him out, he seemed to have mellowed out some. I gave him a smile. "You know it." He took a seat on the counter next to me. "So do you think he'll be able to pull it off?" "Without a doubt." I went back to eating my breakfast. He looked at me slightly confused before shrugging. "You sure do put a lot of confidence in him. Maybe you should try it sometime." I quickly put some food in my mouth, regretting the tone I had used. Just then, Izuku walked into the common room. As he made his way past Kaminari and me, he ran a finger across one of my jacks as he stretched. "Oh, sorry about that, Joe." His tone was laced with sarcasm. The unexpected sensation sent a chill down my spine, causing me to bite my tongue. Ever since the USJ incident, Izuku and I had been on good terms, even falling back into some of our old patterns of playful banter. However, this was something new. One day after classes, he, Yamamo, and I were studying. At one point, Yamamo brushed against my jack, catching me off guard and causing me to let out an involuntary sound. After that, the The two of them decided to make a game out of it at my expense. I shot a quick glare at Izuku while he chuckled to himself. Hey Midoriya, can we talk for a minute? I turned my gaze to Kaminari, surprised by his sudden request. Where did that come from? I looked back at Midoriya, who had a nonchalant look on his face. Sure, should we go somewhere private? Yeah, it won't take long. The two of them made their way to the stairwell. I sat there, stunned, as a sinking feeling formed in my chest. Focusing on their footsteps, I followed them up to the roof. I quickly put my bowl away and stealthily followed, keeping a jack focused on them to ensure nothing was happening yet. I reached the door that led to the roof and decided not to risk it. I sat down and pressed my jack to the ground to listen in. So what's all this about, Kaminari? Izuku asked. I don't know what you think you're doing, but it needs to stop. I honestly have no clue what you're talking about. That stunt you just tried to pull with Jairu. Oh, that was a complete accident. Don't try to fool me. I know that wasn't an accident. Oh yeah? Where's your proof? I could sense Izuku's smirk even without seeing it. Don't use my own logic against me. What's with the weird smile? Called it. I wouldn't call anything you use logic. Shut up. I could hear a sigh from Izuku. Is that all you wanted to talk about? I still need to eat before the festival starts. You should stay away from Jairu. What the hell, Kaminari? Why should I? Because she's. Oh god, Kaminari, don't you dare say what I think you're going to. I had to bite my hand to resist the urge to run out there and stop him. Because she's my girlfriend. Is that so? Damn it, Izuku, please don't tell me you believe such an obvious lie. Yeah. We decided to keep it a secret since the year just started. You know how people get when the newest drama starts. That does sound like something she would say. That's because it is. So will you back off of her? Come on, Izuku, please don't believe him. Kaminari, do you like the taste of blackberries on your lips? Oh no, where is he going with this? What? Do you enjoy the sound of rain while sitting in silence? Do you secretly love the sensation of your arm going numb? Do you enjoy the cool breeze that blows at the park? Do you love the way certain lighting can make water look like it's glistening? Do you love to sit by the phone for hours waiting for a call? Do you know the feeling of destroying something you longed for because of others? Because I know I do. What does that have to do with what we're talking about? It has everything to do with it. I had to wipe away the tears that started to run down my cheeks. Izuku could see through the obvious lie and counter it with things from our relationship. Even if Kaminari could answer those questions, he wouldn't understand the deeper meaning behind them. It made me happy to hear him say that. You idiot. I couldn't help but smile. It felt almost wrong, but I knew it was true. I still love that idiot. I have no clue what you're talking about. That's a shame, I feel sorry for you. I don't want your pity, I want you to back off of Jairu. That's not happening. What the hell, dude? You know that's some stalker stuff right there. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but that's up to her to decide. I'm going to get something to eat. If I were you, I'd get my head straightened out. DMN. If he's the one telling you that, you know you have issues. Fine, I guess I'll just have to show you during the sports festival. I heard Midoriya turn and start walking towards me. Do what you want, I honestly couldn't care less. Hearing his steps approach the door sent me into a panic. I quickly made my way down a flight of stairs and exited to avoid being caught. After taking a few minutes to calm myself, I returned to the common room. I found Izuku in the kitchen and decided to take a chance. Hey Midoriya, do you want to do something tomorrow? He looked up, scratching his head. Sorry I can't. I already have plans. Hearing that hurt. Oh, okay. But we can hang out another day, I think it would be a lot of fun. Sure thing. Well, I'm going to head out. I'll see you later. I walked past him, trying to leave. I felt crushed. Even though I knew he wanted to hang out, it hurt to know he was already busy. Alright, see you later. Kyoka. I quickened my pace without looking back. It was hard to believe that just one word could change my mood so drastically. I hope no one heard that. Izuku POV. The first 2 rounds of the sports festival flew by. The event was an obstacle course, and I managed to finish in the top 10, which gave me confidence. I was glad that both Kyoka and Yamamo had made it to the next round. The second event was a cavalry battle. I looked forward to teaming up with them, but they had already joined other groups. It stung a little, but I couldn't blame them. Luckily, Uraraka wanted to team up, along with a girl from the support course. I was hesitant at first, but after seeing what she brought, I realized she would be a huge help. Our last member was Tokoyami, who agreed to follow my plan. The event was straightforward. Everyone chased after the group with the highest points, making them easy targets. Another group made the mistake of provoking Bakugo, and it was oddly satisfying to see someone else on the receiving end of his explosions. Only the top 4 teams advanced to the finals, and sadly, Kyoka didn't make it. The bracket was drawn, Kaminari against Mei, Todoroki against Siro, Ida against a girl from 1B named Ibara, Yamamo against Tokoyami, Ashido with Aoyama, Uraraka against Bakugo, and I was set to face someone named Shinso. I looked up at the screen, confused. Who is that? It seems fate has brought us together to settle the score, said the boy with purple hair. Before I could respond, I felt my mouth covered by what I hoped was a tail. Hey Midoriya, can we talk for a moment? I turned back to Ojiro, slightly annoyed that he surprised me. Sure. We walked toward the locker room as the crowd dispersed for intermission. Once we reached the training room, Ojiro sat down, looking exhausted. Sorry about that. I sat across from him. What was all that about? I couldn't let you talk to him. If you did, you'd probably lose your match. I looked at him, intrigued. How so? I don't remember much from the previous round. Everything felt foggy, but I clearly remember him talking to me. I don't know his quirk, but I'm sure it won't work if you don't engage with him. I took a moment to think before standing up. Thanks for the help. I was planning to give him a piece of my mind while I won, but I guess I can hold off on that. Ojiro stood up and extended his fist. Hey, make sure to get a couple of hits in for me too. Will do. We exited the locker room to see what everyone else was doing before the finals. When we reached the field, we saw a sight that was a gift from above. You know, I could die happy right now. All the girls in our class were in cheerleading outfits. Why they were wearing them, we may never know, but we certainly weren't complaining. Ojiro and I stood there watching for a few minutes before my phone buzzed. Mama Joke texted, I know it's a great view, but at least try to be inconspicuous. I couldn't help but laugh. I put a hand on Ojiro's shoulder before heading back into the tunnel. I'm going to prepare for the fight, make sure to enjoy the view for me too. Once I reached my assigned waiting area, I pulled out my phone to call. Izuku, I'm so proud. You made it to the final event. Thanks, Mama Joke. I didn't realize you were coming. Are you kidding? I wouldn't miss it for the world. Are you excited for the first match? You could say that. There's a lot riding on it. What did you do this time? Why do you assume I started something? Izuku. Really? I sighed. I may or may not have made a deal with him. If he goes further than me, he gets my spot in the hero course, but if I go further, he drops out of UA entirely. Damn it, Izuku, what were you thinking? You didn't hear the things he said to Jairu. He's lucky I didn't hit him then and there. So you were standing up for your friends? Yeah. I guess so. Well, I guess you better kick his butt. I let out a small laugh. Don't worry, I will. Hey, if you do end up losing, you could always come to my school. Could we refrain from putting even more on my mind to worry about? What's on your mind? It's nothing serious. I just think I may have upset Jairu somehow. I heard a knock on the door. Hey, I gotta go. I'll talk to you later. After I hung up, the door opened to reveal Yamamo and Kyoka, sadly changed out of their cheerleading uniforms. They closed the door behind them as they sat down across from me. Are you doing all right, Midori? Yeah, just a little anxious. I stood up and went to my locker to grab something. Do you have a plan? Yeah, thanks to Ojiro, I have a good idea of what to do. I sat back down with them. Kyoka locked eyes with me. What are you going to do? I plan to send a message. Combatants in the first match of the first round, please make your way to the arena. I stood up and took a deep breath. Well, wish me luck. I tossed my phone to Kyoka as I headed towards the door. Hold on to that for me until I get back. As I made my way through the door, I quickly poked my head back in. Also, you two should definitely save the cheerleading outfits. I may need some cheering up if this goes wrong, or possibly a reward for winning the whole thing. With that taken care of, I made my way to the arena and awaited further instructions. I stood in the arena facing off against Shinso, who had a smirk on his face. I hope you're ready to hand me your spot in the hero course. I didn't answer him, I just stared. Don't worry, I'll take good care of that person who slapped me. I switched my gaze to Ms. Midnight, the referee for the day. It was still odd to see her not in street clothes. I'll show her what it truly means to be blessed. I clenched my fist and shot a glare at him. I looked up to the student section and saw a look of worry and disgust on Jairu's face. I shouldn't have been surprised that she heard everything he said. Taking a deep breath, I reached into my pocket and pulled out the case for my contacts. I carefully took each one out and set them in the case. I could hear the crowd start to talk about what I had just done. A smirk spread across my face as I walked up to Ms. Midnight. Would you mind holding on to these? I'd really hate to lose them. I wasn't trying to be subtle with the sarcasm and cockiness in my voice. Ms. Midnight took the case from me. Are you sure about this, Midoriya? I looked into her eyes and activated my quirk momentarily so that my eyes flashed black. I don't plan on being gentle with him. Ms. Midnight bit her lip. If only you were 10 years older. I gave her a wink as I went back to my corner. Wait a couple of years, I love a woman who's mature. All right everyone, the moment you've all been waiting for is here. First up, we have the pride and joy of general studies, Hitoshi Shinso. The crowd erupted into cheers as he kept a deadlock stare at me. And his opponent is a blast from the past. He's the first quirkless student to make it into the hero course at UA, it's Izuku Midoriya. Shinso's face went pale as he heard the announcement. The crowd began to mumble in confusion. It was hard to pick out, but I could tell most of the people thought UA was crazy for giving someone like me a chance. I got into a fighting stance as the smirk spread across my face. Perfect. All right, fighters. Begin. The moment the bell rang, I sprinted towards Shinso. I brought my right arm back as I got in range. He put his arms up to block his face. The smirk disappeared as I sent a jab into his stomach with my left fist. As I woke up from the effects of Ms. Midnight's quirk, I saw the familiar sight of a divider sheet. Letting out a sigh, I closed my eyes again. Why does it feel like I wake up in some sort of infirmary more than I do in my own bed? The pain in my shoulder had reduced to a minor annoyance. It was still stiff and uncomfortable to move, but I could deal with that. I wanted to get up and head back to the festival, but I felt a weight on my legs as I tried to move them. Finally taking in the full view of my surroundings, I saw Mama Joke fast asleep, resting her head on my legs. A sudden wave of guilt rushed over me as I recalled everything I had said to her earlier. Deciding to postpone the unwanted conversation as long as possible, I stayed still so she could sleep a little longer and so I could form an apology. Sadly, the universe was still against me today. As I carefully returned to a comfortable resting position, Mama Joke started to wake up. Panic set in as she turned to see me awake. Oh God, what do I say? I'm sorry? No, that sounds like a cop-out. Fancy seeing you here? No, I doubt a silly joke would help right now. Nice weather we're having? What am I, a grandma? Before I could think of anything to say, she practically jumped into my arms. Her warm embrace was a comfort I couldn't describe. Even though I didn't know where we stood right now, I was going to let her have this. After a minute, she let go and sat back down in her chair. The room quickly filled with awkward tension. It was obvious neither of us knew what to say. We sat in silence until she finally broke it. I'm sorry, Izuku Midoriya. Pain was clearly etched into her face. Our earlier conversation had shifted our dynamic. It was wrong for me to say the things I did. I shouldn't have hit you either. It wasn't my place. I didn't know what to say. She shouldn't have been the one to apologize. After all the time we spent together, I guess I let the whole Mama Joke thing get to my head. I know I'm not your real mom and that Shota isn't your real dad. Stop it. At some point, I blurred the lines and just assumed you had as well. Please stop it. I know you have to deal with a lot, and I know I'll never know how it feels, but I truly want what's best for you. I'm sure you already know how I can get when something is important to me. You don't have to apologize. I looked her in the eyes before quickly looking away again. I shouldn't have said those things to you. I'm sorry. We sat in another awkward silence for a while before she let out a sigh. Do you want to talk about it? I silently nodded. The only sound that could be heard was the soft hum of the AC unit. She gave me a soft smile and nodded. Today wasn't a good day. The first thing this morning, one of my classmates tried to pull a fast one on me. She looked at me confused. Letting out a sigh, I rested my head back on my pillow. This guy that likes Gyru told me to back off of her. He even tried to convince me that they were dating. I let out a nervous chuckle. It would almost be funny if it wasn't so pathetic. But it was enough to get the voices started. Yeah, it wasn't the first time we've had issues, and it won't be the last. Mama Joke's fist clenched around the sheets on the bed. Maybe I should go have a few choice words with him. That's not necessary. I already handled that in the second round of the finals. Besides, I have a few other things planned for him. A small smirk spread across my face. Mama Joke just shook her head as she let go of the sheets. Was it the second kid you fought? I let out a nervous laugh. Yeah. Not gonna lie, it felt good getting to do that. She let out a small smile as she shook her head. So what happened after that? After that conversation, I ran into Gyru. She asked if I wanted to do something tomorrow. I told her I already had plans but that we should do something another day. After that, she just left and didn't talk to me until before the first match. Staring at the ceiling, I shook my head. In the second event, both she and Yamamo instantly grouped up with others. It's not like I expected to be their first choice, but the fact that they dismissed me so quickly made me feel empty. I sat up and looked at Mama Joke. I know it's nothing personal, but these voices won't ever shut up. Mama Joke pulled me back into her arms as I rested my head on her shoulder. Returning the hug, I felt a few tears escape. Then that guy in the first round just gave up in the middle of the fight. It's just so infuriating. Mama Joke calmly rubbed the back of my head. You really did see some of yourself in him, didn't you? Yeah. If things had been different, that easily could have been me. When he gave up and accepted he wasn't going to win, I lost it. After that, well, you know the rest. Mama Joke didn't answer, she just held me, trying to comfort me. The silence we shared was comfortable. It felt as if nothing had happened. After a few minutes, she pulled me off her shoulder, looking me in the eyes. Feeling any better now? I gave her a small nod. Yeah, thanks, Mama joke. For a brief moment, I could see a sparkle in her eyes as a smile spread across her face. Apparently, she needed that just as much as I did. So you think that Jairu girl is upset with you? I nervously scratched my head. Yeah. We had been doing great for the past few weeks, but after I told her I had plans for tomorrow, it feels like she's been avoiding me. Mama joke just looked at me with a deadpan expression. So you're confused as to why this girl is avoiding you after you told her you had plans for tomorrow, after she said she wanted to hang out? Yes. Alright, are you just that oblivious or just that clueless? Yes. Mama joke burst into laughter. Oh god, that's priceless. I was starting to get a little irritated. So do you have any clue why she'd be like this? Of course. Well, what is it? Oh, I'm not telling. You have to figure it out on your own. I fell back onto my pillow and stared at the ceiling. God damn it. Mama joke couldn't help laughing at my antics. So what plans could be so important that you can't go out with her? I gave her a sideways glance. Besides having a session with Ms. Midnight? Yes, besides that. I took a deep breath as I sat back up. I might go and see her tomorrow. Mama joke's demeanor completely changed to serious. Why didn't you tell us? How did you even find where she's at? Are you sure you're ready? I don't know. Ms. Midnight said it may help me get some form of closure. Honestly, I'm scared. I don't know what to expect. It's been over 3 years since I last saw her, and I don't even know if she'll remember me. She gave me a soft smile as she put her hand on my head. Well, if it's something you think you need to do. We continued to talk about the potential chance of me going to see my biological mom. Before too long, we fell back into our usual banter. Hey Mama joke, why hasn't anyone come by to check up on me? We had been talking for over an hour, and not once did anyone come in or even knock. Well, about that. After we popped your shoulder back in, recovery girl healed you and said once you wake up, you'd be good to go. That clears up that part, but that doesn't explain why none of my class came to check on me. She let out a nervous laugh. Well, I may have told them not to come since I wanted to be the one to take care of you. I sighed. That is so like you, Mama joke. Taking a deep breath, I stood up and grabbed my jacket. Well, I should probably go meet up with everyone before the festival ends. Yeah, about that. It's already over, isn't it? Yeah, you were out for a while. Well, in that case, I guess I'll head back to the dorms then. I'm sure a few people might be wondering where I am. I finished putting on my jacket as I made my way to the door. Mama joke was still sitting in the chair next to the bed. Do you think you can make it back on your own? I stopped to think for a moment. My shoulder is still pretty sore. I may need some help carrying my bag back to the dorm. Mama joke quickly got up and opened the door. Well, what are we waiting for? Come on, Izuku, you shouldn't make your friends worry. Today has been a roller coaster in every sense of the word. There was apparently an unspoken rivalry between Class 1A and 1B that none of us had been aware of. One of the students in 1B would take any chance he had to try and prove that their class was better than ours. It wasn't a big surprise that someone in the hero course at the best school in the nation would have a superiority complex. Thankfully, most of what he said had no real traction and was his own delusions that he tried to speak into existence. He did have a few choice words to say about Midori after we watched his first fight. While almost everyone agreed that his final kick to his opponent's head was excessive, even if it was deserved, it did seem to send a message just how he wanted to. Jairu seemed to be the most worried since she was able to hear everything that was said down at the field. The pest of Class 1B, known as Monoma, was quick to talk about how villainous his actions were. We were sure that he was going to constantly try to get under Midori's skin when he made it back to our seats, but he never showed up. As much as I wanted to go try and find him, Jairu insisted that he wouldn't want that. She knew him better than all of us, so I accepted it. I figured when it was time for my fight, I might run into him while making my way to the arena, but sadly that didn't happen either. Unfortunately, I ended up losing in the first round. My head was so clouded worrying about where he could have gone that I wasn't able to focus properly on my fight. After I composed myself, I found Jairu, and we continued to watch together. The next time we saw him was when he was supposed to fight Kaminari. Jairu seemed more interested in this fight than any others. It was clear that we were both worried about him, but seemed to relax a little after he looked up to us in the stands. The fight between the two of them was over quickly. Jairu had a small smile on her face, while I was happy that he was using the bow staff I made for him. Sadly, Monoma wasted no time trying to tell us that our class was inferior because a quirkless kid was making easy work of his opponents. To everyone's surprise, he was quickly shut up by Bakugo sending an explosion straight to his face. Just like after his first match, Midori never came up to the seating section. Saying that we were worried would be an understatement, especially since his next fight was going to be against Todoroki. I knew Midori could handle himself in a fight, but this was going to be one of, if not the hardest opponents in the competition. The fight between them was a spectacle. Not only did Todoroki use his flames in a fight for what seemed like the first time ever, but Midori even dislocated his own shoulder to try and win. We were barely able to hear the pop where we were sitting. I didn't even want to think about how Jiraiya heard it. The biggest surprise of the fight wasn't just its anticlimactic end, but when Midori took off his jacket and shirt, revealing a scar that covered most of his chest. While everyone else focused on the scar, Jiraiya's gaze was drawn to the wrap on his arm. A tear rolled down her cheek as she softly mumbled his name. After the fight, a few from our class went to check on him, but Recovery Girl turned us away, saying someone else would watch over him until he woke up. Thankfully, she reassured us that he would be fine. Once the festival ended, we returned to the dorms, unwinding and ready to enjoy the weekend. Midori had yet to come back, and Jiraiya was clearly on edge, constantly checking her phone and looking out the window. It was painful to see how worried she was for him. "Hey Jiraiya, can we talk for a minute?" I asked. She turned to me, surprised. "Sure, what's up, Yamamo?" I nodded toward the door. "It's lovely out at this time of day, why don't we step outside?" She picked up on the hint and led the way outside. We sat down on the stairs and she stared down the path. "You know it's obvious you're worried about him," I said. Her expression shifted to shock. "What are you talking about?" "You've been staring at your phone in the windows since we got back." "Is it wrong for me to be worried about a friend?" "Not at all, I was just stating the facts." She laughed softly. "Well, is that all you wanted to talk about?" "Not exactly." I took a deep breath. Midori told me he'd share everything with me. Jiraiya looked surprised. "But, I mean, it's not wrong for him to, but it's out of character. I helped him with his training last week. This is his way of thanking me." "Alright, but why are you telling me this? Did you want my permission?" "Actually, I wanted you to be there for the conversation." Her confusion deepened. "Why?" "Because some of it will involve you." She sighed. "Go on." "Midori is always more relaxed when you're around. I figured things would go smoother if you were there." "Yeah, that makes sense." She leaned back on the steps. "So, I guess this talk is why he said he had plans tomorrow?" Now I was confused. "We decided to talk tonight." Jiraiya sat up quickly. "Wait, so he doesn't have plans with you tomorrow?" "Not that I know of." She sighed, hanging her head. "Damn it, then who does he have plans with?" "Sounds like someone's jealous," I teased. "It's not like that," she replied, her cheeks turning pink. "Whatever you say." I stood up and dusted myself off. "Let's head back inside and try to enjoy ourselves until he gets back." Jiraiya nodded and stood up as well. As it started to get late, we made dinner for ourselves. Jiraiya thought it would be nice to prepare something for Midori since he would probably be too tired to cook. We had just finished eating when the front door opened, and everyone in the common room rushed to welcome him back. He was met with a flurry of questions and comments, but thankfully, Ida stepped in to calm the situation. To my surprise, Jiraiya got up to welcome him back, though she stayed at the table. "Long time no see, stranger," I said with a smile as I approached him. "Hey Yamamo. Sorry, I guess I felt like taking a nap after everything." "It's fine, we're just glad to see you're alright." He let out a nervous laugh. "Me too." I leaned in closer to whisper, "So about tonight, I told Kyo you were going to tell me everything. I also asked her to come along." He sighed, giving me a small smile. "Thanks, but can we do it a little later? I need to shower and eat." "Of course, just let me know when you're ready." As he made his way toward the rooms, Jiraiya called out to him. "We made you something already, it's in the fridge, labeled." "Thanks, I'll get it in a minute." I sat across from Jiraiya, who was trying to hide a smile. "You are something else. One moment you're worried sick, and the next you act as if nothing happened," I laughed. She grumbled softly before getting up to wash her dishes. We continued to chat with the rest of our class, enjoying these calm moments together, especially after everything we had been through. The year had barely begun, and we already had so many stories to tell, with plenty of fond memories to come. The night continued on, and after a couple of hours, I sensed that Midori had fallen asleep and forgotten about us. I couldn't blame him, we were all exhausted, and his day had been longer than most of ours. Just as everyone was getting ready to head to their rooms, he walked in to grab a drink from the fridge. As he turned to head back to his room, he motioned for us to follow him. The walk to his room with Jiraiya felt unsettling. We didn't talk, and the feeling that things could easily go wrong lingered in my mind. When we reached his room, the door was slightly cracked. As I reached to knock, Jiraiya pushed the door open and walked in as if she belonged there. Midori wasn't fazed at all. She sat on the bed without saying a word. I stood outside, stunned. "You can come in, I left the door open for a reason." "I'd really hate to deal with Ida's lecture about what's appropriate," he said. "Oh right, sorry." I quickly entered and shut the door behind me. I made my way to his bed and sat next to Jiraiya. Midori let out a sigh as he moved to his desk. "Do Do you mind if I have a drink? He asked. Go ahead, it's good to stay hydrated. A small chuckle escaped him as he turned to Jairu. Are you still okay with it, Kyoka? She nodded. I found it strange that he asked if it was still okay with her. Clearly, I was missing something. Hopefully, tonight would help clear some of that up. I was not expecting him to pull out a half-empty bottle and take a swig. Midori, what are you doing? I quickly covered my mouth. He laughed a little as he set the bottle on the desk. What are the chances she'd do the same exact thing as you, Kyoka? I looked at her, surprised, as she shook her head. His room is soundproof, so no one heard a thing. I sighed, trying to regain my composure. Is that so? Well, I guess it was a good idea since you work with music. I narrowed my gaze at him. But what's the meaning of that? I pointed at the bottle. He picked it up and took another drink. Anyone who has gone through what I did might pick up a few vices. While that may be true, it's still terrible for your health. Just think of the long-term effects. Nonsense, I've not yet begun to defile myself. He raised the bottle at me before setting it back on the desk. You said you wanted to know everything. Well, this is part of it. I was taken aback by his words. The feeling that tonight could go extremely wrong returned. Midori stood up and took another drink before putting the bottle away. He proceeded to tell us the rest of his story. After he showed us his scars, Jairu moved next to him and wrapped one of her jacks around his wrist. While I had my suspicions about his comments regarding scars, seeing them firsthand was something else. He shared how he manifested his quirk and the effects it had on his family. It was heartbreaking to think that someone so young had to endure so much. Luckily, his story had bright sides, like how he and Jairu met and how Mr. Aizawa took him in to help him reach his dreams. Even after all he had shared, I still had questions. I sighed, trying to process the information. Well, it makes complete sense now why Jairu wouldn't answer all my questions. He laughed softly, holding onto Jairu's jack. Yeah, it's kind of a lot to grasp. That would be the understatement of the century. Looking at them now, it was hard to imagine they had broken up. Even if she wouldn't admit it, there was no doubt she still cared for him. So why did you two break up in the first place? A surprised look spread across their faces. You said you'd tell me everything. They exchanged a glance before Midori sighed. To keep it simple, I left without telling her anything. I honestly wasn't expecting that. They shrugged. But if you just left, did you decide to end it when you saw each other again? They looked at each other, puzzled. I guess we both just assumed it was over. I mean, we never actually said it was over. That doesn't matter. Jairu took a deep breath. When you left without talking to me, you might as well have been saying it's over between us. I shook my head and sighed. Honestly, you two are both clueless. I know I am, but why is she one? Just look at the two of you. They glanced at each other and then at the distance between them. Anytime you two are together, you seem to gravitate toward each other, and whenever you're alone, one of Jairu's jacks always finds its way around you. Jairu raised her hands in denial. Yamamo, it's not like that. It's complicated. I let out another sigh. Fine, whatever you say. I looked out the window at the night sky before turning back to them. During your fight with Todoroki, everyone saw that scar on your chest. I'm not sure if you noticed, but the entire atmosphere in the stands changed when that happened. He let out a small laugh. Yeah, I couldn't tell. I was a little preoccupied with trying not to get burnt and dealing with the pain from a dislocated shoulder. I figured as much. I glanced at Jairu, who had a nervous look on her face. While everyone was focused on that scar, Jairu was focused on the wrap on your arm. He looked at her. It's fine, I'm all right now. I told you before that some days are better than others. I'm guessing that's why you didn't come back to the stands after your matches? She tightened her grip on his arm. In a way. After the second match, I was planning on going up, but I decided to clear my head and try to come up with a plan. He scratched his head. We saw how well that turned out. It was probably for the best that you didn't come up. They both turned towards me, confused. Yeah, we were worried about you after your first match, but a student from 1B decided to spend the entire time trying to provoke us. Based on everything you've said, there's a good chance it would have only made things worse. Jairu nodded. Yeah, but it would have been nice for you to at least send a text to let us know what was going on. I would have, but you still have my phone, Kyoka. What are you talking about? No, oh. Her face started to turn red. You forgot I asked you to hold on to it, didn't you? She gave him a small nod while looking. But it's all right, I'll just get it tomorrow morning. Oh, speaking of tomorrow, I had a question about that. He looked at me, confused. Okay. Jairu said you had some plans tomorrow. She assumed it was with me, but that's obviously not the case. So what exactly do you have planned? He let out a nervous laugh. Well, I actually have a session with Ms. Midnight tomorrow. So you're going to see your therapist. Well, when you put it like that, you make me sound like a crazy person. Both Jairu and I gave him an expressionless look. Midori, you can't be serious. He paused to think for a moment. Point taken. Why didn't you just say that earlier instead of being so secretive? Jairu twirled her free jack in her hand. A smirk formed on Midori's face as he started to play with Jairu's jack wrapped around his arm. Ah, was someone getting jealous because I wasn't able to hang out with them? Her face turned red from his actions. It's not. It's not like that. She was clearly trying to hold back. Really, you two are something else. I stood up and made my way over to them. Both of us. I'm the victim here. She was still trying to hold back. I would say you're just as guilty. A small smirk spread across my face. What are you talking about? She was interrupted by a soft sound as I started to play with her other jack. It's not fair if Zuzu has all the fun teasing you, and you're just as guilty for making such a cute face. I continued to run my fingers over her jack. Her face was a deep red now as she occasionally let out a soft sound. She had apparently had enough of our teasing when she sent out a vibration that stung. Midori started to laugh. Well, that was a fun way to get rid of all the tension in the room. Jairu hit her jacks as she crossed her arms and mumbled, maybe for you too, but why is it always me? Because you're easy to get flustered. Midori gave her a small smile. She's not the only one. I bent over in front of him and put my arms together playfully. He looked down without a shred of shame before meeting my gaze. You get flustered easily? Damn it, why didn't that work? I'm certain any other guy in the class would have been blushing by now. I stood back up and crossed my arms. I wouldn't say that. I don't think Ito would have reacted either. He smiled. I don't know about that. We both turned to Jairu. He seems to be sheltered. I'm sure if anyone showed the smallest bit of skin in a way that wasn't related to hero work, he'd faint. The three of us burst into laughter at the idea of Ida fainting. Midori was right. This was a fun way to relieve the tension from earlier. Alright, now it's my turn to ask a question. Both Jairu and I looked at Midori. What is it? So what happened to the cheerleading outfits? Both Jairu and I exchanged glances before looking back at him. Wow, it sure is getting late, and you look like you need your rest. Yeah. Jairu stood up and headed for the door with me. So we're just going to head back to our rooms. The two of us quickly made our way out of his room and into the hall. We couldn't help but laugh at the annoyed look on his face as the door closed. Oh man, that face he made was priceless, Jairu said, unable to stop laughing. I know. Did he really want to see us in those that badly? I don't recall us even agreeing to that. Maybe it wouldn't be such a bad idea, though. I stopped and looked at her, confused. What are you talking about? Out of all the girls in the class, you were the most opposed to wearing them. Jairu started to twirl her jack in her hand again. Well, I'm sure we could use them to get him flustered. I paused to think. Maybe so. I guess you'd know better than anyone else what would get to him. She gave a sly smile as we continued toward our rooms. I may have a few ideas. I looked at her with a little suspicion. Are you sure you're okay with this? She turned to me, slightly confused. What do you mean? You obviously still have feelings for him. Are you sure you're okay with me doing this? She shook her head. I don't see anything wrong with a little harmless flirting. It's not like we're still together. I rolled my eyes at her. You say that now, but I still think you should tell him how you feel. If you don't, I may just end up snatching him up for myself. She narrowed her gaze at me. So you say. Saturday had been exhausting. I spent the majority of the day with Ms. Midnight in another session. This one was different. She was cold and refused to let up on any points. It was frustrating to explain everything that had happened during the sports festival again, and recounting my interactions with Mama Joke was just as vexing. Our normal hour-long talk stretched into 2 hours, not including the time I was out due to her quirk. When I finally left, she gave me a prescription for some SSRIs. Since I couldn't get it filled myself, I would have to explain everything to Pops. By the time we finished, it was mid-afternoon, and I was relieved I didn't have to visit Mom today. Much to my surprise, Pops didn't ask why I was being put back on medication. I expected to explain everything for a third time, but thankfully he said he'd get them to me when they were ready. As I was leaving the teacher's lodging area, Present Mike stopped me and told me he had a new job for me. I took it hoping it would help take my mind off things. The project wasn't going to be difficult, and I would be able to finish it before the weekend was over. Back in the dorms, I made my way straight to my room to get started. Thankfully, there was no one in the common room, so I slipped in without any questions. It had been a while since I had focused on music for work rather than just for fun, so I was excited. I lost track of time, and before I knew it, it was almost 7. I took off my headphones with a sigh just as a knock sounded at my door. I opened it to find Jairu standing there with a plate of food. What's with the food? I asked. It's the weekend and it's a class meal, she said, looking away nervously. Did you forget about the idea you helped come up with? I scratched the back of my head. Sorry, I got wrapped up in work and completely forgot. She let out a small laugh as she stepped into my room. It's alright. Yamamo and I covered for you and said you decided to go visit family. I closed the door behind her. I guess it's good no one saw me come in then. Yeah, it is. She set the plate on my desk and glanced at my computer. So, exactly what kind of work were you doing? I returned to my desk and sat down. I haven't told anyone, but for the past year and a half, I've been doing work for Present Mike. Sometimes I help mix and STR a song, and on rare occasions, he lets me create songs for his radio station. Her eyes lit up as she leaned over to look at the screen. Are you serious? That's so cool. I smiled. Thanks, it's been a few months since I last did any work for him. You have to show me what you've done for his show, Izuku, she exclaimed, her excitement contagious. I couldn't say no. Sure, take a seat. As I reached for the extra stool next to me, I felt a weight on my leg. I turned to find Kyoka had decided to sit on my leg instead of the stool. She looked at me, confused. What? I blinked a few times, caught off guard. Are you comfy? She stared at me blankly before a smile spread across her face. Very. Now hurry up, I want to hear what you've done. I laughed to myself as I saved my work. Clicking through my files, I opened it. Folder that housed all the work I had done for his show. None of them had actual names, just dates and tags indicating whether they were mixed or created by me. I unplugged my headphones so Kyoka could plug her jack into my computer. She quickly connected her device and hit play, and I couldn't help but smile as I watched her face light up. Taking advantage of the moment, I decided to eat the food she brought me. As I ate, I got lost in the serene look on her face. A wave of nostalgia washed over me as she leaned back against me, eyes closed, slowly nodding her head. The way her violet hair framed her face as she smiled made my heart melt. I remembered the first night I was at her house, showing her my music. That's why this feels so nostalgic, I thought, continuing to watch her get lost in the melodies. I noticed a few stray tears running down her cheek, and as I wiped them away, her eyes shot open in surprise. She unplugged her jack and looked at me, a mix of emotions on her face. Is everything all right, Kyoka? I asked, concerned. I don't know, she replied. I could see the uncertainty in her eyes. It's your music. I laughed lightly. Was it so bad it brought you to tears? She shook her head. No, it was really good. Then what is it? I don't know how to feel about all this. Just a couple of months ago, I thought you had left us. But now I find out I've been listening to music you made or worked on for a while. Honestly, I'm happy you kept up with music after everything. A smile formed on my face. I was glad she liked what I created. But, oh no. I still hate that you put me through all that. Even if I understand why, that doesn't mean I can just pretend it didn't happen. I'm sorry, I said softly. She turned around and wrapped her arms around me, burying her head in my shoulder. Even though I smacked you when I first saw you, I was just so glad to know you were okay. I thought it was a dream at first. I returned the hug, and we sat in comfortable silence. At some point, her jacks snaked around the back of my neck, keeping us locked in our embrace. I felt as if nothing could ruin the moment. You two really should lock the door, came a voice from the doorway. Both Kyoka and I turned to see Pops standing there. It's not what it looks like, I stammered. Don't care, I only came to drop these off. He tossed me a bag from a pharmacy. Thanks, Pops. It's no problem, just be careful, alright? He turned around, closing the door behind him. Kyoka and I exchanged glances and sighed simultaneously before laughing. So what did Mr. Aizawa bring you? Just my trusty little blue pill, I said, snickering. She crossed her arms and pouted at me. Try again. I sighed, leaning back in my chair. They put me back on antidepressants. Her expression turned serious. You've been on them before? This is my third time. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she wrapped me back up in her arms. You know I'm here if you ever need anything, right? Yeah, I know. We continued to sit in silence, enjoying each other's presence. After a few minutes, Kyoka stood up and locked the door before lying on my bed. She didn't say anything, and I returned to my work. I didn't mind her being there, it was comforting. An hour passed before I felt a tap on my shoulder. I turned around to see Kyoka retracting one of her jacks. What's up? She looked around for a moment. Can we go somewhere tomorrow? Just the two of us? I smirked, turning back to my computer. We can make it if we try. A small laugh escaped her. So is that a yes? I told Present Mike I'd have this done before the weekend was over. Her head drooped in disappointment. Oh. But if I finish this in a decent time, then sure, it sounds like a lot of fun. Her face lit up a little. Well, is it all right if I hang in here while you work? Sure. I stood up to stretch. I'll be back in a minute. Do you want a drink? She shook her head and plugged her jack into her phone. I made my way down to the common area, greeting a few people while grabbing drinks. When I returned to my room, Kyoka had made herself comfortable, using my pillows as her own. I couldn't help but shake my head as I set my drinks down. It was almost 9 when I started to work again, knowing I had another 5 or 6 hours until I would be done with the project. Taking a drink of water, I put my headphones back on and got back to work. I was still amazed at how easy it was for me to get lost in my work. Getting the mix on the song was more tedious than I expected. The timing they played was awkward. It wasn't bad, just unnatural, which made it difficult to get the mix right. By the time I finished string and sent the song off, it was a little past 4 in the morning. I took off my headphones and stretched as I got out of my chair. While turning around, I found a surprise fast asleep in my bed. I shook my head and smiled. She just likes to make herself at home. I started to reach to wake her up but stopped abruptly. Alright, Izuku, you can do one of 2 things, either let her sleep or wake her up and see how she reacts. I stood there, weighing the pros and cons of each choice. A small smile spread across my face as I pulled the blanket over her to keep her warm. Sitting on the floor with my head resting on the side of the bed, I could hear the soft sounds of her nuzzling into the warmth. She let me sleep on the train, so I'd feel bad if I woke her up. I closed my eyes and fell asleep with a smile. Kyoka POV. Mornings are the worst. I sat up and began to stretch, still too early to open my eyes fully. Even with the blinds closed, it was bright in the room. Keeping my eyes barely open, I stood up to make my way to the bathroom. As I yawned, I felt like I was forgetting something. After taking a step, the ground became uneven, and I fell onto something. Hey Kyoka, how are you this morning? My face instantly turned red. I was face to face with Izuku on the floor. I wasn't sure if it was from embarrassment or the feeling of his hand on my chest. Oh no. What the heck? I shot a small burst of energy at him, just enough to get the point across that I was upset. He began to rub the spot where I had shot my energy. Oh, that's one way to wake up. I looked at him furiously. Why are you in my room and why were you touching me? He looked at me with a blank stare. Well, first off, we're in my room. I looked around for the first time and realized he was right. As for the second thing, that's just bad luck. I mean, do I seem like the person who would do something like that? I nervously tapped my fingers together, embarrassed. Well, you did come up with the idea to use Yamamo's body in your plan to capture my Neta. He let out a sigh as he laid his head back on the floor. Well, you got me there. I laughed at the defeated look on his face. Hey, if it makes you feel any better, I know you didn't mean anything by it. He looked me in the eyes before looking away. I'd feel better if you'd get off me. I looked down and realized I was still on top of him. I quickly got off as my energy began to go haywire. He laughed at me and soon I started to laugh too. Mornings may normally SCK, but today was one to remember. Once we both calmed down, we sat on his bed. Why didn't you wake me up last night? I feel kind of bad for stealing your bed. I didn't realize you were still here until it was late. How late are we talking? He looked at the clock. 4. I checked my phone and then looked back at him. It's barely 8. Right now. Why were you up so late? I was working on that song. Dude, are you serious? Did you even sleep? Yes, I got 3 hours. He gave me a goofy smile. Why? Because I wanted to finish it last night? I looked at him with a blank expression. What? You wanted to go somewhere today, but I needed to finish the project for Present Mike first. So you stayed up all night just so we could do something together? He nervously scratched the back of his head. Well, when you put it like that, it's sort of embarrassing. I couldn't help but smile. He worked through the night just so we could do something. It made me happy. Well, I guess we should ask Mr. Aizawa if we can go off campus then. I stood up and stretched. That's already taken care of. I looked back at him, surprised. When did you do that? Last night. He pulled out his phone, showing me the messages. Well, that takes care of that. I gave him a teasing smile as I raised my hand playfully. But I thought you told me you slept 3 hours last night? He put his phone away and nervously laughed. I never said it was a consecutive 3 hours. Izuku, what are you doing? What did I do this time? Get in bed and get some sleep. He looked at me confused. But I thought you wanted to hang out today? I took a deep breath while pinching the bridge of my nose. We have all day, you sleeping a couple more hours won't ruin the day. But what if it rains? I pressed a hand to his lips. Sure, don't worry about that, just get some sleep. He looked at me and then at the bed before sighing. Fine. I brought my jacket back and smiled at him. Good. Now the only issue left is how am I supposed to get back to my room without being seen? Izuku stood up and crawled into bed. Don't know. I'm just supposed to get some sleep. I shot him a glare that quickly turned into a smile. He had fallen asleep just moments after getting onto the bed. It's a good thing you're cute. I silently laughed to myself as I carefully left his room. Luckily, his room was close to the elevator, so it was surprisingly easy to sneak my way to the common room. After eating a quick breakfast, I hopped in the shower and started to pick out what I wanted to wear. After tearing through my closet, I found something I felt comfortable in: stone-washed cut-off jean shorts, a casual white t-shirt tucked in, a black choker, black low-cut Converses, and my trusty olive green zip-up hoodie that I decided to leave unzipped. I stood in front of my mirror, looking at myself happily. Doing a few spins and striking the occasional pose was actually pretty fun. I had never been someone who was all about fashion. That didn't mean I didn't enjoy it, I just never understood the allure of it being a person's main focus. But after trying on different outfits, I was starting to understand how people could get engulfed in the culture. Everything was just about ready to go, but there were a couple of issues left. One of them being that it was barely 10, so there was no way I was going to wake Izuku up yet. I planned to let him sleep until at least noon so he wouldn't be half asleep. The second issue, which was easily the bigger one, was the pair of fishnet stockings staring at me from the top of my dresser. A chill ran down my spine as I picked them up. Sure, they were my favorite pair, but I didn't think they were necessary. Were they cute and did they look good with the outfit? Of course. Did they make my legs look amazing? Absolutely, and Izuku liked legs, so that was a plus. I shook my head as I put them back in my dresser. As much as I wanted to wear them today, I thought it would be better to save them for another day. A few hours later, Izuku and I found ourselves sitting next to each other on a train. Somehow, we miraculously made it out without anyone asking us any questions. If that wasn't a good omen for the day, I didn't know what would be. A small smile crept onto my face as I wrapped my arm around Izuku's. So you're seriously not going to tell me where we're going? I looked over to see Izuku staring out the window. Now why would I ruin a perfectly good surprise? He looked at me and smiled momentarily. You ruin all surprises, Kyoka. It's kind of your thing. I pouted at him after nudging him playfully. I don't do that. He rubbed the spot I had just poked. Sure, not intentionally, but the fact you know when people are hiding something makes it hard to surprise you. Well, I guess you have a point there. I scratched the back of my head. The train ride was a complete turnaround from our last one. There was no awkward silence or tension between us. We were just two normal high school kids that were occasionally getting stared at because we had just been on TV a few days ago. I didn't know if Izuku had noticed, but it was starting to get annoying. Just ignore them. After a while, you won't even notice them. I looked over to see Izuku still looking out the window. Was it that obvious? A little. He looked at me and smiled. Your grip was starting to tighten more, so I had a feeling something was wrong. I couldn't help but smile a little as my face turned red. He really does pick up on the little things. When our train ride came to an end, I dragged him through the station. I had one thing on my mind, and nothing was going to stop me. As we dipped and ducked through the street, I could feel my heart start to race. I knew what I wanted to do, but I never actually came up with a plan. I let go of his hand and stopped in the middle of the sidewalk. A sense of panic started to fall over me as I second-guessed myself. Before I could get lost in my thoughts, I felt the hood of my jacket get pulled over my head. I looked to my side to see Izuku with his hand on my head. Come on, Kyoka, you're supposed to be leading the way. You're the one who knows where we are going. He smiled at me before taking my hand into his. I returned his smile and squeezed his hand. You're just as bad at ruining surprises. We continued to make our way through the streets. Izuku continued to feign ignorance, but I didn't care. He was letting me have this and I was going to take it. He had washed away any doubts I had about today. Our walk ended with us standing at the top of the stairs overlooking the beach. Well, we're here. I turned around to see Izuku's expression. He just smiled as he looked around. This brings back memories, but it looks like someone cleaned the place up. A small blush spread across my face as I looked away from him. I may have had something to do with that. I had a feeling you were going to say that. I looked at him slightly annoyed. Is that really all the reaction I'm going to get? I worked hard to clean this place. He started to laugh while looking me up and down. Actually, I think you worked hard on cleaning the beach. My face turned a deep red as I crossed my arms, turning away from him. Shut up. I felt a hand placed on my head as she came to stand next to me. Come on, let's go enjoy all your hard work. I sighed as I wrapped my arm around his. Since we're already here, we might as well. I started to laugh as I took off down the stairs, pulling him with me. The two of us walked along the beach, enjoying the sounds of the waves crashing. So this is where you did your training to get into UA? I looked over at Izuku with a faint blush. Yeah, I figured I could kill two birds with one stone. He looked at me with an expressionless face before smiling. Well, you did a great job and you were right. This place is appealing. A small smile crept on my face. I'm glad you were able to see it. We spent the next hour sitting in the sand, talking about whatever we wanted. The sound of the ocean was our background music. Today was going perfectly. As far as I was concerned, nothing could ruin it. Hey Kyoka. Yeah. I looked over at Izuku, who was staring off into the distance. You remember how I brought up rain earlier? What about it? He let out a nervous laugh as he pointed off into the distance. Surprise. I followed his arm and sighed when I saw what he was pointing at. You just had to mention rain, didn't you? He stood up and dusted himself off before offering me a hand. Come on, I know a place. I gave him a smirk as I took his hand. Oh, do you now? We started to make our way back where we entered the beach. The rain was just starting to come down as we got closer. Much to my surprise, Izuku started to run, pulling me behind him. It took a moment for me to regain my footing, but I quickly caught back up to him. He led us to the gazebo where we sat last time. The rain was coming down heavily as we took shelter under it. Instinctively, we both went to the edge and sat. Because of the rain, we didn't hang our feet over the edge. Wow, 2 dates in a row at the same place with the same weather. I laughed as I brought my knees to my chest. He laughed as well. Yeah, and both times you brought me to the beach, but the first time was more or less against my will. After everything I witnessed that day, there was no way I was going to let you go. You disappeared for 2 months because of my dad. For all I knew, the same thing was going to happen again. He looked off into the ocean. Yeah, but I still did disappear after that. I stopped and looked out at the ocean as well. Yeah, you did, and it hurt. He started to scratch the back of his head. I'm sorry for not telling you anything. I smiled softly before leaning my head into his shoulder. You better not leave again now. He let off a soft chuckle. No promises. I gave him a playful huff. At least let me know next time, all right? A soft smile formed on his face. I think I can do that much. Good. I started to coil my arm around his again. The mixed sound of the rain hitting the wooden roof and the ocean crashing onto the shore sent waves of nostalgia through me. As I closed my eyes, I was brought back to the day we came here in middle school. I couldn't help but laugh a little. What's so funny? You've changed so much since then. I don't think I've changed that much. I shot up and looked at him as if he was crazy. Izuku, you were so timid that you couldn't get through a single sentence without stuttering. Your eyes always looked empty and your smile was forced. You can't tell me those things haven't changed. I looked him up and down. That's not even mentioning the physical changes. I mean, look at you. The tears of my enemies. I chuckled to myself. That too, you now have a sense of humor. I was trying so hard not to laugh the first day of class when you flicked Ida off. He scratched the back of his head as he laughed. Yeah, that was pretty funny. You know, I was always curious about that. What's the story? I leaned my head back on his shoulder. He gave me a hard time during the written part of the exam twice, so I flicked him off twice. Then before the practical part of the exam, I was talking with Uraraka, and he accused me of trying to distract her. So you flicked him off again? Not exactly. He didn't realize I was the person from the written test, but he did think I looked familiar. So I sang, "Pop Goes the Weasel," before flicking him off. I looked at him confused. Why? One of the previous times, I pretended to crank a jack-in-the-box to flick him off. I started to laugh hard. Oh God, you really have changed. I closed my eyes as I wiped away a tear. Well, I know one thing that hasn't changed. And what's that? The next thing I knew, I felt his lips pressed against mine. The sudden feeling was a shock, but I quickly melted into his lips as well. I could feel my jacks tighten around his arm as I was lost in a long-missed pleasure. It was faint, but I felt his tongue slide across my lips before he pulled away. Blackberries still taste as sweet as ever. My face turned deep red as I brushed one of my bangs behind my ear. You also still were the first to pull away. Yeah, you got me there, but I did initiate it. I smiled as we looked at each other. So when did you figure out the real reason I brought you here? About 5 seconds ago. I looked at him utterly bamboozled. You're not lying. If you didn't know, then why did you kiss me? I decided to play a hunch. He looked back off to the ocean. Ever since the USJ, you've been a lot clingier and don't freak out when I initiate any form of contact. I started to think something was up then. The day of the sports festival, though, I was confused because you got mad when I said I couldn't hang out Saturday. Luckily, when I talked to Mama Joke, she said something similar to what Auntie Mitsuki had said before our first date. Then when we got off the train, I had more or less pieced it all together, so I decided to take a risk and find out. I smiled as I took his hand in mine and interlocked our fingers. I'm glad you took the risk, it saved me the embarrassment of saying something stupid. He squeezed my hand softly. Let's hope the second time is better. I let out a laugh. Let's hope we can beat 8 days this time. Your parents are probably going to hate me. He let out a nervous laugh. I stopped to think for a moment before smirking. Only one way to find out. Before he could react, I pulled out my phone and took a picture of me kissing his cheek. The picture itself was funny because of his surprised face. What are you doing, Kyoka? Sending this to my mom. I clicked through my phone with a smile. Now we just wait and see. Are you trying to kill me? I gave him a sweet smile before leaning back on his shoulder. Maybe. The sound of his heart intensified as it beat faster. It It was cute how nervous he was about this. I would be lying if I said my heart wasn't beating just as fast. What felt like mere moments after I sent the picture, a phone went off, and much to our surprise, it was Izuku's. We both looked at each other for a moment before he answered. Hello. Understood. Thank you. He hung up the phone and looked as if the life had just been drained out of him. So who was it? Your parents. I blinked a few times trying to process what he just said. How? I mean, I never gave them your new number. Did you give it to them? He shook his head. No, I didn't. Kyoka, your mother terrifies me. I laughed as I pulled him down so we were lying next to each other. Good, and just so you know, she's the one that trained me in how to use my jacks. Yay. His voice was filled with sarcasm. Hey, it will be alright, just don't do anything that would hurt me and you'll be fine. I won't. She was extremely clear as to what would happen if I did anything to hurt you again. I rested my head on his shoulder again as we sat listening to the rain. So how are we gonna tell everyone about us? Izuku laughed to himself. Oh god, Kaminari is gonna hate me even more now. I turned on my side to look at him. So what are you gonna do about it? He turned to me as he started to play with my free jack. I have a couple ideas. A small smirk formed on his face. Do you trust me? I leaned in and kissed. Tell me what you're thinking and then I'll answer that. We laid there for the next hour discussing how we should address our relationship with the class. Izuku also decided to send that picture to Ms. Fukukado. She called almost immediately as well, but her reaction was vastly different from what I could gauge from Izuku. The entire time we laid there, the rain never once let up, but I wasn't complaining. We should probably get back to the dorms before the storm gets worse. I wrapped my jack around his arm. Yeah. Do you want to go back to the dorms? I shook my head. No. He let out a small chuckle. Alright, we can stay a little longer. We laid there for another hour enjoying each other's presence as the rain echoed around us. The banter between us had come to a stop. As much as I didn't want to leave, I knew we needed to get back before it got too late. I yawned as I stood up to stretch. We should really get going now, Izuku. He looked at me as he stretched as well. I guess our date has come to an end. I gave him a smile before turning around to leave the gazebo. I guess it has. I don't think it's bad for our third date though. As I started to walk away, I felt a hand grab mine before I was spun around to face Izuku. Well, I guess we should end it properly then. I leaned in, pressing our lips together again. My jacks subconsciously wrapped around the back of his neck, keeping him from pulling away. The feeling of his hands holding onto my hips as we kissed was a new experience that I knew I could get addicted to. I don't know how long we stood there, but eventually, we had to leave. We should really get going now, I said with a smile as our eyes met. He smirked back. Just one last thing before we leave. I rolled my eyes playfully and kissed him again. Is that what you wanted? He laughed, pulling me closer. I could feel my face heat up as he grabbed my hoodie. Not exactly, but I'm not complaining. He quickly zipped up my hoodie. I looked at him, confused. Why? It's raining, and you're wearing a white t-shirt. Do I need to say more? I glanced down and then back at him, smirking. You've already felt them. I thought you would want to see them as well. I do, he said, taking my hand as we stepped into the rain. But I want to be the only one seeing them. I threw my hood up as we made our way back to the train station. Look at you being Mr. Possessive. What can I say? I don't like to share. By the time we reached the dorms, the rain was just starting to let up. We stood outside the front doors, soaked but happy. Nothing beats a shower after walking through the rain, he said with a cheeky smile. Don't go stealing my lines, I teased, giving him a light hit. He took a deep breath and put his hand on the door. You ready? I nodded. Yeah. We decided to be honest with the class about our relationship, but only if they asked. There was no need to make it public, but keeping it private felt wrong too. As we opened the door, the small group in the common area looked at us with surprised and confused expressions. Midoriya, Jai, what are you two doing? Were you out in this weather? Ida approached us, acting as robotic as ever. Relax, Ida. I'm sure they didn't plan to get caught in the storm, Yamamo said, handing us towels. Thanks, Yamamo. That storm came out of nowhere. We dried off, and from across the room, Ashido gave us a mischievous smile. You two have been gone all day, I wouldn't happen to be smelling the beginnings of our first-class couple. I doubt it, we're just getting to know each other, Siro said, shaking his head at Ashido. I'm with Siro on this one, Kaminari added, giving me a thumbs up. There's no way they could be dating. I probably know Jairu the best out of all of us. No way, my couple senses are tingling on this one, Ashido insisted. Fine, if you're so confident, I'll bet 50 on it. Kaminari matched her energy. Bet. Ashido turned back to us excitedly. I sighed while Izuku laughed to himself. Well, you see. I paused, looking at Izuku. He caught me off guard by pulling me into a kiss. The class reacted with a mix of surprise, but I didn't care. His newfound confidence is impressive, I thought as Izuku broke the kiss and walked to his room. Yeah, we're dating. Now that that's out of the way, I'm going to take a shower. Mina jumped up excitedly. Hell yeah, where's my money, Kaminari? Kaminari didn't answer. He just sank into the couch in disbelief. I couldn't help but feel a bit of satisfaction seeing him get a reality check. Thanks to Yamamo managing Ashido and Hagakure, I made it to my room quickly. While I showered, I thought about how similar our beach dates had been. After drying off, I decided to tease him again like last time. I laughed to myself as I tightened my towel. While looking for clothes to sleep in, my phone buzzed. When I saw a message from Izuku with an attachment, my heart raced. He was sitting at his desk shirtless in gray sweatpants, copying the exact pose I had done for him. Is he just planning on stealing all my moves today? I paced around my room, trying to think of a way to get back at him. Nothing came to mind until I looked in the mirror. A devious smirk spread across my face as I grabbed my phone and headed back into the bathroom. He's not the only one that can steal poses. Alright everyone, quiet down. Pops stood in front of the class, half asleep. We have a lot to cover today. First, all of you will be participating in internships next week. The class erupted with excitement at the idea of real hero work. Pops had to activate his quirk to quiet everyone down again. Thanks to the sports festival, some of you have been scouted by different agencies. Pops clicked a button on his remote, and a list appeared on the board with our names and the number of heroes interested in us. Unsurprisingly, Todoroki and Bakugo had the most interest. Reading through the list, I found my name with 50 heroes interested in me. More than I expected if I'm being honest. As you can see, some of you didn't get any interest shown in you. Luckily, you still get to participate in the internships. We have a list of heroes who are more than happy to take on interns. You have until Friday to decide on who you're going to intern with. I highly recommend you take this seriously. We all received individualized packs with the names of different heroes and agencies that we could intern with. Flipping through the pack, I saw a few names that surprised me. Edshot's agency was on my list, but the biggest surprise was seeing Night Eye's agency. Now that that's taken care of, we can move on to the next part of our class. The door opened to reveal Ms. Midnight. Today, you will be choosing your hero names. Once again, the class erupted into excitement. I shook my head as I went back to looking through the names of potential agencies. Why would Edgeshot be interested in me? He's the number 5 hero in Japan, and as far as the world knows, I'm a quirkless kid. That being said, I did finish tied for 3rd in the sports festival. Maybe he saw something he liked. Maybe it wouldn't be such a bad idea, he could teach me a few new tricks. I was brought out of my thoughts by Yamamo handing me a whiteboard. I looked at her, surprised for a moment before remembering what we were supposed to be doing. We were given some time to write down our potential hero names. No matter what we chose, Ms. Midnight would have the final say on our names. The room was quiet. Only the faint sounds of dry erase markers could be heard. Everyone had been thinking of potential hero names for their entire lives. I was no exception, but for me, there was only one name that seemed appropriate. Alright, who wants to go first? Wait, we have to present our names to the class? Kaminari sounded nervous. What's wrong, is someone shy? I stood up and made my way to the front of the class, shooting Kaminari a glance as I passed him. If you're too embarrassed to say your name in front of friends, what's going to happen when you have to say it to the people who are waiting for you to mess up? That's enough, Midoriya. Ms. Midnight sent a glare in my direction. Let's hear what you've chosen. I turned my board around, revealing my name. I saw a bunch of confused looks, a couple of intrigued ones, and one annoyed Bakugo. My hero name is Anamoya. Very clever. Ms. Midnight smiled at me. I'm sorry, but what does that mean? Kirishima scratched his head, confused. It means nostalgia for a time you've never known. I took my board and started making my way back to my desk. As the quirkless hero, it only makes sense that I'd think fondly of times when there were no quirks. There were some nods of approval from a few of my classmates. As I sat back down, my phone went off. Kyoka, why am I not surprised you went with a name with a double meaning? Izuku, nothing gets past you. I silently laughed to myself. The name I had chosen worked for every situation. For those who think I'm quirkless, it's a call to a simpler time, and for those who know the truth, it might as well be a warning that you can't outrun the past. While the rest of the class went back to picking names, I looked back at my list of potential internships. While Edgeshot definitely had its perks, I was still astounded that Sir Night Eye had sent me an offer. What is going on? Why would he offer something to me? This has to be a mistake. From what I've heard, he never offers internships and likes to keep his team small. If this is correct, I'd be foolish not to take the offer. His and my combat styles are much more similar than Edgeshot's. Sure, he doesn't use a knife or anything like that, but I could learn a lot just from observing. I felt a small jolt on my neck, bringing me back to my senses. Looking up, I saw Kyoka standing in front of me. Is everything all right? She smiled while turning around. Come on, it's time for lunch. I stood up and put my papers in my bag before following her. Is it that time already? I asked as I followed her out the door but was stopped before I got too far. Midoriya, I need to talk to you for a moment. I turned around to see Pops emerging from his cocoon of a sleeping bag. Kyoka gave me an annoyed look. Go on, I'll be there in a minute, just save me a seat. No promises. I chuckled to myself as I went back into the classroom. What's up, Pops? I heard from Ami that you and Jairu are back together, is this true? He narrowed his eyes on me. I sighed as I sat on one of the desks. I should have known this was coming. Do you not approve? He shook his head. Not necessarily, I think it's good for you. Besides, even if I told you to break up, I'm sure you'd still do everything just without the titles. That and Mama joke would make your life a living hell. He shook his head, annoyed. They would just be the icing on top of the cake. I laughed to myself. So what else did you want to talk to me about? I find it hard to imagine that was all you wanted. His look turned serious. I'm sure you've looked through the list of internships already. Yeah, I saw a few interesting ones there. Care to shed any light on that? Not necessarily, I just wanted to let you know that I triple-checked these with the principal, and he guaranteed that they were correct. I met his gaze as I stood back up. Well, it sounds like I have a lot to think about then. With newfound confidence, I left the classroom. Knowing I had been handed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the second time felt like a miracle. When I reached the cafeteria, I found Kyoka sitting at a table with Yamamo, Uraraka, Ida, and Tsu. What's up, guys? Did I miss anything fun? They all turned to me as I sat down next to Kyoka. Nothing serious, we were just talking about potential internships. Kyoka slid an extra tray of food in front of me. I'm so excited for this. I can't wait to get out there. Uraraka exclaimed, nearly jumping out of her seat. Me too. I just hope I can get a place close to water. You would do well in a place like that, Tsu. Ida, you had the most offers out of us. Did any catch your eye? Yamamo asked curiously. Ida hesitated, clearly deep in thought. There were a few, but I think I know where I want to go. His voice was slightly cold. I glanced at Kyoka, who looked skeptical. It was helpful knowing I could rely on her reactions when trying to read people. Even if we weren't exactly close, I didn't want him to do anything reckless. Hey, Ida, I was cut off when an elbow hit the back of my head, and a mixture of food and drink ran down my back. Whoops, sorry about that. It's hard to miss someone with such a big head. I turned around to see a smug-looking blonde. What the hell, dumbass? Kyoka snapped, turning around furiously. He gave her a smug smile. What? I said I was sorry. Like hell you did. She started to raise her jacks, but I stopped her. It's alright, Kyoka. He can't help the fact he's trying to compensate for his shortcomings. I matched his gaze with a cocky smirk. Trust me, there's nothing lacking about me. I looked at Kyoka. She was biting her tongue to hold in her laughter. If you say so, Mr. Shrimp. Now what can I do for you today? He looked around the table. I just wanted to see how the circus was doing today. Your class has been making headlines lately. Between the USJ and the sports festival, you've been the talk of the town. He laughed to himself. Well, I guess talk of the country now since someone decided to get themselves hospitalized. The mood at the table turned cold. Ida was trying to keep calm, but he was clearly shaking. Tsu looked at Ida with concern. Yamamo and Uraraka both covered their mouths, wide-eyed. Even Kyoka was taken aback by his statement. Apparently, I was the only one out of the loop. Well, that clears up a few things. I looked at Ida, then back to the blonde. As much fun as this conversation is, would you mind leaving so we can finish our lunch? It's hard to enjoy it with your presence. How funny, I was going to say the same thing to you. I narrowed my eyes at him. And what exactly do you mean by that? Isn't it obvious? A quirkless kid in the hero course? Not only is it absurd, it's an embarrassment to the school. You'd be doing everyone a favor if you left. Deku. God, if I had a nickel for every time I heard that one, I could buy this school. I put my hand on his shoulder and leaned in. If you're trying to get under my skin, you're going to have to do better than that. He laughed to himself. Your attitude is just as unsightly as those scars. You might want to keep it in check, it may cause some problems in the future. Do you like trying to sound cryptic, or do you just enjoy the sound of your own voice? There's nothing cryptic about it. I'm just saying you and your class may be the downfall of UA. Look, you can say whatever you want about me, it's not going to get a reaction. Maybe so, but it seems like the rest of the disgraces of UA know where they stand. I looked back to see all of them except Kyoka looking slightly dejected. I had never had any true friends until recently, so this was a new feeling for me. Say what you want about me, but I would highly recommend you don't talk about them. Oh yeah? And what are you going to do about it? He leaned in with a cocky smirk. I felt Kyoka grab my arm, trying to stop me. When I looked at her, she shook her head. He's not worth it, Izuku. Ah, it seems one of them has a somewhat functioning brain after all. He sarcastically clapped. I gave Kyoka the biggest grin I could before punching the kid square in the jaw, laying him out. I grabbed my bag and the tray with the rest of my food. Here, you split yours earlier. It wouldn't be good for the superior class to go hungry. I poured the tray on him before walking out of the cafeteria. As I made my way through the halls, expecting to hear someone call for me to go to a teacher's office, I heard a pair of footsteps running after me. You didn't feel like finishing your lunch? You really are an idiot, you know that, right? What would ever give you that idea? I feigned shock. She laughed at my antics. Was that seriously necessary back there? Which part? Both. I chuckled a little. Yes, and besides, he deserved it. Plus, if I didn't, you would have. She shrugged while wrapping a jack around my arm. Yeah, you're right about that. We continued walking back towards the classroom together. Much to my surprise, there hadn't been a call for me. Maybe there wouldn't be any consequences for my actions. Ah, there you are, young Midoriya. I've been looking for you. I sighed as I turned around to see All Might behind me. So they sent you to get me? He looked at me, confused. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I just wanted to talk to you about the internships. I felt a small sense of relief. Oh, well, that's a relief. He leaned in curiously. What's a relief? Nothing, sir. I was just nervous as to why you'd seek me out. I forced out a nervous laugh. You have nothing to worry about, my boy. Now, if you don't mind following me to my office. He motioned for me to follow him. I felt Kyoka's jack tighten on my arm. I gave her a smile as I started to pull away. Tell Pops why I'm late, all right? She reluctantly let go as I walked away. The walk to All Might's office was more awkward than I expected. This was the first talk we've had since the alleyway. In his office, we sat across from each other in silence. So about your internship, I heard that my former sidekick made an offer to you. Yes, sir. I thought it was a mistake at first. From the rumors I've heard, he never offers internships. He doesn't. I looked at All Might, confused. Then why do I have an offer? I'm not sure of all the details, but it seems he called Principal Nizu after seeing your actions in the sports festival. So I impressed him? His demeanor turned darker. Not exactly. He's offering you to make you give up your dream. I let out a sigh as I relaxed on the couch. I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. He raised an eyebrow at me. I assume you're referring to when you asked if someone who is quirkless could be a hero like me. I laughed to myself. So you did remember me? Of course, but you're not the same person you were back then. Maybe, but that doesn't change the fact that people are still telling me I can't do things even after being one of the top first years. No matter what the circumstances are, there will always be those who will try to stop you from achieving your dreams, young Midoriya. When that happens, there are only two choices we can make. And pray tell, what might those be? I rolled my eyes. You can either give up, letting the naysayers win, or you can face them head-on and prove them wrong. I looked at him, slightly conflicted. Are you trying to tell me to accept his challenge and show him that I can be a hero? He gave me a thumbs up. Exactly. I sighed as I stood up. Seriously, All Might, pick a side and stay on it. This back and forth is kind of annoying. He chuckled. I can see how you would think that after our previous conversation. Yeah, but look at me now. I turned, giving him a smug smile. Yes, you made it into UA's hero course under the false pretense of being quirkless. I felt a lump in my throat. I should have figured you knew the truth. You are a teacher and have access to student records. Young Midoriya, I don't know if this will mean anything to you, but I'd like to finish that conversation from back then. I took a deep breath before sitting back down on the couch. Let's hear it. He cleared his throat. While it's true that someone who is quirkless, someone who has a quirk they wish they never had can't be a hero like me, that doesn't mean they still can't be a hero. I looked at him, slightly annoyed. Thank you for stating the obvious. He sighed. The term hero has lost all meaning in this society. Before quirks came around, anyone could be a hero. Thank you for the history lesson. Young Midoriya, you're not understanding me. What I wanted to tell you back then before you ran off is you don't have to do the things I do to be a hero like me. I looked at him with piqued interest. Go on. Being a hero in its truest form is being there for the people that are within your reach. While performing incredible feats of strength is great, it means nothing if you can't be there for those who need you. Young Midoriya, if you remember only one thing from this conversation, let it be this. People aren't born heroes. Heroes are made by the people they rescue. Whether it's from a burning building, a dastardly villain, or even someone who needs a reassuring smile. I stood up, grabbing my bag as I made my way to the door. Thanks, All Might. It's my pleasure. I do hope this talk was helpful. I cracked him a genuine smile. Yeah, but you have given me some things to think about. Have you decided who you're going to intern with yet? Izuku and I were sitting in my room, Studying. He lay on his bed, flipping through his packet of offers. Yeah, but I can already tell it's going to be a pain. I turned from my desk and gave him a confused look. Why is that? Night Eye Agency sent me an offer. According to All Might, he disagrees with the school's choice to let me in the hero course. If that's the case, why are you going then? I now had his full attention. Because it's fun to tell people off to their face. He sat up, giving me a cheesy smile. I shook my head. That seriously can't be your only reason. He laid back down, staring at the ceiling. Even if he is only doing this to make me stop, that doesn't mean I can't learn anything. I mean, he is the only person that All Might took as a sidekick. Even if he doesn't intend to, I'll learn something. I sighed, turning my back to my desk. You're crazy. Yes, and you're my only cure. He patted the spot next to him. Not until you help me decide where to intern. These forms are due tomorrow. He groaned while lying on his back. We're gonna be here all night. No complaining. Yamamo told me how helpful you were with her internship. I shot a glance at him. Which reminds me, why were you so eager to help her instead of me? He quickly snatched my jack out of the air. Oh, that was just for fun. Explain. She got an offer from Iwabami. I told her it would be a great fit for her. I narrowed my gaze. Why? A smirk formed on his face. Well, Iwabami is popular. She does a lot of modeling and commercials. Why do you think she offered Yamamo an internship? A smile spread across my face. Izuku, why would you do something like that? She's going to hate it. Because it was funny. He kissed my jack before letting it go. I laughed at his response. She's gonna be so upset after this. It's worth it. I turned back to my desk and looked at the list of potential internships. I sighed, putting the papers down and standing up. I'm too tired to think about this. Izuku looked over, slightly confused. I laid down in bed next to him, using his chest as my pillow. 30 minutes, then it's back to work. He turned, taking my pillow away but bringing me into his arms before kissing my forehead. Deal. I was slightly annoyed at the loss of my pillow, but the warmth from his embrace was a welcome replacement. You know I'm worried about what will happen? Don't be, I'll be fine. He gave me a reassuring squeeze. Not you. I'm worried about Ida. Wow, it hasn't even been a week and you're already thinking about other guys. I pulled away from him slightly. I'm being serious, Izuku. You've seen how out of it he's been the past couple of days. Yeah, he's been off, but it's Ida. How much trouble could he get into? I narrowed my eyes at him. You're lying. He let out a defeated sigh. You know you're making your birthdays and special occasions a complete pain, right? Izuku, not the time. I sat up and faced him. What do you know? He sat up and leaned against the wall. Ida's brother was attacked in Hosu City by the hero killer. Yeah, that's common knowledge at this point. The other day I saw his internship form. He's going to do his internship with Manuel. And what does that have to do with anything? Manuel's agency is located in Hosu City. My eyes widened, finally connecting the dots. You don't mean? Yeah, Ida's gonna try and bring the hero killer to justice. We need to tell Mr. Aizawa. I got up to grab my phone but was stopped by Izuku grabbing my arm. I've already talked to Pops about it. He came to the same conclusion once he saw who Ida picked. So he's just going to let him do something reckless? Not exactly. He said he was going to talk to the principal about it. So we're just supposed to do nothing then? I gave him an annoyed look. Hey, have some faith in our teachers. I took a moment to process what he had just said. Wow, that's saying something coming from you. He smirked at me. I thought this was serious? I shook my head as I sat next to him. Don't use my own words against me. He laughed while putting an arm around me. Don't steal my picture poses. My face went red as I wrapped a jack around his wrist. You started that. A smirk spread across his face as he pulled out his phone. That was probably one of my favorite texts from you. Hey, I'm right here, Izuku. I pouted as I sent a teasing jolt through his arm. He quickly put his phone back in his pocket. True, I guess I'll just save that for next week. I guess it will be a week without seeing you. Well, 5 days technically. He let out a small laugh. Forget the honeymoon phase. I huffed as I crossed my arms. He laughed to himself. Hey, 5 days is a lot shorter than a year and a half. I gave him a small smile before looking at the picture of us on my nightstand. Hey, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. He let out a fake sigh. No, I'm not a MSCST. I know it may be a surprise, but I have more sadistic tendencies. I looked at him with a mixture of confusion and intrigue. No, that's not. Where did that even come from? He looked away while fake whistling. I cracked a small smile while shaking my head. Looking back at him, I noticed him also looking at the older picture of us that I had framed. The other day, Monama called you Deku. I could feel him momentarily tense up. I know Bakugo calls you that, but that was the first time I've ever heard anyone else use it. What about it? Everyone wants to know why. We all know you two knew each other growing up, so we assume it's just a childhood nickname. I swallowed the lump in my throat. But the context of the name and the fact that you claim to be quirkless. It's borderline harassment. I mean, yeah, it's another way to call me useless. But it's not true. Why do you let them get away with it? Kyoka, there are some things you just don't understand. Bakugo. Well, he's Bakugo. As for Monama, yeah, it set me off, and if he does it again, he's going to meet my fist. I tighten my grip on his wrist. Still, it annoys me that they talk about you like that. Monama is one thing, he's a self-absorbed JRK with a superiority complex. But if you've known Bakugo since you were kids, you'd think he'd have some sympathy. Kyoka. I mean, his family looked after you ever since your parents left. You guys have had some kind of relationship. Damn it, Kyoka, drop it. I flinched at his tone and released my grip. I'm sorry. He let out a sigh while standing up. No, it's my fault. I shouldn't have snapped like that. I know it's because you care, but you tend to press too much. I knew he was right. It wasn't the first time I had pressed him. The last time I did, he left right away. Oh God, what if he leaves again? I mean, he can't go anywhere far, but still, I don't want to push him away again. My heartbeat quickened. I had to do something before he left. Should we go ahead and pick out your internship? I looked at him, confused. What? He smiled. I asked if we should go ahead and decide on your internship. I guess I had nothing to worry about. I glanced at the clock before smiling. I mean, we still have 20 minutes left. He smirked and climbed back into bed. Well, if you say so. I laughed as he pulled me down to lay on top of him. Izuku, so forward. I like this side of you. He smiled before kissing me. Sometimes I can't help myself. I cupped his face. Try not to get too carried away, all right? I leaned in and kissed him again, sending my jacks around the back of his neck to keep us together. I felt his hands run down my body until he held onto my lower back. The sensation sent a chill down my spine as we melted into each other. Were we going over the top for how new our relationship was? Probably, but I didn't care. We had missed out on over a year's worth of memories together, and there was no way I was going to let that chance slip away again. The two of us were lost in a sea of bliss. When we broke apart, I felt a small pull on my lip. As we lay there, short of breath and enjoying each other's embrace, I could faintly taste iron in my mouth. I pressed my finger to my lip and noticed a little smudge of blood. Did you bite my lip? He smirked, feigning ignorance. I don't know what you're talking about, I would never do that. I smiled before resting my head back on his chest. I traced my thumb across the scar on his cheek. I know I'm sounding like a broken record, but I still can't believe how much you've changed. He ran a hand through my hair. I can hardly believe it myself. Seriously, where did all this confidence with women come from? You didn't even flinch when Yamamo was practically popping out of her top last week. He let out a small laugh. You can thank my therapist for that one. I looked up at him with a scowl. Yeah, no more using her thighs as a pillow or flirting with her. He gave me a surprised look. I don't flirt with her. I rolled my eyes. Wait a couple of years, I love a woman who's mature. Audible gulp came from him. So you heard that? I'm all ears, remember? I shot him a pointed look. His nervous expression turned into a confident smirk, which confused me. He reached behind his neck, grabbing one of my jacks. Trust me, I know. He put the tip of my jack in his mouth and gently nibbled on it. The unexpected sensation caused me to let out a surprised sound as I sat up on him. I quickly covered my mouth, looking at his mischievous grin. We continued to look at each other, unsure who would make the next move. Our deadlock was broken by a knock on the door. Hey Jairu, is everything alright? I heard something that sounded like a scream. Both Izuku and I exchanged wide-eyed glances. He smirked before tapping the tip of my jack with his tongue. I shot him a glare before sending a small wave of vibrations through my jack. Yeah, everything is fine, Uraraka. I just broke a string and it surprised me. Oh, okay. Well, I just wanted to make sure you were okay. It's alright, thanks, Uraraka. Izuku grabbed onto my waist and began teasingly chewing my jack while I was talking. The mixture of conversation and playful teasing caused me to let out a slight high-pitched sound. Jairu, are you sure everything's alright? Everything is fine, Uraraka. Izuku had decided that now would be an appropriate time to see if I was ticklish. That's it, I'm coming in. The door swung open quickly. Uraraka looked like a deer caught in headlights as her face turned a deep red. She walked in to see me on top of Izuku, who was holding my sides and had one of my jacks in his mouth. I was mortified as my face turned just as red as hers. The only difference was that she was now floating due to her quirk activation. Uraraka, it's not what it looks like. I got off of Izuku, who finally decided to let go of my jack. I quickly ran to close the door. No, no, it's my fault, I shouldn't have barged in. She was spinning as she floated in the air. I extended my jack that wasn't in Izuku's mouth and wrapped it around her ankle to pull her down to the ground. After getting her to calm down and release her quirk, we spent the better part of a half-hour defusing the situation and explaining what she had witnessed. So you two were just play fighting? She looked between the two of us, still clearly embarrassed. Yeah, I told Izuku that I was strong enough to keep him pinned for 3 seconds. I let out a nervous laugh. Well, I was wrong, so he started tickling me. Oh. Well, I guess that makes more sense then. The other thing. She looked away, even more embarrassed. Sorry about that, Uraraka, but if it makes you feel any better, if it was what you thought, we would have invited you first. Uraraka turned a deep red as I shot a jack onto Izuku's throat, sending a strong wave of vibrations into him. Oh, that's not necessary. She stood up and looked at her arm as if there was a watch there. Well, would you look at the time? It's getting late. I'm going to bed. Uraraka quickly got up and left the room, closing the door behind her. After she left, I turned to Izuku, trying to stay as calm as possible. Do you think she bought it? He gave me a cheesy smile. Of course not. Tiffany sells better quality items than what we just did. Gotta love the chocolate axe. I let out a sigh as I rubbed my temples. Izuku, what the hell? Do you not remember me telling you not even an hour ago, no more flirting? Actually, you said no more flirting with my therapist. Damn it, Izu, do I have to spell everything out for you? He looked at me confused for a moment. Oh. I let out a defeated sigh before falling back onto my bed. Seriously, Izuku, you can't say stuff like that. Even if it wasn't seen as inappropriate, what would you have done if she was interested? He took a minute to think. I guess the three of us would have had an old-fashioned float. I looked at him completely shocked. I don't even know how to respond to that. He laughed a little. Come on, could you imagine how it would feel in zero gravity? I don't even know how it feels in normal gravity, so why would I think about how it would feel without gravity? Kyoka, calm down, I was just making a joke. Well, what do you think will happen if your joke gets spread around the class? He paused before smiling. Kaminari is either going to cry or be knocking on one of our doors asking to join. I looked at the silly smile on his face and couldn't help but laugh. I mean, yeah, but please be more careful. You know Ishido would pester us if that got out. Yeah, you're right. He came and laid next to me. But Uraraka isn't the type of girl to go spilling other people's secrets. Yeah, you're right about that. He gave me another smile. So. I looked at him confused. So what? When are we going to soundproof your room? I looked at him surprised at his idea. You know that's actually a good idea. Thank you. Maybe now you can give me some good ideas on who I should do my internship with. He let out a sigh before turning on his stomach, trying to hide in the covers. I thought we were done with that already? We never started at Izuku. Izuku POV. What the hell did I just sign myself up for? I had just reached Naitai's agency. During the train ride here, I thought about what kind of experience I was going to have, but nothing in my wildest imagination would have prepared me for this. Every inch of his office was covered in some form of All Might memorabilia. The walls were plastered with posters. His desk had various figures of All Might in different poses and costumes. The floor and ceiling were mosaics of All Might's smile made from ceramic tiles. Oh God, he's a fanboy. Surprisingly, the most normal thing in the room was an anthropomorphic centipede unstrapping a girl from what I could only assume was some kind of unusual machine. I think I just found Mama Joke's Christmas present. I silently laughed to myself before feeling a strong gaze on me. You must be Izuku Midoriya. I turned around to see a tall man in a suit looking down at me. Yes, sir. I must say I was surprised to hear you actually accepted my offer. He sat down at his desk, crossing his legs. In all fairness, I was surprised to see an offer from you. Yes, Principal Nizu was quite insistent that you had potential. That being said, I don't see it. Maybe you need a new prescription? I quickly bit my tongue, hoping my snide remark wouldn't get me kicked out of my internship. Well, I must commend you on your attempt at humor. Next time, try not to be so lowbrow. He readjusted his glasses. I looked at him shocked. That went well. I think. Sir, who exactly is this? He is Izuku Midoriya, and he will be interning with us for the next week. Oh well, it's nice to meet you. The girl who had been strapped to a machine walked up to me. My name is Bubble Girl. She paused before turning back to Sir Night-Eye. Wait, you never take on interns. Thank you for stating the obvious. Due to certain circumstances, I decided to send him an offer that he accepted. He turned to his computer. Bubble Girl, please show him where he will be sleeping, then give him a tour of the facility. Centipeder, we need to discuss the next steps of our patrol routes. With the introduction to my internship completed, I was led out of the room. Bubble Girl guided me through the hallways. The office was impressive, everything spotless and looking new. So how many people work in the office? I tried to make small talk. For people. I looked at her, astonished. But the office is huge? Yeah, but it has lodging, conference rooms, a break floor, and a training facility. I'm sorry, did you say break floor? She smiled widely. Oh yeah, it's awesome. I'll show you it after we go to your room. Why do you need an entire break floor for 4 people? Because we could. I let out a defeated sigh as we continued down the hallway. The room I would be staying in for the week was surprisingly spacious, more like a full bedroom. It made sense. Other heroes would likely stay here on team-up missions if the distance was too great to travel. After dropping my stuff off, she showed me the rest of the office. The conference rooms were on the first floor, which seemed standard. I wouldn't want people without full clearance wandering around my office either. The second floor was the training area, equipped with various forms for training. The third floor was lodging, and I still didn't fully understand why they needed an entire floor for that. The fourth floor was the main office where everyone worked. The final floor was the break floor that Bubble Girl was so excited about, and it was indeed impressive. It was divided into sections for different activities and even had a full kitchen. Before I could fully explore the break floor, the building's intercom went off. Bubble Girl, please have Midoriya suit up and bring him to the training floor. I looked at Bubble Girl, who had a nervous expression. I guess my internship has officially begun. She let out a nervous laugh. Yeah, well, we better not keep Sir waiting. 10 minutes later, I found myself standing in the training room, watching Bubble Girl being strapped to what I assumed was another machine. How many of these does he have? Apparently, 10 minutes was too slow for his standards, so she was being punished. After finishing with her, he turned to me. All right, Midoriya, I've seen how you handled yourself during the sports festival. Now it's time for me to see your skills for myself. I looked at him, intrigued. So I'm going to fight you? No, you're going to fight him. He pointed to a wall. I looked over at the wall, then back at him. I think you actually may need a new prescription, sir. That was a better attempt, but still needs work. Also, there's nothing wrong with my eyes, so keep watching. I shrugged before turning back to the wall. If you say so. I stared at the wall for a few moments before a man suddenly burst through it. Oh yeah. Sweet merciful Buddha, why is he? Well done, Mirio. I looked over at Sir Nightai, confused. Sir, what exactly is going on? He walked over and stood next to the man now identified as Mirio. This is Mirio Togata, he is doing his hero work study here. The eccentric blonde turned towards me. Oh hey, I know you. You're that quirkless first year from the sports festival. Man, you were awesome out there. I keep forgetting everyone watched the sports festival. He laughed. I know, right? I was so nervous my first year as well. I looked at him, confused. Wait, do you go to UA? That's right, I'm part of UA's Big 3. He gave me a thumbs up. Aha. I looked back to Sir Nightai. So you want me to fight him? Precisely, I want to see firsthand what you can do. If you say so. I turned back to Togata. It's all right, there's no need to be scared, little buddy. He started to laugh before getting into a fighting stance. You're pretty funny, it's no wonder Sir let you stay. If you say so. I got into my fighting stance before looking at Sir Nightai. Are there any rules for this? Anything is allowed as long as you don't destroy the building or cause serious injury to your opponent. Understood. I reached into one of my pockets and grabbed a metal cylinder. Pressing a small button, the cylinder extended into a full bow staff. I had discussed the design with the shop before the sports festival, so they had plenty of time to create something simple yet effective. Wielding the staff, I adjusted my stance to better utilize it. I'm not sure what his quirk is, but given that he came through a wall without damaging it, that leaves a few possibilities. His quirk could let him phase through objects or travel through them. Both would be an issue, but based on the fact he's not wearing much, I'll lean more towards phasing. I quickly pulled a couple of my throwing knives and aimed to hit him with the blunt ends. The spacing left little room for him to dodge. The area I aimed for would definitely force him to use his quirk, and if he didn't, well, I'd have to apologize later. The knives sailed through the air, and as they approached, Togata sank into the floor, allowing them to pass over his head. Damn it, that doesn't give me much. All I know now is that he can control how much of him phases into objects. Whoa there, that was quite the low blow. He shot back up out of the floor. Sorry about that, but I had to do something to make you use your quirk. That's pretty smart. Since I already know about you, it's a good idea to gather basic information on your opponent early in a fight. His smile turned into a confident smirk. I hope you can make this interesting. Readying myself for the next attack, I smirked back at him. No promises. I moved towards him, throwing a few quick jabs. He easily dodged them while keeping his distance, and I continued to throw jabs to prevent him from closing in. Throughout it all, he maintained that goofy smile. Well, I guess I shouldn't have expected too much. I mean, you are just a first year. Togata sank into the ground again. I quickly scanned the room, trying to anticipate where he would reappear. Not knowing how his quirk worked, I decided to play it safe and be defensive. Reaching into another pouch, I grabbed a smoke grenade. The room filled with smoke instantly. This should buy me a little time. Even though I can't see in this smoke, the same is true for him. I should have the advantage. If he reappears where he was, I'll know he's in my range. He shouldn't be able to dodge what he can't see, and if he pops up somewhere else, I know he can control where he comes out. Oh, a smoke screen, good thinking, little buddy. His voice came from right behind me. What the hell? He didn't even make a sound. I quickly shot my arm and the staff backward, aiming for where his gut would be, but I felt no resistance. As the smoke began to clear, I was surprised to see my staff passing through him. Oh, look at that, I've been impaled. I dropped the staff and dove away as he swung his hand to hit me. I stood back up, watching him laugh. Well done, not many people can dodge me the first time we fight, and even fewer can almost land a hit. His smirk turned serious. But now it's time I get serious. He disappeared into the ground again. The moment he started to vanish, I reached for my staff but was interrupted by the feeling of someone behind me. I turned and ducked just in time to see Togata's arm fly over my head. He's faster than I thought, but he's left himself wide open. I planted my left leg firmly on the ground and sent a kick straight to his head with my right. I was confident this time I would connect, but once again, it went through him. The next thing I saw was his fist coming straight at my face, stopping inches short. Even though he didn't connect, the sheer force of his punch made my legs give out. I think it's fair to say I won this one. He offered me a hand. Letting out a defeated sigh, I took his hand. Yeah, I couldn't touch you. As I stood up, the door opened to reveal Centipeder walking in with Togata's clothes. He quickly put them on before Sir Night Eye approached with Bubble Girl, whom he had freed from the machine. As you can see, there is a vast difference in skill between the two of you. That being said, you did better than I expected. You were able to come up with a few plans quickly. Well, I did spend the last year or so having hypothetical situations thrown at me to see how I react. Yes, and that effort is easy to see, but hypotheticals aren't the same as the real thing. Sir Night Eye narrowed his gaze on me. Oh come on sir, I think he did pretty well. If it were anyone besides one of the big three, he would have given them a run for their money. Maybe so. Sir Night Eye readjusted his glasses. So what do you think of Midoriya? Centipeder didn't answer since he hadn't seen the fight. Bubble Girl, on the other hand, was a ball of excitement. I thought he did great. I mean, he even did multiple counterattacks, even though he had never seen him fight before. Thank you for the energy, be sure to keep that for meetings as well. Why sir? She seemed nervous at that statement. I merely shrugged, not giving it a second thought. However, I did have one question. Bubble Girl looked at me. You use a lot of support items, does that have anything to do with your quirk? I shifted my gaze to Sir Night Eye. So you didn't tell them? He didn't answer me. Bubble Girl looked at the two of us, confused. He didn't tell us what? I let out a sigh while compressing my bow staff. I'm quirkless, so I use these items to help me. Are you serious? Mirio, did you know about this? She turned to him, completely surprised. Yeah, we kind of go to the same school, so of course, I would have heard about a quirkless first year in the hero course. He gave her a blank expression. She turned to Centipeder. What about you? We did watch the sports festival, and he was in the final tournament. She quickly became dejected and started to sulk. I guess I was the only one who didn't know. Enough of that, Bubble Girl, we have work to do. Sir Night Eye started to head towards the door. Everyone, be in the conference room in 10 minutes. After he left, I looked over to Bubble Girl. Which conference room was he talking about? There were like 10 of them. She looked over at me and started to laugh. Yeah, we should probably get you a copy of the conference room schedule. I looked at her, confused. There's a schedule? I couldn't believe it. The so-called schedule that Bubble Girl gave me was more of a pamphlet. There were 12 different conference rooms, each used depending on various circumstances. He couldn't keep it simple and say each one would be used on a different day. No, the conference room depended not only on the day but also on the time, weather, season, and number of people. Apparently, everyone had this memorized for every situation. 10 minutes later, after reading through the schedule, I found myself sitting around a table with the rest of the agency. Alright, today we're going to discuss our actions for the week. A projector turned on, showing a slideshow as Sir Night Eye continued. With Midoriya here, we will be able to cover more areas in our patrol. Bubble Girl, he will be shadowing you for the next couple of days. Make sure you show him all the ins and outs of how we work. Sir.